Under the moonlight, the results are unsatisfactory. In the land of grass, within the confines of an expansive orphanage, a group of children aged 5 to 6 huddled together. At the center of the room stood a woman in her mid-20s, her expression indifferent as she scrutinized the medical examination report. Her voice echoed through the space. Disdain flickered across the faces of the other children. Despite their tender age, they exhibited a surprising level of worldly wisdom, even a certain callousness. Indeed, the useless remain useless, forever relegated to the shadows. A person's fate is determined from the moment of birth. The village does not accept the inept, those without chakra mastery, lacking in physical prowess and jinjutsu talent, whose constitution is inferior even to that of an ordinary person, should simply be disposed of. What a pity! Listening to these disparaging remarks, Ming maintained an impassive demeanor, ignoring the others. As he exited the orphanage, after walking approximately a mile, he could no longer suppress the urge to rub his eyes, a look of incredulity dawning upon his face. I have traversed dimensions, and astonishingly, I have arrived in the world of Naruto, all while being bound to a wood. Release system, Ming murmured to himself. His name was Ming, a devoted fan of Naruto, with dreams of one day stepping into that world, a notion he believed to be nothing but a fantasy. However, an unexpected car accident caused him to lose consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Naruto universe, specifically within an orphanage in the land of grass. Upon his arrival, he was thrust into a talent assessment for children aged 5 and above. In the Naruto world, children mature rapidly by the age of 5. They undergo evaluations to determine their potential as ninjas. In this realm, strength is paramount, particularly in the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War, where the land lay ravaged and nations bore deep scars, making it a time for recuperation. The land of grass, a small nation, had suffered immensely, with countless civilians slain, leaving behind a multitude of orphans, taken in by the grass ninjas, nurtured until the age of 5. Following this, their talents were assessed, those deemed gifted were retained, and the untalented were discarded to fend for themselves. Grass ninjas do not harbor the idle. The original owner of Ming's body, known as Getsuka Akira, was an ordinary child, now found wanting in every aspect during the evaluation, devoid of any talent, and subsequently ostracized by all. Even the director, Miyuki, looked down upon him. Superb would release system. Successfully bound, mission issued. Meditate under the tree east of the bridge for 1 day. Reward: beginner sage body and superhuman strength. Sage body, superhuman strength would release system. Upon hearing these words, a spark ignited within Ming. The sage body, a supreme constitution within the Naruto universe. Possessing such a physique is essential for ascending to greatness and keeping pace with the extraordinary in later stages. Superhuman strength, reminiscent of Tsunade's formidable power, if mastered to the utmost. A single punch could shatter even Susanoo had a remarkable ability, and would release. If I were to choose a power I admire most in Naruto, it would undoubtedly be would release. Once mastered, it could dominate both in group battles and unknown confrontations. Alas, aside from Hashirama Senju and later Madara Uchiha, no one has been able to fully master it. This system is truly exceptional. With these thoughts, Ming felt an immense satisfaction. The system was indeed formidable. Armed with these abilities, he would not falter, whether in the early or later stages of his journey. The strong are revered in the ninja world, and my current strength is woefully inadequate, rendering me unable to protect myself. If it is revealed that I possess no talent whatsoever, I fear I shall be expelled. Once I lose the sanctuary of the village, especially after the recent conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, as a mere 5-year-old child, I would not last long outside. I would surely meet my demise in no time. Ming murmured to himself. The shinobi world is exceedingly cruel, filled with rogue ninjas, bandits, and countless thieves. Ordinary individuals, powerless as they are, appear no more than livestock in the eyes of these marauders, their lives deemed worthless. Indeed, human life is as trivial as grass, and all beings are akin to mere insects. I must first acquire the ability to protect myself. Otherwise, I will be unable to establish a foothold, let alone pursue my aspirations. As an ardent fan of Hokage, Yang Ming harbors many ambitions. However, surviving in this world is the first priority. Sitting cross-legged beneath a tree, he resolved to meditate for an entire day and night, as per the system's instructions. Meanwhile, within the orphanage, the tests concluded swiftly, revealing a spectrum of emotions among the children, some elated, others dejected, and some steeped in despair, a true reflection of human nature. The test results were announced by the orphanage director, Miyako. Out of 156 candidates, 100 passed, while the remaining 56 managed to scrape by. Although they would not become ninjas, they could serve in logistical support. Miyako then nodded toward two robust children at the forefront, Guansheng and Jinku. You two are the only ones among them capable of sensing chakra. Such aptitude qualifies you as geniuses. From now on, you shall lead them. They will heed your commands. Starting tomorrow, I will select a few to attend the ninja school, where they will acquire knowledge to swiftly become ninjas and serve the village. Yes, Director. The two boys responded with composure, their faces reflecting a maturity rare for their age, nodding in acknowledgement. Satisfied with their demeanor, Miyako paid no heed to Yang Ming's departure. His absence merely reduced the orphanage's expenses. She then gestured toward a shadow in the darkness, which seemed to nod in return before vanishing in an instant. Outside the orphanage, a middle-aged man knelt before an elderly gentleman, exuding utmost respect. Sir, the tests have concluded, and we have 2 candidates with decent potential. Only 2? The elder sighed, disappointment evident in his gaze. Alas, our village, nestled between 2 nations, suffers greatly, leading to a decline in talent. Nevertheless, 2 is better than none. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened with profound disappointment. He shook his head and turned to leave. Had anyone been present, they would have been astonished to recognize the 2 figures. The elder was the current Sasuke, Masahiro Hayabusa, and the middle-aged man was his most esteemed disciple, Mizuki Tsubasa, both of high renown. They had come to the orphanage to observe the children's potential, but regrettably, none met their expectations. Even the 2 talents chosen by Miyako seemed inconsequential to them. After a day of observation, they found no one worthy among the orphans. With a heavy sigh, the elder prepared to depart. As they retraced their steps, passing a grand tree, they spotted a figure seated beneath it. A 5-year-old child, cross-legged and serene. The 2 individuals paused momentarily, yet soon disregarded the incident and continued on their way. Merely a child, nothing to be overly concerned about. However, just as they were about to pass Yang Ming, the elder's gaze flickered, suddenly catching a peculiar anomaly. Sir, what is it? Mizudai asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. But I sense an immense chakra. The elder's expression turned grave. As a high-ranking shinobi, his perception was exceptionally acute, allowing him to swiftly detect something amiss. He turned to Yang Ming and inquired further. What? Mizudai felt a jolt of alarm, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Do not be alarmed. It could very well be a figment of my imagination. After all, how could a mere 5-year-old possess such formidable chakra? The elder shook his head, dismissing his own concerns. Judging by this chakra, it must be at least of Jonin level. In the shinobi world, even that renowned figure from Konoha only attained Jonin strength at the age of 12. How could this child, merely 5 years old, possess such chakra? Indeed, it seemed implausible. Yet given the extraordinary circumstances, vigilance was warranted. Allow me to ascertain his capabilities. Mizudai resolved, shaking his head and focusing intently on Yang Ming as he approached. What is your name, and what brings you here? Mizudai questioned sternly, his eyes fixed on Yang Ming. Upon hearing the inquiry, Yang Ming opened his eyes to find an elderly man and a young man standing before him. The youth stepped forward, demanding answers with an air of indifference, while the elder observed from a distance, seemingly intrigued. Noticing the emblems on their foreheads, Yang Ming quickly deduced they were grass ninja, and their aura suggested they were not ordinary shinobi. Remaining composed, he replied, I am Yang Ming, an orphan. Teacher Gong Lizi brought me here, and I am meditating to refine my chakra. An orphanage, you say? If you are refining chakra, why venture so far without guidance? Can you truly manage it on your own? Moreover, what was that earlier display? How could you possess such powerful chakra? Mizudai scrutinized Yang Ming with evident skepticism. The elder's words had piqued his suspicion, and clarity was imperative. Though the Second Great Ninja War had concluded and nations were at peace, the threat of espionage loomed. While the grass ninja may not be a great power, caution was still essential. Impressive, indeed, to possess such keen perception. This is no ordinary skill, Yang Ming thought. recognizing that he had merely unlocked the basic sage body and monstrous strength abilities. It was astonishing that he had been detected. Upon realizing this, Yang Ming felt a stir within. Having completed his task, the system had activated his basic sage body and monstrous strength abilities. His physical prowess surged. Despite being only 5 years old, the mystical power of the system had elevated his strength and reflexes to an entirely new realm, with no discomfort whatsoever. After all, even a basic sage body was not to be underestimated. Within his body, chakra surged, having reached the level of a high-ranking ninja. Especially after the enhancement of his physical constitution, he acquired immense strength. Combined with the initial stage of sage body, he now felt an overwhelming power, capable of shattering a large rock with a single punch. In truth, this extraordinary strength was merely a manifestation of chakra, concentrated to form formidable force, potent enough to obliterate any ninjutsu with a single blow. However, to attain such prowess as Senju Hashirama, who could withstand Sarutobi's fire release with sheer physical resilience, one would require at least an advanced sage body along with shadow-level chakra, a milestone that I am still far from achieving. As he sensed the transformations within his body, Yang Ming contemplated inwardly. What's the matter? Lost for words. It seems you truly have a problem. Observing Yang Ming's silence, Mizukijiwi sneered, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupting from his being. An elite nin. Yang Ming's heart sank. His heightened perception revealed that this individual was indeed of nin rank. Furthermore, he appeared to be a seasoned elite, forged through the trials of life and death. After all, those who have faced the battlefield are undeniably different from those who have not. While his chakra may not match my own, his combat experience was exceedingly rich. Given my current expertise, I feared that should I engage him, I would have a mere 70% chance of defeat, or even death. With this thought, Yang Ming concentrated his chakra and unleashed his extraordinary strength, striking the ground beneath him with a mighty punch. Boom! Instantly, the earth around him erupted. A 30-meter radius heaving upwards, fissures cracking open and creating a breathtaking spectacle. This, Mizukijiwi was momentarily taken aback, gasping in disbelief, utterly astonished by Yang Ming. Hardly able to trust his own eyes. This is innate divine strength. The elder stepped forward, equally astounded, gazing at Yang Ming in sheer disbelief. Unable to fathom that such a punch could emanate from him. I cannot quite articulate the circumstances that led me here. I was mocked for failing the tests at the orphanage, and in my dejection, I distanced myself from them, arriving at this place, where I felt an overwhelming surge of furious power within me. The origin of this strength eludes my understanding. I merely sense an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within my body. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, Yang Ming explained, innate divine strength, such a talent. I never expected that aside from the esteemed individual from Konoha, there would be another possessing such a gift in this world. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, his face alight with joy as he regarded Yang Ming. His expression akin to that of one who has encountered an extraordinary treasure. Such exceptional talent. This power is truly terrifying, especially considering his tender age. If he continues to grow, he may surpass even that individual. Mizukijiwi was utterly astounded, gazing at Yang Ming, his incredulity reaching its zenith. He could almost envision that in the future, Yang Ming would undoubtedly become a formidable name within the ninja world. Moreover, at just 5 years of age, it was unfathomable to consider the heights to which he might ascend. Indeed, it is a bright moonlit night. The elder inquired, might you be interested in becoming a ninja? The prospect of becoming a ninja stirred something within Yang Ming, prompting him to nod in affirmation. I would certainly like to become a ninja, as it would enable me to protect the village. However, regrettably, I did not pass the examination and thus lacked the qualifications to attend the ninja academy. Upon uttering these words, a shadow of sorrow crossed Yang Ming's visage. Though the grass ninja village may not compare to the grandeur of the hidden leaf, it possesses its own academy dedicated to nurturing talent and imparting knowledge, albeit in a rather rudimentary manner. If I say it exists, then it exists. Tomorrow afternoon, you shall come to my place to collect your credentials. The elder waved his hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. Your place? Yang Ming queried, perplexed. There is no need for doubt or further questions. Tomorrow, I shall send Mizukai to fetch you, the elder stated with an air of finality, leaving no room for Yang Ming to decline. Observing their departure, Yang Ming felt a surge of curiosity, judging by their demeanor and prowess. They must be significant figures within the village. However, you could not discern their true identities. After all, his previous knowledge of the grass ninja was limited to the likes of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, despite having unlocked the basic sage body and monstrous strength. Yang Ming acknowledged that his current capabilities were akin to that of a jonin. Yet, such power was far from sufficient. In the latter stages of the shinobi world, various enhancements abound, rendering even a jonin or an average kage inadequate. To pursue his aspirations, he must possess strength formidable enough to influence everything around him. Yang Ming murmured to himself. Having completed the system's task, he had merely unlocked 1/10 of his potential. The subsequent intermediate sage body and advanced monstrous strength required the completion of further missions. The task demands to comprehend the history of the shinobi world and to be well-versed in the transformations of ninjutsu. In that case, I must indeed attend the Ninja Academy. Yang Ming found himself at a loss for words. The system's initial task had been to meditate for an entire day and night to unlock the basic sage body and monstrous strength. Only after achieving this could he glimpse the next task, which required a thorough understanding of the shinobi world's history and ninjutsu variations. This effectively compelled him to engage and study and grasp the broader context of his current environment. Resigned to this notion, he decided to trust the elder's words and remain at the orphanage, awaiting his arrival. As he meandered toward the orphanage, he reflected, I shall bide my time here. The orphanage was a large dormitory, where all the children slept in close quarters. Upon his return, he found that the testing had concluded, and the majority bore expressions of despondency, clearly having failed the examination or found the results unsatisfactory. Many rushed outside to vent their frustrations, for the loss of this opportunity would irrevocably shape their futures. In an era where strength reigns supreme and lives are deemed as expendable, who would wish to be at the mercy of others? Yet, failing to become a ninja would only seal their fate to be subjugated. Contemplating this grim reality, numerous children fled from the dormitory, unable to bear the truth. Within the vast dormitory, only a handful remained, and Yang Ming was surprised to find Guanshang, Jin Ku, and Jin Ku's sister, Jin Mingzi, present. The two individuals had successfully passed their tests, their faces alight with excitement as they busily packed their belongings. Jin Mingzi assisted nearby, eager to help, for they were soon to depart for a better environment. Attending the prestigious Ninja Academy to receive professional training and ultimately achieve their dreams of becoming ninjas. Jin Mingzi, basking in Jin Ku's glory, would also see her fate transformed. Yue Xiaojun. Jin Mingzi greeted Yang Ming politely upon spotting him. Yue Xiaoming, it's you? Jin Ku and Guanshang exclaimed in surprise, looking up to find Yang Ming before them. Observing Yang Ming, Jin Ku seemed to recall something, and a cold smirk crossed his face as he mockingly remarked, Yue Xiaoming. I never imagined that we would end up together here. Back then, you were so arrogant, looking down on everyone among us orphans. You were the most conceited of all. Yet alas, from this moment forth, we shall no longer be the same. You will forever look up to me. What a pity. Jin Ku's expression was one of contempt as he regarded Yang Ming. Many had entered together, all brought from the same village, and initially they had shared the same fate in the orphanage, studying and working side by side. Yang Ming stood out as the most diligent and physically capable among them, earning praise from Gong Lizi, which incited jealousy in many, including Jin Ku and Guanshang. However, upon the results of this test, their fates swiftly diverged. Seizing the opportunity, they reveled in mocking Yang Ming. Brother, why bother? You have already been designated as a ninja. Why cling to the past? Jin Mingzi interjected, tugging at Jin Ku's sleeve. Jin Ku smiled, seemingly unbothered by his sister's words, yet he refrained from further comment, clearly showing affection for her and unwilling to contradict her. Yue Xiaojun. I apologize for my brother's words. He speaks without thinking. Jin Mingzi quickly offered an apology to Yang Ming. The two siblings, though related, possessed starkly contrasting personalities. Yang Ming nodded quietly and returned to his bed, lying down to contemplate his future path. As a transmigrator, having finally arrived in the world of Naruto, he was determined to accomplish certain endeavors. The foremost task on his mind was to venture to Konoha and seek out Hinata. Like many others, he harbored feelings for her. Now that he was in this world, he could not allow her to fall into someone else's hands. She must be his, according to the narrative he held in his mind. Hinata would be bullied one winter morning, around the age of 5 or 6, when she encountered Naruto, thus sowing the seeds of her affection. Therefore, he needed to arrive before Naruto did. However, Konoha was not a place one could simply enter at will. As the foremost of the 5 great ninja nations, it was teeming with skilled fighters, and every individual entering or exiting the Land of Fire would undergo stringent identity checks. Yet, If one could cultivate their abilities to the level of a Kage, they would be permitted to traverse the ninja world freely, save for a few prohibitions. I must attend the Ninja Academy, swiftly complete my tasks, and enhance my strength, ideally to the level of a Kage. Only then will I truly secure my footing in this world and earn the right to survive. Young Ming contemplated the path he would chart for himself. Just as he was meticulously planning, a group of children from another orphanage suddenly entered. Leading them was Gong Lizzie, who gathered everyone together to bid farewell to Jin Ku, Jin Mingzi, and Guanshang. From this day forth, the trio would embark on disparate journeys, no longer sharing the same path as the others. Guanshang, Jin Ku, Jin Mingzi, we celebrate your successful passing of the test with a feast, plenty of meat for all. Gong Lizzie nodded approvingly at the two, seemingly proud of their achievements, which brought her great satisfaction. As for Yang Ming, she chose to overlook him entirely. Once, he might have captured her glance, but now he was completely disregarded. Although we are about to part ways, remember, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will surely help in any way we can. Guanshang, slightly older by a few months, remarked maturely. Jin Ku remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness, while Jin Mingzi responded warmly, following Guanshang's lead. Under Gong Lizzie's guidance, the group carried an assortment of food to a nearby open area. Meanwhile, Yang Ming seemed forgotten, hesitating momentarily before trailing at the back of the procession, walking silently. Observing this, a few individuals exchanged smirks, lamenting, "What a pity." This is the harsh reality. No matter how hard you strive, if you lack the qualifications to pass the test, you are deemed worthless. Though the director has arranged an escape route, it is utterly futile. Without any strength, how can one survive in the ninja world? Indeed, in a realm where strength reigns supreme, lacking power renders one inferior, even to a dog. Especially now that the Second Ninja World War has just concluded, who knows if a third will soon erupt. Regardless, his downfall to this state cannot be blamed on anyone else. He can only attribute it to his misfortune. Hearing these remarks, Yang Ming remained unfazed, his expression placid as he proceeded with deliberate calmness. Having been reborn, his mindset had become as indomitable as a diamond. Such words held no sway over him. Instead, they deepened his understanding of the ninja world. Without strength, in the eyes of ninja, an ordinary civilian is truly worth less than a dog. Furthermore, with power, one can pursue their desires freely. This is the stark reality of the ninja world, so different from any preconceived notions. The group surrounded Guanshang, Jin Ku, and Jin Mingzi like stars around the moon, as the trio strode confidently under Gong Lizzie's leadership into a forest. They had ventured 10 kilometers away from the orphanage. To enrich their fare, Gong Lizzie had chosen a riverside area. Once settled, everyone sprang into action. Some washed vegetables and meat, while others caught fish directly from the water. Though young, their practical skills were remarkable, honed through years of experience. Meanwhile, Guanshang and the others reclined like lords in the center, content to observe while the others toiled, their only responsibility being to savor the fruits of their labor. Before long, the ingredients gathered by the group were nearly ready, and they began their culinary endeavors. Some opted for barbecuing, others for frying, while a few engaged in stir-frying. Soon, a rich and tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting excitement among the crowd as they gathered to await their feast. This location had already crossed the village's boundary. At that moment, someone noticed that they had unwittingly ventured beyond the village limits. Although they were merely half a mile away, they were no longer within the protective embrace of the village. Just a slight distance, and there was no cause for concern. Who would dare stir trouble near the grass country? A few precocious children proclaimed with bravado. Although the grass country was a small nation, as they stated, it was indeed improbable for anyone to seek trouble near its borders. Yet, what if the threat came from within? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming smiled faintly. With the extraordinary perception granted by his celestial body, he sensed several chakra-bearing individuals swiftly approaching. Just as their words faded, a number of figures abruptly descended from the trees. These individuals appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, gazing hungrily at the food being barbecued, with some even drooling. "Leave this place immediately. It belongs to me now," one tall youth commanded, his voice booming and resonant, ensuring all present heard him. As these newcomers appeared, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting toward them. Hearing this, Guanshang's expression darkened as he approached. Addressing the intruders, "Who are you to demand we vacate? We arrived first. What gives you the right?" "Just this," the tall youth scoffed derisively, his hand moving swiftly as he aimed a punch directly at Guanshang. He acted without warning, showing no sign of hesitation even when confronting children, devoid of any compassion. His demeanor was cold, enveloped in a palpable aura of menace, clearly a veteran of battle, seasoned by life and death experiences. Ninja. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Guanshang, too, was taken aback, although he had passed the testing. It did not guarantee his prowess in actual combat. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he was struck with dread, momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Forgetting to evade the incoming fist, just as the strike was about to land, he braced for inevitable injury. Suddenly, a figure darted past with remarkable speed. Then crack! A sharp sound echoed as the tall youth's fist was halted by a pair of delicate, white hands. It was none other than Principal Gong Lizi intervening. She would never allow harm to come to anyone in her presence. Are you a ninja? Which team do you belong to raise your hand against your own kin? Have you forgotten the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, the village's regulations? Gong Lizi's expression was icy as she confronted the intruders, her voice cold and commanding. 3 prohibitions of ninjas? Village regulations? It is truly amusing. These matters merely bind the weak. Before my esteemed brother Chong, they are but fleeting clouds. I can strike whomever I please. And who dares to challenge me? The imposing figure spoke coldly, his gaze dismissive and unrestrained. Chong Chuani? Upon hearing this name, Gong Lizi's countenance turned pale with shock. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she regarded the towering youth before her. He is I, the foremost expert of the younger generation from the Grass Ninja Village, Chong Chuani. The mention of this name not only stunned Gong Lizi, but also made the surrounding orphans collectively gasp in amazement. At the tender age of 11, Chong Chuani had graduated from the Ninja Academy and ascended to the rank of a genin. He was heralded as the village's future hope, the unrivaled champion. Even the village leader, Kusanagi Masahaya, had publicly lauded him. To encounter such a legendary figure in their midst was utterly surreal. Why the silence? You are the orphanage director. Are you not? Weren't you quite arrogant just now, attempting to instruct me on the 3 forbidden ninja techniques? Shall we consult Lord Kusanagi and see whose side he takes? Chong Chuani scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Gong Lizi. Gong Lizi fell silent. Were it anyone else, perhaps she could contend, but it was Chong Chuani. He represented the very hope of the Grass Ninja Village. It was evident whose standing would be favored in the eyes of the village leader. You were quite boastful a moment ago, daring to question me? Do you truly believe you are in a position to do so? Observing Gong Lizi's silence, Chong Chuani let out a sinister laugh and delivered a swift kick, sending the recently defiant Guanshang flying several meters, landing on the ground, clutching his abdomen. His face ashen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers hurriedly retreated, afraid to approach, not daring to utter a single word. Their gazes averted, pretending not to witness the scene. Such is the ninja world. The weak are preyed upon, the strong revered. Without the skills of a ninja, one's life is worth less than grass. Chong, I was wrong. Spare my life. Guanshang gasped out. Spare your life? A jest. My hands do not leave survivors. If you manage to survive beneath my feet, word of it could make your name resonate across the lands. Alas, I wonder if you can endure my second strike. Chong Chuani sneered cruelly, looking down upon Guanshang as one would regard a mere dog, even less than that. Seeing this, the crowd distanced themselves further, fearful of entanglement and trouble. Even Gong Lizi furrowed her brow and turned away, feigning ignorance. Though Guanshang was one of the 2 orphans who had passed the examination. What of it? Offending Chong Chuani would lead to dire consequences for her, let alone for him. You are utterly despicable, Guanshang exclaimed, for merely challenging you. You resort to such brutality. Is this the way of the ninja? If so, what honor lies in being one? Yet, just as everyone sought to distance themselves, Jin Mingzi suddenly stepped forward, aiding Guanshang to his feet and addressing Chong Chuani with a sharp rebuke. This is dire. Upon witnessing the situation, Jin Ku hurriedly sprang forth, pulling his oblivious sister aside, and then knelt before Chong Chuani, bowing his head fervently. Chong Gu, my sister is ignorant. Please spare her. Haha. It seems I have indeed been away for far too long. A mere child dares to provoke me? You 3 shall perish. I shall make you witness the consequences of offending me. Chong Gu. Yet, Chong Chuani remained indifferent, a twisted smile contorting his features, revealing a ferocious demeanor. Chong Gu. They are the only 2 who pass this assessment. If you slay one, what about the other? Must report to Lord Xiaoying. Mayuzi interjected, unable to suppress her thoughts. Do you doubt my words? Chong Chuani, however, was unfazed, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Mayuzi. After a moment of mutual stare, she sighed and turned away. Unable to bear the sight, she had yielded. In the entire village, none could thwart Chongchuan's will. At that moment, Chongchun began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a ninjutsu to annihilate the three. Not good. Observing this, the orphans scattered in all directions, fleeing as far as possible. Chongge, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to take care of these three pests. Seeing Chongge publicly preparing his ninjutsu, a young boy clad in black sneered, producing a kunai as he approached the trio. Chongchuan merely smiled and dissipated his hand seals. As he asserted, to employ ninjutsu against these three insignificant beings would indeed belittle his status as a genin. The black-clad youth brandished his kunai, raising it high, ready to strike. At that moment, a soft sigh reverberated through the air. Do you not think you are being a bit excessive? Then, a slightly taller boy emerged from the side, gazing at Chongchuan and the others, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned in astonishment. The black-clad youth, poised to attack, also halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the speaker, eager to discern who dared to step forward at such a perilous moment. Yang Ming approached the trio, extending his hand to shield them behind him, addressing the black-clad youth and Chongchuan with an air of nonchalance. This ends here, otherwise, matters may escalate beyond control. Yu Ming, if you seek death, do not drag others into your demise. My Yuzi exclaimed vehemently. Originally, it sufficed to eliminate merely 3 individuals. Yang Ming's intervention threatened to implicate many more. Should he truly unleash his power, she would be powerless to intervene. Yang Ming was endangering everyone. Oh, this is where it ends, boy? What are you to speak to me? Chongchuan regarded Yang Ming with a mocking expression, his words laced with disdain. I am no mere thing. My name is Yu Ming. It would be wise for you to speak respectfully. Otherwise, should you provoke those you ought not, it is you who will suffer in the end. Yang Ming replied, his brow furrowing as he adopted a tone of admonishment. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving all present trembling in fear. Gong Lizzie departed abruptly, as if foreseeing an impending calamity. The orphans around him quaked visibly, their faces pale, with some collapsing to the ground in terror, sensing that something dreadful was about to unfold. Yu Ming, if you wish to perish, do so alone. Why drag us into your demise? Did you not witness how Ji Mingzi was obliterated for uttering a mere word? The crowd glared at Yang Ming with fury, blaming him for their predicament. Am I to provoke those who ought not be provoked? Upon hearing this, Chongchun, rather than fuming, merely chuckled, nodding at Yang Ming. Good, good, good. He repeated thrice, his rage palpable. Since my graduation, it is the first time someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Yu Ming, you have made an impression. I'll remember your name. Leave no one alive. Chongchun commanded, his voice laced with menace. It's over. We are utterly doomed. Yu Ming, this is your fault. You shall not escape retribution. Yu Ming, I will haunt you even in death. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the crowd as they cast reproachful glances at Yang Ming. You truly possess audacity, daring to openly confront Brother Chong. In all these years, you are the first I've encountered. However, you shall pay the price. The boy in black, wielding a kunai, glared coldly at Yang Ming and, in a flash, lunged forward. The kunai gleamed menacingly as it sliced through the air towards Yang Ming's throat. The boy's speed was electrifying, and he reached Yang Ming in an instant. Fearing for what was to come, the onlookers hastily shut their eyes. A sharp crack resounded as Yang Ming deftly seized the boy's wrist at an impeccable angle, the kunai mere millimeters from his neck. Yet, this slight margin was all it took. The black-clad youth could not penetrate further and found himself restrained. It was evident that Yang Ming possessed remarkable strength. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Realizing this, the boy relinquished his hold on the kunai, stepping back to assess Yang Ming, his expression growing serious. I was merely toying with you before. Now, prepare to witness my true prowess. With a cold smirk, the boy summoned chakra, enhancing his speed and power significantly, launching a flurry of strikes towards Yang Ming. His movements were now double the speed and strength of before. Observing this, Yang Ming chuckled lightly and retaliated with a powerful punch. A deep thud echoed as the boy was sent hurtling backward, landing 10 meters away in the grass. Unconscious, a single punch to vanquish a lower ninja. The scene left Chongchun's countenance drastically altered. Once a master of physical techniques, it is no wonder that Yang Ming exudes such audacity. Engaging in a fist-to-fist confrontation, this is a battle of martial prowess. The youth clad in black is one of his subordinates. While his physical skills are not particularly formidable, he is nonetheless a ninja of the lower ranks. Striking down a fellow lower ninja with a single blow is indeed impressive. Yet, what does it matter if you are a master of physical techniques? In this era, the age of warriors has long since passed. Allow me to demonstrate the might of ninjutsu. Now, buy me some time. Chongchuani retreated several steps, merging into the crowd, and shouted. Instantly, a dozen individuals surged forth from behind him. The execution of ninjutsu requires a moment for hand signs, and against a master of physical techniques, one must first create distance. Otherwise, the opponent's speed will deny you the time to perform the necessary signs. In an instant, the skilled fighters accompanying him rushed forward, unleashing punches and flying kicks, some even wielding bricks. Though they may not be ninjas, they possess a modicum of martial strength, and now, in a frenzied swarm, they surrounded him, rendering it difficult to fend off their combined assault. Humph. Observing this, Ming scoffed, chakra coursing through his body as he struck. Secret technique, unmatched strength. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated. Suddenly, the ground around Ming, within a 10-meter radius, heaved violently, fissures appearing in the earth. The dozen ninjas who had approached him were immediately sent flying by this overwhelming force. In midair, they spat blood, severely injured. Upon landing, they were rendered unconscious. One punch, and he had incapacitated multiple foes. What tremendous power! Ming's strike was executed with astonishing speed, and by the time onlookers comprehended the situation, they beheld the cracked earth and the fallen warriors. Meanwhile, Ming stood there calmly, exuding an air of effortless ease, as if that earth-shattering blow had barely taxed his stamina. Those who recognized Ming, particularly the residents of the orphanage, widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially Guanshang and Jinku, who had just mocked Ming, exchanged glances filled with shock. They looked down at the fractured ground and recalled their previous disdain for Ming, shivering involuntarily. Had he directed that punch at us, would we still be alive? They shared a look, their thoughts eerily aligned. Meanwhile, Gong Lizi gazed at Ming, her expression one of astonishment, as if she were witnessing a stranger. I advised you to let it go. Otherwise, should this escalate, it may end poorly for you. Do you wish to continue? I can assure you that I will eliminate you before you complete your hand signs. Ming remarked, casting a nonchalant smile at the still-signing Chongchuani. You. As Chongchuani was in the midst of forming his signs, he was taken aback to see his subordinate swiftly incapacitated. Turning to the composed Ming, he could not help but abandon his hand signs. As Ming's displayed strength indicated, he indeed possessed the capability to eliminate him before he could finalize his signs. Yet, despite this realization, Chongchuani remained unfazed and indifferent. Your power is indeed formidable. To describe you as possessing innate divine strength would not be an exaggeration. However, you cannot vanquish me. Perhaps, with my current level of ninjutsu proficiency, executing advanced techniques may be beyond my reach, yet I am capable of refining chakra. With the fundamental techniques of the three bodies, you find yourself at my mercy. Chongchuani seemed to have found a certain leverage as he gazed at Ming with a sneer. I cannot harm you, nor can you harm me. However, it would be wise for you to kneel and admit your wrongdoing. I might then let this matter slide. You must understand, I am a ninja. At present, I am merely a genin, but it will not be long before I ascend to chunin. You are merely proficient in physical techniques. Indeed, you are formidable now, and I may not match you in strength, but in due time, you shall not be my equal. Moreover, those who stand behind you are your companions. Do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate them all, leaving you utterly powerless? At these words, a chill flickered in Ming's eyes. He harbored no doubt regarding the authenticity of Chongchuani's threats. Given his temperament and prowess, it was indeed plausible that he could follow through, and afterward, there would be no consequences. Such is the reality of the ninja world, survival of the fittest. Perhaps circumstances would be somewhat improved in the 5 great nations. But in a small country like the Land of Grass, ninjas wield life and death as they please. Although he bore no deep emotional ties to these individuals, having grown up here, he could not disregard their kindness. Without them, he might have perished from hunger, and thus he felt an obligation to repay that debt of gratitude. Are you threatening me? Ming regarded Chongchuani with an air of indifference. At this moment, he was already filled with murderous intent. A threat? Even if I were to threaten you, what could you possibly do about it? Chongchuani retorted dismissively. Headmaster, please escort them away from here. I prefer not to be constrained shortly. Ming turned to Miyako, speaking resolutely. Very well. Miyako nodded in agreement and led everyone away. Chongchuani did not intercede. merely watching them depart. Constrained? You are quite bold for one so young. Do you truly believe you can stand against me? Once all had exited, only Yang Ming and Chong Chuani remained, along with the unconscious bodies scattered on the ground. Upon hearing Yang Ming's final words, Chong Chuani scoffed. You will soon discover whether or not I am your equal. Yang Ming replied coolly as chakra flowed through him, gathering his immense strength in preparation for combat. He was ready to kill. Stop. Suddenly, a blue figure dashed into the scene, positioning itself between the two. It was Mizushida Tsubasa. Are you all right, Sasuke? He first inquired. Concern etched across his face as he looked at Yang Ming. Upon confirming Yang Ming's safety, he visibly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. I am perfectly fine. A mere genin cannot inflict harm upon me. Yang Ming shook his head, dismissing the notion. Indeed, with your power and chakra, the level of a genin is no match for you. Mizushida Tsubasa nodded in agreement, but then his gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupting from him. Overwhelming and tumultuous, as he fixed his eyes on Chong Chuani and shouted, Chong Chuani, who granted you the audacity to rampage through the village so brazenly, daring even to confront Lord Uesha? Have you a death wish? Ah, Lord Mizudai, I. Faced with the sudden appearance of Mizudai Tsubasa, Chong Chuani was momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing Tsubasa's demeanor and address towards Yang Ming, he was left utterly astonished. His body drenched in cold sweat, panic-stricken, and even stammering, his speech faltering. Lord Mizudai, I was unaware he was in your employ. I beg your forgiveness. He is not mine. I have no authority to claim him. He is a genius handpicked by Lord Isao. Tsubasa regarded Chong Chuani with an icy indifference, as one would regard refuse. What? He is the chosen one of Lord Isao. At this revelation, the already astounded Chong Chuani was struck with even greater disbelief. Pointing at Yang Ming with a face etched in incredulity. What, do you doubt my words? Tsubasa's tone was frosty. I dare not. Chong Chuani hastily knelt, prostrating himself before Yang Ming, pleading for mercy. I was blind to your greatness. Lord Uesha, spare my life. I implore you. What? He is actually favored by Lord Isao. At that moment, the black-clad youth and his companions began to regain consciousness. They realized Yang Ming had merely rendered them unconscious, and upon awakening, they were met with this shocking scene, which left them even more astounded. Lord Uesha, Chong Chuani has offended you. He deserves death. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall gladly execute, Tsubasa remarked, his gaze fixed on Yang Ming, seeing Chong Chuani as nothing more than a cadaver. Lord Uesha, spare me. Hearing this, Chong Chuani's spirit plummeted, and he bowed repeatedly. In the eyes of the powerful, the weaker but refuse. Very well. But I do not wish to see you tormenting the orphans again. Yang Ming's brow furrowed at this sight. Although Chong Chuani deserved punishment, he was still a fellow countryman, and he could not bring himself to harm his kin. Thank you, Lord Uesha, thank you. Fear not, I shall ensure their safety. From now on, any trouble that arises concerning the orphanage will be my responsibility. I will take good care of them. Chong Chuani rejoiced, bowing profusely. Yang Ming nodded slightly and turned to leave. Mizudai Tsubasa shot Chong Chuani a fierce glare before following suit. It was only after their figures had vanished that Chong Chuani rose from the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief, drenched in perspiration, as if he had just danced with death itself. Lord Uesha is indeed an associate of Lord Isao? At this moment, the black-clad youth and others stood up, gazing at the departing figures. Unable to restrain himself, the youth inquired, with Lord Mizudai personally involved, there can be no doubt. I never anticipated such a prodigy emerging from our Charon village. Surely, Lord Isao must have recognized his talent. Chong Chuani exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a new lease on life. He is indeed powerful at merely 5 years of age. He can effortlessly send you flying with a single punch. Moreover, should he choose to strike, I would have no opportunity to employ my ninjutsu. He appears to be one of those exceptionally gifted individuals. Alas, the future of our village may very well rest upon his shoulders. No way. Upon hearing this, the black-clad youth and his companions were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the truth, regardless of whether it is true or not. One thing is certain. We cannot provoke such a formidable force. From this moment forth, we shall patrol the vicinity of the orphanage, acting as its guardians. Do you understand? Chong Chun waved his hand, directing his gaze toward the group. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after Mizudai and Yang Ming departed, a profound silence enveloped them. Observing the taciturn Yang Ming, Mizudai took the initiative to speak. In the realm of ninjas, strength prevails, The weak must unconditionally submit to the strong. Yusha. These are experiences you will inevitably encounter in the future. However, you are indeed remarkable. You have rendered a lower-ranked ninja like Chong Chun utterly powerless. Lord Masao has sent me to fetch you from the orphanage. I happened upon Gong Lizi and the others along the way. Upon learning you were here, I hurried over. And to my astonishment, I witnessed your extraordinary talent. The law of survival of the fittest is a fundamental principle of this world. I comprehended this at the tender age of 3. I merely did not expect to encounter such circumstances within the village. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming sighed and replied with resignation. If they were enemies, he would have already dealt a lethal blow, but they were fellow grass ninja. And there was no profound enmity between them. You will have to adapt to these realities sooner or later. Lord Masao places great importance on you, viewing you as the hope for the resurgence of our village. Yuesha, I implore you. Mizudai bowed to Yang Ming. The hope for future resurgence? Hearing this, Yang Ming smiled faintly but remained silent. He had underestimated himself. After acquiring the system, his vision had expanded beyond the confines of the ninja world. A mere grass ninja village could not possibly bind him. Under Mizudai's guidance, the two arrived at an opulent courtyard. This was none other than the residence of the Grass Shadow. As the Grass Shadow, Masao Hayabusa's dwelling was anything but ordinary, exuding luxury in every corner. In the expansive courtyard, Masao Hayabusa wore a stern expression as he reprimanded a girl of around 11 or 12 years of age. The girl stood gracefully, displaying the potential of future beauty, yet she lowered her head with a look of grievance, enduring Masao's scolding. At that moment, upon seeing Yang Ming's arrival, Masao's demeanor shifted dramatically, softening considerably and even becoming somewhat polite. He greeted warmly, "Wisha, you have arrived." To Yang Ming, he spoke as an equal, casting aside any semblance of authority, which left both Mizudai and the young girl astonished. Lord Grass Shadow. Yang Ming acknowledged with neither subservience nor arrogance, clasping his hands in greeting. Come, do not stand on ceremony. Make yourself comfortable, Masao Hayabusa said with a smile, completely disregarding the earlier reprimand of the girl, warmly welcoming Yang Ming. Seeing this, Yang Ming did not hesitate and took a seat without reservation. Subsequently, as Hade engaged in casual conversation with Wang Ming, exhibiting none of the imposing demeanor one would expect from a village leader. Rather, he resembled a caring elder conversing with a younger relative. Wang Ming spoke with confidence, facing the village leader without the slightest hint of trepidation. His composed demeanor elicited an involuntary thumbs up from Mizudai Tsubasa. After a while of discussion, during which they confirmed Wang Ming's intention to attend the Ninja Academy, he politely declined his Hayate's invitation to stay. Taking his leave, as soon as Wang Ming departed, the little girl, who had been holding back her frustration, could no longer contain herself. Watching his retreating figure, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Grandfather, you are rather biased, aren't you? You treat me with such severity, yet you are so courteous to this little brat. He can't be more than 5 years old. If you possessed his talent and potential, I would naturally treat you similarly, as Hate replied sternly, fixing an unyielding gaze upon the young girl. His talent and potential? Grandfather, you must be jesting. He is merely a 5-year-old child. I doubt he even knows how to refine chakra. The girl responded, bewildered. Miss S, allow me to clarify, Mizudai Tsubasa interjected hastily. U.S. Xiaoming is no ordinary individual. Just earlier, he effortlessly defeated C.H. Junichi, who had brought a dozen companions to confront him. C.H. Junichi didn't even have time to perform a hand sign for his jutsu in front of him. C.H. Junichi, the strongest among us? The little girl's expression shifted drastically, disbelief washing over her features. Are you saying that the boy named U.S. Xiaoming actually bested C.H. Junichi? This cannot be true. Miss Az, temper your words. Mizudai Tsubasa's expression darkened upon hearing the young girl refer to Wang Ming in such a manner. In the world of ninjas, strength is revered, and the weak are devoured. This mindset must change. U.S. Xiaoming has limitless potential. He is the future hope of our Chao ninja village, akin to Kakashi of Konoha. This is why Lord has treated him with such respect, without exerting any authority. One must not underestimate him simply because he is a child. What? You dare compare him to Kakashi of Konoha? The girl's shock was palpable, her disbelief evident in her expression. Who is Kakashi? The foremost genius of the 5 great ninja nations, the pride of the land of fire and Konoha. A super genius who became a genin at the age of 12. His father, known as the White Fang of Konoha, was a man reputed to be of the level of a Kage, a short blade that carved its name across the ninja world. Kakashi is renowned for his formidable prowess, having made a name for himself as the copy ninja during the Second Ninja War. In today's ninja world, who does not know the esteemed copy ninja Kakashi of Konoha? Such a figure is the dream of countless young girls in the ninja world. And being so close to the land of fire, the land of grass, could not possibly be unaware of his illustrious reputation. Now, Mizutai Tsubasa dares to compare that little brat to Kakashi? The girl found it impossible to believe, feeling as though her entire worldview had been turned upside down. Indeed, under the moonlight, I sensed a formidable chakra emanating from the young man. If our assumptions hold true, this individual possesses an extraordinary talent, far surpassing that of Kakashi. His current chakra levels likely place him at the rank of a jonin. With a little guidance, he could very well become a jonin at the tender age of 5. What he exclaimed, glancing at Asahi Hayabusa. As a censor-type ninja, upon their return, the two meticulously analyzed the situation and soon realized that Yang Ming's chakra levels might have already reached the jonin tier. Although it is merely chakra, everything else remains non-existent. Nonetheless, this revelation is enough to astonish the world. A 5-year-old jonin? Such talent is utterly terrifying. It would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire ninja realm. Even the legendary figures such as the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, or Uchiha Madara could not have possessed such chakra levels at the age of 5. The two suppressed their astonishment, and as Yang Ming effortlessly overwhelmed Jun and the others, their suspicions solidified. Their initial approach of recruitment transformed into one of equal standing. A complete shift in demeanor. Indeed, otherwise, why would I, the esteemed Kage of the Grass Village, treat a mere child with such deference? A Kage must uphold their dignity. It is not mere courtesy, but recognition of his strength and potential. With slight guidance, he could emerge as a formidable force capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. My own grass ninja might rise because of them. Attaining a stature akin to that of the 5 great nations, Asahi Hayabusa proclaimed with pride. The Kage maintains his dignity. He does not extend such courtesy to just anyone. That boy under the moonlight is truly terrifying. The young girl, unable to fathom such an occurrence, listened in disbelief. Although it seemed incredible, the reality is as stated. The glory of Grass Ninja may very well hinge upon this individual. Do you understand? Asahi Hayabusa's expression turned grave as he gazed at the young girl. Yes, Grandpa. I understand. The girl felt a shiver run through her as she nodded in response. She recognized that the future of Grass Ninja likely depends on that child. If what Asahi Hayabusa said is true, the entire ninja world will tremble. Truly, as a village leader, he swiftly perceived my worth. I am indeed deserving of it. After departing from the Grass Kage's residence, Yang Ming made his way to the orphanage. Reflecting on his recent encounter with the Kage, he understood that Asahi Hayabusa's demeanor was markedly different from before. It was clear to him that Asahi Hayabusa had likely assessed his value. Otherwise, how could a village leader treat him with such respect? However, Yang Ming felt no discomfort regarding this. The strong command respect in the ninja realm, and his power and talent merit such acknowledgement. Yet, his aspirations extend beyond the Grass Country. Ultimately, the Grass Country is merely a small nation. Beyond its borders lie the Wave Country, the Eagle Country, the Soup Country, and the 5 great nations. Even within the ninja realm, there are exalted figures such as the Sage of the Six Paths, Kagaya, and even the likes of Black Zetsu, who are as close to divinity as one can imagine. He remains weak and must continuously strive to elevate his own strength. Upon returning to the orphanage, the sun had already begun to set. Upon encountering him, the crowd exhibited a myriad of complex emotions, parting to grant him passage. Yang Ming remained unperturbed, casually selecting some food to satiate his hunger before retreating to his chamber to meditate in a cross-legged posture. The system had bestowed upon him the formidable abilities of the celestial body and extraordinary strength, which he needed to familiarize himself with in order to wield them at will. During this time, he encountered the dean, Gong Lizzie, who greeted him with an air of politeness tinged with a hint of servility, seemingly attempting to mend their fractured relationship. However, Yang Ming merely brushed past him, disregarding any attempt at reconciliation, for the bond had irrevocably shattered. Gong Lizzie, momentarily caught off guard by the snub, was soon overtaken by a flash of indignation. After all, he was the dignified head of the orphanage. Despite Yang Ming's heroic act of saving everyone, had he not promptly informed Lord Shui Dai, would the boy have returned unscathed? With a cold smile, Gong Lizzie dismissed the arrogant youth from his thoughts. After leading the others away, it was he who promptly notified Shui Dai. Otherwise, even with Shui Dai's acute perception, how could he have located Yang Ming in such a brief span of time? Yet, As these thoughts crossed his mind, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret upon recalling Yang Ming's earlier display of overwhelming prowess against Chong Chun and his associates. Had he perhaps overlooked a child of such remarkable potential? Regardless of Gong Lizzie's musings, Yang Ming remained indifferent. He returned to his room, resuming his meditative state. As night fell, he emerged feeling rejuvenated, with an enhanced grasp of both his extraordinary strength and celestial body abilities. Strictly speaking, extraordinary strength was not a martial art, but rather a unique application of chakra, rapidly condensing chakra into a singular point, resulting in a formidable burst of power. Much like Senja Hashirama, who could compress chakra to its utmost, exuding an aura so commanding that even the third and fourth Hokage would be taken aback. Even someone as proud as Sasuke would break into a cold sweat. Of course, to reach the level where one could dominate merely through their presence, akin to Hashirama. Yang Ming had a long journey ahead. True martial arts, as exemplified by Guy, involved every punch and kick striking with palpable force. While not conventional martial arts, this power was nonetheless formidable, rivaling that of ninjutsu. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Ming rose and departed the orphanage, making his way to the ninja academy. He had secured his place, and with Masu Hayate's influence, obtaining a mere student quota was trivial. Guided by his memories, Yang Ming proceeded to the Kusa Ninja Village's academy. In stark contrast to the Ninja Academy of Konoha from his previous life, the Kusa Ninja Academy appeared rather dismal. Nevertheless, it was adequately equipped, with classrooms containing all necessary amenities. The academy consisted of a single class, predominantly filled with children aged 5 and 6. With a few older ones at 7 or 8, these were the future hopes of Kusa Village, a continuous influx of young aspirants. These children, despite their tender years, had already begun to comprehend the harsh realities of the ninja world, each exuding an air of independence and potential. As Yang Ming arrived, the enrollment of new students had already concluded. He spotted Guanshang and Jinku amidst the classroom where the teacher was delivering a lecture. Upon entering, he immediately captured the attention of all present. "Everyone, please be quiet. I would like to introduce a new classmate," Dang Lu announced, promptly ushering Yang Ming forward. Clearly, she had been informed of his arrival and was not particularly curious about him. Proceeding with the introduction. "I am Yu Xiaoming," Yang Ming stated in a calm tone. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Guanshang, Jinku, and Jin Mengzi, to whom he offered a slight nod as a greeting. "Is that all?" The students exchanged bewildered glances directed at Yang Ming, anticipating a more elaborate introduction. They were taken aback that he had merely provided his name. It seemed this newcomer possessed quite a distinct personality. Several classmates remarked with amusement. "All right, you may choose any seat you like," Teacher Dang Lu remarked, momentarily at a loss for words, before directing Yang Ming to find a place. Yang Ming proceeded to the back row, where only a solitary blonde-haired girl sat, her expression one of indifference, exuding an air of aloofness. Her isolation made her stand out in the expansive classroom. Taking a seat directly across from her, Yang Ming settled in. "Looks like yet another eccentric who shuns academia," the classmates silently mused upon witnessing his choice of seat. They soon returned their attention elsewhere. As Dang Lu commenced the lesson, Yang Ming focused intently, diligently taking notes. Although positioned at the rear, it did not hinder his comprehension in the slightest. With his foundational sage body, he could discern and hear everything clearly, even from 100 meters away. He commenced a thorough study of the history of the ninja world. This narrative diverged starkly from the plot lines he had previously encountered in manga. It was far more intricate and brutal. Is this truly the ninja realm? Yang Ming pondered, casting a glance at the system task progress, 1%. It appeared he would need 100 days to fulfill the system task and attain an intermediate sage body along with enhanced strength. Subsequently, Yang Ming immersed himself in a state of learning. Once the class concluded, he chose not to return to the orphanage but instead wandered through the hidden grass village, eager to explore the world of Hokage. Additionally, he faced a significant dilemma: his personal sustenance. Possessing a sage body did not equate to being free from the need for food and drink. Perhaps advanced sage bodies could draw energy from the natural world to sustain themselves, but he was not yet at that level. He needed to secure employment. After exploring the area, he discovered that suitable job opportunities were rather scarce. He could wash dishes, but the pay was meager, merely sufficient for survival. Moreover, his youthful appearance often compelled employers to offer the lowest possible wages. Cooking required skill, and his culinary abilities were woefully inadequate. The most classic option would be to undertake ninja missions for compensation. However, regrettably, he was not a ninja, and was too young to even enter the premises. After much deliberation, only one job seemed feasible for him: brick. During World War II, the grass village suffered devastating destruction amidst the flames of war. The village was in ruins, with reconstruction efforts underway everywhere. The construction site welcomed laborers of all ages to move bricks, with no wage deductions. Pay was strictly based on workload, settled daily. For him, it was the perfect fit. Who would have thought that as a transmigrator arriving in the world of Naruto, he would be reduced to manual labor? Truly pitiful. After signing up and joining the team smoothly, Ming began hauling bricks. Holding the gray bricks in his hands, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was probably the most unfortunate transmigrator in existence. But to fill his stomach, he had no choice. Though his system was powerful, it couldn't conjure food out of thin air. He still needed to eat. Fortunately, as a sage body wielder, his stamina drained slower than an average person's, and his strength was immense. Despite being only 5 years old, he could carry an entire row of bricks at once. Soon, an astonishing sight unfolded on the construction site: a 5-year-old child, blessed with supernatural strength, effortlessly balancing a towering stack of over 200 neatly arranged bricks. Standing nearly 8 meters tall, the sheer contrast between his frail frame and the massive load left onlookers stunned. Yet the child moved with unwavering stability. His steps steady as a mountain, the bricks never swaying in his grip. He dashed swiftly to the destination, then immediately began another round without rest. 3 hours later, every single brick scheduled for the day had been moved, by him alone. Damn, he did the work of 10 men, and at that speed. Witnessing this, all the laborers stood dumbfounded, staring at Ming in disbelief. No one could fathom how a 5-year-old possessed such godlike strength. But admiration soon turned to resentment. If he does all the work, what is left for us? Several fellow laborers glared at Ming, their expressions darkening. Construction wages were calculated by workload and days worked. With over a dozen brick carriers now rendered idle by Ming's efficiency, their livelihoods were threatened. Though awed by his strength, their cold gazes betrayed their frustration. Outstanding. See this? This is the kind of worker we need on our site. The rest of you, step up, or you're fired. Just then, the foreman approached, nodding in satisfaction before praising Ming. He then produced a silver note. 100 taels, your pay for today. Keep it up tomorrow, kid. I've got high hopes for you. Foreman Kurahashi handed the note to Ming. 100 taels. Ming's heart stirred. Indeed. Construction wages were generous and paid on the spot, no delays. Converted to modern currency, 100 taels equaled roughly 1,000 yuan. Such earnings were well-deserved, given his unmatched efficiency and effort. A single person accomplishing the work of a dozen. How could the pay not be high? And this was after moderation. A bowl of noodles cost about 10 yuan, plus a few side dishes, 50 per meal, 150 a day. This sum could last him 8 days. Not enough. Tomorrow, he'd return. Pocketing the silver note, Ming made his calculations silently before preparing to leave. With wealth in hand, he certainly intended to improve his circumstances, and he had no desire to remain in the orphanage, a place that no longer resonated with him. Just as he was preparing to depart, a man and a woman unexpectedly approached. The woman was known to Ming. She was Gong Lizzie, the director of the orphanage, around 25 years of age. The man, Takazura Akira, was the leader of the construction team responsible for this project and securing clients. At that moment, Gong Lizzie was engaged in discussion with him. The orphanage had areas in disrepair that required attention, especially those damaged by Ming and Chongchuani, necessitating the involvement of a construction team. Thus, they sought out Takazura Akira. As Ming was about to leave, he coincidentally crossed paths with Gong Lizzie. Her expression was one of astonishment as she beheld the disheveled Ming, seemingly taken aback by his presence. However, she promptly feigned ignorance and continued her conversation with Takazura, walking past him without acknowledgement. Ming, indifferent to the encounter, sought refuge in a nearby noodle shop, ordering a bowl of noodles and a pound of beef. Relishing his meal as his hunger had taken hold, after satisfying his appetite, he exited the establishment, only to encounter Gong Lizzie once more in a narrow alleyway. Perhaps she had been waiting for him there. Under the moonlight, Gong Lizzie regarded Ming with a complex expression, her feelings a tumultuous blend of disappointment and surprise towards this individual who had transformed before her eyes. Is there something you need? Ming inquired nonchalantly, his demeanor as cold as that of a stranger. Upon hearing his tone, Gong Lizzie sighed inwardly and shook her head. It's nothing of great consequence. I simply did not expect you to be working at the construction site. However, Lord Sasuke has summoned you to the Ninja Academy. You must dedicate yourself to your studies and not let this interfere with your education, lest you disappoint Lord Sasuke's expectations. Disappointing Lord Sasuke's expectations? That is merely your perspective. But setting that aside, who are you to dictate my actions? What concern is it of yours? Yang Ming replied coolly, regarding Gong Lizzie as if she were a complete stranger. Having said this, he turned on his heel and walked away, soon vanishing into the depths of the alley, leaving behind a chilling declaration. I have severed ties with you and the orphanage. I rescued you from Chong Chuni's grasp, thus repaying the debt of gratitude from these years. You cared for me for 5 years, and I saved your life. From this moment forth, we are even. Even. Gong Lizzie pondered, realizing that she had misjudged him, her heart now aching. She lingered in the alley for a while before letting out a long sigh, departing with a sense of despondency. I am no longer the Yang Ming of old, but rather a completely transformed individual. To think I could be bound by the orphanage's ties is utterly laughable. After leaving, Yang Ming found a hotel to stay in. After refreshing himself, he lay on the bed, gazing out the window at the luminous moon, replaying the scene from the alley in his mind, a cold smile forming on his lips. Gong Lizzie, with her worldly and sharp demeanor, sought to ensnare him with the past ties of the orphanage. Unaware that he had long since evolved beyond the Yang Ming he once was, he was now a traveler of worlds. She possesses remarkable insight and harbors well-conceived intentions. Had it been the original Yang Ming, he might have felt constrained. After all, the gratitude for 5 years of nurturing is deeply etched in memory, unforgettable. Unfortunately, she encountered Yang Ming, and her aspirations were destined to be unfulfilled. If there were anyone in this world capable of binding me, it would be but one person in the entire shinobi realm, the woman I cherished immensely in my past life, the one I dreamt of possessing. Yang Ming murmured, his thoughts drifting back to his previous existence, gazing at the luminous moon above. A visage of unparalleled purity and ethereal beauty faintly emerged in his mind. A night devoid of dreams passed, and on the following day, Yang Ming arrived at the Ninja Academy to continue his studies. Through interaction, he became acquainted with many classmates. For instance, there was the prodigious Kawaii Wenda, who at merely 6 years of age had already refined half of a genin's chakra, mastering shuriken, ninjutsu, and hand seals with exceptional proficiency, making him the strongest among all students. Accompanying Kawaii was Okano Seda, a sycophant who trailed closely behind him. A significant portion of the class looked up to him, often bullying others. The class representative, Fujishima Jun, remained indifferent, although she was the most beautiful girl in the class, pursued by many. Alas, her lofty standards rendered her dismissive of all suitors, save for her singular admiration for Kawaii. Seated across from Yang Ming was a girl named Nagaya, the school's ice-cold beauty, rivaling Fujishima in allure. The rest of the class comprised exceptionally talented individuals. Entrance into the ninja blood plate was not granted to just anyone. Those selected were all extraordinary talents, handpicked from the best. Guanshang and Jinso, for instance, appeared as mere grains of sand in a vast river. Conspicuous in the orphanage, yet utterly insignificant here. At this juncture, following the completion of the academic course, it was time for practical lessons. Hinoraku gathered everyone and led them to the training ground for paired combat. After all, no amount of theoretical knowledge could compare to the exhilaration of a real battle. Students engaged in duels, yet Yang Ming outright declined to participate, disregarding Hinoraku's astonished expression. Indeed, he was the first student bold enough to refuse a teacher. Instead, Yang Ming settled beneath a tree with his textbook, perusing its contents. He had no time to squander on trivialities. He aimed to deepen his understanding of fundamental ninja knowledge and fulfill system tasks. Moonlit June, this is a collective activity, and as a new student, wouldn't your actions be somewhat inappropriate? Noted class representative Fujishima Jun, furrowing her brow as she approached Yang Ming. I am here to learn, not to waste time. You may indulge in your games, Yang Ming replied coolly. What do you mean by your games? Do you think we are merely playing? Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, several students with keen hearing approached with ire etched on their faces. What is going on? This scene drew the attention of others, who gathered curiously to observe Yang Ming and the unfolding drama. He claims our practical exercises are trivial pursuits, unworthy of mention, and that he looks down upon us, including Kawaii. Seeing the crowd gather around, Fujishima Jun sneered. Are we mere trifles? The new student certainly possesses a grandiose sense of self. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Seida's expression changed instantly, while Katsuragawa's demeanor, though silent, conveyed clear dissatisfaction, indicating his discontent with the remark. Tsukishita-kun, As a newcomer, you should be welcomed by everyone. However, since you hold us in such contempt, why not settle this with a contest? Let us speak through our abilities rather than through idle banter. Okamoto Seda retorted coldly, eyeing Yang Ming, his fists clenched in anticipation of the challenge. This is tedious and a waste of my time. With the number of spectators increasing, Yang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. Yet, unwilling to squander any more time, he turned and walked away. Shoo! As Yang Ming chose to ignore Okamoto Seda's challenge and departed, the crowd erupted in disdainful murmurs, their expressions dripping with contempt. They did not attempt to stop him, attributing his behavior to the unfamiliarity of a newcomer. At that moment, the collective sentiment towards this new student shifted unfavorably, branding him as arrogant, haughty, and aloof. The history and geography of the grass shinobi seemed to be situated in such a prominent position, and considering the origins and abilities of the grass shinobi, along with the unique advantages of the environment and terrain, it was no wonder that Uchiha Madara had chosen this place, leading to the emergence of beings like White Setsu. However, Yang Ming remained indifferent to such matters, as he held an equal status to the Kazekage and saw no reason to concern himself with mere children. After thoroughly reading the book detailing the history of the grass shinobi, he sighed, realizing that his understanding of the shinobi world was still too limited, merely based on the narratives from his previous life. Closing the book, Yang Ming glanced at the time and proceeded to the construction site to begin his day's labor. Upon arrival, he continued his work with unwavering focus. After 3 hours, he effortlessly completed his tasks, collected his wages, and made his way to the hotel. Behind him, a group of individuals stared at Yang Ming's retreating figure, their eyes glinting with malice. Yet, Yang Ming remained unconcerned. These individuals were not worthy of his attention. Upon returning to the hotel and freshening up, just as he was about to head out for a meal, a figure suddenly appeared at the window. A ninja? Yang Ming's heart stirred as he observed the unexpected presence of a grass shinobi, remaining remarkably composed. Judging by his aura, this individual was merely a low-ranking ninja. Tsukishita-kun, I have been instructed by Ch. Kun to summon you. The ninja, intrigued by Yang Ming's calm demeanor, promptly relayed his message. Ch. Kun? Junichi? Yang Ming inquired, curiosity piqued by the mention of the name. Indeed, the low-ranking ninja affirmed with a nod. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Ming agreed, wondering what Junichi could possibly want from him. Could it be another opportunity for a beating? With such thoughts in mind, he followed the ninja as they leaped between buildings, soon arriving at a room where Junichi lay on the bed, bandaged and looking utterly wretched. Who could have done this to you? Yang Ming's curiosity deepened. After all, Junichi was a notable figure, backed by the Kazekage, and had reigned with impunity in the village. Who would dare challenge him? Under the moonlight, Junyu, I regret to inform you that, given my current predicament, I am unable to venture outdoors. However, I must implore you to come here, for there is a matter of great importance that I must convey. Jun waved his hand, leaving only Yang Ming and himself, along with the lower ninja who had guided Yang Ming to this place. Speak, Yang Ming remarked coolly. Yesterday, I followed your orders, Junyu, to patrol the vicinity of the orphanage. Unexpectedly, I was ambushed by an adversary and sustained severe injuries. Ordinarily, this incident would warrant a report to Lord Kusa, but as he is currently away from the village, attending to matters at the daimyo's residence, I had no choice but to seek your assistance. Regrettably, I am in no condition to fulfill your directives, Jun explained. Your adversary? Yang Ming inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed. I must confess, his name is Mizuno Moku, a fellow ninja who graduated in my class. After I bested him, he left the village and aligned himself with the daimyo's residence, where he found a formidable mentor and learned several powerful jutsu. His capabilities have significantly advanced, and he managed to inflict grave injuries upon me with a single blow. He has issued a challenge for me to seek allies, stating that in 3 days' time, we shall settle all our grievances. Were it not for my dire circumstances, I would not trouble you, Junyu. Alas, this is the 3rd day, and I have very few allies at my disposal, Jun lamented. Individuals from the daimyo's residence? Yang Ming's mind stirred. The land of grass, unlike the 5 great nations, sees its daimyo's guards comprised of the village's strongest, tasked with ensuring the safety of the daimyo while simultaneously monitoring and influencing his will. The guards of the daimyo's residence in the land of grass are a complex web of power, with experts hailing from all corners, including mercenaries of iron will. The situation is intricate and perilous, and even the Kusa shadow may not be a match for them. In such a small nation as the land of grass, Such capabilities are scarce. The daimyo's word is law within the realm, and even the Kusa's shadow must tread carefully. Indeed, the involvement of the daimyo's people raises my suspicions regarding the sudden summoning of Lord Kusa to the daimyo's residence for discussions. However, that remains mere conjecture. I now hope that Jun, you can lend me your aid. Jun implored. In what manner can I assist you? Ming inquired, nodding thoughtfully. My opponent is exceedingly powerful. I estimate he has reached the level of a special Nin. Though not a Nin, he far surpasses the average genin. Moreover, he has mastered 2 exceptionally potent water techniques. I wish to request that you engage him in close combat while Master Huiyuan employs fire techniques to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Jun said, casting his gaze upon Ming. Master Huiyuan? Upon hearing this name, Ming paused, intrigued by the mention of another expert. Indeed, he is a master of fire techniques from our Chao ninja village. Though he too is merely a genin, his specialization in fire techniques is unparalleled. With you restraining him with your taijutsu and Master Huiyuan coordinating a fire technique, we could dispatch him decisively. Jun detailed. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door, and a middle-aged man clad entirely in crimson entered. His vibrant attire emanated a potent aura of fire, indicating that his mastery of fire techniques had reached a remarkable level, with his very being radiating this energy. This was none other than Master Huiyuan. At that moment, upon seeing Master Huishuan arrive, Chongchuani, disregarding his own injuries, hastily descended from his bed and approached Master Huishuan with utmost respect. Master Huishuan, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. His warmth was palpable as he offered tea and service, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor towards Ming. He then proceeded to introduce Ming. This is Lord Yuexia. His martial prowess is formidable. He will restrain Shui Yemukwayu, Master. Seize the opportunity to unleash your fire techniques to counter his water techniques and vanquish him in one fell swoop. Is this the martial expert you have summoned? He appears to be merely 5 years old. Utter madness. Master Huishuan, upon glimpsing Ming, scoffed disdainfully, not even deigning to regard him as he shook his head with a cold smirk. Chongchuani, with my presence, do we truly require a martial expert for restraint? You underestimate me gravely. Since the opponent is a water ninjutsu user, even if he were a chunin, I am confident in my ability to triumph without assistance. Especially not from a mere child. Are you jesting? Master Huishuan, I was merely considering the importance of being prepared. Moreover, Lord Yuexia's martial skills are indeed impressive. He once. Chongchuani hurriedly attempted to clarify. You have only recently graduated and have yet to experience true battle. Hence, you lack understanding. Master Huishuan interjected, raising his hand to halt Chongchuani's words. A martial expert in a confrontation with a ninja, unless the opponent is dispatched in an instant, will invariably falter against the might of ninjutsu. In the genin stage, a martial expert may reign supreme, but as one ascends beyond that, the disparity becomes apparent. No matter how skilled the martial techniques, they merely consist of a few physical attacks, while ninjutsu evolves in tandem with strength. Techniques such as the body replacement technique or the shadow clone technique can easily confuse the senses, rendering it nearly impossible for a martial master to close the distance. Your opponent has already reached such a level. Summoning a martial master is akin to courting disaster. Indeed, that is quite true. Upon hearing these words, Chongchuani pondered briefly but found himself unable to refute them. In the genin stage, with slow hand signs, martial masters could dominate. However, upon reaching chunin, as abilities progressed and hand sign speeds quickened, martial masters would suffer grievously, for the constraints of speed would no longer apply. Once ninjutsu is unleashed, its power is sufficient to leave any martial master in dire straits. Given this, it shall all rest upon Master Huishuan. I assure you, post-battle, you shall be thoroughly satisfied. Chongchuani was immensely pleased, completely dismissing Ming from his thoughts after hearing Master Huishuan's assertions. Indeed, at this, Master Huishuan nodded in satisfaction. His presence here was not out of regard for Chongchuani or any altruistic intent. It was solely for monetary gain. Had there not been adequate remuneration, he would not have come at all. Ming observed this scene with cold amusement, realizing that Chongchuani had summoned him merely to fill a void. He had not genuinely considered Ming's involvement. It was solely due to the orphanage connection that, now that trouble had arisen, he insisted on including Ming, ensuring he was not left out. After all, the notion was that having one more person was better than having none. Ming remained indifferent to the situation. Although he had severed ties with the orphanage, he believed in offering assistance when possible. Moreover, He was intrigued by the water-style master mentioned by Chongchuani. Thus far, he had yet to witness an authentic ninja duel. The myriad of jutsu that danced vividly in his memories had never graced his eyes. He had only encountered the most rudimentary technique of the three-body jutsu, which posed no challenge for him. With Master Huishuan by their side, Chongchuani appeared considerably more at ease, casually dismissing Yang Ming as they made their way to a nearby grove adjacent to the orphanage. Even with Master Huishuan here, we must remain vigilant and conceal ourselves, Chongchuani instructed. Understood, came the swift response from the accompanying ninjas, who promptly vanished from sight. While Master Huishuan feigned disdain, he accepted the remuneration and withheld further comment. Yue Xiaojun, it would be prudent for you to hide as well, Chongchuani suggested to Yang Ming. I find no need for such measures, Yang Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. A ninja's expertise lay in the art of stealth and assassination. Resorting to such tactics against a formidable adversary seemed rather juvenile to him. A mere special chunin, regardless of skill, did not warrant his concern. Only a jonin would pique his interest. I strongly advise you to conceal yourself. Although such tactics may seem trivial to a ninja, the residual force from a confrontation could provide you with a slim chance of escape. Remaining here would merely invite demise, Master Huishuan interjected, casting a dismissive glance at Yang Ming. Is that so? A mere special chunin hardly poses a threat worthy of my consideration. Only a jonin or a shadow-level master would merit such caution, Yang Ming retorted coolly. The master, taken aback by this audacity, turned away in disdain. Clearly regarding Yang Ming as an ignorant fool, Chongchuani stood in stunned silence, caught in a moment of awkwardness as he glanced between Master Huishuan and Yang Ming. With a resigned sigh, he chose not to voice his thoughts, now treating Yang Ming with the same disregard as the master. Truly foolish. To dismiss even a jonin as inconsequential and claim that only such ranks are worthy of his caution. He ought to reflect on his own limitations before making such comparisons. Nevertheless, he is but 5 years old. A touch of ignorance is to be expected. Let us not dwell on it. We must conceal ourselves, as the enemy may arrive at any moment, he thought, bemused by the encounter. The ninjas hidden around them scoffed at Yang Ming's audacity, mirroring their disdain with cold laughter, viewing him as a madman. Yet, Yang Ming remained unfazed by their judgment. What did they know of his capabilities? Were it not for his desire to witness the ninjas' techniques and protect the orphanage, he would have no interest in their affairs. Let us ascend to higher ground and secure the vantage point, Master Huishuan instructed Chongchuani, redirecting their focus. Chongchun nodded slightly, and the two of them leaped into the air, alighting atop a grand tree, surveying the expanse beneath them. Your arrangements are satisfactory. The dense forest provides ample cover. And with the concealed personnel, we possess a significant advantage against water-style ninjas. Master Huishuan regarded Chongchuan's formation with approval, nodding in satisfaction, clearly in agreement with his strategy. Master Huishuan, you flatter me. My efforts are but redundant. With your presence, even if Shuai Mu were to arrive, it would merely lead to his demise, Chongchun replied humbly, not daring to boast in front of Master Huishuan. Master Huishuan smiled, and then a profound silence enveloped the jungle. Suddenly, after a brief interval of about a quarter of an hour, a commotion erupted in the forest, followed by the sounds of battle. The enemy had evidently arrived. However, the cacophony lasted only for 7 breaths, after which the woodland fell silent once more. Witnessing this scene, Chongchuan's expression darkened, clearly indicating that the enemy's strength surpassed his expectations. In merely 7 breaths, his hidden experts had been eliminated. Master Huishuan's face also grew solemn as he gazed down into the forest. He had not anticipated the enemy's prowess to be so formidable. Even he would require a considerable amount of time to deal with those who were concealed, yet not nearly as swift as 7 breaths. At that moment, a blue figure abruptly appeared on a tree opposite them, coldly observing the duo. It was a youth clad in a blue uniform, similar in stature to Chongchun. Yet his demeanor was far more worldly, and his aura was stronger than Chongchuan's. This individual was Shuai Mu, Chongchuan's arch-nemesis. Chongchun, it's been a while. I didn't expect such a grand welcome upon our reunion. Should I express my gratitude, or should I be thankful? Shuai Mu scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain as he regarded Chongchun. The kunai in his hand still glistened with blood, clearly from his recent victim. The forest was silent. Those who had been hidden were evidently dead. Nevertheless, Chongchun, recognized as a talent esteemed by the grass shadow, remained unperturbed in the face of this moment. He fixed his gaze on Shuai Mu and spoke in a deep voice. Shuai Mu, you have entered the forbidden grounds of the grass ninja village. Though the feudal lord has not branded you a rogue ninja, you are no longer entitled to be here. Now that you have trespassed, you are the enemy of the entire Grass Ninja Village. Enemy of the Grass Ninja Village? Ha! Chon-chun, after all these years, you remain so naive. In this world, it has always been the strong who reign, the weak have no voice. Furthermore, if I were to kill you, who would know I had been here? Shuaimu laughed heartily, his face a mask of contempt as he looked at Chon-chun. Kill me? Do you truly believe you possess that capability? Chon-chun countered, his own laughter icy as he returned the disdain. He then turned to Master Huishuan, his confidence bolstered. Chong-chun, you may be overestimating yourself. I am no longer the person I used to be. Over the years, I have fought fiercely on the battlefield, unlike you, who has merely flourished in the sheltered confines of your village. You will never comprehend the vast chasm that separates us. At this moment, I could eliminate you without even resorting to ninjutsu. Mizuno Mu shook his head, utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke. I am aware that you have trained under a master and have experienced the trials of battle and the baptism of life and death, which is unlike my own journey. However, today I have brought with me a formidable expert, one who is your equal, Master Huishuan. I implore you. Chong-chun did not dispute Mizuno Mu's assertion. He recognized its truth. Although they were both Jinin, the experience of having faced the battlefield was an entirely different concept. Despite their similar levels of skill, he feared that in actual combat, he could be vanquished in an instant. However, Master Huishuan was different. He too had faced the battlefield, possessing exceptional prowess and mastery of fire techniques, making him Mizuno Mu's nemesis. Are you Mizuno Mu? Depart at once, and I shall spare your life. Master Huishuan sneered, stepping forward to confront Mizuno Mu. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, the fire technique master of the Grass Ninja Village, capable of contending even against Chunin. Mizuno Mu remarked, surprisingly recognizing Master Huishuan. Yet, his demeanor swiftly shifted, his tone turning frigid. But you are not my match. Perhaps once you ascend to Chunin, you may stand a chance, but not now. Arrogance. Master Huishuan scoffed at this retort. Whether it is audacity or not will be revealed in our clash. Make your move. Since you have chosen to stand in for Chong-chun, you have become my adversary. Is that so? Fire release. Great fireball technique. With that, Master Huishuan sneered, forming hand seals with precision. Instantly, a fireball the size of a human head erupted from his mouth and hurtled toward Mizuno Mu. The flames roared with ferocity, racing forward at an astonishing speed. Quite interesting. Allow me to counter your fire technique. Water release. Water barrier. Mizuno Mu retorted with a cold smile, swiftly forming his own seals to unleash his water technique, refusing to yield. A towering wall of water surged up around him, effectively blocking the incoming fireball. As the fireball collided with the water, a violent burst of steam erupted, enveloping the vicinity in a thick mist that obscured vision for a radius of 10 meters. The forest became shrouded in a fog, rendering everything before them a mere blur, akin to a dense woodland haze. Amidst the commotion, the sound of rustling leaves and the clash of metal echoed as the two engaged in combat. This cacophony persisted for several breaths before abruptly falling into silence. Is it over? Who emerged victorious? Chong-chun pondered anxiously. Approximately 10 minutes later, the mist began to dissipate, restoring clarity to the scene. Sunlight streamed down, shimmering brightly, causing Chong-chun to squint. However, upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle before him, a chill coursed down his spine. Before me lay the severed head of Master Huishuan. Held aloft by Shuaimu, the outcome was all too evident. Master Huishuan had met his demise at the hands of Shuaimu, and the conflict had concluded with alarming swiftness. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. At that moment, Shuaimu stood before him, his countenance as frigid as a specter, observing him with an eerie stillness. Chong-chun was seized by fear. I have stated before, though we are both genin, I am not to be compared with you. What a Master Huishuan! Despite his extensive experience in battle, he had never set foot on the battlefield nor endured the trials of life and death, nor received the guidance of a distinguished mentor. The levels are simply incomparable. I could vanquish 10 of his kind alone. Shuaimu remarked coolly, directing his gaze at Chong-chun. You have triumphed. Even Master Huishuan fell before you with such ease. What more can I say? If you wish to strike, then do so, Shuaimu. If you intend to kill, then let it be done. Chong-chun's face was a mask of despair. With the death of Master Huishuan, and so swiftly at that, hope was but a distant memory. How the tides have turned. Once, you were merely my subordinate, and yet in the span of a mere year, you have grown so formidable, Shuaimu. I concede your strength. Upon hearing this, Shuaimu erupted into laughter. Chong-chun, look at you now. once so brimming with confidence, recognized by the shadows of the grass, esteemed by your mentors, regarded as formidable by all. In your eyes, I was scarcely more than a dog. Yet now, in my eyes, you are naught but an ant. Truly, the cycle of heaven is relentless, and retribution is inevitable. Indeed, this is retribution. Had it not been for those hollow accolades, I would not find myself constrained within the village all these years. But it matters not. Chongchuni replied, his expression void of emotion. Enough with the frivolities. I shall now escort you to your end. Shui Yimu sneered coldly, seemingly losing all patience. Poised to conclude the matter, he raised his kunai, eager to sever Chongchun's throat. At that moment, an unexpected sound pierced the air. Who goes there? Shui Yimu exclaimed, instantly alert. His gaze swept the area, landing upon a shadowy figure beneath the tree, a mere child of 5 years. I was merely passing by, please. Continue. Yang Ming glanced at the duo perched above, indifferent, and proceeded to depart. He had witnessed the potency of ninjutsu. If even the lowly techniques bore such might, one could only imagine the terror of the advanced forms. Yet, despite this, it posed no challenge to him. With his strength, he could easily disperse it. Having recognized its power, Yang Ming resolved to take his leave. The fate of Chongchuni was of no concern to him. As long as the orphanage was not implicated, he remained unconcerned. Just passing by? Huh, do you think I would believe such a tale? Shui Yimu's expression hardened into a sneer, clearly unconvinced. Shui Yimu, he is but a child. Why must you involve him? Chongchuni smiled bitterly upon seeing Yang Ming. He held no faith in Yang Ming's ability to aid him, if even Master Huishuan had been slain. What hope did he have? Nevertheless, being a grass ninja, perhaps Yang Ming could offer some assistance. Chongchuni, given your demeanor, I initially had no inclination to concern myself with your fate. However, your recent utterance compels me to spare your life. You are called Mizuno-ki, are you not? I shall grant you 10 breaths. If you wish to avoid death, now is your chance. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming abruptly halted, reconsidering his stance. He turned his gaze towards Mizuno-ki and spoke with nonchalance. Oh? What did you say? You think you can spare me from death? At this, Mizuno-ki appeared as if he had heard an absurdity, staring incredulously at Yang Ming, doubting the clarity of his own hearing. You are but a mere genin. You are not worthy of my attention. If you were a jounin, perhaps it would be a different matter. Now begone, while I am still in a good mood, lest you find yourself regretting it soon. Yang Ming replied with indifference. Haha, what a true farce. Chongchuni, when did your village acquire such a fool who dares speak insolently to me? I had no intention of letting you go, but now I am even more resolute in my decision. You shall experience the most excruciating tortures this world has to offer, so you may learn the consequences of offending me. In response to Yang Ming's bold claims, Mizuno-ki laughed heartily, dismissing Yang Ming entirely. Is that so? The repercussions of offending you? Yang Ming retorted with a cold smile. Suddenly, a surge of chakra erupted from him as he clenched his fist and launched a strike. Crack! Instantly, the ground within a 10-meter radius of him heaved violently, uprooting trees as if they were mere weeds. The ferocity of the force radiated outward, causing trees to topple and grass to be flattened, as if swept by an 8th-degree tempest, unleashing a terrifying power. As the force spread, Mizuno-ki's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to dismiss Chongchuni and hastily leaped back, distancing himself by 10 meters. Observing this scene, Chongchuni also quickly retreated. However, as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle, his heart trembled with trepidation. Such formidable strength. Clearly, when he had initially attacked me, he had held back. Otherwise, had he unleashed such power then, I would surely have perished. Chongchuni gazed at Yang Ming as if seeing him anew, suddenly jolted by a realization, and shook his head in disbelief. No, his strength has grown even more terrifying than before. Such power is sufficient to contend with Mizuno-ki. His thoughts darkened with gravity. At that moment, a blue shadow darted through the foliage, leaping away into the distance. Mizuno-ki was fleeing. In utter silence, he sensed Yang Ming's overwhelming prowess. Although he was a ninja capable of executing C-rank ninjutsu and had swift hand-signing speed, he had never taken ordinary taijutsu experts seriously. Yet, Yang Ming's strike had left him utterly shaken. The magnitude of this power was on par with that of typical Earth-style techniques. Never did he anticipate that this 5-year-old child would possess such mastery of taijutsu, hidden away so profoundly. I cannot confront him directly. I lack the means to withstand his might. This was my oversight. I had not foreseen such a formidable opponent among the grass ninjas. I must hasten back and seek my master's aid. Mizuno Ki thought to himself, moving swiftly and without hesitation, soon disappearing into the distance. Before me. Can you truly escape? Upon witnessing this, Yang Ming let out a cold chuckle, his chakra erupting beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward in pursuit. In an instant, he resembled a released arrow, soaring with breathtaking speed. After several leaps, Yang Ming caught up with Mizuno Moku, who turned back in astonishment. So swift. At that moment, Yang Ming responded with a fierce punch. He concentrated his chakra, condensing it into a single point, and then unleashed it against a towering tree, resulting in a violent explosion. The force erupted, sending the tree crashing down as if struck by a bulldozer, and it hurtled through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Mizuno Moku. How infuriating! Mizuno Moku shouted, forming hand seals. Water style, water barrier. Another water-based defensive technique, yet this time, a verdant tree pierced through the water wall, striking Mizuno Moku with unstoppable momentum, penetrating through his very being. Mizuno Moku's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. He stared blankly at Yang Ming. Then at the gaping hole that had opened in his chest, mouth agape, words escaping him as he found himself utterly speechless. With a thunderous crash, his body collapsed backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thus, he was vanquished by Yang Ming's punch. This. Upon witnessing this scene, Chongchuani was left as speechless as a duck caught in a windstorm, lips dry and quivering, struggling to form words. He was utterly astonished, rendered mute by the shocking reality before him. The payment for Master Huixian is now mine. Do you have any objections? Yang Ming turned to Chongchuani. Though he had little interest in such matters, he was determined to claim what was rightfully his. Why yes, Lord Moonlit, you truly have killed him? At this, Chongchuani nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to grasp the reality of what he had just witnessed. The corpse lies there, if you doubt. Feel free to verify. Yang Ming replied coolly. No, Lord Moonlit, his heart has been crushed. He cannot possibly live. Chongchuani hastily waved his hands, speaking respectfully. Very well, within 3 days, I expect to see the agreed payment at my residence. I wish to remain uninvolved in the affairs here. Yang Ming nodded, casting a glance around before stating, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Chongchuani promptly patted his chest, affirming his commitment. With that, Yang Ming nodded and took flight. For the task was complete, and there was no need to linger. He swiftly returned to the hotel. The remuneration for Chongchuani should be substantial. Perhaps in the near future, I shall no longer need to toil incessantly or chase after money. The mission assigned by the system is to acquire knowledge about the world of ninjas. With financial concerns alleviated, I can dedicate more time to perusing books in the library, accelerating my progress. My current strength as a nin is insufficient to establish my presence in the ninja realm. I must at least possess the power of a kage. Reflecting on the day's events, Yang Ming has gained a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. Ordinary techniques are essentially futile against him. A single punch can shatter them. However, should he encounter a nin, his only option would be to flee, for sheer brute strength alone is inadequate to dominate. This is even more true when considering formidable figures like Pain, Nagato, or even Obito and Uchiha Madara. Grass ninjas are merely from a small nation, even with skilled practitioners. Their might is limited. To truly secure a foothold in the ninja world, far greater strength is imperative. The essence of ninjutsu lies in chakra. It involves concentrating mental energy, refining chakra, and then harmonizing with the energies of nature to convert it into techniques that align with one's physical attributes, thereby yielding corresponding powers. Most ninjutsu operates on this principle. In contrast, sheer strength does not correspond with any inherent attribute, nor does it harness the energies of nature. It merely cultivates chakra within the body to enhance and refine the physical form. When one reaches Tsunade's level, for instance, the activation of the Yin seal, paired with sufficient chakra, renders the body nearly immortal. Unlike taijutsu, which burns through one's physical potential to unleash formidable attacks, sheer strength possesses a more restorative quality. However, to date, no one has mastered it to perfection. Yang Ming recalls individuals from his previous life who wielded such strength: Tsunade, Sakura, and possibly Hashirama Senju. For how else would Tsunade have learned her prodigious power? It is certainly not a technique of her own invention. This extraordinary strength is not a bloodline limit. With guidance, anyone can learn it. However, this path is uniquely intricate, and aside from Tsunade, no one else has succeeded. The journey ahead is destined to be long. Even with the flawless sage body of Hashirama and the perfect natural energy, one cannot maintain such strength for extended periods. After all, the more concentrated the chakra, the greater the consumption. Thus, I have chosen to forego sheer strength in favor of developing wood release. Nevertheless, this approach can still render the body invincible, akin to mastering yin-yang release, rendering one impervious to ninjutsu attacks. Of course, this cannot be directly compared to yin-yang release, which seeks the essence, whereas sheer strength merely condenses chakra around the body, creating a protective armor. As I continue to utilize this strength, my insights into it deepen. Observing the system's unlocks for the sage body and sheer strength, a bold thought suddenly strikes me. Perhaps, with the system's aid, I might develop my sheer strength to surpass even Hashirama Senju. Yet, this remains merely an idea. Having resolved matters here, Ming returns to school. But instead of attending class, he heads directly to the library. The teachings of a Nin are limited. He has already mastered the basic three-body technique, and the rest is better learned through self-study in the library. As it was the midday break, Ming left a note indicating his absence for the afternoon and departed gracefully. He made his way directly to the library, where he perused various tomes. Perhaps due to the ethereal nature of his being, while he could not achieve total recall, he found it effortless to read 10 lines at a glance. In no time, he completed one book, acquiring a general understanding of the geography of the ninja world. A mental map of this realm emerged vividly in his mind. The system task reached 30% completion. He proceeded to the second book. Thus, he spent an entire afternoon immersed in study. The system task advanced to 30%. With a couple more days, he would be able to finish. Just as Ming prepared to conclude his studies for the day and take his leave, a woman suddenly entered, the class representative, Fujishima Jun Xiaoming. "What are you doing here?" Fujishima Jun approached Ming with rapid strides, her face flushed with anger. "Are you still a member of the class? How can you act on your own? We have all been searching for you this afternoon. You must take responsibility for your actions." "Take responsibility for my actions? I believe you're mistaken. I have already taken leave." Ming replied calmly. "Taken leave? Who did you ask for leave? Who granted your permission?" Fujishima Jun regarded him, seemingly incredulous at what she had just heard. "Your unilateral departure was already a mistake. Now you are trying to argue with me. Since you have come to the ninja school, you must understand that the foremost principle of being a ninja is to refrain from acting independently. Not only do you show no remorse for your actions, but you also attempt to obfuscate with claims of having taken leave. You are utterly unworthy of being a ninja," Fujishima Jun stated coldly. "Whether I am worthy of being a ninja is not for you to determine. Who are you to stand before me and dictate terms?" Ming retorted icily. "Very well, I never expected our school would produce a rebel like you, one who disregards even the class leader's directives. You Xiaoming, you are truly audacious." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside. A group entered, led by Kaiwanda, who noticed Fujishima Jun had not returned from the library and immediately sensed something amiss. They hurried inside, witnessing the unfolding scene and hearing Ming's words. Okasada's expression darkened as he glared at Ming. The previous cold command had indeed emanated from him. "You dare to speak to her like that, because she is the class leader? Who do you think you are to act so brazenly before me?" Ming's demeanor suddenly turned frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Okasada. "What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that." Instantly, Okasada's face turned ashen. Within the class, Ming was the first to dare retort like this. "Get lost. I will explain myself to teacher Hinoyasu without needing your interference." Ming replied coldly. All right. You are the first in the school to speak to me in such a tone." "Very well." Okasada's rage twisted into a mocking smile, a sinister glint flashing across his face. His body shifted, seemingly ready to strike. "Okasada, everyone. There is no need to engage with someone like him. This is a school. Whatever the issue is, I am sure teacher Hinoyasu will adjudicate fairly. Everyone, remain calm and see how he addresses the teacher." Sensing that the atmosphere was growing tense, Fujishima Jun hastily spoke up. "All right." At his words, Okasada shot a fierce glare at Ming, temporarily suppressing his anger. He understood well that in the school, unless it was a practical combat class, any brawl, regardless of who was right or wrong, would result in expulsion. This was an ironclad rule that no one dared to break since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. He certainly did not wish to be the first. "Please," Fujishima Jun said, casting a deep glance at Ming. Ming smiled lightly and left the library, making his way towards the classroom. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed Hinoraku standing in the training ground, his expression cold and indifferent. As Ming approached directly, Hinoraku stated, "You Xiaoming, I require an explanation." "An explanation?" You, a Chunin, are not qualified to teach me. Is that explanation sufficient? Yang Ming replied coolly, displaying an air of indifference in front of Hinoraku. Presumptuous. Arrogant. How dare you speak disrespectfully to teacher Hinoraku? You Xiaoming. I have truly underestimated you. Okino Seda and the others erupted in anger upon hearing Yang Ming's words. Some even contemplated rushing forward to take action. Oh? You claim I am unworthy to teach you. What is your basis for such a statement? Hinoraku waved his hand to stop the crowd, gazing intently at Yang Ming. His eyes filled with profound meaning. Others might perceive his words as the ramblings of a madman, but that was far from the truth. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he was bewildered upon receiving the notification, for such a precedent had never occurred before. Moreover, the individual who informed him was Mizushiro Tsubasa, a significant figure close to the Kage, who held considerable sway in the village. Thus, he sensed that Yang Ming's background was extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming did not respond with anger, but rather with calmness. My basis. It is this. He raised his fist, making it abundantly clear that Hinoraku was not his match and therefore lacked the right to teach him. Such courage at a young age. However, mere words will not suffice. Hinoraku remarked, her displeasure evident. Although she speculated about Yang Ming's background, it did not mean she would remain indifferent to his provocation. Ninjas possessed their own dignity. While a Chunin might not be the pinnacle of strength, they were certainly not to be humiliated by a Genin, especially one as young as Yang Ming, who was merely 5 years old and not even a Genin yet. What qualifications did he have? Well said, you Xiaoming. If you believe you are so superior, then allow me to teach you a lesson. Okino Seda stepped forward, seething with anger, eager to take on the challenge. You Xiaoming, whether you claim I am unqualified to teach you or whatever else, it matters not. I shall not engage in a war of words with you. Since you are so insistent, let us prove it through action. Upon hearing this, Hinoraku nodded and turned her gaze toward Yang Ming. Of course, you may refuse. But should you do so, you must abide by the rules, retract your previous statements and apologize to everyone. Refuse? He is not worthy of that. Yang Ming replied with a slight smile, looking at Okino Seda with an air of nonchalance. Moreover, I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. What I meant was for you all to engage me. Let us confront this together, for I am pressed for time. Chuckle. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Was this fellow suffering from a concussion? Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his own statements? Who could say? We all joining forces. And yet, Kong Qingtai is far beneath him in worthiness to contend. This individual must surely be deranged. Naturally, one who utters such things can only be considered a lunatic. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter, casting scornful glances at Yang Ming. Their impression of him had always been vague, particularly since he occupied the last row. Silent and absorbed in his books, even more reticent than the student across from him, Chang Jiaye. Some had even forgotten his existence entirely. Had he not suddenly vanished? Many would not have recalled him at all. Now, to suddenly emerge and speak such words is truly the height of absurdity. To suggest that we all join forces. Yang Ming, you are indeed audacious. However, I shall spare you further discourse. Defeat me first, and then we shall see. Kong Qingtai smirked with disdain, adopting a stance of attack as he regarded Yang Ming. I have already stated it. You are not worthy to engage me. Yang Ming replied calmly in the face of Kong Qingtai. Kong Qingtai, I can no longer tolerate this. Swiftly dispatch this brat, or I shall intervene. At this moment, a boy of around 6 years stepped forward, exclaiming, Brat, perish. Kong Qingtai let out a menacing laugh, ceasing to waste words, and launched a flying kick toward Yang Ming. Although everyone had been instructed in the same fundamental techniques by Hinoraku, lacking any offensive ninjutsu, each individual possessed a unique physique. Kong Qingtai was of exceptional talent. Though merely 6 years of age, he had developed a physique akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old, coupled with enhanced physical strength due to chakra refinement. Furthermore, through rigorous practical training, he had acquired a certain level of prowess, and his flying kick was executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, aimed directly at Yang Ming. Humph. Yang Ming smiled faintly, remaining still, and as the kick approached, he sidestepped effortlessly, not moving a single step. Quite the skillful one. It is no wonder he is so arrogant. Upon realizing his kick had been evaded, Kong Qingtai sneered, channeling force into his leg for another flying kick. This time, it was executed with even greater speed. Yet no matter how swift his movements, Yang Ming evaded each strike, remaining steadfast in his original position. While Kong Qingtai began to breathe heavily, fatigue setting in. Roaring in frustration, Kong Chi Tai gathered chakra within him and charged fiercely toward Yang Ming. Utilizing chakra to enhance his physical capabilities, he was prepared to unleash a violent assault. Growing weary from his futile attempts, he resolved to deliver a decisive blow to conclude the skirmish. I have stated it clearly. With your meager strength, you are unworthy to contend with me. Yang Ming observed this impending strike with a calm smile, raising his palm, and took the initiative. Slap. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Kong Chi Tai was abruptly sent flying, not yet having approached Yang Ming. He soared a distance of 4 or 5 meters before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. With a single palm strike, Yang Ming had incapacitated Kong Chi Tai, all while remaining firmly planted in his original position, not having moved an inch. Impossible. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in astonishment. The young man who had boisterously declared his intention to teach Yang Ming a lesson now wore an expression of disbelief. Although Kong Chi Tai was not the strongest among them, he ranked within the top 10. After all, as the loyal lackey of Guilin University, his prowess could not be trivialized. How could he be so effortlessly dispatched by this Moonlight Ming? No wonder Moonlight Ming exhibited such arrogance. It appears he possesses genuine strength. The crowd marveled, their gazes shifting to Yang Ming, who was now regarded with newfound respect. A true expert reveals their caliber upon action. And Yang Ming's display of power was markedly different from before. The class representative, Orphanage, displayed a slight change in expression, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Could it be that Moonlight Ming truly possesses strength? Yet, regardless of his abilities, he would not dare to speak so boldly in front of teacher Hinoraku. Moreover, while Kong Chi Tai ranked within the top 10 of the class, he was hardly a formidable opponent, especially with Guilin University in the mix. Everyone was aware that Kong Chi Tai was merely the pet of Guilin University. Would they simply let this transgression slide? Contemplating this, Orphanage turned her gaze toward Guilin University. Indeed, she observed Guilin University's expression darkening as he approached to inspect Kong Chi Tai's injuries, discovering that half of his face was swollen from the strike, leaving him unconscious. He then directed a cold gaze at Yang Ming. Nearly a contest of skill, yet you struck with such brutality. Moonlight Ming, you truly are ruthless. Ruthless? I have shown restraint. Prior to my strike, I had warned him that he was unworthy. It was his own arrogance that compelled him to act against me. And now, in light of his inadequacy, you extend your sympathy? Yang Ming replied coolly, meeting Guilin University's gaze. A true display of inadequacy. Since you lack compassion, allow me to be your opponent. Upon hearing this, Guilin University regarded Yang Ming with a glint of menace in his eyes. You are not worthy. If you wish to avoid his fate, it would be wise to summon everyone to join you. Yang Ming shook his head dismissively, a look of disdain upon his face. Such grandiose claims, Moonlight Ming. I wonder where this confidence stems from. While you may have defeated Kong Chi Tai, Guilin University is an entirely different matter. Allow me to enlighten you. Guilin University possesses the strength of a Nin and has mastered several offensive jutsu, though he prefers to remain inconspicuous. Do you truly believe that vanquishing Kong Chi Tai equates to conquering all? Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, the crowd scoffed, with class representative Orphanage sneering, indeed, in our class, Kong Chi Tai ranks merely 10th, while Guilin University stands as the foremost. He is of an entirely different caliber. The crowd nodded in agreement. I will not waste further words with you, Moonlight Ming. Prepare to face the consequences of your arrogance. At that moment, Guilin stepped forward to confront Yang Ming, lowering his body and uttering a single phrase before launching his attack. In an instant, he surged forward, his speed and strength surpassing that of Kong Chi Tai by at least a factor of 2. A swift azure shadow rushed towards Yang Ming, and a tremendous force erupted with ferocity. Bang! Yang Ming met the blow with one hand, his body quaking as he was forced back 3 steps. Indeed, this fellow possessed genuine skill. He was a true genius. Yang Ming marveled inwardly. Guilin truly deserved his title as the top expert in the class. His prowess was formidable. Just this kick alone was enough to demonstrate his capabilities. Guilin pressed on, determined to teach this audacious youth a lesson. Observing Yang Ming being pushed back repeatedly, the onlookers cheered in excitement. Under the moonlight, I once believed you to be powerful, but now it seems you are nothing extraordinary. Guilin remarked coolly, launching another flying kick. Yang Ming raised his hand to defend, retreating continuously. In that moment, Guilin's confidence soared. His assault intensified. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, Guilin unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches upon Yang Ming, who incessantly retreated. Finally, standing his ground, Guilin was left panting, his stamina severely depleted. Although he was at least twice as strong as Gang Qingtai, the relentless barrage had left him breathless. In stark contrast, Yang Ming, despite his constant retreat, maintained an expression of calm and his breath steady, seemingly unaffected by exertion. What? Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Look at his feet. Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing at Yang Ming's feet. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Beneath Yang Ming, a small, flat stone slab was concealed. He stood upon it, perfectly obscuring it from sight. In his earlier exchange with Gui Winda, Yang Ming had casually defended himself while standing on the slab, which had suffered no damage, merely sliding back 7 or 8 meters. What extraordinary control over chakra! The crowd could not help but exclaim in awe, while Ri Li's eyes sparkled with realization, unable to suppress a sigh. Even she would find it difficult to achieve such mastery. This could only be accomplished with an unparalleled command of chakra. Otherwise, it was simply impossible. Could it be that he was telling the truth? A ludicrous thought suddenly surged within her, and Ri Li shook her head, her expression one of disbelief. However, regardless of her thoughts, Yang Ming was indifferent. It was now his turn to act. You've had your chance, now it's my turn, he declared. Stepping down from the stone slab, his right hand forming a fist, gathering chakra. A sense of impending danger washed over Gui Winda, who, without hesitation, swiftly formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted before him, shielding him from harm. At that moment, Yang Ming delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The ground buckled as fissures, alarming to behold, radiated out from Yang Ming for 10 meters. Subsequently, the earth shattered, countless fragments soaring into the air, creating a spectacle of grandeur. The earthen wall conjured by Gui Winda was instantly shattered, sending him hurtling through the air. He landed on the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, and fixated his astonished gaze upon Yang Ming. At that moment, the onlookers hastily evaded the debris that scattered in all directions, only to halt in their tracks, gasping in disbelief at the scene before them. A profound silence enveloped the area, as every individual, including Hinoraku, found themselves at a loss for words. Within a 10-meter radius of Yang Ming, the ground resembled a battlefield ravaged by the detonation of numerous explosive tags, pockmarked and uneven. Who would dare to believe that such devastation could be wrought by a single punch from Yang Ming? Was he truly human? As they beheld his petite figure, a singular thought flickered through the minds of all present. The atmosphere was one of utter stillness. All eyes were fixated on the slight silhouette at the center, rendering them speechless with awe. Were it not for their own eyes bearing witness, such an occurrence would seem implausible. Despite being merely 6 years of age, Gui Winda possessed half the strength of a genin, yet even he was felled by Yang Ming's solitary strike. Just how formidable was Yang Ming? Hinoraku murmured to herself. As a teacher, she understood her students well, and it was precisely this familiarity that left her astounded. With Gui Winda's aptitude, he was poised to become a genin by the following year after graduating from the Ninja Academy, an extraordinary feat for a 7-year-old. Initially, she had envisioned him as a future prodigy of their village, but in comparison to Yang Ming, he seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm. Could it be that Yang Ming had already attained the rank of genin? The mere thought startled Hinoraku. A 5-year-old genin was an anomaly in the entire ninja world. Save for the renowned Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha, famed as the copy ninja, whose reputation echoed throughout the ninja realm. The notion that Yang Ming could possess talent akin to Kakashi's was perplexing. In that moment, she began to comprehend why Mizuta Tsubasa had personally made his acquaintance, and why the village leader had made an exception to grant him entry. Now, do you still question my authority to speak? Yang Ming stated coolly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, who averted their eyes in avoidance. Yang Ming then turned his attention to Hinoraku. She sighed, meeting his gaze with resolve. You have proven yourself through your strength. From this day forth, you may come and go from the school as you please. I shall impose no constraints upon you, and your evaluation will be nothing less than perfect. Very well, Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement and made his way toward the library. At this, no one dared to voice any dissent. Yet, as they watched his departing figure, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Yang Ming was no longer one of them. In the ensuing 2 days, Yang Ming immersed himself in the library, unbothered by any interruptions. He perused book after book, and though the selection was limited, the library of the Grass Ninja Village offered a wealth of detailed accounts on the history of the ninja world, including some secret chronicles of the Grass Ninja. From these texts, Yang Ming gleaned tantalizing insights into the Sage of Six Paths. It is only by perceiving him as a time traveler that one can discern the truth. To outsiders, it merely appears as a myth. 2 days later, Yang Ming finally completed the system task, unlocking the intermediate sage body and intermediate super strength. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of chakra and power. At the same time, he acquired the would-release bloodline limit and unlocked 3 would-release jutsu, would-release, wooden pillar wall, would-release, for pillar prison, and would-release, insertion technique. One serves as a defense, another as a restraint, and the last as an offensive maneuver. The would-release, would-clone is a fundamental ability that is automatically acquired upon obtaining the would-release bloodline limit. So this is the would-release bloodline limit? Indeed. It exudes formidable vitality, and when paired with the intermediate sage body, it is utterly invincible. Coupled with super strength, even a jonin seems inconsequential before me. Even an elite jonin would be no match for my prowess, and I could even face a quasi-Kage-level opponent head-on. Feeling the might coursing through his body, Ming was inwardly elated. At this moment, he truly felt capable of establishing his foothold in the ninja world. His apprehensions had significantly diminished. Then, Ming turned his attention to the third system task: collect crystal phoenix fruits, flame warm grass, and rainstorm ginseng. Then synthesize blood chi pills to obtain the advanced sage body, advanced super strength, would release, for pillar family technique, would release, eternal binding of trees, and would release, great forest technique. This, upon seeing the third task, Ming inhaled sharply. Crystal phoenix fruits, flame warm grass, and rainstorm ginseng were all materials to be gathered, and he also needed to synthesize blood chi pills. In the world of Naruto, medicinal herbs are largely monopolized by the 5 great nations. To gather such materials, one must venture into these nations. Moreover, the likes of crystal phoenix fruits are unheard of, likely rare and peculiar herbs. Given his past knowledge of Naruto, he recognized that his lack of expertise in medicinal herbs was a significant shortcoming. Indeed, acquiring the advanced sage body and advanced super strength would not be an easy feat. The tasks would only become more challenging as one progressed. And the 3 would-release techniques were all offensive jutsu he particularly favored. Ming mused to himself. It seems I must delve into the study of herbs. The following day, Ming returned to the library, but this time, he sought knowledge not of the history of the ninja world, but rather of the herbs of heaven and earth. Although the Grass Ninja Village is a minor nation, it has preserved its resources remarkably well. The 100 Herbs scroll contains records of numerous medicinal plants, as ninjas, being in a perilous profession, often sustain injuries and require herbs for healing. Thus, the collection and research of medicinal materials must be extensive. However, after searching through the scrolls, Ming was disappointed to find that the documented herbs were merely the most common varieties, such as the resurrection grass used to concoct soldier food pills and the jade used for marching pills, common materials found even in the Grass Ninja's medical unit. As for the crystal phoenix fruits he sought, they were entirely unheard of. Ming even began to doubt whether such things truly existed. Regardless, since the system assigned this task, it must be achievable. If the Grass Ninja Village cannot provide them, I will leave and seek them in other nations. Surely, I will find them. Ming resolved firmly. He decided to continue his stay in the library for another week, perusing all the texts. If he still found nothing, he would depart from the Grass Ninja Village. At this moment, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, in the midst of a classroom session, Hino Raku announced a piece of news that instantly ignited the excitement of all present. Lord Kazekage himself would be coming to assess our training progress. Oh my goodness. Could it be true? The Kazekage, he is the highest leader of our village. It has always been my dream to become a person like him, devoted to safeguarding our village. Me too. To meet the Kazekage would fulfill my life's aspirations. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Seda turned to his companion, Kei Wenda. Kei, the Kazekage is coming. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we gain his recognition, it would be an unparalleled honor. After graduation, who knows? We might even have the chance to join the Umbu, or perhaps become his personal guards, protecting the Kazekage. The mere mention of the Kazekage lit up Kei Wenda's eyes with enthusiasm. This is the utmost glory, the dream of everyone. While this statement rang true, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He recalled Ming and hesitated. Do not worry, Kei. To become a ninja, one must possess more than just strength. A true ninja requires a comprehensive set of skills: assassination, intelligence gathering, concealment, loyalty, and more. Strength is merely one facet. The essence lies in unity and collaboration. A solitary warrior has limited power. A competent ninja must have a reliable team and comrades, Okamoto articulated. Assassination, strategy, teamwork, these are all critically important. Although Tsukishiro Akira possesses some strength, it is rather limited. He operates alone, and even if the Kazekage acknowledges his prowess, would he truly be allowed to join the Umbu? Missions are executed in squads, and no matter how formidable Akira may be, he cannot surpass the collective strength of a well-coordinated team. Fujishima Jun nodded in agreement, glancing at Kei Winda. Indeed, to become a genuine ninja, one cannot simply charge in recklessly. That would hinder mission success. Akira is too solitary. No matter how skilled he is, if he lacks proficiency in other areas, he will merely be a liability. The Kazekage would never favor someone like that. At that moment, the usually reticent Nagaya Haruka also spoke up. Even you share this sentiment? The trio was taken aback by Nagaya Haruka's unexpected vocalization. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. In the classroom, Tsukishiro Akira and Nagaya Haruka sat at the back, both silent and immersed in their own worlds, often regarded by others as peculiar individuals. However, it now appeared that Haruka was relatively normal in comparison. I believe the four of us could form a small team. When the Kazekage arrives, we can showcase our abilities and make a lasting impression. Nagaya Haruka continued, disregarding the astonished gazes of the trio, choosing to take the initiative in the face of the Kazekage's impending visit. Absolutely. The three exchanged glances and readily agreed. Even Kei Winda nodded in assent, voicing no objections. The Kazekage is coming to the school for an inspection? After leaving the library, young Ming returned to class, occasionally attending lectures. When he overheard this startling announcement, instantly, his mind sparked with intrigue. The arrival of the grass shadow has stirred excitement among the crowd, but it matters little to me. My priority is to swiftly locate the crystal phoenix fruit and gather it. With an advanced celestial physique, formidable strength, and mastery of the three would release techniques, I would be well equipped to navigate the ninja world with confidence, even standing a chance against shadow-level adversaries. However, I shook my head, dismissing the commotion around me. After listening to the lecture for a while, I found it unengaging and decided to leave the classroom, making my way to the library. Observing my departure, Hino felt helpless. The strong command respect in the ninja realm, and I had demonstrated my capabilities through my prowess, as she had previously acknowledged. The others, witnessing this, could only smirk but refrain from confrontation. With the teachers showing no dissent, they too had little ground to voice their opinions. Nevertheless, many began to look disapprovingly at my unconventional behavior. In the afternoon, the grass shadow, Masahiko, accompanied by Mizukage and others, arrived at the ninja school, causing a stir among the students who rushed out to greet them. To assess everyone's abilities, Hino organized a team competition, encouraging students to form teams and showcase their skills for the grass shadow's evaluation. A palpable excitement filled the air as everyone eagerly assembled into groups. As Hino organized the divisions and announced the rules, the battles commenced. The arena buzzed with activity as participants exchanged techniques, with victories and defeats unfolding in equal measure. Despite their youth, the competitors exhibited remarkable maturity and had clearly learned a great deal, mastering the fundamental body flicker technique. However, among them, 4 individuals stood out, dominating the matches with an overwhelming force that led their opponents to inevitable defeat. The 4 individuals were none other than Kei Winda, Okaseda, Fujishima Jun, and Nagayano. Although Okaseda was merely a sycophant, his strength was not to be underestimated. Kei Winda and Fujishima Jun exhibited a fierce offensive, their synergy impeccable, while Nagayano surpassed them all. When she formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, creating a massive crater on the opposing ground, everyone was left in awe. Hino Raku nodded repeatedly, thoroughly impressed by Nagayano's performance. Even Kei Winda and Fujishima Jun sighed in admiration. Despite her typically silent demeanor, Nagayano's prowess was undeniable, making her arguably the strongest in the class. Even Kusakage Masahaya, who was observing the scene, couldn't help but nod in approval. At such a young age, the ability to accurately form seals and manipulate chakra to perform ninjutsu was indeed remarkable, an achievement not everyone could attain. How impressive! Compared to Kei Winda, our training seems trivial, someone remarked. She is Nagayano, and yet she is astonishingly formidable despite her usual silence. Fujishima Jun, the class leader, was indeed formidable, and even Okaseda, though merely a sycophant, displayed impressive strength. This team was invincible. The onlookers were filled with admiration upon witnessing this spectacle. Even the forthcoming opponents chose to concede upon seeing the 4, who swept through their challenges with an unstoppable force. In the end, All were left in awe of these four, who stood at the center, basking in their well-deserved accolades, even Kusakage nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Yang Ming unexpectedly emerged from the library, his expression one of profound disappointment. It seemed he truly had to leave Kusa Shinobi. He had scoured the library, only to find no mention of the crystal phoenix fruit, and the other two herbs were entirely unfamiliar to him. Never mind, I shall seek an opportunity to depart. Yang Ming sighed, resolutely making a decision. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly witnessed Kei Winda and his three companions forming a team, sweeping through all opposition and securing ultimate victory. Has it already begun? Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback, unaware that the competition had commenced, lost in his literary pursuits. He had been oblivious to it all. The formation of a team by the four was indeed unexpected. Observing Kei Winda and his companions, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel astonished. However, he soon smiled faintly, pondering how it was of little concern to him, and continued on his way. Yakuin. At that moment, Wu Qing suddenly called out, glaring at Yang Ming in a show of superiority. The four were currently reveling in the admiration and glory of the crowd, experiencing one of the most radiant moments of their lives, elevated and resplendent. Yakuin, you are indeed remarkable, but as a ninja, to separate oneself from the team and exist independently does not truly embody the essence of a ninja, Fujishima Jun remarked, sighing as he looked at Yang Ming with a tone of admonition. Humph. Guiwen let out a cold snort, his gaze dismissing Yang Ming as if he were no longer worthy of his attention. Chang Jia offered a faint smile, equally indifferent to Yang Ming. Suddenly, a voice from the side exclaimed in surprise, the shadow of grass is coming. The four of them froze for a moment, their expressions igniting with fervor. Before them approached Masao Hayabusa, accompanied by a throng of followers. The shadow of grass has come to see us. A jolt of excitement coursed through the four as their faces lit up with joy, hastily preparing to welcome the esteemed figure. As Grass Shadow strode forward, exuding confidence and a broad smile, he soon stood before them. The four quickly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We greet the shadow of grass." In an instant, the four bent their bodies in deference, yet Grass Shadow walked straight past them without a glance, instead approaching Yang Ming. With a clasp of his hands, he greeted Lord Moonlit. His demeanor was courteous, even imbued with a hint of respect. After scrutinizing Yang Ming from head to toe, a look of astonishment spread across his face. As a perceptive ninja, he could sense the immense chakra emanating from Yang Ming, which left him further astounded. Meanwhile, those behind him, including Mizukage and others, bowed deeply, addressing Yang Ming with reverence, as if they were in the presence of a significant figure. Witnessing this scene, everyone else was left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if they had encountered a formidable entity. Guiwen and his companions were momentarily stunned, their smiles frozen on their faces, unable to rise or fall, lost in a daze. Rahino rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the spectacle before him. Others widened their eyes, some even pinching themselves harshly, as if questioning their own reality. Masao Kuin. At that moment, Yang Ming returned the gesture, bowing slightly and addressing Grass Shadow with the same formality, directly calling him by name. In that instant, Yang Ming stood transformed before Grass Shadow. Upon hearing Yang Ming's address, Grass Shadow did not dare to act arrogantly, treating him as an equal, even with a measure of reverence. Yang Ming then scanned the crowd before turning to leave. Seeing this, Grass Shadow promptly followed suit. The assembly departed, leaving all behind in a state of bewilderment, unable to believe what they had witnessed. How could it be? The shadow of grass actually knows Moonlit Ming. This must be a fabrication, murmured some of Yang Ming's classmates, their faces etched with incredulity. It's true. Moonlit Ming typically speaks in sparse words, and never expected he would know the shadow of grass. With such a background, it's no wonder he dismisses everyone else. Meanwhile, Guiwen and his companions wore expressions as if they had just tasted something foul. The four, a battle-hardened team, had reached the pinnacle of glory, only to experience a shocking reversal at the hands of Grass Shadow. Life's unpredictability struck them hard, plummeting from great heights to profound lows, their spirits crashing from the zenith to the nadir in an instant. Guiwen's complexion darkened, while Gang Qing was utterly astonished. Tingdao Jun could scarcely believe it, and Zhang Jia buried his shock deep within, remaining silent. At that moment, the four of them exchanged not a single word. It was then that Yang Ming, straightforward as ever, expressed his intention to leave the village and embark on a journey. Chao Ying, evidently aware of prior events and sensing the aura emanating from Yang Ming, nodded in agreement, unable to refuse his desire, nor did he wish to. A ninja can only grow through the trials of battle. Otherwise, even the most extraordinary talent is but a fleeting blossom, easily crushed. However, he did propose an idea to young Ming. Upon hearing this, young Ming nodded in assent. In 3 days, there would be a graduation ceremony for ninjas, allowing him to depart in a formal manner, ascending to the rank of a genin. This arrangement would serve to maintain his connection to the village while providing him with an identity that could be justified both externally and internally. After finalizing their agreement, young Ming left, feeling a sense of relief regarding Chao Ying's conditions. It seemed that Chao Ying was concerned he might stray too far, thus granting him the identity of a grass ninja, marking him with the insignia of the grass village. Young Ming harbored no objections to this, after all. Being born a grass ninja and donning the grass ninja headband, becoming a genin of the grass village was inconsequential. Subsequently, he went to the construction site to resign from his position. The contractor, Sangxiulei, had treated him well, likely due to his diligent work ethic. But it was time to formally conclude his employment. However, upon arriving at the site, he was met with an unexpected figure, Miyuki, the director of the orphanage. She was inexplicably waiting for him. "What brings you here? Haven't they finished repairing the damaged areas?" Young Ming inquired, observing Miyuki with mild indifference. "Those repairs are long complete. I came here specifically to find you," Miyuki replied calmly. "To find me? I believe the grievances between us have been resolved. I have no desire to entangle myself with you any further." "Apologies," Young Ming retorted coldly, preparing to leave. "You're misunderstanding me, Young Ming. I have no intention of rekindling any relationship. I merely wish to convey an important message, hoping you do not stray from the right path." Miyuki called after him. "Stray from the right path?" Young Ming turned, a dismissive smile on his lips. "Indeed, I am aware of your rapid growth and strength, but you are too solitary. Having watched you grow, I understand you well," Miyuki said earnestly, adopting the tone of an elder admonishing a younger one. "You've always been this way since childhood, but I hope you can amend your ways. The one who has taken notice of you is Chao Ying. This opportunity is rare and should not be squandered. Many may go their entire lives without such a chance, let alone seize it." Suddenly, Yang Ming erupted into laughter at Miyuki's words. "What is so amusing? I am speaking seriously, hoping you will take this to heart," Miyuki exclaimed, her brow furrowing in concern. "Gong Lizi, you have overestimated your own worth. What are you to lecture me or impart wisdom? My previous respect for you stemmed from the fact that you allowed me to survive for 5 years. You ensured I did not perish from hunger. However, this does not grant you the authority to dictate my actions. When I intervened with Chuani, I saved your life in return for my own. Our debts and grievances have been settled. My intentions under the moonlight, my way of conducting myself, are matters entirely separate from your purview. Your interference is unwarranted, and you lack the standing to govern my affairs. As for what interests Chao Ying, that is my own concern and none of yours. Henceforth, my business shall not require your input. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Young Ming spoke coldly, showing no mercy towards Gong Lizi. He had initially presumed she came for another purpose, only to realize she aimed to sway his spirit, attempting to persuade him or ensnare him in past affections. Although her intentions appeared to be for his own good, she was merely trying to interfere from a position of elder authority. While others might have been swayed by nostalgia, Young Ming was not so easily deceived. He had seen through her motives from the start. Had she approached him earnestly and sincerely, perhaps he would have lent her a hand out of respect for their history. But now, such hopes were nothing but dreams. With that, Young Ming offered a frosty smile and departed. "Ah, Moonlight, you may believe I intend to exploit you, and indeed, I do entertain such thoughts. A talent like yours is not one I can afford to overlook a second time. I did not expect Lord Chao Ying to hold you in such high regard. Even if you see through my intentions, what of it? After all, I raised you. A mere 5-year-old child may be momentarily stubborn, but rest assured, you will eventually be swayed by my words." Watching Yang Ming's retreating figure, Gong Lizi wore a cold smile. Even though her intentions had been uncovered, she felt no surprise. Yang Ming was no ordinary individual. Yet, in her eyes, he remained just a 5-year-old child, destined to be persuaded in due time. Following Yang Ming's departure, he found no inclination to return to the construction site with Gong Lizi present, deciding instead to wait a few days. Upon returning to the hotel, he organized his belongings and procured a new attire, preparing for the graduation ceremony in 3 days. To maintain confidentiality, this graduation ceremony would be conducted under the guise of a school anniversary celebration. Ostensibly, it would appear as a festive occasion held by the institution, while secretly, it was a commemoration of Yang Ming's remarkable achievements. After all, Such an extraordinary event was unprecedented. A 5-year-old genin, the likes of whom could only be compared to Kakashi of Konoha, who graduated in the latter half of the year. Whereas Yang Ming would complete his studies in the first half, before Kakashi himself. What does this imply? A prodigious talent, a new genius akin to Kakashi, has emerged, destined for a boundless future, perhaps even to surpass Kakashi. Should this news reach other nations, the village hidden in the grass would face considerable turmoil. As the village leader, Chao Ying contemplated all these ramifications, and Yang Ming understood this well, thus agreeing to the plan. The promised remuneration of 300,000 taels from Master Huai Xian has finally arrived, a substantial sum that would allow him to indulge for a while. However, it remains insufficient. Should he fail to procure the crystal phoenix fruit, he will be compelled to purchase it, which necessitates more funds. Thus, Yang Ming finds himself once again yearning for wealth. Of course, the immediate priority is to depart from the grass ninja village. Over the past few days, he has been immersing himself in the intricacies of the intermediate immortal body and intermediate superhuman strength, diligently practicing and familiarizing himself with 3 wood-release techniques. Wood release, wooden block wall, wood release, for pillar prison, and wood release, insertion technique. While these techniques may only be classified as C-rank in terms of power, when wielded by Yang Ming's intermediate immortal body, they possess B-rank potency. Moreover, when executed skillfully, the insertion technique could serve as a decisive weapon. During this period, Yang Ming devoted himself to mastering these abilities, refining his ninjutsu until he achieved proficiency. Meanwhile, excitement swept through the Ninja Academy as news spread. A school celebration is not something to be taken lightly. It is typically held only after the village has triumphed in battle, birthed a prodigious talent, or achieved some monumental success, in order to inspire the new generation of ninjas. Rumor has it that Lord Kage and the daimyo have reached an accord to provide us with greater resources and authority, heralding a transformative future for the village. Truly, Lord Kage is magnificent, exclaimed Gang Qing, his face alight with enthusiasm. The crowd could not help but marvel at his words. On this day, the weather was delightful. The sky was clear, and there was not a cloud in sight. Early in the morning, the ninja school was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with a sea of people. Not only were the students present, but the villagers, having heard the news, flocked to witness the occasion. This was a grand event for the grass ninjas. A school anniversary like this had not been held in ages. And it was only due to the remarkable leadership of Lord Isao that our grass ninja community could enjoy such prosperity. This rare celebration was not only graced by the presence of the esteemed Kage, but high-ranking officials, seldom seen in public, would also emerge to offer their congratulations and partake in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. How exhilarating it was. The last time I laid eyes on Lord Kage was 3 years ago at the onset of the Ninja World War. He had been exceedingly busy. This time, even a distant glimpse of him would suffice. The villagers were all abuzz with excitement and anticipation. The ninja school's anniversary was no trivial matter, besides the Kage. Notable figures from the grass ninja leadership would be present as well, including Advisor Takanaka Jun, Intelligence Captain Kawakami Yuichi, and Patrol Captain Takahara Shu. Last time, I had not anticipated that Tsukikijikira would have such connections to Lord Kage, which was a miscalculation. However, this time, the 4 of us must showcase our prowess at the anniversary and captivate everyone's attention. At this moment, numerous students were diligently preparing performances, seizing this rare opportunity to shine. Once they graduated from the ninja school, they would join the ninja forces to participate in missions. Of course, not all ninjas were destined for combat, depending on their abilities. Some might become medical ninjas or excel in intelligence work, among other roles. The gathering of such high-ranking officials presented an invaluable opportunity. Gongan Chi-Tai spoke to Guowin and to San. The 4 of them had formed a tight-knit team, always coming together for significant events, especially after the setback they faced from Yang Ming. Indeed, this is our chance. Last time, Lord Kage likely did not expect to encounter Tsukikijikira. Given their acquaintance, he may have overlooked us, which is understandable. However, this time, we must exhibit our strength before all the high-ranking officials and draw their gaze upon us. Fujima Jun nodded in agreement. Very well, Guowon and Chang Jiaye responded succinctly. At that moment, Yang Ming approached the school after changing into a sleek black outfit. For others, it was a school anniversary. For him, it was an assessment leading to graduation, a personal commencement ceremony. Yet, this was destined to remain a secret. For the astonishing talent he was displaying could attract undue attention. A 5-year-old genin prodigy, who would not be astonished. The ninja world had already witnessed a Kakashi, who brought prosperity to Konoha for 20 years that would not allow for another. Yang Ming understood Lord Kage's intentions and was indifferent to them. Armed with intermediate sage techniques, immense strength, and 6 would-release abilities, he felt no fear. Even if a Kage-level expert were to appear, he could hold his ground and potentially emerge victorious. Only those masters of the highest caliber pose any threat to him. However, though he may not be able to defeat them, he can certainly evade them. At this moment, the ninja world presents a landscape to Yang Ming that, while not entirely free of constraints, allows for a significant degree of mobility. These must be the upper echelons of the grass ninja. Upon arriving at the school, Yang Ming noticed that the leaders had already gathered, seated in a circular formation, with the grass shadow positioned at the center, awaiting the students to showcase their talents. The typically reticent students were now brimming with excitement, each eager to demonstrate their abilities before these esteemed figures. After all, upon graduation, each one is destined to become a ninja, serving the village. If one could attract attention during their school years, a promising future in the various departments of the ninja world would surely follow. Teacher Yin Lu was responsible for maintaining order and ensuring all was prepared. In contrast, Yang Ming seemed rather idle, having found a seat and adopting a languid demeanor. Oh, is that individual also a student? While others busied themselves in preparation, he appeared utterly indifferent. Yang Ming's actions swiftly captured the attention of the surrounding villagers. The ninja school nurtures future ninjas, each imbued with high expectations. Thus, anyone not diligently preparing would stand out as an anomaly. One villager mused, speculating that he might be a poorly performing student, lacking in ability, and having resigned himself to his fate. Such a notion resonated with others, who nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Yang Ming shifting dramatically. In the ninja realm, strength commands respect. All honor the powerful, yet the weak are met with disdainful scrutiny. This is independent of one's status. If he harbors no potential, he ought not to remain in school, for it is a waste of resources. Such a person is deemed a liability, and the grass ninja cannot permit the existence of liabilities. Having come to this conclusion, one villager grew increasingly agitated. Indeed, the inept have no right to exist. Once the school celebration concludes, we shall report this to Lord Grass Shadow. The ninja school cannot harbor such ineptitude. Others nodded in agreement, swiftly branding Yang Ming as a liability, intent on his expulsion. Should we not advise him? His demeanor is truly an embarrassment to us. At that moment, Nagaya also laid eyes on Yang Ming, remarking aloud. Not only him, but others noticed as well, especially those from Yang Ming's class. However, the majority turned away, feigning ignorance of his presence. No need. He doesn't even regard himself as significant. Why should we waste our breath and energy? Let him remain there. After the school celebration, his academic journey will likely come to an end, and someone will deal with him. Gangqing scoffed, his voice dripping with cold derision. This person truly lacks awareness of the occasion and circumstances, believing he is still in school, continuing with his carefree attitude. He deserves whatever fate befalls him. Tenjima Jr. responded with a cold smile, disregarding Yang Ming. At that moment, hearing the sounds around them, Teacher Hino Raku cast a deep glance at Yang Ming, hesitating briefly before choosing to momentarily ignore him. As the fireworks ascended, the school celebration commenced. Hino Raku announced the beginning of the festivities, and soon the first team took the stage to showcase their abilities, with judges present to evaluate their performance. Drawing the attention of the higher-ups around. Seizing the opportunity, she approached Yang Ming. As a teacher, she bore the responsibility of upholding the school's honor. She could not allow someone like Yang Ming to tarnish the institution's image. With the celebration underway, all eyes were drawn to the arena. No one intentionally focusing on Yang Ming anymore, for he was deemed unworthy of attention. The first team of students formed a quartet, each displaying their physical prowess in the ninjutsu they had mastered, particularly the art of the 3 transformations. They skillfully performed hand seals, creating clones, transforming into others, and using a piece of wood as a substitute. The mastery of the clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique evoked a chorus of applause. Observing this, Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 transformations were fundamental yet practical skills for a ninja. The clone technique could confuse enemies and create feigned attacks. The substitution technique could save one's life in perilous moments, and the transformation technique could alter one's appearance. Such were the intricacies of chakra. As Yang Ming engrossed himself in the spectacle, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Yu Xiaoming, please leave this place. Without needing to look, Yang Ming recognized the voice belonged to teacher Hinoraku. Why should I leave, teacher? I am also a student of this school and have the right to be here. Furthermore, as a villager, I possess the right to observe as well. Without raising his eyes, he continued to gaze at the arena and replied nonchalantly. I am the authority responsible for maintaining order here. I have the right to expel you. When I say leave, you must comply. Hinoraku asserted firmly. Noticing Yang Ming's indifference, she reached out to grasp him. The authority for maintaining order? I have neither disrupted the event, nor have I shouted or caused chaos. What law have I transgressed to warrant such an expulsion? Name just one infraction, and I will leave voluntarily. Yang Ming retorted with a cold laugh, evading her grasp. You Xiaoming, do not continue to argue. Shall I make myself perfectly clear? In response, Hinoraku offered a cold smile as she regarded Yang Ming. As a student, you have an obligation to participate in the school celebration. Everyone has meticulously prepared their performances, while you stand aloof, indifferent to the collective effort. As the authority responsible for order, I have the right to remove students like you. As your teacher, I possess even greater authority to ensure your departure. You Xiaoming, do you have anything else to say? I have nothing to say. Yang Ming replied with a faint smile. Then leave this place at once. Hinoraku commanded. A glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she reached out directly towards Yang Ming. While I may have no words to offer, it does not imply I will vacate this space. Not even you, nor anyone else, has the right to compel my departure, not even the shadow of the grass. Yang Ming coldly remarked, waving his hand dismissively, directly pushing aside Hinoraku's hand. Very well. It appears you have yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You are truly intent on causing a disturbance. Hinoraku retorted icily, glancing at the time in the arena, growing increasingly impatient. This is not the past. I shall grant you 10 breaths to vacate the premises. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do not presume that the current circumstances mirror those of the classroom. Perhaps you underestimate me due to my limited capabilities. However, I assure you, I have stationed elite ninjas from the grass village around us, including several chunin. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to have them escort you out. With that, Hinoraku gestured to the various ninjas standing guard, all adorned with headbands, tasked with ensuring the safety of the higher-ups and the Tsuchikage. As the overseer of the event, Hinoraku possessed the authority to summon their aid. What? Do you wish for me to summon them? Hinoraku glared at Yang Ming, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? If you have the ability, then go ahead and summon them. Yang Ming responded fearlessly, although he had promised the Tsuchikage to act discreetly. It did not mean he would capitulate in the face of such provocation. With his current strength, even if the 5 Kage were to arrive, he would feel entitled to confront them, let alone yield. The escalating tension between the two drew the attention of those around them. Many had already been observing Yang Ming. Despite their distraction as the celebration commenced, a notable number continued to watch him. With Hinoraku's approach, the crowd began to sneer. As a teacher, witnessing such behavior from a student must have been a source of great frustration, yet regardless of the annoyance, such individuals ought to be expelled. A village does not sustain idlers, nor does a school harbor the inept. If one lacks the requisite qualifications, they should be cast out to prevent resource wastage. Indeed, some remarked, previously unaware of the unfolding drama, now laughing derisively. Look, everyone. The teacher has taken matters into his own hands. As the final act of the event, Gue-1 and his trio were the last to perform. Bored, Gang Qing surveyed the scene and quickly spotted the confrontation. The trio's attention shifted from the stage to Yang Ming, their expressions turning scornful. This is no one's fault but his own. He is courting disaster. In such circumstances, he still seeks to act independently, as if he were in the classroom, Gue-1 remarked with a chilling laugh. Indeed, he is far too solitary and out of sync. In the profession of a ninja, such behavior is inappropriate. Regardless of his innate talent, Fujimoto-jun nodded in agreement, her expression one of consensus. What a pity. Nagaya Yaya sighed, her face reflecting regret. You Xiaoming, you have greatly disappointed me. Since you insist on this course of action, I shall be compelled to employ the strength of the ninja squad. Do not think for a moment that I jest. At this moment, Hinoraku looked at Yang Ming. A deep sense of disappointment etched on his face, before signaling with his hand. Suddenly, 3 figures descended, swiftly clearing a 3-meter radius around them and encircling Yang Ming without causing any disruption. Hinata-raku, is this the student you mentioned, Tsukishita Akira? At that moment, a middle-aged ninja regarded Yang Ming, scanning him with a discerning gaze. Indeed, Captain Hirakawa, This is the individual. I ask that you take him away. Based on my assessment, he is unfit to be a ninja, Hinata Raku respectfully addressed the middle-aged man. The man was the leader of the third squad in this security operation. An elite nin. Understood. Hirakawa nodded, turning his attention to Yang Ming. Since your teacher has stated this, Tsukishita Akira, I kindly ask you to leave this place. Later, your qualifications will be re-evaluated. Of course, you may object, but I urge you to depart now. Hirakawa regarded Yang Ming, adopting a diplomatic approach before resorting to force. After all, this was not an enemy, and he could not afford to be excessively cold-hearted. The Kusa Shadow security team is under the command of Mizudai Tsubasa, correct? When did the teachers of the ninja school acquire the authority to mobilize you? Yang Ming replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of being swayed. She does not possess such authority. But we maintain order throughout the venue. She is entitled to report her observations to us, and we will make a judgment. Moreover, the name of Lord Mizudai Tsubasa is not one you may invoke lightly, Hirakawa responded coolly. Is that so? When Lord Mizudai Tsubasa sees me, he respectfully addresses me as Tsukishita-kun. Are you truly certain that you wish to expel me on his behalf? Yang Ming smiled lightly, fixing his gaze on Hirakawa, an air of dignity emanating from him. Hirakawa's expression shifted. Yang Ming's words carried a remarkable presence and unwavering confidence, a demeanor he had only witnessed in prominent figures. As an elite nin, seasoned by battles and war, he possessed a unique ability to read people, discerning truth from deception through their eyes. At this moment, Yang Ming's gaze was resolute, his expression calm, exuding an aura of self-assuredness that suggested he was far from lying. And how could a mere 5-year-old child dare to weave such a grand deception? Could it be that he genuinely had a connection to Lord Mizudai Tsubasa? Hirakawa was momentarily taken aback. Those who could attend the ninja school typically had some background or talent. Perhaps the young Tsukishita Akira truly possessed extraordinary connections? Hinata Raku. He then turned to Hinata Raku, his intent unmistakable, to confirm Yang Ming's identity and background. He had recently ascended to the rank of captain and did not wish to jeopardize his position over this matter. Captain Hirakawa, I cannot ascertain whether he is related to Lord Mizudai Tsubasa, but I can assert one thing. Hinata Raku declared with conviction. He hails from an ordinary family. His father was a common villager in the land of grass who perished due to war. Out of compassion, Miyako raised him after bringing him back, allowing him to grow up in an orphanage. Perhaps he might display some extraordinary abilities that would astonish Lord Mizudai. Or perhaps he has assisted Lord Mizudai in ways unknown to us. However, one thing is certain, as an orphan, he possesses no background whatsoever. As for Lord Mizudai, it is likely that he is here out of gratitude, or perhaps for other reasons, allowing him to attend this ninja academy. Under ordinary circumstances, it may not matter. But now, during the school anniversary, it is of utmost importance. The entire event must proceed without the slightest error. His current demeanor is tarnishing the school's reputation. Thus I believe it prudent to temporarily expel him. Even if Lord Mizudai learns of this later, he would not hold it against us. At worst, we can seek forgiveness from Lord Mizudai after the celebrations conclude. For now, he absolutely cannot remain here. Having spoken, Hino Raku's gaze was resolute as he looked at Hirakawa Shin. It was clear now why he exuded such confidence and determination. With this connection, in the entire Kusanagi village, as long as one does not go too far, no one would dare provoke you, especially considering the stature of Lord Mizudai. Yet, the current situation is different. Hirakawa Shin glanced at Yang Ming, nodded, and gestured with his hand, issuing the command. Take him away. Later, we shall deliver him to Lord Mizudai for further action. Understood, Captain. Instantly, two captains responded in unison and approached Yang Ming. Noticing this, Yang Ming let out a cold laugh, his chakra flowing through his body before finally coalescing in his palm. He regarded the two with a steely gaze. U.S. Yang Ming, I advise you to surrender without resistance, otherwise you will learn the true meaning of being a ninja. They are not like me. They are elite warriors who have participated in the Second War. I may show mercy, but they will not. Witnessing this scene, Hino Raku could not help but sneer. She was well aware that Yang Ming would not surrender easily and possess some strength. But what of it? In the face of true ninjas, all of that was merely child's play. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly echoed, "What are you doing?" It was Lord Mizudai, accompanied by others, his expression dark as he approached, eyeing Hirakawa Shin and Hino Raku. Lord Mizudai. Upon seeing him, everyone around quickly bowed in respect. As the foremost subordinate of the Kusa Shadow, Lord Mizudai's reputation in the village was undeniably formidable. My lord, we as Lord Mizudai approached. Hirakawa Shin and Hino Raku quickly bowed, with Hirakawa Shin respectfully pointing at Yang Ming. Yet, before he could finish, Lord Mizudai raised his hand to interrupt him. Speaking in a calm but authoritative tone, "What are your intentions? Lord Ueshiao is a distinguished guest of the Kusa Shadow, invited for a private discussion. I just heard that you intend to expel him?" Lord Mizudai's voice was calm yet carried a heavy weight as he gazed at Hirakawa Shin. "I would never dare. Lord Mizudai, I merely received a report from teacher Hino Raku stating that someone was disrupting the event and that I was to escort him out. Lord Mizudai, please understand." Hirakawa Shin quickly knelt in respect, repeatedly apologizing. "Is that so? In this matter, you should personally explain to Lord Kazekage. And you, Hino Raku. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, how dare you coerce your own students? You too shall await your turn to explain to Lord Kazekage." Facing these two, Mizushita Tsubasa let out a cold laugh, then turned to Yang Ming, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "Lord Getsuka, you are summoned by Lord Kazekage." "Oh," Yang Ming replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at the two before departing with Mizushita Tsubasa, leaving behind two utterly bewildered individuals and a crowd in disarray. They could never have fathomed that what they deemed as a worthless individual was, in fact, a dragon among mere serpents. They mistakenly regarded the dragon as trash, unaware that in the eyes of the dragon, they were not even worth that. At this thought, Hirakawa Shin glared fiercely at Hino Raku, realizing that had it not been for Hino Raku, he would not have offended the esteemed guest of Lord Kazekage. Though it seemed unbelievable, the words of Lord Mizushita Tsubasa could not be false. Promptly, he followed suit, preparing to offer his apologies. Meanwhile, witnessing their departure, Hino Raku was left in shock. Mouth agape, and after a prolonged moment, an overwhelming sense of regret flashed in his eyes. Had I been mistaken from the very beginning? Simultaneously, the scene was equally astonishing to the surrounding onlookers. They were all astounded, unable to comprehend how this individual, whom they thought to be worthless, was actually someone esteemed by Lord Mizushita Tsubasa. Had we misjudged him? Could he truly be a once-in-a-generation genius? At the same time, the expressions of Ogata Seda and his companions shifted. They exchanged glances, each one filled with disbelief. First, it was Lord Kazekage, and now, Lord Mizushita Tsubasa himself had come to extend an invitation. Could it be that Getsuka Ming harbors a background we are unaware of? A chilling sensation gripped Ogata Seda's heart, as he felt the scene before him utterly shatter his worldview. If it was merely speculation before, it was now a certainty. Getsuka Ming was indeed extraordinary. And setting aside all else, he was someone we could never provoke. Katsuo sighed deeply, his gaze towards Yang Ming tinged with astonishment, regardless of the circumstances. It seemed we had gravely misjudged this individual from the very outset. Nagaya also sighed, exchanging a glance with Fujishima Jun, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, under Mizushita Tsubasa's guidance, Yang Ming arrived at a secluded chamber. Ninjas stood guard all around, their vigilance palpable. Upon entering, he beheld Lord Kazekage Masahaya, along with advisor Takanaka Toshi and an elderly man with white hair, all standing with their backs turned. Upon hearing Yang Ming's arrival, they turned, and Yang Ming immediately felt three imposing gazes fixate upon him. "Is it you who will undergo the graduation examination?" Takanaka Toshi inquired coolly. "So young," remarked the white-haired elder. "Kazekage, if what you say holds true, then I, the grass ninja, shall possess a talent akin to Kakashi in the future. But is his background trustworthy?" Hearing this, Kazekage nodded towards them, then turned to Yang Ming. "Do not worry about matters of identity and background. I have long since dispatched someone to investigate thoroughly. However, he has now voluntarily requested to venture out for training. According to regulations, this should be impossible, yet he insists on proceeding, and I find myself compelled to acquiesce. Under the moonlight, the final examination poses little challenge for you, yet your desire to leave the village and roam freely is a notion that remains unattainable. Regardless of the village or nation, unless you can fulfill two conditions to act with autonomy." The shadow of the grass spoke. "One path leads to becoming a rogue ninja, the other to demonstrating absolute prowess." Yang Ming observed the trio in silence. He had perused many texts and was well versed in the intricacies of the ninja world and the various villages. He was well aware of this stipulation. Indeed, taken aback, Takeshita Jun glanced at Yang Ming, nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly surprised that a mere 5-year-old possessed such knowledge. However, it was evident that he had researched Yang Ming and was aware of his recent immersion in self-study at the library, thus rendering this revelation less astonishing. "Since you are aware, do you still wish to proceed? Are you prepared?" The elderly man with white hair regarded Yang Ming with a calm demeanor. Through introductions, it was revealed that he too was an advisor of the grass village, known as Mikantaku, holding the same status as Takeshita Jun. Both possessed strength on par with elite ninjas, equal to the village leader. Shall the three of you confront me together? Yang Ming's expression remained composed as he spoke. What? Upon hearing this, the trio was taken aback. They did not share the views of Fujishima Jun, Okaseda, or Hino Raku, who dismissed Yang Ming's words as mere bravado. They were well aware of Yang Ming's abilities, and this understanding only heightened their astonishment. We three are elite ninjas, masters of our respective elements. Are you certain you wish for us to act in unison? The grass shadow's expression grew serious as he regarded Yang Ming. At this moment, he no longer perceived Yang Ming as a mere child, but as an equal. Mikantaku and Takeshita Jun exchanged glances with Yang Ming, their intentions unmistakable. Yang Ming remained silent, adopting a combat stance as chakra swirled around him. Very well. Observing this, the three exchanged glances, refraining from any further trivialities. Since you insist, we shall not hold back. Yang Ming, this is your own choice. Are you ready? Mikantaku shouted, directing his gaze at Yang Ming. Once initiated, there is no turning back. If you wish to leave the village, we shall not show mercy. It is not too late to reconsider. Takeshita Jun implored Yang Ming one last time. Fire style, great fireball technique. The grass shadow, Masaru Hayabusa, swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball that erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Yang Ming. Wind style, great breakthrough. In response, Mikantaku formed hand seals, augmenting the fireball with a fierce gale, intensifying its power and accelerating its approach. Earth style, inner decapitation technique. Takanabu Teichi swiftly formed hand seals, and the trio, true to their status as elite jonin, executed their seals in a near-instantaneous manner. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt the earth beneath him soften as an arm erupted from the ground, reaching out to grasp him, effectively immobilizing his feet. Simultaneously, a colossal fireball surged toward him, flames licking the sky. Though merely a trio of C-rank jutsu, when wielded by jonin and executed in perfect harmony, their power rivaled that of B-rank techniques, even veering towards A-rank potency. In the face of this onslaught, Yang Ming merely smiled faintly, unleashing a tremendous surge of chakra. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath him fractured violently. An immense force erupted from his feet, sending a vast fissure rippling outward. Instantly, the hands that bound his feet were shattered, and Takanabu Takeuchi was obliterated in the ensuing shockwave. Without hesitation, Yang Ming unleashed a punch, colliding forcefully with the massive fireball. A muffled thud echoed as the fireball was sent spiraling away, flames scattering in all directions. With a single stomp, he cracked the earth, employing the decapitating slash technique, and with a punch, he sent Masaru Hayabusa and Takuro Mikazuki's fiery combination jutsu flying. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the following moment, Yang Ming surged forward with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. The force of his strike reverberated, causing the very air to explode in his wake as he charged at the trio. Despite the unexpected turn of events, the three maintained their composure, showcasing the poise of elite jonin. In response to Yang Ming's punch, they simultaneously retaliated with their own strikes. In this lightning-fast exchange, if they could not create distance, they had no choice but to engage in close combat. Fortunately, the physical techniques of jonin are formidable in their own right. With unwavering confidence, the trio launched their punches at Yang Ming, engaging in a fierce clash. A thunderous roar filled the air, and the three figures were sent hurtling backward like cannonballs, crashing through the walls of the quiet chamber and landing heavily upon a nearby artificial hill. Upon impact, three distinct imprints marked the hill's surface. Gurgling sounds of blood echoed as the trio tumbled down, simultaneously expelling crimson from their lips. Their bodies trembled, succumbing to weakness. Lord Grass Shadow, Lord Takeuchi, Lord Mikazuki. The sudden turn of events immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guard ninjas, who rushed over, with one stepping forward to assess their injuries while others readied themselves for potential threats. At this moment, Yang Ming strolled leisurely toward them. Observing this, the vigilant ninjas momentarily froze before raising their guard. It's fine, let him approach. As the three gradually regained their composure, being elite jonin, they exchanged wry smiles. They had never anticipated such an outcome. As Yang Ming approached, Lord Grass Shadow waved his hand, signaling, it's all right. In an instant, the surrounding guard ninjas dispersed, allowing Yang Ming to step before the trio, regarding them with an indifferent gaze. Although we underestimated you and held back a bit, your prowess has proven itself. Even if the three of us were to exert our full strength, the outcome would still be a mere 50-50. You have passed. Takashi Takemura let out a bitter smile and spoke. We have no objections. Mitsukura Taku and Kusakage exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement, expressing no dissent, particularly Kusakage, who was profoundly shaken at this moment. He was the first to notice Yang Ming, sensing the formidable chakra emanating from him, always believing Yang Ming to be strong. Yet, he never anticipated that Yang Ming could be this powerful. No, it is time to address you as Lord Moonlight. Respect is due to the strong, Kusakage remarked. Looking at Yang Ming with newfound respect, no longer holding any contempt, treating him as an equal. Lord Moonlight, Mitsukura Taku, and Takashi Takemura also respectfully acknowledged him, regarding Yang Ming as one would a person of great significance, especially considering that Yang Ming is merely 5 years old, possessing the strength of a Genin. It is certain that he will ascend to the level of Hokage in the future. Just imagine, a 5-year-old Genin. Even the notable figures of Konoha pale in comparison. Legendary figures like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have never been reported to possess such power at the tender age of 5. Such exceptional talent, in the realm of ninjas, could very well rival the legendary sage of 6 paths who founded the ninja sect. Contemplating this, the three men gazed at Yang Ming with even greater reverence. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas were utterly astonished, gazing incredulously at the seemingly serene 5-year-old boy, as if beholding a celestial being. At this moment, Yang Ming regarded the three with his hands clasped behind him, nodding slightly. Dressed in black combat attire, his slender frame exuded an air of immense authority. Even in the presence of 3 high-ranking grass ninjas, he remained composed, unwavering. This calmness alone was a testament to his extraordinary nature. Since you have acquired such strength, we shall not hinder you. Even with just this remarkable power, in the vast ninja world, unless you encounter those super-strong individuals, no one is truly your match. You may roam freely. However, according to protocol, we must complete the necessary procedures, which will take approximately 7 days. Then, Mitsukura Taku looked at Yang Ming and said, Very well. Yang Ming nodded. 7 days would suffice for him to prepare and settle matters. Since he would be leaving, it was certain he would not return in the near future, and the items he sought were exceedingly rare, leaving him with uncertainty. Yet, it was a task that must be undertaken. To navigate the ninja world, mere Genin strength and remarkable power were insufficient. While such strength may seem formidable, it is, in essence, merely a method of cultivating vitality. Tsunade possesses such strength and remains youthful and beautiful at 60. However, this power lacks true offensive and lethal capacity, especially when facing genuine masters, for it can only be used for close combat, unlike the 8 gates technique, where opening the 5th gate allows one to strike the air, creating air cannons that enable both close and ranged attacks, exhibiting incredible flexibility and immense power. In fact, upon reaching the 8th gate, one can even distort time and space. Excessive strength alone is insufficient. Achieving the pinnacle of power may allow one to shatter mountains with a single blow, akin to a complete Susanoo. Yet it pales in comparison to the 8 gates technique. However, there exists a singular aspect in which brute strength surpasses the 8 gates. The latter can only be employed in the face of insurmountable foes. Each time it is activated, 1's latent potential is consumed, and 1's lifespan diminishes. Thus, those who cultivate the 8 gates often lead short lives. In stark contrast, the potential of brute strength increases with age. Ultimately, what Yang Ming truly relies upon is his formidable wood release, akin to Hashirama, and he aspires to surpass even that. All of this necessitates the completion of system tasks to unlock new abilities. To avoid attracting undue attention, it was mutually agreed upon by the three, with Yang Ming's consent, to designate him as a genin. After measuring his dimensions, they proceeded to procure a ninja uniform and a genin forehead protector. Once concluded, Yang Ming returned to pack his belongings. As an orphan with few possessions, he quickly finished his preparations and made his way to the orphanage, choosing to observe quietly without disturbing anyone. Regardless of the circumstances, this place is where he grew up, perhaps due to the inherent nature of their environment. The children in the world of Naruto mature rapidly. They walk by 1 year, speak by 2, comprehend by 3, act independently by 4, and begin to engage with chakra by 5. Yang Ming's memories prior to the age of 2 are indistinct. Yet the 3 years that followed remain vividly etched in his mind. This place holds his life's recollections, although he is a traveler from another world. Living within this body evokes profound sentiments. Compared to his previous life, the world of Naruto is indeed fraught with hardship. Yang Ming sighed. After silently observing for a while, he cast a lingering glance at Miyuki, who was organizing activities for everyone before departing. He then proceeded to the construction site to bid farewell to his job. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor sought him out. It was none other than Chojiro. What brings you here? Yang Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chojiro. To be candid, he harbored a poor impression of him. This individual was excessively cunning and untrustworthy. Engaging with such a person was undesirable, especially at this juncture of departure. Yang Ming wished to avoid entanglement in disputes. Moonlight-kun, there is a matter I wonder if you might find intriguing. Chojiro remarked, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. Oh? What is it? Yang Ming, intrigued by his expression, could not help but inquire. Although Chojiro was sly, he possessed considerable insight, and his mysterious demeanor aroused Yang Ming's curiosity. It is thus, a peculiar herb has been discovered on the mountains behind the village. At night, this herb emits a faint reddish glow, and it radiates warmth. The medical team investigated and found that this herb has the potential to enhance physical capabilities. Alas, it has also caught the attention of another group, leading to a conflict. Ultimately, a challenge has been issued. Whoever emerges victorious will claim the herb as their own, Chojiro explained. A peculiar herb, you say? Moreover, it emanates warmth and glows red. Could it be? Upon hearing what Junichi stated, Yang Ming felt a stirring within, as the term flame-warm grass surfaced in his mind. Could it be such a coincidence? Yang Ming turned to Junichi and remarked nonchalantly, given that such an incident has occurred, why not report it to the grass shadow? Instead, you come to me? Is it not true that after your last defeat, Lord Grass Shadow was utterly disappointed in me, exiling me and disregarding my existence? I had no choice but to devise a plan to procure this batch of herbs, hoping to atone for my sins. I beseech you, Lord Sukikage, to assist me. Junichi responded awkwardly. Oh? Yang Ming nodded upon hearing this, unfazed. The life of a ninja is indeed merciless, particularly in smaller nations like the Grass Village. The respect the Grass Shadow holds for Yang Ming stems from his formidable strength, a different story for Junichi. It is a matter of survival of the fittest. If one possesses the ability, they are utilized. If not, they are cast aside. Junichi, once stripped of the Grass Shadow's support, would find himself in a dire predicament. No wonder he sought out Yang Ming. Now, surveying the entire village, it appeared that Yang Ming was perhaps the only one capable of aiding him. Resolutely, Yang Ming nodded. Regardless of whether it is indeed the flame-warm grass, this journey is imperative. If it turns out to be true, splendid. If not, it matters little. Furthermore, he harbors a curiosity about those audacious enough to contend with the grass ninjas. Outside the village, in the rear mountain. Although it no longer fell under the jurisdiction of the Grass Ninja Village, its proximity to the Grass Ninja made it apparent that those who dared to confront them in this vicinity were not to be underestimated. This was Yang Ming's first encounter with individuals outside the Grass Ninjas since entering the ninja world. Junichi led the way, and the two departed the village, hastening toward the rear mountain. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. At that moment, several medical ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village stood in the background, tending to the injured Grass Ninjas. Junichi's subordinates were now facing off against several middle-aged men clad in rogue ninja attire, among whom was a samurai. Instantly, Yang Ming understood why Junichi was at a disadvantage. A lower-ranked ninja against a samurai was a foregone conclusion. However, they refrained from lethal strikes. Evidently aware of the Grass Ninja's formidable nature, they had encircled a 10-square-meter patch of grass, which was the very herb Junichi mentioned they were contesting over. Is this it? Observing the scene, Yang Ming's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Clearly, this was not the flame-warm grass but merely an unusual herb. Such herbs abound in the ninja world. Junichi, is this the ally you sought, a mere 5-year-old child? Has the Grass Ninja Village become so depleted? At that moment, a rogue ninja clad in red robes, upon noticing Yang Ming's arrival, could not help but scoff. He directed his gaze towards Junichi, indicating familiarity. Caution, I say. Are you aware of what you are doing? This is not your territory. You have recklessly crossed the border into the vicinity of my Grass Ninja Village. Do you not fear that Lord Grass Shadow will annihilate your little village? Confronted by the red-robed rogue ninja, Junichi retorted with a cold smile, engaging in a sharp exchange. Haha, Chongchuani, what are you to represent the Sasuke? If the Sasuke were to arrive, I would naturally concede and depart immediately. However, regrettably, You are not the Tsuchikage, and since you have strayed from the village of the grass shinobi, even if the Tsuchikage were present, matters would be settled by strength. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the name of the Tsuchikage. Xiaosun Daxing laughed heartily, gazing at Chongchuani without a trace of fear. Tianlangdi is a small village renowned in the land of grass, and Xiaosun Daxing is its leader. Impudent. At these words, Chongchuani was filled with rage and was about to strike. Enough. Silence, all of you. Have you forgotten our prior agreement? At that moment, an elderly man in blue robes, around 50 years old, bellowed, causing both to fall silent, their gazes fixed on him, faces marked with trepidation. Even Chongchuani regarded him with the same respect. In this realm, the strong are revered, and this place is indeed not under the jurisdiction of the grass shinobi. Since both parties have acknowledged each other, let us determine the outcome through strength, as previously agreed. I believe even if the Tsuchikage were to arrive, this would be the understanding. The elder spoke with an air of authority, casting a glance at both men. Xiaosun Daxing scoffed, choosing to remain silent, while Chongchuani respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, addressing him. Yes, Mr. Matanda. Subsequently, Chongchuani nodded at Yang Ming, and the group moved aside. Xiaosun Daxing gathered his companions, and both sides stood in confrontation, with the elder Matanda Daching acting as the judge. Matanda Daching is not affiliated with either party, yet he holds significant prestige in the land of grass. Even the Tsuchikage would respectfully address him as Mr. Matanda. However, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. With Matanda Daching's presence, both Chongchuani and Xiaosun Daxing quickly complied. They exchanged fierce glares, positioning themselves apart. Awaiting Matanda Daching's adjudication, Yang Ming observed the proceedings quietly. Since both parties have arrived and gathered their forces, let us commence. The ownership of these herbs will be determined by strength. The victor shall claim them, while the vanquished shall depart voluntarily. Matanda Daching declared. Naturally, adhering to the principle of amicable commerce, it is preferable to avoid conflict if possible. Thus the competition will be divided into two parts, a contest of intellect and a contest of martial prowess. The contest of intellect will see each participant display their utmost capabilities. Should both parties remain unwilling to concede, then it shall escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Hearing this, Yang Ming silently nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Matanda Daching's approach. Competing with prior knowledge of each other's strengths ensures that even in the event of death, there would be no qualms, as one's might had already been demonstrated. In this manner, neither side would be offended, and the matter could be resolved effectively. Excellent, Mr. Matanda's method is commendable. Let Mr. Matanda witness this. I shall personally take action, and Chongchuani, you may send forth whomever you wish. However, should you send that 5-year-old child to meet his demise, I will show no mercy. In my lifetime, Xiaosun Daxing has never held back. Upon hearing this, Koshi Daisei nodded in agreement, casting a glance towards Junichi, particularly at Yang Ming by his side, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. The rogue ninja, surviving through a life of wandering, employed ruthless and merciless methods. Otherwise, how could one thrive in this world of ninjas? Junichi was acutely aware of this. And as the thought crossed his mind, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Yang Ming was a prodigy favored by the Tsuchikage. If he were to sustain injuries here, or worse, it would be a grave loss. This contemplation darkened his expression, rendering him speechless. Hey! Observing this, Koshi Daisei let out a cold sneer, brandishing his long sword as he approached a massive boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. Allow me to demonstrate, he declared, gripping his sword tightly, channeling all his energy into the blade. Suddenly, with a thunderous shout, he raised his sword high. A beam of light, resembling a swift ribbon, sliced upward with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, as the colossal stone shattered into countless fragments before his sword's might. The sheer power of his strike was astounding. Junichi was taken aback by this display. Even a low-ranking ninja would struggle to unleash such devastating force. The might of a rogue ninja wielding a sword was indeed formidable. Indeed, Koshi Daisei, as the leader of the Tsurugi, was worthy of his title. This strike exhibited the poise of a swordsmanship master. He had transcended the capabilities of a mere genin, his prowess rivaling that of a nin. Mitsuda Taihei, witnessing this, nodded in admiration, thoroughly impressed by Koshi Daisei's strike. Well, Junichi, are you still standing? After delivering his blow, Koshi Daisei sheathed his sword and stood with a sinister smile directed at Junichi, disdain evident in his tone. Is this the swordsmanship of the samurai era? Indeed. It possesses a certain finesse. Yang Ming, observing this scene, felt a spark of brilliance in his eyes. Before the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja religion, the world was dominated by martial prowess. Samurai were revered as sacred beings, holding the highest esteem on the earth. The formidable samurai sword and the sacred spirit of the samurai roamed the land, ruling over several eras. Regrettably, with the advent of powerful ninjutsu following the establishment of the ninja religion, a samurai who had honed his skills for decades could scarcely compare to a nin wielding a B-rank fire technique, let alone the destructive capabilities of nin. Capable of altering the very fabric of the world, moving mountains and oceans, such power was beyond the reach of a samurai. Thus, the era of the samurai began to fade. Nevertheless, this decline does not imply that samurai were weak. At least those who had dedicated decades to perfecting their craft could rival nin, albeit such individuals were exceedingly rare, which was a primary reason for the samurai's decline. The present Koshi Daisei exemplified this perfectly. With a single stroke, he shattered stone, whether in speed, strength, or sheer force of spirit. His prowess was so pure that a low-ranking ninja could not withstand it, scarcely able to perform hand seals, at best dodging with body flicker technique, yet ultimately, they would fall beneath his blade. That strike was simply breathtaking. In this moment, while Koshi Daisei reveled in his triumph, Junichi's countenance darkened significantly in contrast. As he gazed upon a colossal stone split into 4 or 5 fragments, he was confident that he could achieve the same feat with utmost effort. However, it would require intricate hand seals and the mobilization of a significant amount of chakra. Even after executing such a technique, he would be left weakened, unlike Koshi Daisuke, who appeared to lift weights with ease. Regrettably, with my limited chakra as a lower ninja, I could at most perform 3 C-rank jutsu. And during the time needed for hand seals, he could easily strike me down, rendering me no match for him. Jun's heart sank in silence, choosing not to speak. As for Ming, he had automatically disregarded him. Inviting him to assist was not inviting him to his demise. Even if Ming could contend for a few moments against such an opponent, any injury would make it impossible for him to report back to the village leader. With this thought, his complexion turned a shade of iron, rendering him speechless. Jun, if you remain silent, it signifies your refusal to engage in battle, and thus I shall declare you the loser. Do you have any objections? At that moment, Sanda Daichi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he addressed Jun. I faced with Sanda Daichi's words. Jun hesitated, seemingly wrestling with a decision. He then cast a deep glance at Ming and spoke. Hold on, Jun. The assistant you brought hasn't even made a move. Even if you wish to concede, you must at least demonstrate your abilities. Otherwise, it would be a matter of dissatisfaction. I have always believed in actions that earn respect. If you do not do so, that simply cannot be accepted. Koshi Daisuke interrupted with a mocking scoff, pointing his blade at Ming. Upon hearing these words, Jun's expression darkened further. Although he understood that in any duel, conceding necessitated at least one display of skill, especially in this contest of wits, he recognized that Koshi Daisuke intended to humiliate him. Yet, lacking the skill to counter, he found himself at a loss for words. Initially thinking that silence would conclude the matter, he was taken aback by the relentless pressure from the adversary, leaving him with no recourse. Sighing, the medical ninjas behind Jun could not help but express their dismay. Unfortunately, they were all healers, devoid of combat prowess, and could only lament the situation. What a pity, Jun. Why did you bring such a child along? Did you think that the opponent would show mercy upon seeing a mere child? It is vital to remember that this is none other than the ruthless leader of the rogue ninjas, Koshi Daisuke. All this could be blamed on Jun. He had been jesting with the opponent. In a duel, one must either participate personally or enlist a formidable ally, yet he chose to bring a 5-year-old child. Was that not an open admission of defeat? Or perhaps he had conspired with Koshi Daisuke to deliberately yield this herb to him? Who could tell? Jun's ambitions were inscrutable, leaving them to ponder his true intentions. The murmurs amongst the medical ninjas, though subdued, were audible to all. Jun. Even your own comrades look down upon you. What more can you say? Upon hearing this, Koshi Daisuke sneered, once more directing his blade at Ming, speaking deliberately. Kid, I do not require you to engage in battle with me. Simply throw a punch wherever it may land. I will consider it as you having participated. And this duel shall conclude. For the sake of the village leader and Mr. Sanda, how does that sound? Upon hearing those words, Chongchuani turned his face away, overwhelmed with an inexorable sense of guilt. Behind him, the crowd of medical ninjas displayed disdain. What could a 5-year-old child possibly achieve but to be subjected to humiliation? Although Sandadaching remained silent, he silently approved of Koshidashi's approach, recognizing that a leader capable of commanding such chaos was far from foolish. Oh, are you certain you wish for me to intervene? At that moment, Yang Ming disregarded everyone around him, his calm voice resonating throughout the forest. As his words echoed, all eyes shifted to Yang Ming, astonishment etched upon their faces. Sandadaching scrutinized Yang Ming anew, as if seeing him for the first time. It seemed incredulous that in such a moment, Yang Ming would dare to speak so boldly. He was either a fool or possessed genuine confidence. Yet, how could a mere 5-year-old possibly hold such prowess? Even if he were a prodigy, what chance could he have against Koshidashi? Not only Sandadaching, but Koshidashi also narrowed his eyes, observing Yang Ming. As the leader of the tumultuous faction, he was arrogant yet never underestimated anyone, regardless of how inferior they appeared. He treated all adversaries with equal seriousness, pouring his full strength into every confrontation, a principle that had allowed him to reach his current stature. But this 5-year-old child, what could he achieve, even if he had honed chakra since birth? A lower-level ninja? Yet, even if he were, what did that matter? How many lower-level ninjas had he dispatched effortlessly? At that moment, Yang Ming began to stride forward, approaching a small mound of earth 2 meters high and 10 meters away, surveying it from all angles. You shattered a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds with a single strike, did you not? But compared to this, how does it measure? Yang Ming pointed at the mound before him. This mound possessed a weight of at least 10,000 pounds. Its broad form and intricate internal structure far surpassing that of a 1,000-pound boulder. I could not possibly cleave it, and attempting to do so would likely result in self-harm. Are you truly claiming you could shatter it? Upon hearing this, Koshidashi let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, if I were to break it, would you concede or not? Yang Ming replied earnestly. You could break it? If you truly possessed such capability, not only I, but even Mr. Sando would concede defeat. But do you genuinely believe that is possible? Koshidashi guffawed, looking at Yang Ming as if he were the most ridiculous fool on earth. Fool, I assumed you might possess some skill, yet here you are, merely a simpleton. At this, not only Koshidashi laughed, but even the medical ninjas behind Chongchuani could not suppress their amusement. The mound could not merely be described by weight. Its width and volume rendered it infinitely more complex than a mere 1,000-pound boulder. To shatter it would require the potency of a B-rank ninjutsu, necessitating at least the strength of a middle-level ninja, something even the average middle-level ninja could scarcely accomplish. Did they truly believe that this Yang Ming could achieve such a feat? What a farce! Chongchuani felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated that Yang Ming would act in such a manner. It was as if he were proclaiming to the world, I am a fool. Indeed, Dasiai Komori was correct. It was a Herculean task to shatter this small mountain of earth, perhaps even an impossibility. Moreover, should you truly manage to break it, I would not stand a chance against you. Mitsuda Taihei could not help but scoff internally at Yang Ming, shaking his head in dismay. Who would have thought that after waiting for so long, they would be confronted by such a simpleton? What a disappointment. Is that so? Just because you cannot achieve it does not imply that I cannot. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities, Yang Ming replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of arrogance and unwavering confidence. You're a fool, Komori muttered angrily, turning away towards the medicinal herbs, unwilling to engage further. Any prolonged argument might obscure the distinction between who the true fool was. Suddenly, a cataclysmic sound erupted, akin to thunder crashing in the mountains, reverberating through the air. Komori shuddered involuntarily and turned back to witness Yang Ming's palm pressed firmly against the small mound. Instantly, fissures appeared across its surface. And with a deafening roar akin to 100 explosive talismans detonating simultaneously, the mound shattered into a cascade of debris. Rubble flew in all directions, littering the ground. Yang Ming stood there nonchalantly, raising his fist as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. What? Komori gasped, his mouth agape, rendered utterly speechless. Not only he, but every onlooker stood with mouths wide open, their faces painted with astonishment, their eyes finally settling on the small child clad in black, who appeared no more than 5 years old, a visage of disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. At that moment, Yang Ming approached Komori with a stoic expression, each step accompanied by a question. Were you just insulting me? And no, my lord, you must have misheard. I was merely berating myself. I am not human. I am a beast, blind to my own shortcomings. Komori stammered, glancing nervously at the remnants of the shattered mound behind Yang Ming, waving his hands in a flurry of panic. How could he dare to confront such power? Oh, did I mishear? Perhaps I did. However, you did mention something about me engaging you in a contest. Very well, you may show me your prowess. Yang Ming continued, taking another step forward. And no, my lord. That is not the case at all. Your might is awe-inspiring. I am but a mere ant, unworthy of facing your brilliance. I was merely talking to myself, as I sometimes do due to my affliction. Please, do not take it to heart. Komori insisted, gesturing frantically. Is that so? Yang Ming replied with a faint smile, taking another step closer, now merely 20 paces from Komori. So, who does this medicinal field belong to now? He inquired once more. Nature belongs to the adults. It is their private possession. Whoever dares to claim it disregards the authority of the adults, and I shall ensure their demise. Shaosun Daxing immediately knelt down, completely devoid of any samurai dignity. Then why do you linger here? Are you still obstinate enough to seek another leaf? Yang Ming scoffed, stepping forward. He stood before Shaosun Daxing, who, upon seeing Yang Ming, was struck with terror, fleeing in a panic, as if Yang Ming were a great demon. Thus, with just 4 strides, Yang Ming made Shaosun Daxing flee, devoid of any will to fight. Yang Ming then turned his back, directing his gaze towards Santian Daching and the remaining onlookers. The new generation surpasses the old. Indeed, the talents of Konoha surpass those of the past. With someone like you among the grass ninjas, the entire ninja world shall tremble in fear. You have triumphed. From now on, this medicinal field belongs to the grass ninjas. Any who dare to covet it shall be our enemies. Feeling Yang Ming's intense gaze, Santian Daching let out a deep sigh, his expression melancholic and full of yearning, before bidding farewell to Chong Chuani and departing. Thus, this matter came to a complete conclusion. Meanwhile, Chong Chuani and his companions remained in a state of shock, especially the many medical ninjas behind him, who looked at Yang Ming with complex expressions, ultimately transforming into reverence, as if they were in the presence of the grass shadow. Chong Chuani fared slightly better. Having witnessed Yang Ming's prowess, he was astonished yet filled with endless joy, having anticipated such a transformation. Moonlight Lord, this is splendid. Even Mr. Santian has proclaimed such. Henceforth, this medicinal field in the northern region of the grass ninjas shall remain untouched. Our medical techniques will ascend to a new level. Yang Ming nodded. The elder must be a person of considerable stature among the wave ninjas. Thus, he had inquired about him. With this, the medicinal field was secured without further issue, culminating in a perfect conclusion. Subsequently, Chong Chuani began to organize the medical ninjas for harvesting, reporting to the village to assign personnel for management and oversight. Witnessing this, Yang Ming departed leisurely, for he had many matters yet to attend to. Upon returning to the village, Yang Ming made his way to the construction site to resign from his position with Song Xiaolei, bidding farewell to his bricklaying career. After all, this was his first job upon entering the ninja world. Although the pay was modest, it sustained him and held sentimental value. The construction site was bustling with activity. As Kusa Ninja Village was under renovation, Yang Ming searched for Song Xiaolei but could not find him. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid. Moonlight Lord, what a coincidence. Gong Lizi beamed at Yang Ming. Not a coincidence, Yang Ming replied coldly, his expression hardening. Hiki, Moonlight Lord. You need not come to the construction site daily. The orphanage is your home. The doors will always be open for you. Gong Lizizi seemed oblivious to Yang Ming's frosty demeanor, maintaining a beaming smile as she spoke. Is that so? In response, Yang Ming let out a cold laugh, refusing to acknowledge her, and swiftly turned away. His speed was remarkable, vanishing from sight in an instant. Is this the same old routine? Nevertheless, I refuse to believe that you can maintain this icy facade indefinitely. After all, you are merely a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum. Watching Yang Ming's departing figure, Gong Lizizi chuckled softly. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air. About 50 meters ahead, several bricklayers were sent flying as a 3-meter-high wall of bricks collapsed, strewing debris across the ground. The sound of bricks crashing onto the surrounding concrete was thunderous. What on earth happened? Gong Lizizi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she hurried towards the commotion. Not just her, but everyone else on site halted their work, rushing towards the scene. There stood Yang Ming amidst the chaos, surrounded by scattered red bricks, while a few workers lay on the ground 10 meters away, appearing grievously injured. Nearby, overturned carts added to the disarray, creating a tableau reminiscent of a disaster site. Strangely, while the cart pushers were down, the individuals who had collided with them appeared unscathed, an unsettling anomaly. What transpired here? A man resembling a foreman approached, inquiring. Captain Ida, Yuezha Ming has targeted us, overturned our cart, and nearly crushed us with bricks. You must seek justice for us. One of the fallen men cried, sitting up with tears in his eyes. Indeed, Captain Ida, Ming has harbored ill will towards us for some time. Resentful that we encroach upon his livelihood, he has long sought our elimination. This cannot continue. If a life is lost, the consequences would be dire. Indeed. We were fortunate this time, but can such luck be relied upon? We implore you, Captain Ida, to uphold fairness. The other 3 men echoed, hastily rising from the ground. Their voices filled with distress. At that moment, the foreman cast a glance at Ming, who stood there with an expression of indifference, his eyes flashing with disdain. The 4 men, Tian Daoong, Xiao Yuan Pu, Chong Tianzhong, and Oda Yuichi, were all bricklayers like Ming, while Ida Bu was the one who had introduced them. Effectively their supervisor. Since Ming's arrival, he had been accomplishing the work of several men with remarkable speed and efficiency, leading to a significant reduction in the workload for the 4 others. Over time, their resentment towards Ming grew, as they perceived him as a threat to their livelihoods. Ming, however, remained unperturbed, unaware that today would see them finally act against him. The earlier scene had been meticulously orchestrated by the 4, confident that Ming, despite his size, would not overlook their scheme. Moreover, it seemed that Ida Bu had been waiting for an opportunity to intervene, appearing promptly after the incident. The nearest Gong Lizzie was still a dozen steps away, yet he appeared in an instant. His intentions were glaringly evident. However, Ming chose to disregard them. Given his current prowess, such trivial antics were mere child's play, hardly worthy of his attention. As the crowd gathered, murmurs of speculation filled the air upon witnessing this scene. Gong Lizzie hurried over, her brows furrowing in concern. With her astute nature, she could easily discern the underlying dynamics at play. Although she saw through the facade, she opted to remain silent, waiting for Ming to approach her on his own accord. At this moment, she understood the delicate balance of not being overly proactive nor excessively passive, lest the outcome be diminished. Ming, what is your take on this? She inquired. In response, Ida Bu nodded slightly before turning his gaze toward Ming, his expression chilling in an instant. As the squad leader, he was accustomed to managing various affairs on the construction site, often dealing with unruly individuals or conflicts. Nevertheless, he had subdued each situation with apparent ease, showcasing his authority. His towering stature starkly contrasted with Ming, creating an impression akin to an adult bullying a child. What could I possibly have to say to you? Who do you think you are to question me? Ming replied coldly, fully aware of the clandestine scheming of these individuals who had set a trap for him. Now that he had unwittingly stepped into their snare, extricating himself would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had never contemplated escape. To him, these people were as insignificant as ants. Were it not for his imminent departure and desire to avoid causing a scene, they would have already met their demise. Ah, indeed, you're audacious. No wonder Taijima and the others expressed their dissatisfaction with you. When they spoke to me, I found it hard to believe. Yet here you are, daring to speak so brazenly in my presence. That confirms it. Ida Bu retorted, his fury manifesting as a twisted smile. It was hard to fathom that such words could emanate from the mouth of a mere 5-year-old, but soon his eyes hardened, exuding a lethal glare. He was no pushover. After all, how else could he maintain his position on this construction site? Ming, you should promptly admit your fault. I believe I still possess enough dignity to negotiate with Captain Ida and settle this matter amicably, he suggested. Just then, Gong Lizzie stepped forward, adopting the demeanor of a peacemaker. Addressing Ming, she spoke while bowing slightly toward Ida Bu. Are you blind or deaf? These 4 clearly conspired to frame me. As a 5-year-old child, how could I possess the strength to collide with them? This obvious setup, and you feign ignorance? Or are you in cahoots with them? Yet, none of this seemed to concern Ming, who regarded Ida Bu with a dismissive glance. Without waiting for a response, Ming gestured broadly around him. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere was tense as I spoke. Everyone present was aware of the underlying dynamics. There was no need to vocalize the obvious. The truth of the matter was evident to all who had orchestrated this situation. I felt no inclination to engage in further dialogue, for in my eyes, these trivialities held little significance. I was disinclined to dwell on them. I turned to Ida Bu, offering him a singular opportunity. Kneel and apologize. Then take your 4 companions and depart from this place. If you comply, I shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Ming's voice was cold and resolute. He intended to leave, seeking to avoid conflict, preferring a peaceful resolution. Yet, should someone provoke him, he would show no mercy. Me? Kneel before you? Bu's eyes widened, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. He pointed at himself, surveying those around him, and exclaimed, "Yang Ming, do you even know who I am? I am the foreman of this site. The site manager, Sangqiao, is my uncle, and the owner, Takeshita Akira, is my second father. You dare demand that I kneel? You must be seeking death." His gaze fixed on Yang Ming. A fierce hostility radiated from him. Yang Ming had thoroughly provoked him. Although he was not a benevolent character, he would not stoop to argue with a mere child. However, had Bu not insisted, he would not have shown restraint. In this era of ninjas, survival was paramount, especially in a place like the Land of Grass, where kindness was a rarity. "Yang Ming, I do not care about the rights or wrongs of this situation. You have the audacity to defy me, and thus, you shall no longer work here. Feel free to seek employment at any other site. I doubt anyone would dare to hire you if they know you oppose me," Bu declared coldly, effectively terminating Yang Ming's position and ensuring he would find no refuge in any construction site across the Land of Grass. It was a ruthless blow to one's future. Upon hearing this, the workers around felt a chill. They sighed collectively. They were laborers, reliant on their hard work for sustenance. If no site would accept them, starvation awaited. Especially in these uncertain times. Their gazes toward Yang Ming shifted to pity. Although Gong Lizi wished to intercede, her lack of experience left her powerless against Bu's fury. She could only wait for the storm to pass before perhaps persuading Yang Ming to apologize. Today, however, escape from this predicament was impossible. Yet, Yang Ming merely smiled serenely. "Very well, I had originally come to resign. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, before I take my leave, it is time to settle our grievances. You five may be united in your bravado, but do not mistake my reluctance to engage as a license to bully me." With that, Yang Ming's expression hardened, and he launched a swift punch at Bu. The sudden strike was executed with astonishing speed. Bu barely sensed the impending danger before he was struck with tremendous force. The impact sent him crashing against the steel and concrete behind him, leaving a deep imprint in the shape of his body. Bu was now fused with the very materials that had once separated them. He was dead. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers collectively gasped in horror. They had not anticipated Yang Ming's audacity in declaring his intent to kill without a shred of hesitation or remorse. Under the moonlight, the expression on Miyako's face shifted dramatically. She had not foreseen that Yang Ming would take such drastic action. Although Bu was merely an ordinary individual, his uncle and father held significant positions as site supervisors. The murder of Bu would undoubtedly result in troublesome repercussions. However, before she could utter another word, Yang Ming struck again. He approached the astonished quartet of Taiji Mako, unleashing a flurry of punches. "I have come here only out of desperation, seeking a mere morsel to sustain myself. You conspired against me because I threatened your livelihoods. Had I not evaded your earlier attack, I might have already lost my life. Since you seek my demise, why should I show mercy?" With a series of thunderous impacts, the four were propelled into the air. Their cries silenced as their bodies disintegrated into a crimson mist upon the force of Yang Ming's overwhelming strength. The grotesque spectacle left them utterly obliterated. Yang Ming continued his assault, dispatching 5 individuals with an emotionless demeanor, as indifferent as if he had crushed mere insects beneath his heel. This chilling expression instilled fear amongst the bystanders. "Who dares to cause a ruckus on my construction site?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. It belonged to Takamura Akira and the foreman, Kurahashi Rei, who had hurried to the scene, only to find themselves too late. Bu and his companions had already been reduced to blood mist, leaving behind only a deep imprint in the concrete and rebar. "This is dire. The boss and foreman have arrived. This youth is doomed." The crowd's expression shifted as they regarded the approaching figures. The boy's strength was formidable, capable of killing 4 men with a single punch. Such power was nothing short of divine. If nurtured by a skilled mentor, his future prospects would be boundless. Yet, his recklessness was alarming. Despite Bu's unsavory character, his connections were profound. Kurahashi Rei was his uncle, while Takamura Akira was his second father. Both were not to be trifled with. A laborer sighed, lamenting, ultimately, it's youthful impulsiveness that has led to this calamity. "This boy is in for a terrible fate." The crowd shook their heads in dismay, failing to foresee a positive outcome for Yang Ming. "You dare to kill on my territory, especially my son?" Soon, the two understood the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the imprint left on the concrete, Takemura Akira's expression turned icy, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Yang Ming. Yang Ming, I initially believed you to be a diligent and capable individual, which is why I extended my kindness towards you. Yet, I have unwittingly nurtured a calamity, allowing you to kill even my nephew. I have truly fostered a tiger that will bring me harm. Kurahashi Rei's face hardened as he directed a cold reprimand at Yang Ming. Takemura, Kurahashi, I witnessed the entire incident unfold. It was indeed Etienne Bu and his compatriots who acted improperly first. Yang Ming's response was merely a miscalculation, and he is a student of my Shaolin Ninja School. Should you wish to take action against him, you must first consult with the Shadow Master. Miyako interjected hastily. Ko-Reiko, I respect you as a shinobi. Hence I do not wish to disgrace you. Takehira Akira gazed at Ko-Reiko, cupping his hands in salute as he spoke. Then, his tone shifted abruptly. However, the murder of my child is an unforgivable sin. I care not whether he is a student of the Shinobi Academy, all I know is that he is the killer of my nephew. Even if Lord Kuzakage himself stood before me, I would still demand his life in vengeance. With that, Takehira Akira turned his frigid, battle-ready eyes upon Yang Ming. Tsukishita Akira, debts must be repaid, and lives must be answered for. This is the natural order of things. You killed them only because they were weaker than you. Now, as a warrior, I challenge you to a duel to the death. The victor lives, the defeated dies. Each word was enunciated with deliberate weight. As he finished speaking, a long blade slid from his waist. He, too, was a warrior, and no one had even noticed where he had concealed the blade. This single display of his hidden sword technique was proof enough of his prowess. This is bad. Takehira Akira was a descendant of the Takehira clan, once trained by the wandering master, Mida Daisei. Though he knew no ninjutsu, his martial skill was refined. Ordinary genin would be no match for him. At this sight, Ko-Reiko's heart chilled. She swiftly turned her gaze to Yang Ming. It was already too late to intervene. Even if Lord Kuzakage were present, he likely couldn't stop a warrior's challenge to a duel to the death. Tsukishita Akira, I too challenge you to a duel to the death. Blood must be repaid with blood. At this moment, Kurahashi Rue, seemingly out of nowhere, drew a long blade and pointed it at Yang Ming. He too was a warrior, though not as dazzling as Takehira Akira, he was still formidable. Two warriors, both issuing challenges of death. It's over. It's over. Ko-Reiko, who had already sensed the dire situation, now felt her heart sink completely. Tsukishita Akira. Tsukishita Akira, why must you court disaster wherever you go? Can you not temper that temper of yours? Oh, you challenge me to a duel to the death? Faced with this, Yang Ming merely smiled faintly, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the two. When his eyes landed on Kurahashi Rue, his expression flickered briefly. Kurahashi Rue, out of respect for the fact that you made an exception to recruit me and gave me this job, I'll spare you. Get lost. As for you, Takehira Akira, since you seek death, don't blame me for what comes next. With that, Yang Ming turned his cold gaze upon Takehira Akira. Have you lost your mind? The moment Yang Ming uttered these words, Ko-Reiko could only shut her eyes in resignation. She had harbored a sliver of hope that even if she had to suffer injury, she might still save Yang Ming from their blades, hoping to warm his heart in the process. But this was Yang Ming leaving himself no path of retreat. Now, she was utterly powerless. Is this boy insane? Not just her, everyone present was stunned. 2 against 1, with overwhelming disparity in strength. Yet Yang Ming remained so composed. Was this confidence born of certainty or sheer recklessness? Good. Never in my half-century of life, though the age of warriors has waned, have I been so insulted by a mere child. Tsukishita Akira, you are bold. Truly bold. Takehira Akira, upon hearing this, grinned savagely, his fury palpable. His blade pointed at Yang Ming, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. In this moment, he was devoid of any thoughts, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate the youth before him. Fool. Sangxiolei cursed vehemently, had it not been for Takehira Akira's prior intervention. He would have already struck down Yang Ming. Alas, what a pity it was for such a young life to meet its end here. Yet, can this all be attributed to anyone else? If blame were to be cast, it could only fall upon his own inadequacies. After all, in the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. Were one to possess formidable power, would anyone dare to provoke you, be it Ito Bu or Taiji Mako, with great strength, even if one were to eliminate them? Neither Sangxiolei nor Takehira Akira would dare utter a word against it. Ultimately, it all boils down to power. Indeed, with power comes everything. As the onlookers witnessed this scene unfold, they collectively sighed, some turning away in distress, unable to bear the sight. Faced with such a dire situation, the youth's demise seemed inevitable, with no chance of salvation. Suddenly, however, 4 or 5 figures descended from above. Adorned with forehead protectors bearing the letter M and clad in green vests, they were unmistakably a group of ninjas, grass ninjas. Upon their sudden arrival, Takazura, Akira, and Sangxiao Lei's expressions shifted dramatically, hastily stepping aside. Though they possessed some strength, they understood the necessity of yielding before the might of powerful ninjas. Unwilling to defy them, what could have prompted the sudden appearance of ninjas? The two exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the purpose of their presence. The crowd also found themselves in a state of bewilderment. "Hirakawa Ninja Captain, what brings you here?" Miyoshi Reiko exclaimed in surprise, recognizing one among them, yet perplexed by their arrival. However, her words went unnoticed as dozens of ninjas landed, standing to the side as if welcoming a distinguished figure. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, they had already bowed respectfully to either side. Then, a figure clad in blue abruptly materialized, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in azure. Lord Mizudai. The sight of this man left everyone in astonishment. No one was unfamiliar with him. Anyone acquainted with the grass ninja territory knew who he was. The right-hand man of the grass shadow, Mizudai Tsubasa. Lord Mizudai. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Takazura, Akira, and Sangxiao Lei dared not act carelessly and promptly approached to offer their greetings. However, Hirakawa Ninja obstructed their advance, compelling them to halt and observe from a distance. In the next moment, they bore witness to a scene that left them utterly stunned. Mizudai Tsubasa bowed deeply before young Ming, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect and addressing him with reverence. "Your Excellency, Moonlight, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. There is an urgent matter that requires your counsel from Lord Grass Shadow." As the crowd absorbed this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the area. Each word uttered by Mizudai Tsubasa was articulated with precision, resonating in the ears of all present, leaving them in a state of shock. Particularly, his statement regarding the need for Yang Ming's counsel from Lord Grass Shadow echoed profoundly in their minds. All were left in a state of mental disarray. A singular thought reverberating through their consciousness. Lord Grass Shadow, Moonlight Ming? Could there be a connection between them? All eyes turned to Yang Ming, who stood proudly in his fitted black attire, his slender figure commanding attention, yet no words escaped their lips. "Lord Mizudai, this." At that moment, Takeshita, Akira, and Kurabayashi Rue exchanged glances, respectfully addressing Mizudai Tsubasa from a distance. It seemed they had something to convey. However, Mizudai Tsubasa paid them no heed, instead focusing his reverence upon Yang Ming, speaking in a tone reserved for those of great significance. "This matter ought not to have disturbed you, but it has arisen unexpectedly and is of utmost importance. Lord Kasakage had no choice but to seek your counsel, for beyond you, there exists no one within the grass village capable of managing this situation." Having uttered these words, he bowed deeply once more. "Is that so? Very well." After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ming contemplated and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Mizudai Tsubasa beamed with joy, and soon the two swiftly departed, leaving the others behind, who hardly spared them a glance. Shortly thereafter, the surrounding ninjas vanished as well. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived and departed with equal swiftness. Only a small group remained, exchanging incredulous looks. Takeshita, Akira, and Kurabayashi Rue shared a glance imbued with bitterness. From Mizudai Tsubasa's arrival to his ultimate departure, though no words were exchanged with them, they were not foolish. The implications of the dialogue were clear, and if they could not decipher the significance, their years of experience would have been in vain. "This grudge cannot be avenged." Kurabayashi Rue's voice came out hoarse, a testament to his shock. "Not only can we not seek revenge, but we must also offer our apologies. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and we have clearly misjudged the situation." Takeshita Akira's voice was equally raspy, though slightly better than Kurabayashi Rue's. Yet still he could not help but curse the deceased Ida Ayumu for the trouble brought upon him. In the grand scheme of things, what was Ida Ayumu's life compared to his own? Moreover, Ida Ayumu was not even his biological son. Is this an unprecedented reversal? He pondered. Was that truly Lord Mizudai Tsubasa? He is the foremost expert under the Kasakage. What he just conveyed to that boy, something about a consultation with the Kasakage, was he genuinely so respectful? Could this be true? Indeed, it was true. They had all underestimated the young man. That youth is extraordinary, a formidable talent. Else why would even the Kasakage treat him with such deference? Regardless of whether he was indeed a great master, one thing was certain. This youth was exceptional. The onlookers could only express their astonishment. The scene before them too shocking to comprehend. It took them a considerable time to regain their senses, yet they remained enveloped in disbelief. How could this be? Even Lord Mizudai Tsubasa and Lord Kasekage treated him with such honor? Meanwhile, Miyako Riko was utterly bewildered. In her understanding, Yang Ming possessed remarkable talent and had caught the attention of the Kasekage, allowing him to enter the Ninja Academy as an exception. But that was where it ended. The academy had many prodigies who had similarly garnered the Kasekage's recognition. This was no extraordinary feat, merely an acknowledgement of one's potential. It was merely an opportunity that depended on one's ability to seize it. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than she had imagined. Especially following Mizudai Tsubasa's final remark, which effectively placed Yang Ming and the Kasekage on equal footing. A consultation. For a figure like Kusanokage, the term discussion is only fitting when one possesses equal standing. Could it be that I was mistaken from the very beginning? And that Tsukishita Akira has already attained the prowess of Lord Kusanokage? Suddenly, a thought, absurd even to her, surged forth in her mind. Though reluctant to believe it, she found herself compelled to do so at this moment. At this juncture, Yang Ming had arrived at the Kusanokage's chamber alongside Mizudayu. Inside, to his surprise, was also Junichi, along with Teiuchi Jun, Miya Kurataka, and several other high-ranking officials who had appeared during the ninja school's anniversary celebration. The gathering of such esteemed individuals suggested that a significant event had transpired. What is happening? Yang Ming inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Tsukishita-sama, it is as follows. Takeuchi Jun, scanning the room, stood up to introduce the matter. Do you recall the name Mizuyamaki? Mizuyamaki, your adversary? Yang Ming turned to Junichi with a questioning gaze. Indeed, it is he. Junichi replied with a wry smile. But I thought he was dead? Yang Ming remarked in surprise. He is indeed deceased, but his demise has brought about considerable trouble. Junichi sighed heavily. Trouble? Yang Ming furrowed his brow. Glancing at Kusanokage, his master is the captain of the daimyo's guard, Chiku's Hiroichi. Junichi stated. Chiku's Hiroichi, is he formidable? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming grasped why Kusanokage had sent Mizudayu to seek him out. This individual appeared to be exceptionally powerful, as evidenced by the grave expressions of all the Kusanokage's high-ranking officials when his name was mentioned. However, Yang Ming had never heard of this person. Among the strong he knew were figures like Uchiha Madara, Nagato, Obito, and the five Kages, including individuals like Hashirama and Tobirama. Yet, he had no knowledge of Chiku's Hiroichi. Nevertheless, to be the captain of the daimyo's guard in the Land of Grass certainly implied extraordinary strength. One must recognize that the power of the daimyo's estate is not inferior to that of a village's kage, particularly in a small nation like the Land of Grass. Despite this, the extent of his might remained an enigma, not just formidable, but utterly unmatched. A being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Mifune and Hanzo. Takeuchi Jun added with a bitter smile. Mifune, Hanzo? At this revelation, Yang Ming's heart stirred, and he understood the true caliber of Chiku's Hiroichi's strength. To be on par with Mifune and Hanzo placed him above even the Kage level. Hanzo, renowned as a demigod, was a foe even the legendary three ninjas of Konoha could not contend with, highlighting his prowess. It was no wonder that upon hearing this name, the high-ranking officials of Kusa no Kage wore expressions of profound gravity, even bordering on despair. Anyone who would incite such a being would undoubtedly feel overwhelming hopelessness. Even Yang Ming sensed the gravity of the situation. This kind of individual would pose a significant challenge, even for him. However, with the formidable might of would release, he believed he could at least engage in a battle. It appears that I must swiftly gather the flame temperature grass to forge the blood chi pill and attain greater strength. With this thought, Yang Ming cast his gaze toward Chaoying. As he is a trusted guardian of the daimyo, it is unlikely that he would depart easily. Moonlight Lord, I comprehend your intent. Indeed, Chikahiro, being a loyal retainer of the daimyo, stationed at the daimyo's residence, would not leave without cause. Furthermore, Chikahiro stands alongside Hanzo and Mifune, a figure of immense dignity, and would not act impulsively. Takeuchi Jun nodded, a fleeting smile of bitter amusement crossing his face. While he may not easily depart or take action, he commands numerous disciples, and his status surpasses ours, allowing him to mobilize us at will. In our Land of Grass, the daimyo's residence holds authority over the villages, and as a high-ranking retainer, Chikahiro has already issued a decree, commanding us to arrive at the daimyo's residence within 3 days to address this matter. Upon finishing his words, Takeuchi Jun pointed to a letter on Chao Ying's desk. Upon seeing this, Yang Ming opened it, revealing an invitation. It summoned the high-ranking officials of the Grass Ninja to the daimyo's residence. However, the signature was not that of the daimyo, but of Chikahiro himself. While it was labeled an invitation, it was, in truth, a challenge. The purpose required no elaboration. Are his disciples truly formidable? Yang Ming inquired casually. Although he had many disciples, only two stood out: Kawabata Nozomi and the deceased Mizuno Ki. Kawabata Nozomi, Chikuhiro's third disciple, was exceptionally gifted, an unparalleled swordsman, tenfold stronger than Mizuno Ki, having once cleaved a waterfall with a single strike, capable of contending with elite ninjas. Since he will not intervene himself, and only Kawabata Nozomi among his disciples poses a threat, it matters not. I shall personally confront him. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming nodded, turning his gaze toward Chao Ying. As the shadow of the village, Chao Ying could not engage, nor could the advisors and officials present. Suidaiki's strength was limited, leaving Yang Ming as the sole candidate capable of rising to the challenge. This was also the reason Suidaiki sought out Yang Ming. Very well, Moonlight Lord, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Although Chikahiro is formidable, he cannot act against us at the daimyo's residence. With you by my side, we shall fear no obstacles. Once we surmount this trial, it will not be so simple for Chikahiro to target us again. Chao Ying stood, bowing to Yang Ming. It is of no concern. This matter pertains to me as well. Once resolved, I shall take my leave. Yang Ming waved his hand. Yet, a bold thought flickered through his mind. He sought the crystal phoenix fruit, flame temperature grass, and Lin Kuang ginseng, which would prove exceedingly arduous. However, the daimyo's residence served as the nexus of the land of grass. Rather than aimlessly searching, it would be far more advantageous to go directly to the daimyo's residence, where the likelihood of success would be significantly greater. Chikuhiro's presence instilled a sense of urgency within him. After all, the samurai once commanded multiple eras, with masters aplenty. Far beyond the few known figures, many unknown masters lurked in the shadows, their powers rivaling that of shadows themselves, choosing to remain concealed in this era of ninjas. Yet, if one were to provoke them, it would spell disaster. Yang Ming once believed that the land of grass was feeble. However, it now appears that this may not be the case. The only truly weak element is the grass ninja village itself. Nevertheless, the others remain cautious, for they are aware that he is a disciple of Senkaku Hiroichi, and who can ascertain the depths of his prowess. Consequently, they engage in further deliberation. At that moment, in the mountainous backwoods of the daimyo's estate, a waterfall cascades down with tremendous force, the water churning and resonating with a thunderous roar. A middle-aged man clad in a white samurai outfit sits serenely upon a large boulder, a katana poised beside him. The waterfall, the white-clad warrior, and the blade together create an extraordinary tableau. Approaching him is a woman in a crimson kimono, accompanied by 4 or 5 individuals adorned with grass ninja headbands. However, they are not ninjas from the grass ninja village, but rather elite guards responsible for the safety of the daimyo, holding a status more esteemed than that of the grass ninjas. Kawabata-sama, Captain Oda has come to report. The woman bows respectfully in the presence of the white-clad man. He remains seated upon the boulder, seemingly oblivious to her words. Observing this, one of the ninja, resembling a captain, steps forward, slightly bowing, and speaks in a respectful tone. Kawabata-sama, the challenge letter has been delivered, and the grass shadow has responded. They will surely arrive in 3 days. He continues, rest assured, Kawabata-sama. The perpetrator who murdered Mizuno Ki has been found, and he shall pay for his blood debts in kind. Found the culprit? Upon hearing this, Kawabata's tightly shut eyes snap open, a radiant flash of light piercing through them, and he swiftly draws his sword. Instantly, a brilliant arc of light emanates from his blade, slicing through the air towards the distant waterfall. The act of drawing the sword, Kawabata, Oda and the others are taken aback, and they witness an unforgettable spectacle. The blade's brilliance cleaves the waterfall, which had been flowing uninterrupted, into 2 halves as if a celestial barrier had suddenly emerged within it, dividing the cascade into 2 segments. The blade's light extends for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt, crafting an awe-inspiring scene. The onlookers are rendered speechless with astonishment. Oda, in particular, bows even lower, his mind profoundly shaken. The swordsmanship of Kawabata has become increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, atop the cliff where the waterfall descends, 2 figures stand. One, clad in pure white and dressed in traditional attire, is a venerable elder in his 50s. The other, A man in his 30s, dressed in standard samurai garb of gray, appears quite unremarkable. The two gaze across the cliff towards the endless sea. Should anyone be present, they would recognize the elder in white as Hiraga Keitai, the daimyo of the Land of Grass, who oversees all matters of the nation and wields supreme authority over the Grass Shadow. The other is Senkaku Hiroichi, a swordsman renowned alongside Hanzo and Mifune, a mythical figure of the sword. Together, they appear as close companions. Hiroichi, do you believe that with Kawabata's strength, he can contend with the Grass Shadow? Hiraga Keitai inquires softly. Half a pound is equal to half a pound. Recently, however, Kawabata has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and whether he can break through depends solely on his personal endeavor. Should he succeed, the Shadow of Grass would merely be a jest before him, remarked Chika Hiroichi calmly. Is that so? One can only hope he makes the breakthrough. The Shadow of Grass, as a figure of influence, has been expanding his range of activities lately. Perhaps his rapid advancement has emboldened him to take action against your disciple, laughed Hiroka Keita. This matter shall be resolved by Kawabata. My duty is to ensure your safety, especially now that the Second World War has concluded and the 5 great nations are recuperating. We smaller nations are most vulnerable to unforeseen incidents, Chika Hiroichi replied. Kawabata, you say? Hiroka Keita glanced at Kawabata, who was seated cross-legged beneath the waterfall. Just then, a flash of light from a blade surged forth, slicing through the air like a streak. The once continuous waterfall was abruptly cleaved into 2 halves, creating a momentary disruption in its flow. Excellent, exclaimed Hiroka Keita upon witnessing this. It seems Kawabata is indeed capable of shouldering this important responsibility. I can entrust this matter to him without concern. Hiroichi, your disciple is truly remarkable. With this strike alone, he can stand toe-to-toe with the Shadow of Grass. Indeed. Chika Hiroichi nodded, a satisfied expression flitting across his features as he regarded Kawabata below, clearly pleased with his disciple's prowess. Meanwhile, after departing from the Shadow's chamber, Ming began to prepare. He donned the distinctive black attire of the Grass Shinobi and secured his forehead protector, ensuring he carried his silver notes with him. After a comfortable night's rest, he would report to the Shadow of Grass the following day. The residence of the daimyo was over 100 miles from the Grass Shinobi village, and even with the speed of a ninja, it would take more than half a day to traverse. Thus, the group needed to set out early in the morning. The ninjas exhibited remarkable efficiency, gathering promptly and making their way toward the daimyo's estate. This was Ming's first glimpse of the world beyond the Grass Shinobi village, and he was filled with curiosity. His previous experiences had only provided fleeting glimpses of this realm through manga. Now he felt the vibrant essence of the ninja world more profoundly. Silently, they hastened their journey, and by nightfall, they arrived at the capital city of T. T was the heart of the Land of Grass, with the daimyo's estate situated at its center, overseeing the military and political affairs of the entire nation. Though small, the Land of Grass boasted a complete array of ninjas, guards, and economic structures, functioning as a sovereign entity. Upon their arrival, the daimyo's estate was prepared to receive them, for the Shadow of Grass held a prestigious position within the Land of Grass. The group was promptly ushered into the opulent residence, constructed of exquisite timber and adorned with tatami mats, showcasing a high-end Japanese aesthetic. Once settled, and after a brief respite, they were to pay their respects to the daimyo. Ming found this cumbersome, so he bid farewell and exited the daimyo's estate. As long as the Shadow of Grass attended, his presence as a lowly genin was inconsequential. Instead, he preferred to explore the capital of the Land of Grass. The broad streets were lined with various vendors selling delectable snacks, while the sidewalks were bustling with vibrant restaurants, taverns, bathhouses, dance halls, and casinos, all in abundance. The night was alive with activity, a dazzling spectacle that could only be described as a city that never sleeps. In order to avoid drawing attention, Ming donned his forehead protector around his neck, rendering it nearly invisible from the outside. He meandered through the streets, savoring the local delicacies. Before seeking information about the elusive crystal phoenix fruit at both the apothecary and the auction house, regrettably, his efforts culminated in disappointment. After all, the Land of Grass was merely a small nation. Although a sense of disillusionment washed over him, Ming quickly regained his composure, preparing to return to the daimyo's residence when a small girl unexpectedly caught his eye. She had striking red hair, her face smeared with dirt, and she clutched a tattered bowl as she begged for alms. Alas, the hearts of the passers-by were cold. Few spared her a glance. Shivering from hunger, she gazed at the indifferent crowd, despair creeping into her heart. At that moment, a group of grass ninjas approached, and upon noticing them, The girl's face flickered with panic as she fled in a frenzy. Yet, the heightened senses of the ninjas were formidable. Her movement only drew their attention. With mocking laughter, the ninjas rushed towards her. The girl, startled, ran for her life, glancing back in terror, only to collide with Yang Ming. It was her. Seeing the red-haired girl who had fallen to the ground, Yang Ming felt a stir within. Little did he anticipate their encounter would unfold under such dire circumstances. The girl's vivid crimson locks, especially in the land of grass, were unmistakable. A name sprang to mind, Xiang Lin. As she sprang to her feet, ignoring Yang Ming's presence, she prepared to flee once more, but just then, the grass ninjas were upon them. Despite her speed, how could she possibly outrun ninjas? Instinctively, she clutched Yang Ming's clothing, seeking refuge behind him, crying out, "Save me! Get out of the way, kid!" The grass ninjas had arrived, and upon spotting Xiang Lin hiding behind Yang Ming, they sneered and reached out to seize her. Suddenly, Yang Ming intervened, deflecting their grasp. The ninja, taken aback, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yang Ming with newfound caution. "Who do you serve?" he demanded. Yang Ming replied coolly, "Does it concern you who I serve?" The ninja retorted with a cold smirk, "If you don't move aside, I won't hesitate to make you regret it." "Is that so? What if I insist on intervening?" Yang Ming's serene smile remained, for encountering Xiang Lin here was a matter of urgency. "Kid, it seems you're courting death." The grass ninja's fury ignited, his kunai poised for action. "Wait, is it, you are the Moonlit Lord?" At that moment, one of the ninja's companions scrutinized Yang Ming, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty as recognition dawned upon him. Upon seeing his companion, he immediately shouted and forcefully pulled back the outstretched hand of his comrade. He then stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yang Ming, addressing him with great deference. "What Moonlit Lord? Is he the Moonlit Ming mentioned by Lord Chonchun?" The grass ninja, who had been halted, was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the calm-faced Yang Ming. "Lord Moonlit, I beg your pardon. He is new here and unaware of your esteemed presence." The grass ninja, who had bowed to Yang Ming, ignored the newcomer and quickly lowered his head, respectfully speaking to Yang Ming. "What brings you here?" Yang Ming inquired, nodding nonchalantly. "This individual is a medical ninja who escaped from the medical team, effectively a rogue from our village. We are in pursuit of her." Upon hearing this, the rogue ninja sighed in relief, hastily pointing at Xiang Lin. "Lord Moonlit, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. I was blind to your status. Lord Chongchun had informed us, but I did not expect to encounter you here." The grass ninja, who had initially intended to confront Yang Ming, quickly bowed in apology. "Is that so? You are a rogue ninja?" Yang Ming directed his gaze towards Xiang Lin. "I am not from the land of grass. My mother and I wandered here, and they offered us food. We planned to settle down, but the village does not support idlers. They killed my mother." Xiang Lin shook her head, her expression one of despair as she looked at Yang Ming. She had hoped to find a savior, only to realize she had walked into a den of wolves. "Lord Moonlit, the situation is as follows. These two are likely orphans from the land of Whirlpool. The land of Whirlpool was destroyed, and they have probably escaped by sheer luck. It is a small nation, and the people of the Uzumaki clan are considered ominous demons. Our act of sheltering them is already a great mercy, yet the village does not support idlers. Hence, the ninja who recognized Yang Ming quickly explained, "Enough. I will take care of this individual. You may return," Yang Ming interjected, waving his hand to halt further discussion. He was well aware of the ensuing matters and felt no sympathy. The ninja world operated this way, especially in the land of grass, where survival dictated such harsh realities. The grass ninja providing them with sustenance without allowing them to starve could indeed be seen as a benevolent act. Yang Ming understood that the village's refusal to support idlers was a principle he had personally experienced. Fortunately, he had acquired a system. Otherwise, he would share the same fate as Xiang Lin. "Yes, Lord Moonlit." The two did not dare to inquire further and promptly departed. "Are you hungry?" Yang Ming turned to Xiang Lin. "I am." Xiang Lin timidly glanced at Yang Ming, hesitant for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Yang Ming responded affirmatively, leading Xiang Lin to a meal. They casually found a restaurant where Yang Ming treated Xiang Lin to a meal. Afterward, in a state of astonishment, she changed into clean clothes, instantly brightening her appearance. Xiang Lin appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. Although still young, she already exhibited the makings of beauty. However, Yang Ming merely cast a glance before redirecting his thoughts elsewhere. In his heart, there was but one person, though Xiang Lin was beautiful. She was not the one he cherished. With this thought, he made his way towards the daimyo's residence. Observing this, Xianglin hurriedly followed. Along the journey, Yang Ming inquired about the Vortex clan. Due to her youth, Xianglin had limited knowledge, only recalling a colossal blue figure that had suddenly descended upon the land of whirlpools, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Few of her kin had survived. She and her mother had narrowly escaped during a shopping trip. However, by the time they returned, their homeland had been laid to waste, overrun by ninjas from the 5 great nations. Her mother had flown them to safety, but after evading several pursuers, she fainted at the border of the land of grass. When she awoke, she had been taken in by the grass ninjas. The subsequent events mirrored what Yang Ming already knew. That blue giant must have been Susanoo, and indeed, the land of whirlpools had been destroyed due to the formidable sealing techniques that had incited the fear of the 5 great nations. Yang Ming pondered this in silence, then turned his gaze to Xianglin. Such remarkable regenerative abilities and perception, coupled with extraordinary strength, he scrutinized her curiously through his sensory perception. It was unmistakable that Xianglin possessed the body of a sage. Though still young, the chakra and physical power within her were immensely potent, rivaling even that of a typical chunin. Yet, her lack of understanding rendered her might effectively null. As a sage body, she bore a unique trait, an intense regenerative capability, akin to what one might call a super restorative elixir in a previous life. With Xianglin by his side, survival would be a challenge even for those wishing to perish. Please, do not abandon me. Allow me to follow you. I will do anything you ask, as long as I am fed. Upon noticing Yang Ming's gaze, Xianglin felt a shiver run down her spine. However, having endured such tragic circumstances, she suddenly found courage in the face of his scrutiny. All right. Seeing her resolve, Yang Ming nodded. As a sage body himself, with his intermediate sage capabilities, he required little from Xianglin. Yet, since fate had brought them together, he was inclined to assist her. Overjoyed, Xianglin willingly became Yang Ming's attendant, tending to his daily needs. Having experienced the cruelties of life from a young age, she was remarkably sensible and adept at household chores. Yang Ming acknowledged that with Xianglin around, many of his daily responsibilities had become considerably lighter. After all, he was tasked with searching for medicinal herbs, training, and maintaining his own livelihood, all of which demanded considerable energy. The presence of an assistant was a welcome relief. At that moment, Mizudai came to summon them, indicating that the daimyo had prepared a banquet. Yang Ming nodded in response, while Mizudai cast a curious glance at Xianglin before departing with a knowing smile that men often share. Yang Ming shrugged off the need for explanation, allowing Mizudai's thoughts to wander, while Xianglin's face flushed with color. Her unparalleled perception meant she was acutely aware of Mizudai's actions. After a brief respite, Yang Ming prepared to attend the banquet, which, in truth, was merely a means to address the matter of Mizunokawa and to exert pressure on the grass shadow. Yang Ming was acutely aware of the intentions of the daimyo. The village of Chowning aspired to establish its own independent center, a notion that unsettled the daimyo, who wished to retain control over such a formidable village. Shui Yimu was merely a catalyst. Even without him, the events of today were inevitable. The banquet was held in a grand hall, structured in a cross shape, reminiscent of the ancient Qin dynasty's royal celebrations with ministers. At the head of the table sat Chao Ing, with a seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged man in gray robes beside him, who was none other than the legendary swordsman Qian Hongyi. In the realm of Chao, only he could occupy such a position beneath the daimyo. Next was one of Qian Hongyi's distinguished disciples, Chuan Duan Wang, who sat opposite Chao Ing, allowing them to lock eyes. A palpable tension crackled between them, thick with animosity. Following them were various ministers, including advisors like Take Naka. Junyang Ming made his entrance with Xiang Lin, standing behind Chao Ing alongside Shui Dai and others. They were part of the guard and thus had no right to be seated. Yang Ming paid little heed to this, his gaze sweeping the room, lingering particularly on Chuan Duan Wang and Qian Hongyi. While Chuan Duan Wang appeared oblivious, Qian Hongyi sensed Yang Ming's scrutiny and swiftly turned his gaze, pinpointing Yang Ming before dismissing him. Indeed, he was of the same caliber as Miura and Hanzo, a formidable presence. Yang Ming felt a chill at the intensity of that gaze. Qian Hongyi was undeniably a master. Such reflexes and the power of his gaze were traits exclusive to those who had reached the pinnacle of their craft, particularly terrifying when possessed by a swordsman. Engaging with such an individual could determine the outcome with a single strike. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all esteemed elites of our Chao nation, and it is thanks to your hard work that we stand here today. I raise my glass to you all. As the guests took their seats, the banquet commenced. Daimyo Hiragakota began with a bow, lifting his cup and downing its contents in one go. To serve the daimyo, and to die without regret. In response, the attendees raised their cups and followed suit. The purpose of this banquet is twofold. First, to acknowledge your efforts. Second, to address a request from Lord Chuan Duan, which I cannot decline. Chowing, I shall refrain from judgment on this matter. It is for you to resolve, is it not? Hiragakota nodded and then spoke directly, turning towards Chowing and Chuan Duan Wang. Thank you, esteemed daimyo. Chuan Duan Wang exclaimed with a hearty laugh, clasping his hands in gratitude. He then stood, his expression turning cold as he addressed Chowing. Lord Chowing, my disciple Shui Yimu was slain by your subordinates, and I demand an explanation. An explanation? He trespassed into my village's guarded territory, and it was out of respect for you that I did not personally execute him. What more do you seek from me? Faced with the immediate challenge posed by Kawabata Nozomi, the figure known as Grass Shadow let out a cold chuckle, standing his ground resolutely, without yielding an inch. With the demise of others rendering any dispute moot, he declared that he was not here to engage in arguments, but rather to seek justice from the esteemed lord. He asserted the age-old principle that one must pay with one's life for murder and repay debts, which is a natural order. However, as subordinates of the same lord, it was normal for conflicts to arise among them. Yet, if they were to continue in this manner, the lord would inevitably disapprove, and harmony would be jeopardized. Thus, he had summoned the lord to preside over this banquet, intending to resolve the matter entirely. Kawabata Nozomi nodded, choosing not to prolong the stalemate, and directly inquired about the proposed resolution. Grass Shadow acknowledged this and turned his gaze upon Kawabata Nozomi. I do not care which of your subordinates took action. Since we seek resolution, let us settle this through a contest of strength. I will send 3 of my men, and you shall send 3 of yours. Ultimately, you and I shall face each other. The victor will have the final say, with the Lord Chikaz, and the esteemed ministers as judges. What say you? Kawabata Nozomi presented a method. Agreed. Grass Shadow replied succinctly, decisively accepting the terms. Midnight Tsubasa, I have heard that you are the foremost expert under Lord Grass Shadow of Grass Ninja Village. As the leading disciple of my master, allow me to challenge you. As the two reached an agreement, a figure clad in a white samurai outfit, armed with a long sword, suddenly leapt forth from behind Kawabata Nozomi, pointing directly at Midnight Tsubasa, issuing a challenge. Midnight, this man is Hamaharu, the chief disciple of Kawabata Nozomi. Do you feel confident? Grass Shadow inquired, his gaze fixed on Midnight Tsubasa. I do. As long as it is not Kawabata Nozomi himself, I fear no one. I have already attained the rank of elite chunin and am unafraid of close combat with warriors. Midnight Tsubasa affirmed, nodding before gracefully leaping into the arena, showcasing his nimble ninja prowess. Midnight Tsubasa, I have long wished to test my skills against you, to see whether your ninjutsu is swifter or my swordsmanship. Hamaharu sneered as he entered the fray, his long sword poised menacingly. I too am eager to witness the famed draw of Kawabata Nozomi. To what level have you refined your technique? Midnight Tsubasa exhibited no fear, standing firm as he gathered his chakra. Very well, Hamaharu responded, and in an instant, he and his sword became one, transforming into a brilliant flash of blade light that surged toward Midnight Tsubasa with ferocious momentum. With a movement akin to shrinking the earth beneath him, he covered the 20 steps separating them in a heartbeat, appearing before Midnight Tsubasa in an instant. With a single downward slash, the blade light enveloped him, an overwhelming force that exuded a terrifying intent, instilling a deep sense of suffocation. The might of the samurai was unmistakable. Humph. Observing this, Midnight Tsubasa snorted coldly, having anticipated the attack. He rapidly formed hand seals, invoking the body replacement technique. As Hamaharu's blade struck, Midnight Tsubasa transformed into a piece of wood, clearly having executed the substitution to evade the blow. Strike again, Hamaharu bellowed. He appeared to have anticipated that Midnight Tsubasa would employ a substitution technique to create distance, and thus it came as no surprise when he swiftly cleaved through the wood, his feet unrelenting, propelling him even faster. In an instant, he became one with his blade, his essence coalescing into a singular force. The sword embodied the man, and the man embodied the sword, transforming into a pure beam of sword light that surged forth towards Midnight Tsubasa with unyielding resolve. Water release, water chaos wave. Once the distance was established, Midnight Tsubasa seized the opportunity to form hand seals with astonishing speed, as if performing a magic trick. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of water coalesced around him, rising and steaming, abruptly forming a long, narrow wave that shot into the sky. The vapor descended, meeting the ferocious onslaught of Hanma Yo's blade, resulting in a violent clash of water waves cascading downward. The sheer force of the water was overwhelming, filling the banquet hall with the scent of brine. Fortunately, Kusakage reacted swiftly, slamming his palms onto the ground, causing 2 rows of earthen walls to rise and block the torrent surrounding the noble. Otherwise, in that moment, everyone would have been submerged. The might of ninjutsu was vividly apparent. With a swift draw, Hanma Yo, facing the deluge from above, resembled a serene figure seated before a waterfall. As he unleashed a powerful slash, a dazzling arc of blade light surged upward, cleaving through the water wave with remarkable speed, extending along its path. The momentum of the blade surged relentlessly, reaching Mizudai Tsubasa in the blink of an eye. However, just as abruptly he halted, the long blade poised against Mizudai Tsubasa's forehead. Unable to advance further, a water sphere ensnared him, the force of his strike breaking through the watery prison, yet he remained immobilized. The water prison expanded, encapsulating both man and blade, forming a sculpture of them submerged in water. Water release, water prison. Mizudai Tsubasa's hands fell still, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Fortunately, he had managed to catch up in time. The spectators around them, witnessing this spectacle, nearly gasped in astonishment. The duel unfolded at lightning speed. One was an elite Nin, the other a master swordsman, the disciple of Kawadate Masaru, the foremost student of Senkaku Hiroichi. In a flash of light, a victor was nearly determined. Upon witnessing this, Kusakage sighed in relief. Mizudai Tsubasa was his trusted ally. Any misstep would lead to significant losses. Mizudai Tsubasa wins. At that moment, Senkaku Hiroichi announced the outcome. A sword then flew forth, glinting with icy brilliance, shattering the water prison encasing Hanma Yo in an instant. The water, formless and ethereal, was effortlessly cleaved apart by a single stroke, leaving the submerged individual unharmed. A testament to the sheer prowess of the swordsman. Remarkably, no one had even witnessed the execution of his technique. The crowd, taken aback, marveled at the terrifying prowess of this legendary swordsman. Mizudai Tsubasa silently acknowledged this. He then returned to his team. For the second match, I shall personally take the stage. Kusakage, you may either step forth or select another to combat. Defeated, Kawadate Masaru rose, ready to engage himself. Lord Kusakage, permit me to experience the swordsmanship of Master Kawadate. Without waiting for the grass shadow to respond, a middle-aged ninja stepped forward. Upon seeing this, the grass shadow nodded slightly. Be cautious. Kawakubo is unlike others. His blade is exceptionally swift. Indeed. With this affirmation, the grass ninja immediately took the stage. I am Senmatsu Yuki. Honored to meet Master Kawakubo. You are unworthy to be my opponent. Facing Senmatsu Yuki, Kawakubo did not even cast a glance in his direction, instead focusing on the grass shadow. The grass shadow furrowed his brow, remaining silent, yet his displeasure was evident. In a duel, respect must be accorded to one's adversary, irrespective of their stature. Kawakubo's disregard was a blatant insult. Master Kawakubo, your words are rather excessive. Upon hearing this, Senmatsu Yuki's countenance darkened. Regardless, he was a prominent general under the grass shadow, no less than Mizudai Tsubasa, and possessed the strength of an elite chunin. Adept in wind release, renowned for his speed, famously known as the Gale Phantom. Though Kawakubo was formidable, he was ultimately just a samurai, a relic of a bygone era, no longer basking in glory. Is that so? In response, Kawakubo smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. At his level of mastery, he had little to concern himself with such matters. I beg your pardon. Observing this, Senmatsu Yuki clasped his hands and bowed, then unleashed his chakra, transforming into a raging tempest, charging forth. Wind-type ninjas were rare. His chakra explosion, coupled with wind release, truly resembled a gust, hurtling toward Kawakubo. Swift as lightning, formless and shadowless. The spectators merely saw a blur. As Senmatsu Yuki reached behind Kawakubo, kunai drawn. His speed was astonishing, like a specter. However, even faster was the sudden eruption of brilliant blade light from Kawakubo. A flash that vanished as swiftly as it appeared, while Kawakubo remained rooted in place, as if he had not moved an inch. But Senmatsu Yuki had already sensed the impending danger behind him, coming to an abrupt halt, his face a mask of shock, his eyes bloodshot. A line of blood erupted across his face, and in the next moment, his entire body was violently torn apart. He had been severed. A brutal demise. Throughout the encounter, Not a single soul witnessed Kawakubo strike. The audience gasped in horror. What? Mizuta Tsubasa suddenly stood, gazing at the grass shadow. The grass shadow's face was ashen, rendered speechless. Just because others could not see it did not mean he was blind. It was precisely because he had seen it that he felt an overwhelming gravity. Kawakubo's swordsmanship was nearly on par with Senkaku Hiroichi. That last strike was nothing short of breathtaking. Aside from the grass shadow, several others present had witnessed it, left in a state of shock. Indeed, at that moment, the daimyo observed this scene, whispering in a tone audible only to himself, evidently exceedingly pleased with Kawakubo's performance. Senkaku Hiroichi maintained a stoic expression. As the referee, he displayed no favoritism. He then announced, in the second match, Kawakubo emerges victorious. Masao Hayabusa, do not send mere pawns to their doom. Come forth, for I have trained for years, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Kawakubo refrained from descending into the arena, instead locking his gaze upon the grass shadow, Masao Hayabusa, and declared with pride, very well. The grass shadow nodded, rising to his full height. Even Shin Songshue has been slain with a single strike. If he does not act now, there will be none who can rival this man, especially at this banquet, which has been orchestrated specifically against him. If he remains absent, the remnants of the grass ninja will find no refuge. The fate of the grass shadow is sealed. An informed minister, witnessing this scene, could not help but sigh. What does this mean? A few bystanders expressed their confusion. To be frank, this banquet was indeed set up for the grass shadow. In recent years, the grass ninja's momentum has surged, hinting at a trend towards independence. The Lord, with his grand ambitions and surrounded by formidable talents like Chien Hihongi, would never allow the grass shadow to persist in such a manner. Thus, this banquet is inescapably a direct challenge to the grass ninja. The minister elaborated. We can surmise the Lord's intentions to some extent, as we often accompany him. Although we harbor these thoughts, the grass shadow is not to be underestimated. It is not so easily dealt with. Why then do we proclaim that the grass shadow is finished? A minister gazed at the grass ninja and shook his head. Indeed, while Chuan Duan Wang is strong, he is ultimately just a warrior. The warriors are in decline, while the ninjas rise to prominence. Even if Chien Hihongi were to act, once the grass ninja unite, how many could he truly slay? The recent display of Mizuta Tsubasa's water release has already hinted at everything. Another minister nodded in agreement. Hence, this banquet has been arranged. Do you believe the Lord invited the grass shadow for no reason and even allowed him to bring all his elite? Is it truly for the sake of a deceased, inconsequential disciple? Mark my words, with Chien Hihongi present, none of the grass shadow's elite will leave this day alive. The minister sneered. Is that so? Upon hearing this, several ministers fell silent. Struggles are indeed ruthless. They harbored no doubt about the Lord's resolve. Does the grass shadow himself remain oblivious? As the shadow, it is impossible for him not to comprehend, so why does he still come? Could he not simply guard the grass ninja village? At this moment, a minister could not help but pose this question. Indeed, why would the grass shadow, fully aware of the Lord's intentions, still choose to come? Upon hearing this, the other ministers also expressed confusion, turning their gazes toward the grass shadow. Certainly, someone like the grass shadow must be aware, yet he still arrived. Is it possible he harbors some form of reliance? As this thought echoed, one minister looked at the grass shadow with growing curiosity. Just then, a 5-year-old boy suddenly stepped forth, blocking the path of the grass shadow as he prepared to enter the fray. In a calm voice that resonated throughout the hall, he declared, to deal with you, there is no need for the grass shadow to intervene. I am sufficient. As these words echoed, everyone was left speechless, staring in disbelief at the boy standing in the arena. My lord. Upon seeing young Ming step forward and utter such a statement, Xiang Lin was taken aback. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Was this not madness? When did a 5-year-old child infiltrate the grass ninja ranks, and in such a setting? Dare to speak up? It was tantamount to courting death. The crowd erupted in murmurs at Yang Ming's audacity. One minister even scolded vehemently. You little brat, quickly step down. This occasion is not for someone of your age. If you wish to stand out, you might as well wait another 20 years. Otherwise, losing your life would be a grave loss. An elder tugged at Yang Ming, offering a well-meaning warning. I do not seek to assert myself, but that kawaii Makoto is utterly feeble. To resort to drawing a blade for murder, and to strike thrice at that. Were it me, a single punch would suffice. Elder, do take a seat and enjoy the spectacle. As Yang Ming spoke, a wave of laughter erupted from the onlookers. Have you yet to awaken from your slumber? Such words are truly absurd. Kawai Dano did not even unsheath his sword. I see no evidence of it being drawn. You boast of killing with a single punch. Yet why not claim that you could demolish the entire feudal lord's estate with just one blow? Children, retreat swiftly. This is no place for you. If you wish to cause mischief, do so elsewhere. Little one, are you jesting? At your tender age, I fear that even a mere breath from Kawai Dano would send you flying. And yet, you dare to boast of slaying with a single punch. Haraha. Laughter rang out, a blend of pity, disdain, concern, and cold amusement. The atmosphere, once laden with tension, transformed entirely with Yang Ming's entrance. Even the feudal lord could not help but furrow his brow, glancing towards Kawai. Meanwhile, Kawai remained unfazed, merely casting a cold smile at Yang Ming. Can you truly perceive my blade-s movement? At that moment, Kawai gazed at Yang Ming with astonishment. He had indeed struck Chiasuke 3 times, that was beyond dispute. Yet, his swordplay was exceedingly swift, and those who could discern his actions were few and far between within the gathering. He could scarcely fathom that this 5-year-old child could witness his blade's motion. Surely, he was mistaken. An answer began to form in his mind. Why could he not see? For the first strike, your hand rested upon the hilt, adopting a posture as if to draw. For the second, your finger curled around the guard, the sword unsheathed. And the third was merely a retraction of the blade, thus you had only made 1.5 strikes. Yang Ming nodded earnestly. With each word he uttered, Kawai's expression morphed, ultimately settling into a grave demeanor. He regarded Yang Ming with newfound caution. Could it be that he is indeed an extraordinary being? Though his stature is diminutive, could he be 40 or 50 years old in essence? A weight of seriousness enveloped Kawai as he found himself increasingly unable to fathom Yang Ming's nature. If the earlier 3 strikes were mere illusions, then to articulate the details of each strike with such precision is no trivial matter. He was confident that even his master, Shikukeiichi, could not recount such details with equal accuracy. Thus, there could only be one explanation. This child before him is indeed an extraordinary being. As Yang Ming spoke, Kawai's grave demeanor did not go unnoticed by the crowd. They began to share his sentiments, pondering if this child was truly an extraordinary being. It is known that within the current ninja realm, such occurrences, while rare, are not entirely unheard of, particularly with the boundless applications of chakra. Possession and reincarnation are not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, a gesture from Kawai solidified the crowd's suspicions further. Kawai bowed deeply towards Yang Ming, his expression imbued with utmost respect. Your Excellency under the moon, I humbly pay my respects. Upon hearing this proclamation, all eyes widened in astonishment. With the esteemed status of the grass shadow, one could hardly jest. In the entire realm of grass, only a handful of individuals could possibly be worthy of his great respect. This child, it turns out, was not merely speaking in his sleep. He was indeed a remarkable individual of profound capability. No wonder the grass shadow chose to come forth, fully aware of the intentions of the daimyo. With such a formidable expert present, the daimyo would think twice before confronting the grass shadow. Concealed depths, indeed. Everyone murmured in astonishment, their eyes fixed upon Yang Ming. At that moment, the daimyo's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. Well, it seems I underestimated you. You are indeed a master. In that case, I shall witness your prowess. Meanwhile, Kawakabo looked at Yang Ming, his demeanor entirely grave, as if facing an equal. His hand grasped the hilt of his sword, and with a sudden movement, he drew it to strike. Draw and slash. He bellowed, seizing the initiative. Now that he recognized Yang Ming as master, he would give it his all. A brilliant flash of the blade sliced through the air, a fierce strike propelled by the wind. Swish. The air rippled under the force of the blow, the speed and ferocity of the attack almost beyond comprehension. The power of this strike eclipsed even the full-force attack previously unleashed by Hamayo. Indeed, with a single draw of the sword, Kawakabo proved himself a worthy disciple of Shikukeiichi. This strike was nothing short of terrifying. All eyes turned to the youth, eagerly anticipating his defense. The swordplay was commendable, yet the strength seemed insufficient. In the face of this onslaught, Yang Ming merely smiled faintly, confronting the blade with his bare hands. Was this youth mad, attempting to meet the sword unarmed? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. One minister even shielded his eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending outcome. No matter how extraordinary he might be, how could flesh and blood withstand a blade forged from fine steel? Even the shadows of the 5 great nations would not dare to challenge Kawakabo's sword directly. Witnessing this scene, the daimyo could not help but feel astonished. This was sheer folly. Many in the crowd scoffed. Their initial hopes for young Ming dashed. It was clear from the outset that they had misjudged him. This youth was not an exceptional being, but rather a lunatic. Under the moonlight, not only the crowd but even the grass shadow and his companions were left in shock. They were aware of Yang Ming's strength, yet they had no accurate conception of its magnitude. Many had never witnessed his true capabilities. But regardless of his prowess, confronting a long blade head-on was foolhardy. Concerned glances were exchanged among them as they looked towards Yang Ming. Then, an astonishing moment unfolded. With a single hand, Yang Ming unleashed a punch, and to everyone's disbelief, Kawakubo's long blade was shattered. The blade was broken? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Could such a thing truly happen? Kawakubo stood in shock, unable to comprehend that his finely forged blade, capable of cleaving through waterfalls, had been shattered by a mere punch. I told you, your strength is too feeble, Yang Ming remarked nonchalantly, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Tsunade, with her formidable strength, was able to withstand the S-rank fire technique unleashed by Obito. Although Yang Ming possessed only mid-tier strength, he was endowed with sage body. Thus, he had no fear of a mere longsword. His chakra surged throughout his being, rendering him impervious to even the slightest harm. He then struck the ground with a single fist, producing a cataclysmic explosion that echoed like 100 detonations occurring simultaneously. The earth beneath him split violently within a 30-meter radius, fragments of rock flying chaotically in all directions. The surrounding crowd hastily retreated, while the grass shadow conjured earthen walls to shield the onlookers. Chihiro Hiroichi unsheathed his sword, cleaving through the airborne debris to protect the lord from injury. The guards of the lords immediately sprang into action to shield the ministers, yet despite their efforts, many were struck by the falling stones, suffering grievous wounds as if struck by lightning. Some, unable to evade in time, were crushed to death. As for Kawabata Masashi, his figure had long vanished, buried beneath the rubble, and his fate remained unknown. The scene was utter chaos. The entire banquet venue lay in ruins. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone inhaled sharply in disbelief. Could such power truly be wielded by a mere 5-year-old child? The onlookers were astounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Even Chihiro Hiroichi wore a look of shock, gazing at Yang Ming as if confronted by a formidable adversary. At this moment, with the grass shadow leading the way, the assembled shinobi rejoiced. Xianglin was both astonished and elated. Astonished by Yang Ming's extraordinary strength and elated at the prospect of having such a formidable ally, alleviating future worries. The grass shadow sensed that control of the situation had returned to his grasp. Regardless of the future actions of the lords, he now possessed the means to resist them. Who else? Yang Ming declared, standing amidst the ruins, surveying his surroundings. Initially, he had been met with laughter and scorn, yet now, with a single display of power, he had shaken the very ground beneath their feet. No one, including Chihiro Hiroichi, dared to underestimate him any longer. In the realm of shinobi, strength commanded respect. In the face of absolute power, all fame, authority, and status became but fleeting shadows. Though Yang Ming was young, none now dared to regard him with disdain. Each individual bowed slightly, gazing at Yang Ming with profound reverence, as if in the presence of a formidable being. Shall we continue? The arena fell silent, and Yang Ming turned his gaze toward the daimyo of the land of grass, inquiring softly. No need. This battle is won by the grass shinobi. Chihiro Hiroichi positioned himself protectively in front of the daimyo, wary of any sudden moves from Yang Ming. He regarded Yang Ming with unprecedented solemnity, nodding slowly and speaking deliberately. His words conveyed the daimyo's intent. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing the matter and stepping behind the grass shadow. He retrieved the grass shinobi headband from his robe and donned it, signifying his allegiance. Witnessing this, all fell into a hushed silence, including the daimyo, who gazed at the grass shadow with a pale countenance. They then turned their attention to Chihiro Hiroichi, seemingly awaiting his response. However, Chihiro Hiroichi sighed deeply, appearing aged by the moment, and shook his head. Upon witnessing the scene, the feudal lord appeared to lose a vital pillar of support, his commanding presence dissipating as he transformed into an ordinary man. He then regarded the shadow of grass, clasped his hands, and expressed, "Congratulations on nurturing such a prodigy. From this moment forth, the feudal estate shall lend its full support to the shadow of grass, endeavoring to elevate our land to a status rivaling that of the 5 great nations." With a sigh, he concluded his statement, effectively acknowledging the independent status of the shadow of grass, thus establishing an equal footing. A true emancipation had occurred. This pronouncement rendered the assembly silent. eyes filled with envy directed towards the shadow of grass. Subsequently, the feudal lord bowed to young Ming, who stood behind the shadow. "Your presence in my realm is a privilege," he said, his gaze imbued with respect. In the world of shinobi, strength commands reverence. Thus, all present regarded the powerful with utmost deference, irrespective of age. It seemed even Chizuru Hiroichi felt overshadowed by this youth, prompting the feudal lord to adopt such a demeanor and acknowledge the significance of the shadow of grass. Witnessing this spectacle, the ministers could not help but sigh. Indeed, no matter how formidable Chizuru Hiroichi may be, could he truly contend against a master swordsman? The sheer power of a single punch could be terrifying. He was a warrior, not a shinobi, and could not approach the fray. This moonlit Ming was evidently his nemesis. Against him, there was no chance of victory, and even if there were, how could one wage such a battle? One could hardly expect even the most skilled ninja to withstand such tremendous force. The very earth quaked with a single blow. Who could stand as an adversary? Soon, all gazes converged on the youth behind the shadow, whispering a name in unison, Moonlit Lord. The feudal lord then called for the gathering to be organized, and the assembly relocated to the main hall of the estate, where the banquet was re-established. Yet, amid the festivities, the true protagonist was singular, Moonlit Ming. Whether it be the shadow of grass, the feudal lord, or even Chizuru Hiroichi, they were mere embellishments in his presence. Before this immensely promising powerhouse, all displayed respectful smiles, seeking to forge amicable relations. Some even went so far as to offer their daughters in marriage. Yet, Yang Ming remained composed, until Chikuta Nozomu voluntarily stepped forward to confess a significant piece of information. Upon hearing it, Yang Ming's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of the flame temperature grass?" "Indeed, Moonlit Lord," Chikuta Nozomu affirmed. "I once encountered this rare herb in a secluded valley. I took note of its location and now present it to you." Flame temperature grass. Yang Ming's heart swelled with joy. The greatest triumph of the feudal estate was not the defeat of Chikuta Nozomu or the establishment of the shadow of grass's prestige, but rather the revelation of the whereabouts of this coveted herb. To acquire the advanced sage body, one must gather 3 specific herbs. And despite scouring the entirety of the special city in vain, this was a fortuitous discovery. With this thought, Yang Ming's mind drifted to the valley Chikuta Nozomu had mentioned. In the room of the shadow of grass, Yang Ming conveyed his intention to depart for a period of time. "No problem. In truth, I had already promised you. But this unforeseen incident has regrettably delayed your journey. Moonlight Lord, exercise caution on this trip. The terrain of the ninja world is intricate, and human hearts can be treacherous." Chaoying nodded in agreement and promptly turned to Xianglin. "As for your mother's situation, Xianglin, I am powerless to assist. Such is the survival of the weak. However, encountering Moonlight Lord is your fortune. During this journey, you must protect him, no matter the cost. Even if it requires your life, you must ensure his safety, understand?" "Yes, Lord Chaoying." Upon hearing this, Xianglin bowed in acceptance, casting a fleeting glance at Yang Ming before lowering her head. Silently, she vowed, without needing anyone's command, in this world, "Moonlight Lord is my son." After bidding farewell to Chaoying, they found Chuan Duan Wang waiting outside for quite some time. "Moonlight Lord, shall we set off now?" Chuan Duan Wang inquired respectfully. "No, before we go there, I have a place to visit first." Yang Ming shook his head, his gaze directed towards the southeast of the land of grass. That was the direction of the land of fire, where someone of great significance to him resided. Considering the time, it was nearly the appointed hour. "Upon arriving in this world, I cannot leave without seeing you," Yang Ming murmured. Years later, following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War in the 12th year of Konoha, the first snow fell in a grand cascade. It blanketed the ground like down feathers, tumbling in fluffy clusters. Children and adults alike emerged to engage in snowball fights and build snowmen, filling the air with laughter and joy. Yet, at the entrance of Konoha's foremost clan, the Hyuga family, a 5-year-old girl clad in a white cotton coat, her eyes as pure as the snow, stepped out of her home with a heavy heart. She wandered aimlessly through the streets, her spirits dampened by the echoes of her father's and the elders' profound disappointment. Hinata has potential, but her overly introverted nature and timidity render her unsuitable to become a ninja. They lamented. Alas, in this world, one who cannot become a ninja is deemed worthless, especially born into a family such as ours. To think she is the clan leader's daughter from the main family, expected to possess pure bloodline and exceptional talent. yet falls so short compared to the genius Niji from the branch family. Hinata, feeling increasingly despondent, unknowingly found herself in a small grove outside the village. At that moment, a snowball came hurtling toward her, striking her face. Startled, she noticed a group of children engaged in a snowball fight who had accidentally hit her. Ah, it's that monster with the Byakugan. My mother says people like that are monsters, devils. Everyone, let us attack her. The children, initially intending to apologize, were seized by fear upon seeing Hinata's white eyes, and they began to hurl snowballs at her relentlessly. Every snowball struck true, one after another, while Hinata offered no resistance, merely crouching down and shielding her head, her heart sinking deeper into sorrow. Indeed, I am a source of annoyance, disliked by my family and detested by others. After a while, perhaps exhausted from their antics, several children gradually departed. However, Hinata's heart grew ever darker, as if plunging into an endless abyss, continuously descending. At that moment, a warm voice unexpectedly resonated, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the depths, pulling her from the boundless darkness. Hello. Hinata looked up, startled to see a boy her age clad in a simple black outfit, seemingly unfazed by the biting cold of the snowstorm. My name is Akira Tsukigata. What is yours? Your eyes are truly beautiful. May we become friends? He inquired with a smile. I am Hinata. You are not afraid of me? She asked cautiously, her heart fluttering with disbelief at his words. Why should I fear you? Your eyes are so lovely. I admire them immensely. Of course, I wish to be your friend. And if you could be my girlfriend, that would be splendid. With your beauty, you will surely be a stunning woman as you grow. I must make my intentions clear now, lest I be left alone in the future. Akira declared, unabashedly revealing his affections to the 5-year-old Hinata. This. Akira's boldness left the onlooker, Kei-rin, speechless as she glanced at Kawabata. Kawabata observed Akira, a flicker of incredulity dancing in his eyes. Is this truly the same formidable Akira Tsukigata? Moreover, his approach is rather audacious. The girl is only 5 years old. Ah, at that moment, Hinata fainted upon hearing his words. Did she faint? Akira mused, bemused. He had anticipated her shyness might lead to such a reaction, but was surprised it occurred at such a tender age. Sighing, he kindled a fire nearby, awaiting her revival. After about an hour, Hinata stirred from her fainting spell, startled, and sat up quickly. Seeing Akira still present, she exhaled in relief. You must be hungry, come. Enjoy some roasted sweet potatoes. Akira exclaimed, cheerfully offering her the sweet treat he had prepared over the fire. Ah, thank you, Akira. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she accepted the potato, her gaze dropping shyly, unable to meet his eyes, seemingly haunted by his earlier words. Hinata, what do you usually eat? Akira deftly shifted the conversation to lighter topics. Well, I eat. Hinata pondered seriously for a moment before responding earnestly. Really? I enjoy that as well, but... Akira replied, engaging her in lively conversation. As they chatted, Hinata began to relax, reveling in the delightful exchange. It was rare for anyone to converse with her in such a manner, and Akira's presence instilled a sense of security within her. She opened her heart, sharing her innermost thoughts and feelings until, utterly exhausted, she drifted off to sleep. Upon witnessing the situation, young Ming sighed, glanced back at the forest, and rose to his feet. Lord Moonlight, we have ninjas approaching. At that moment, Kawakuri Masashi emerged, speaking urgently. Indeed, Yang Ming nodded, casting a deep glance at Hinata before exchanging a knowing look with Kawakuri Masashi, and they departed in succession. At the northwestern border of the Land of Grass, 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, advanced swiftly. Their speed was remarkable, and soon they traversed a distance of several dozen miles. These 3 were none other than Yang Ming, Kawakuri Masashi, and Kagaya. Along the way, in an effort to hasten their journey, Yang Ming imparted the method of chakra refinement to Kagaya. True to her innate sage body, she quickly grasped the essence of chakra, almost instantaneously perceiving and refining it. Moreover, her strength was formidable, possessing a kind of divine power by nature. Observing her progress, Yang Ming shared with her the secrets of monstrous strength. Initially, Kagaya struggled to master it, but as they continued their journey, she gradually gained control. Occasionally, her bursts of extraordinary power astonished Kawakuri Masashi. However, unlike Yang Ming, her limited chakra due to her youth caused her to exhaust herself after each display of strength. Consequently, they paused for a day to allow her to recuperate before resuming their journey. With newfound experience, Kagaya refined her chakra while on the move, simultaneously enhancing her mastery over her monstrous strength. The trio continued their journey, quenching their thirst with water and seeking rest at inns when hunger struck. After 3 days, they left the land of fire and traversed a distance of 3,000 to 4,000 miles. At last, they arrived at the northwestern border of the land of grass. Drawing ever closer to the valley where Kawakuri Masashi had once glimpsed the flame-temperature grass. Lord Moonlight. Our land of grass shares a southwestern border with the land of earth, backed by the land of waterfall. The valley lies at the confluence of the 3 countries, a location of great significance. The land of waterfall is manageable, but my concern lies with the land of earth. The leader of the rock ninjas, Inoki, is an experienced and formidable ninja. Under his command, the land of earth stands proud among the 5 great nations. And even Konoha cannot underestimate the strength of the rock ninjas. Given the passage of years, I fear that valley may have been discovered. As they approached their destination, Kawakuri Masashi suddenly expressed his concerns. Fear not. Whoever it may be, they shall not impede my path. Young Ming waved dismissively, unfazed. The flame-temperature grass was his to claim, and no one would stand in his way. Though the rock ninjas were powerful, he held little regard for anyone besides the Tsuchikage and the Jinchuriki. Indeed, Kawakuri Masashi nodded, though a shadow of worry flickered across his face before he shook his head. The valley is exceedingly secretive. I entered by mere chance. The rock ninjas may not have discovered it. Perhaps I am overthinking this. With that, he cast aside his apprehensions. By afternoon, the trio arrived at the border. Following his memory, Kawakuri Masashi led them to a secluded village. The surroundings were dominated by strange rock formations, giving the impression that they were encircled by stone. This was a normal occurrence, as they were near the land of earth, characterized by towering mountains and rocky terrain. As night fell and a heavy snowstorm sealed the roads, a group of travelers found refuge in a humble farmhouse within the village. They planned to stay for the night, awaiting the dawn when the skies would clear and the snow would melt, allowing them to venture into the mountains. "Mr. Kawabata, you have returned," exclaimed an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, clearly recognizing Kawabata and resembling someone who had encountered an old friend. "It has been so long since our last parting. If it weren't for you back then, our entire village might have perished at the hands of those mountain bandits. This time, you have come back in search of that thing, just like them, haven't you?" "Like them?" the old man continued. "Do you mean to imply that others besides us are also seeking that item?" Upon hearing this, Kawabata furrowed his brow and inquired, "Indeed? Yes, they are ninjas. By their attire, they are likely from a Wagakure," the old man confirmed with a nod. "The Wagakure has indeed come," Kawabata said, glancing at Yang Ming with concern. "This territory should belong to our Chao nation. The Awagakure ninjas crossing the border uninvited is tantamount to declaring war." After the old man departed, Yang Ming turned to Kawabata. "A weak nation has no diplomacy. The land of earth is a formidable power, far surpassing our Chao nation. Although this area is on our border, even if the Awagakure ninjas cross it without permission, the daimyo will not intervene." Kawabata sighed. "So a weak nation has no diplomacy, does it?" "Humph." Yang Ming scoffed inwardly at this remark. "Under the moonlight, my lord, do not be angered. We cannot provoke the land of earth. Since they have arrived, they must also seek the flame-temperature grass. We must avoid direct confrontation, but we can act covertly, seizing a specimen and departing without a trace," Kawabata proposed. "Such a notion is fanciful, Kawabata. You are dreaming." Just then, a cold voice rang out from outside the door. "Who goes there?" Kawabata exclaimed, startled, as he leaped outside. Before him stood a group of over a dozen ninjas clad in Awagakure attire, surrounding the entire room. The presence of these Awagakure ninjas was formidable, with 3 elite jonin and 6 chunin, demonstrating the might of the land of earth. Yet, it was a girl of approximately 11 or 12 years old who led them. Dressed in standard Awagakure garb, her features were not particularly striking, but her tall, slender figure could be deemed beautiful. However, her demeanor was haughty, disdainfully surveying Kawabata and his companions. The one who had spoken earlier was a jonin standing behind her. This jonin was slightly portly, wearing the Awagakure forehead protector, and appeared unarmed and amiable, yet Kawabata regarded him with trepidation. His gaze swept over the group, lingering especially on the 3 jonin, his expression darkening. To his astonishment, he recognized none other than the granddaughter of the current Tsuchikage, Miss Karatsuchi, along with the 3 renowned masters of Awagakure, Akatsuchi, Munin, and Iban. Kawabata's countenance grew increasingly grim with each name he recalled, culminating in a sense of despair. To think it would be these 3. Yang Ming mused. His heart stirred with trepidation. These 3 individuals are esteemed generals of the Awagakure, destined to shine brilliantly in the forthcoming Fourth Great Ninja War, particularly Akatsuchi, who is to become the future Tsuchikage. Even at this moment, these three possess the strength of Nin. Iwagakure is renowned for its exceptional talents, and that Tsuchikage is known for his profound foresight. It is no wonder that the Land of Earth holds an immensely significant position among the five great nations. Truly, their reputation is well-deserved. Haha, even Lord Kawabata has arrived. How could we possibly stay away? However, Lord Kawabata, your plans may soon come to naught, for with our presence, that item shall belong solely to us. It would be best for you to depart, lest you jeopardize the amicable relations between our two nations. With a sly smile, Akatsuchi glanced at Ming and Rin, shaking his head, his gaze settling on Kawabata, as he offered this well-meaning counsel. To advise others to leave on their own territory is akin to a blatant provocation, yet a weak nation has little recourse. Nevertheless, Kawabata could only endure. Since you are all present, we shall take our leave. Kawabata remarked helplessly, casting a glance at Ming. He was on the verge of departing when suddenly, Akatsuchi spoke up, halting Kawabata in his tracks. Miss Akatsuchi, may I inquire what guidance you wish to offer? Kawabata immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, despite her status as merely a chunin. She is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage and is destined to become the fourth Tsuchikage. Such a personage is of unparalleled nobility, and he dared not treat her with anything less than deference. Guidance is hardly warranted. Our Land of Earth has always maintained cordial relations with the Land of Grass, relying on one another. It was rather presumptuous of us to intrude upon your territory, yet the item in question is indeed essential for us. Since Lord Kawabata is here, why not join us? We can divide it equally when the time comes, Akatsuchi suggested. Though her demeanor was haughty, she spoke with utmost courtesy, extending an invitation to Kawabata. This revealed her ability to honor the worthy, as she, representing a dominant faction, refrained from being overly aggressive, instead adopting a posture of graciousness that evoked gratitude, contrasting sharply with Akatsuchi's earlier arrogance. Kawabata sensed both her kindness and authority, a masterful blend of benevolence and might, which she executed with remarkable finesse. Truly, she is fit to become the fifth Tsuchikage, possessing both exceptional personal strength and diplomatic prowess. Ming could not help but nod in quiet approval. However, he remained silent, awaiting the arrival of Wen before taking action. Very well, in that case, I extend my gratitude to Miss Akatsuchi, Kawabata replied, casting a glance at Ming before expressing his thanks. He could not overlook Akatsuchi's stratagem, and the more he recognized it, the more apprehensive he became. Then let us rest for the night. We shall embark into the mountains after breakfast tomorrow. Upon Kawabata's agreement, Akatsuchi nodded in satisfaction and subsequently issued her orders. Everyone responded in unison. This demonstrated her authoritative presence. Lord Tsukikage, although Akatsuchi has acquiesced, we must remain vigilant throughout our journey, especially in the valley, which is no ordinary place. Once safely back indoors, and after Rin confirmed that the area was clear, Kawabata spoke with a solemn expression, devoid of his previous demeanor. I understand, so you all should rest well tonight. We must be in top form tomorrow. Ming nodded in agreement. The three then settled down for the night. The following day, the sun leapt above the horizon, casting its radiant light as the snow upon the earth began to melt. After breakfast, under the guidance of Kuratsuchi, a group of individuals ventured into the mountains. Despite the sun's efforts to dissipate the snow, many areas remained covered. Fortunately, the group consisted of ninjas, skilled in the arts of detection and search. Additionally, Kawakita Nozomu had visited this place once before, allowing their progress into the mountains to be relatively swift. As they journeyed, the IWA shinobi formed one group centered around Kuratsuchi, while Kawakita Nozomu and his three companions led the way ahead. Their pace was steady. Initially, Kuratsuchi and the others focused their attention on Ming, assuming he held a special status. However, they soon dismissed the thought, realizing that in the mere Land of Grass, there was little of significance worthy of their concern. After all, although Chikura Hiroichi was formidable, he was merely a warrior. A handful of Nin could easily deal with a single samurai. Almost there. It was here that I once fell into that valley, Kawakita Nozomu remarked, pointing towards a perilous cliff ahead. Covered in accumulated snow, the area had already been cleared by the IWA shinobi, revealing a fissure that led into a valley. Unlike the exterior, the valley appeared as a hidden paradise, devoid of snow, instead filled with a warm breeze wafting through. Indeed, this is the place, Kawakita Nozomu exclaimed, his expression brightening. The contrast was remarkable. While the outside world was shrouded in heavy snow, this inner sanctuary was entirely free of it. Such a location surely harbored some wondrous, heat-generating entity. If harnessed, it could be utilized in armor, providing a solution for combat in frigid conditions. Contemplating this, Kuratsuchi murmured before issuing a command. Let us proceed with all our might into the valley. Understood, the IWA shinobi responded, promptly advancing as they descended the rocky wall with agility. Witnessing this spectacle, Kawakita Nozomu couldn't help but sigh. Despite his prowess as a martial arts master, he could never achieve such a vertical descent. At best, he could use tools to carve out footholds and descend gradually. The ease with which the ninjas traversed the cliff left him in awe, highlighting the disparity between the declining samurai and their agile counterparts. Come, let us descend as well. Young Ming urged his companions. He and Colleen followed suit, directly making their way down. Kawakita Nozomu, although somewhat reluctant, was reassured by his enhanced abilities since his earlier visit and the sharper weapons at his disposal. After swiftly carving a few footholds, he leaped down. Upon entering the valley, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and the air was filled with delightful fragrances as flowers bloomed in abundance, creating an atmosphere of comfort. Meanwhile, the IWA shinobi had not waited for them, already delving deeper into the valley. Suddenly, sounds of combat erupted from a distance, accompanied by the rumbling of earth, signaling an intense skirmish ahead. Is there trouble? Yang Ming pondered, glancing at Kawakita Nozomu. Honestly, I am not certain. When I first arrived here, I only caught a distant glimpse of the valley's entrance. I had a mission to attend to, so I did not venture further, seeking a way to depart instead. Kawakita Nozomu replied with an awkward smile. Let us move. Yang Ming nodded and stepped into the valley. Before him lay a hidden paradise, an expanse equivalent to 3 football fields, surrounded by lush green grass and a riot of blooming flowers, a scene ablaze with vibrant red hues, exuding unparalleled beauty. At the heart of this arena, a patch of verdant grass flourished, peculiar in its nature, with 3 prongs, its center a fiery red, flanked by verdant green, emanating a fierce and searing energy. Nearby, all plant life seemed to succumb to this potent force, withering and dying, leaving a barren space. However, the flora further away thrived, bursting with vitality and greenery. Indeed, this was the flame temperature grass, and to his delight, the crystal phoenix fruit was also discovered. A surge of joy filled young Ming as the system prompted him. Furthermore, he was elated to find a crystalline tree flourishing within the valley. Its fruits the coveted crystal phoenix fruit. With both the crystal phoenix fruit and flame temperature grass procured, only the Linquang ginseng remained. Most ginseng varieties grew atop snowy mountains, and near the grass kingdom lay a vast snow-covered nation, the Frost Country. While the Frost Country may not compare to the Snow Country, which was entirely built upon accumulated snow, it still boasted snow-capped mountains. Finding the Linquang ginseng should pose no problem. Indeed, this border expedition proved fortuitous. The flame temperature grass and crystal phoenix fruit were secured, and the Linquang ginseng was now within reach. Splendid. Yang Ming nodded, filled with immense satisfaction. This would enable him to complete his quest, achieving the advanced celestial body and exceptional strength. In due time, his prowess would escalate dramatically, rendering even shadow-level adversaries insignificant. However, at that moment, an intriguing sight captured his attention within the valley. A group of rock ninjas was engaged in battle with a snow-white ape possessing 3 arms. Truly, treasures of nature are invariably guarded by formidable beasts. Yang Ming felt a shiver of trepidation. In the world of ninjas, these spiritual beasts were steeped in mystery, with the most renowned being the toads of Mayaboka Mountain, the slugs of Shikatsu Forest, and the myriad serpents of Ryuchi Cave. Although other spiritual beasts were formidable, none could rival the grandeur of these 3 sacred lands. The tri-armed giant ape before him was evidently one such creature, displaying immense strength in its combat with the rock ninjas, impervious to blades and firearms. Every ninjutsu that approached it was obliterated. What a fearsome beast! He was grateful he had not ventured into this fray, for its power was truly terrifying. Kawadama observed as the rock ninjas relentlessly unleashed their ninjutsu against the tri-armed giant ape. Yet every technique met with failure, exploding harmlessly upon contact. In mere moments, 3 chunin were injured and forced to withdraw from the fight. Such a monstrous creature. Xiang Lin trembled in fear, yet stood resolutely before Yang Ming, embodying a protective shield. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 dull thuds resounded, and once more, 3 chunin were grievously injured and exited the battle. In the blink of an eye, only 3 jonin and Hei-Tu remained to uphold the fight. The rock ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Damn it. Athen, Winya, established the barrier. Upon witnessing the scene, Chida let out an enraged roar. Very well. Earth release. Earth flow river. Upon hearing this, Winya nodded, forming hand seals before striking the ground with vigor. Instantly, the earth beneath the three-handed giant ape transformed into a torrent of mud. The giant ape pounded the ground with its three massive hands, causing the ground to tremble and mud to splash, as if it were attempting to break free. Observing this, Winya channeled more chakra, causing the mud flow to expand and gradually ascend to envelop the giant ape, adhering to it like a viscous substance. The three-handed giant ape roared in fury. Yet the mud continued to swell, rendering it unable to escape in the short term. The trio then positioned themselves in a triangular formation, facing the three-handed giant ape while channeling their chakra. In unison, they shouted, Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Hall. Immediately, a circular earthen sphere erupted around the giant ape, shaking the ground as soil and debris flew into the air, swiftly entrapping the creature within. From a distance, it resembled a miniature version of a cataclysmic earth explosion. Gradually, all commotion subsided. Sensing the quiet, the three could not help but exhale in relief. Is it resolved? Chuan Duan gazed in astonishment. We have triumphed. The 6 rock ninja nearby, who were engaged in basic healing, revealed expressions of joy. Hush! Black Earth sighed, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. No, not yet. At that moment, Xiang Lin suddenly glanced toward the earthen sphere, her expression turning grim. Indeed, Yang Ming nodded, also focusing on the sphere. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, akin to the detonation of countless explosive tags, shaking the very earth and sky. In an instant, the three-handed giant ape burst forth from the ground, shattering the enormous earthen prison into fragments, sending stones and mud scattering in all directions. The trio, caught too close to react, were struck by the debris, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, severely injured. This is disastrous. Meanwhile, Black Earth, positioned further away, managed to evade the onslaught. Nonetheless, all the rock ninja were gravely wounded, rendered devoid of combat capability. The three-handed giant ape, now in a frenzied rage, turned its gaze upon Black Earth with a ferocious glint. Terrified, she hastily attempted to flee, her composure faltering in the face of such peril. We cannot allow Black Earth to perish within the borders of our land of grass. Otherwise, the Tsuchikage will be enraged, and our nation shall face annihilation. Witnessing this scene, Chuan Duan gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his long blade, seemingly resolved to a decision, a grim determination etched upon his face. Xiajun, you must escape. This colossal beast is too formidable. Even 3 elite rock ninjas' barrier has been shattered. We may all perish here. I will hold it off. You must flee. At that moment, Xiang Lin abruptly positioned herself before Yang Ming, her petite form seemingly capable of shielding against the storm. How could I possibly abandon this pursuit? I have traversed 1,000 miles solely for this purpose. Moreover, how could I regard a mere spirit beast with disdain? You all underestimate my resolve. Yang Ming chuckled heartily, brushing aside the two as they stared in astonishment, striding purposefully toward the three-handed giant ape. Miss, I will confront it. You must escape. At that moment, the three-armed giant ape launched an assault on Haidu, roaring fiercely with unparalleled ferocity and astonishing speed, causing the entire valley to resonate with its roars and looming presence. Haidu dodged repeatedly, yet the three-armed giant ape was relentless, its immense strength akin to a bulldozer, crushing everything in its path. Stone shattered upon contact, which splintered into fragments, and all objects were obliterated. Gradually, Haidu's evasive maneuvers diminished in scope. Observing this, Chida charged forward. His somewhat cumbersome physique emanated a gleaming yellow glow of earth, a manifestation of the earth escape hardening technique, harnessing the power of the land to encase his body in an impenetrable armor. With a powerful fist, he struck at the three-armed giant ape. Simultaneously, the giant ape retaliated with a ferocious attack. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a series of roars as the three-armed giant ape staggered back, its mouth agape, revealing its menacing fangs, while a look of human-like astonishment spread across its face. Clearly, it was shocked that Chida could force it back with sheer strength, an unprecedented occurrence in its memory. Meanwhile, Chida stumbled back several paces, the earthen glow enveloping his form dimming significantly, suggesting a substantial loss of energy. His expression grew serious, indicating that he was not unscathed. However, he called out to Haidu, who hesitated, and urgently shouted to Yifun and Winya, quickly take them away. Haidu cannot die. She is the next generation of Earth Shadow, and they cannot perish either. They are the future of Yan'an. I will hold the rear. Understood. Yifan and Winya nodded in agreement. As seasoned shinobi, their priority was the mission. They swiftly took Haitu and the 6 Chunin with them, making their escape from the valley. Uncle Chidu. Haida gazed with a complex expression at the figure remaining in the valley, her heart filled with unutterable emotions. The Earth Shadow had taught her to prioritize maximizing benefits, and leaving now while Chidu remained was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Yet, Chidu had been like a mentor to her, which left her feeling conflicted. Nevertheless, she did not hinder Yifan from leading her away. Instead, her eyes remained fixed on Chidu in the valley, lost in thought. At that moment, a slight figure suddenly darted across her line of sight. Her pupils constricted as she recognized the individual, exclaiming in astonishment, "U.S. Ming, what are you doing? It's dangerous over there. Are you out of your mind?" To her, Yang Ming had always been a mere child, trailing behind Chuan Duan Wang, gaining experience and knowledge. Now, amidst the battle, was he courting death by approaching? "I'm going to kill it," Yang Ming replied, turning back with a smile that revealed his pearly whites. "You're insane," Haitu exclaimed incredulously, her voice rising. "Fool." Yifan and the others scoffed, recognizing that even they were no match for the creature. Having been severely injured in moments, Yang Ming's actions, as a mere child, appeared utterly foolish. "I've traveled 1,000 miles for this very moment," Yang Ming said calmly, disregarding their remarks as he advanced step by step toward the 3-armed giant ape. His gaze, however, was drawn to the flame-warm grass and the crystal phoenix fruit behind it. These were his true objectives. It was nothing short of a reckless pursuit of doom. When you shook her head, a look of disdain flashing across her face. She was still young and unaware of the gravity of her actions. The few rock ninjas, who were middle-ranked, wore expressions of mockery. "Lord Chuan, he is merely a child." Xiang Lin tightly grasped her small hands, gazing at Yang Ming. Her body trembled, and although her heart yearned to rush forward, she found herself unable to control her own movements. After all, she was too young to confront such a scene. Maintaining her composure and clarity of thought at this moment was already a remarkable feat with the strength of Yu Xiajun. He should be able to withstand several blows before obtaining the flame temperature grass and making a swift exit. Chuan Duan settled into contemplation, analyzing Yang Ming's intentions. Simultaneously, he admired Yang Ming even more. In the face of such a colossal ape, which had defeated even the rock ninjas, he still possessed the courage to advance. Simply for that, he was deserving of admiration. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from a pile of rubble as crimson blood gushed forth from Chi-Tu, who was buried beneath the debris, barely clinging to life. "Miss, I have done my utmost. I hope you can escape this calamity." Chi-Tu managed a grim smile, devoid of regrets. From the moment he gained consciousness, his mission had been instilled in him, to protect the Sasuke. In this moment, he could be said to die with purpose. Roar. The 3-armed giant ape charged forward, its fists the size of doors crashing down. The force was overwhelming. With such a blow, who could possibly survive? Uncle Chi-Tu. Upon witnessing this, Hei-Tu felt a searing pain in her heart, akin to the loss of something profoundly significant. It was her first experience of the anguish that accompanies losing a loved one. With that utterance of Uncle Chi-Tu, he thought, "I can die in peace." Chi-Tu smiled contentedly, gradually closing his eyes. However, just as he was about to slip into eternal slumber, a small figure suddenly dashed towards the 3-armed giant ape, successfully capturing its attention. His pupils constricted, then widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure, a look of incredulity flooding his face. He opened his mouth to shout, but alas, his injuries rendered his voice shattered, audible only to himself. "Run. You are no match for him. Child, do not think this is a game. Do not recklessly throw away your life." Yet, Yang Ming could not hear his words. And even if he had, he would not have heeded them. At that moment, he stood before the 3-armed giant ape, which roared in fury upon noticing him. Yang Ming regarded the giant beast's colossal form with a serene mind. To the onlookers, this 3-armed giant ape was indeed formidable, its explosive power capable of overwhelming even high-ranking ninjas. But to me, it is merely a beast with greater strength, in terms of power. Not even Senju Hashirama or Tsunade could surpass me. Their monstrous strength and sage body were inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths, while mine is bestowed by the system. The power of the system transcends the entire ninja world, including the Tsutsuki clan. To you, the 3-armed giant ape is fearsome, but in my eyes, it is nothing of consequence. Yang Ming let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze toward the 3-armed giant ape and unleashing a punch. With that strike, the earth trembled. "What? Chitu gazed at Yang Ming in utter astonishment, unable to fathom the source of his audacity to take the initiative. Simultaneously, the three-armed giant ape was incensed. How dare such a diminutive creature challenge it? With a furious roar, it retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at Yang Ming. Its rage was palpable, and this strike contained the entirety of its formidable strength. Why court your own demise? Witnessing this scene, Haitu and the others swiftly turned away, seemingly unable to bear the thought of Yang Ming being reduced to a mere pulp. Die. Yet, at that moment, Yang Ming calmly uttered a single word and unleashed a punch. Every ounce of his strength erupted forth. Boom. It was as if hundreds of explosive talismans had detonated simultaneously, or like a master of shadow arts executing an unparalleled S-rank fire technique. A sound, unfathomable and magnified many times over, reverberated through the air. Even the earth surrounding the valley quaked. Then, amidst the collective astonishment, Yang Ming and the three-armed giant ape collided fist to fist. Their tremendous powers clashed violently. At the center of their confrontation, the ground within a 50-meter radius surged upwards as if a seismic event had occurred, the earth fracturing and splintering chaotically. The immense body of the three-armed giant ape suddenly froze, and then cracks began to form from within, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain. With a thunderous sound, the colossal form of the three-armed giant ape shattered into pieces, blood scattering through the air, obliterated by Yang Ming's singular strike. How is this possible? As this shocking spectacle unfolded, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, such power was formidable. It was sheer brute strength. Yang Ming, akin to the legendary figure from the Hidden Leaf, had seemingly mastered this extraordinary might. At that moment, Chitu recalled a fabled character. It dawned on him that when Lord Getsuka had previously engaged him, he had not utilized his full potential. Had he done so, not only would Chitu have succumbed, but even his master would have been overpowered. Kawakita murmured. In this instant, he finally comprehended why his mentor, Chikaze Hiroichi, had conceded against Yang Ming because he possessed this incredible force. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Lord Getsuka, you are invincible. However, next time, I shall ensure I do not embarrass myself. Xianglin wept with joy, her heart, which had nearly leaped to her throat, finally settling as she exhaled deeply. After vanquishing the three-armed giant ape with a single blow, Yang Ming promptly retrieved the crystal phoenix fruit, followed by the flame-warm grass. The onlookers observed his actions in silence, not daring to voice any objections. Thank you, Lord Getsuka, for your timely intervention. Your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. At that moment, Chitu, with Haida's assistance, emerged from the rubble, bowing deeply in utmost respect towards Yang Ming. Thank you, Lord Getsuka. The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude. Had it not been for Yang Ming, although they might not have perished here, Chitu's sacrifice was a burden they could scarcely bear. Lord Getsuka, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. Might you kindly part with some flame-warm grass? Haida also bowed in thanks. In the realm of the ninja, strength commanded respect, even the future Sasuke, when faced with such a formidable expert as Yang Ming, would maintain a demeanor of humility. Moreover, Yang Ming had rescued them. She then turned her gaze to the flame-warm grass, regaining her political acumen, and spoke. Under the moonlight, my lord. At that moment, Kawabata Masashi approached Yang Ming and winked discreetly. The flame-warm grass held little significance for the Grass Kingdom. Yet forging a friendship with the Earth Kingdom would be most beneficial. The Lord would surely commend such an endeavor. Do you desire my flame-warm grass? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, prepared to decline. However, upon seeing Kawabata's imploring glance, he hesitated. After all, he resided in the Grass Kingdom, which had nurtured him. Kawabata treated him with utmost respect. The Lord honored the worthy, and the shadow of the grass had repeatedly shown deference, leaving Yang Ming with a favorable impression. Since he was in the Grass Kingdom, he ought to contribute to its welfare. With this thought, Yang Ming nodded. Very well, I can part with the flame-warm grass. It's 100 million taels per stalk. He declared his price outright. 100 million taels? The moment he announced this figure, everyone was astounded, even Kawabata, who could not help but glance at Yang Ming, blinking in disbelief. Yet, Yang Ming seemed oblivious. The flame-warm grass was immensely valuable to him. Parting with it would not be so straightforward. 100 million per stalk, and I will only sell you 10. Yang Ming imposed a limit. Only 10 stalks. 100 million per stalk. My lord, I respect your prowess, but must you jest? No matter how miraculous this grass is, how can it be worth 100 million taels? Hearing this, Haida chuckled, regarding Yang Ming with an expression akin to that of a madman. 100 million taels might be a substantial sum for a small nation like the Grass Kingdom, but the Earth Kingdom, being a vast empire, could certainly afford it. Even securing 10 stocks would not pose an issue. However, the crux of the matter remained. Did this grass truly warrant such a price? What in this world could possibly be worth 100 million taels? I assert its worth. If you find it too steep, feel free to depart. Yang Ming replied, unabashedly. Upon hearing Yang Ming's audacious words, Kawabata promptly sat down, utterly bereft of any semblance of a martial master. His heart raced in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. My lord, it is not that I deem it expensive. It is simply that I am unaware of the efficacy and application of this flame-warm grass. How can I accept a price without even seeing the product? Is there any logic in such a transaction? Although taken aback, and a hint of displeasure flickered across his face, Haida maintained his composure. The others could only manage wry smiles. Lacking the courage to confront such a formidable figure as Yang Ming, I can assure you, this flame-warm grass will be exceedingly beneficial to your Earth Kingdom. Present it to the Earth Shadow, and he shall undoubtedly recognize its value. Moreover, it could aid you significantly. Of course, whether you choose to believe me is entirely up to you, Yang Ming stated nonchalantly. Beneficial to me? Black Earth gazed at Yang Ming with astonishment. Realizing that Yang Ming was not jesting, he hesitated for 10 seconds before nodding in agreement. Very well, I trust the judgment of Lord Moonlight. 10 billion liangs it shall be, but I would prefer to take them back to confirm their value with Lord Sasuke. If he is dissatisfied, I personally cannot afford to part with such a sum. Yang Ming nodded in acquiescence, and immediately, 10 flame-warm grasses were placed into Black Earth's hands. After obtaining the grasses, they noticed that everyone bore injuries, so they bid farewell and departed for the territory of the Land of Earth. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ming shifted his gaze northward, towards the Land of Frost. With the flame-warm grasses and crystal phoenix fruits secured, the next objective was the Rain Frenzy Ginseng. Once he acquired it, he would complete the system's task, thereby gaining a high-level celestial body, immense strength, and 3 advanced wood-release techniques. This would significantly diminish his apprehension, granting him the capacity to face the 5 Kages with confidence. At that moment, as Black Earth and the others exited the valley, they were swiftly met by Rock Shinobi and an accompanying medical team, who immediately commenced treatment. While being treated, Black Earth contemplated the flame-warm grasses in his hands. The words of Yang Ming echoing in her mind. These flame-warm grasses are of great use to me? Her intuition suggested this was indeed true, prompting her to agree without hesitation. Miss, I fear that Lord Sasuke may not consent to this, though the Land of Earth can produce 10 billion liangs. I doubt anyone will agree to purchase these 10 herbs. Red Earth observed Black Earth's infatuation with the grasses and couldn't help but smile wryly. He was not optimistic about this transaction, but since Black Earth had made her decision, he felt it inappropriate to argue. After all, a Kage possesses their own dignity and speaks only when necessary. Rest assured, Lord Sasuke will certainly agree, and I will not be the one to provide the 10 billion liangs. Upon hearing this, Black Earth shook her head, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. What? Red Earth and the others were taken aback, staring at Black Earth in shock. A weak nation has no diplomacy. 10 billion liangs is indeed a fortune for our Land of Earth. Even if these 10 flame-warm grasses are worth that much, our nation could never afford them. Even if we could, would the Land of Grass dare to accept? Black Earth spoke calmly, her eyes glimmering with insight. A weak nation has no diplomacy. Upon hearing this, Red Earth and the others began to comprehend. Indeed, a weak nation has no diplomacy. If our Land of Earth were to offer you 10 billion liangs, would your Land of Grass accept? If you dare, I shall send troops against you. This matter transcended individual interests, as it concerned the fate of entire nations. Previously, they had not understood why Black Earth had agreed so readily, but now it was clear, leading them to secretly admire her foresight. Truly, she was worthy of being the future heir to the Sasuke, possessing exceptional intellect, cunning, strength, and wisdom. Simultaneously, Kawabata expressed similar sentiments to Yang Ming. Lord Moonlight, a weak nation has no diplomacy. My Land of Grass is feeble and cannot compare to the 5 great nations like the Land of Earth. Let this 10 billion liangs serve as a gesture of goodwill towards the Land of Earth. Kawabata said respectfully. Kawabata-kun. However, in response to this remark, Yang Ming merely smiled faintly and turned his gaze towards Kawabata. This 10 billion ryo is not a transaction between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass. Nor is it owed to you. It is owed to me, Yukazaka. This matter has no bearing on the Land of Grass. Yukazaka-kun. Upon hearing this, Kawabata wished to speak further, but upon catching sight of Yang Ming's icy demeanor, he instinctively lowered his head, silenced by the weight of his presence. Yet, Yukazaka-kun. I find that woman from the land of Earth, known as Haitu, to be quite cunning. What if she truly attempts to wield the might of the land of Earth against us? Although small in stature, Xianglin possesses sharp insight and could not help but inquire. The land of Earth? Soon, I shall regard them with indifference, young Ming replied, a glint of pride flickering in his eyes. Having acquired the advanced sage body and superior monstrous strength, he was already capable of standing against the five shadows, not to mention the mastery of would-release ninjutsu. As one of the rarest bloodlines in the realm of Hokage, it is not a trivial matter. Moreover, when combined with the sage body and an immense reservoir of chakra, it would reign supreme across the entire ninja world. If he could advance even further, he would rival the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. In his non-sage form, the Land of Frost is situated in the northern region of the Land of Fire, neighboring the Land of Waterfall and close to the Land of Rice. Surrounded by the sea and endowed with abundant resources, it may be a small nation. Yet its economy flourishes, making it a prosperous land. The name Land of Frost derives from its coastal geography during the transitional seasons of cold and warmth. A biting chill sweeps in from the sea, blanketing the country in frost. This unique environment nurtures a plethora of rich specialties, the most renowned of which is the Frost Mountain located at the heart of Frost Village. This mountain, emblematic of the Land of Frost, has formed over time, shrouded in frost and backed by the ocean. Frost Village is built against the mountain, which hosts a peculiar variety of ginseng. It is similar in size to ordinary ginseng. Yet its roots are numerous, resembling the bristling fur of a lion in a frenzy, leading to its designation as Lingquang ginseng. Indeed, the Land of Frost is home to Lingquang ginseng. At the border of the Land of Frost, the three travelers, weary from their journey, learned from young Ming, who could not help but feel a surge of joy. After departing from the Land of Grass, they advanced towards the Land of Frost. They swiftly arrived at the Land of Waterfall, which is isolated by cascading waterfalls, resembling a hidden paradise. The relationship between the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfall is amicable. Due to Kawabata's frequent diplomatic missions, they encountered several waterfall ninjas along the way, who unexpectedly greeted them warmly. With great ease, they traversed the Land of Waterfall and reached the border of the Land of Frost. Upon entering the Land of Frost, they were immediately met with a profound chill. The Land of Frost is renowned for its cold climate, especially during the harsh winter, just after a snowfall. The coldness is particularly intense. The Land of Frost is also considered a friendly nation to the Land of Grass. Upon crossing the border, the Frost Ninjas, adorned with five-ringed forehead protectors, recognized Kawabata instantly and greeted him with respect. Lord Kawabata, a captain-like Frost Ninja saluted. Akihane, are you in charge of patrolling the border today? Kawabata inquired, nodding in recognition of the individual before him, clearly indicating their acquaintance. Indeed, Lord Kawada, your arrival is most fortuitous. Lord Shuangying has recently encountered a rather troublesome matter, and given your extensive knowledge and experience, you may have insight into this predicament. Oh? What could be so challenging that even Lord Shuangying feels at a loss? Kawada inquired, visibly taken aback. Lord Kawada, let us discuss this as we walk, Red Leaf replied, her countenance growing serious as she led the way. Very well. Kawada glanced at young Ming, who showed no objections, and they proceeded together towards Frost Ninja Village. Through their conversation, Yang Ming learned of the issue that had rendered even Lord Shuangying helpless. It appeared that the Lingquang ginseng from Frost Mountain was not thriving this year. Its growth was stunted, with many specimens still unripe. Typically, this season would herald a bountiful harvest, providing substantial income through external trade. This predicament had caused Lord Shuangying considerable distress, prompting him to convene a meeting with the higher-ups to uncover the cause. Has something gone awry with the Lingquang ginseng? Kawada's expression turned grave upon hearing this news. This was indeed a significant matter. No wonder Red Leaf had looked upon him as a savior upon their meeting. The Land of Grass, renowned for its lush vegetation, had garnered its name from this abundance and possessed unique insights into botanical studies. Although Kawada was not a master in this field, his vast experiences might lead him to discern the underlying issues. As for Yang Ming and Xianglan, he dismissed them as mere companions of Kawada, seeking knowledge, or possibly Kawada as disciples. After all, Kawada's mentor was the illustrious Hiroichi Chikizumi, esteemed alongside the likes of Sanbian and Hanzo. The underdevelopment of Lingquang ginseng posed a serious challenge for the Frost Ninja, yet for Yang Ming, it was hardly an obstacle. As a wielder of the would-release bloodline limit, he possessed the ability to transmute chakra into the essence of life. fostering growth in all things, a task that seemed exceedingly simple to him. It appeared that securing the Lin Kuang ginseng was a certainty. Though he currently commanded only 3 rudimentary wood release techniques, the essence of wood release lay in converting chakra into the source of life, nurturing all forms of existence. The power of growth surpassed all else. Revitalizing the Lin Kuang ginseng would be a trivial matter. Kawada, unwilling to linger, hastened their pace. And soon the 4 of them arrived at the foot of Frost Mountain. There, they found a throng of people gathered. Among them stood a middle-aged man clad in a Shuangying robe, Lord Shuangying himself. Beside him, a medical team was examining a palm-sized Lin Kuang ginseng, with several farmers also present. Regrettably, despite their extensive studies, they had failed to uncover the cause. "I have encountered Lord Shuangying," Red Leaf declared, parting the crowd to approach him. "Red Leaf, are you not tasked with patrolling the borders? Why have you left your post to come here?" Lord Shuangying addressed her sternly, a palpable aura of authority emanating from him. This was the might of an influential figure. "Lord Shuangying, the situation is this. I came across Lord Kawada at the border, and he may possess some knowledge pertinent to this matter, so I brought him along," Red Leaf explained hastily. "Lord Kawada?" Upon hearing the name, Frost Shadow furrowed his brow. He was naturally aware of this individual, yet he merely possessed remarkable swordsmanship. What relevance did that hold? Nevertheless, given the amicable relations between the Grass Country and the Frost Country, his expression softened slightly as he nodded. "Please invite Master Kawadakawa over." "Yes," Red Leaf promptly replied. "Kawadakawa? He is merely a warrior, proficient in swordplay. How could he comprehend such matters?" At that moment, a middle-aged man, around 50 years of age, let out a disdainful chuckle. Adorned with a frost ninja forehead protector and draped in a white cloak, he was none other than the renowned medical ninja, Master Baichuan. In the current ninja world, the pinnacle of medical expertise belonged to Tsunade of the Leaf Village, undoubtedly the foremost medical ninja. Following her, Master Baichuan ranked second. He had already conferred with several farming experts and concluded that the issue with the Lin fragrant ginseng was not due to the soil but rather the ginseng itself, compounded by climatic conditions. Since the climate was unchangeable, they could only devise a solution for the ginseng's inherent problems. This was akin to a person falling ill in frigid weather. One cannot alter the cold but must seek medical attention. Even he found the matter quite troublesome. What could a mere warrior like Kawadakawa possibly do? Especially when Kawadakawa approached, presenting a 5-year-old boy behind him as if leading him, which only deepened his contempt. He disregarded Kawadakawa entirely and continued examining the Lin fragrant ginseng. Frost Shadow merely exchanged greetings, instructed someone to properly receive them, and resumed his study of the ginseng alongside Kawadakawa. The Lin fragrant ginseng was a unique asset of the Frost Country. It could not be allowed to diminish. Consequently, young Ming and his companions faced a chilly reception. "I apologize, Master Kawadakawa. I did not anticipate this situation. Lord Frost Shadow is likely overwhelmed with this matter and unable to attend to you properly. Please forgive us," Red Leaf hastily apologized. "No matter. Lord Frost Shadow is exceptionally busy. Red Leaf, you are too courteous." Kawadakawa waved his hand dismissively, unfazed, before turning to young Ming, seeking his counsel. He understood that young Ming's purpose for being there was precisely this. Indeed, the Lin fragrant ginseng had encountered problems, though they were not insurmountable. Young Ming took hold of a Lin fragrant ginseng plant. With his profound perception, he could distinctly sense that its vital energy had nearly dissipated. In other words, it was dead. No wonder the medical ninja were at a loss. Resurrecting the deceased is a feat only divine beings can accomplish. However, for young Ming, this was not a daunting task. With viable seeds at hand, rejuvenation was not overly challenging. At that moment, Master Baichuan confirmed once more, shaking his head and sighing. "Frost Shadow, abandoned the Lin fragrant ginseng. These specimens are already deceased." "What? Deceased?" Upon hearing this, Frost Shadow was taken aback. Indeed, the internal structure has been stifled by a peculiar substance, extinguishing its vitality. Once life is extinguished, it cannot be revived. The same holds true for Lin fragrant ginseng. Fortunately, their seeds have not perished. "We can only clear away the dead portions and hope for regrowth next year," Master Baichuan stated matter-of-factly. "Is there truly no other way? Waiting another year is simply unacceptable." Upon hearing these words, Frost Shadow felt as though struck by lightning, gazing at Baichuan Hui and murmuring, "There may be alternatives within my knowledge. 2 individuals could assist you in overcoming your current predicament, yet it is highly improbable that they would lend their aid." Observing this, Baichuan Hui furrowed his brow. "Who are these 2? I am willing to exhaust any resources necessary to save this Lin Kuang can." Frost Shadow responded hastily. in the realm of ninjas. Those capable of rescuing Lin Kuang can include the esteemed god of ninjas, Lord Senju Hashirama, whose would release could effortlessly save him. However, he has long since passed, and there are no reports of anyone else wielding such power. Baichuan Hui sighed and slowly revealed a name, continuing, the second individual is none other than the renowned Tsunade Haim, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. She is universally acknowledged as the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world and is the granddaughter of Lord Senju Hashirama. Her abilities could undoubtedly resolve your issues. Nonetheless, it is improbable that you could persuade either of them. Lord Senju Hashirama has been deceased for many years, and Tsunade Haim's noble status makes her assistance unattainable. Senju Hashirama, Tsunade Haim. Upon hearing these two names, Frost Shadow's fleeting glimmer of hope was extinguished. Completely despondent, he sank to the ground, his once proud demeanor vanished. I can save him without their intervention. At that moment, a faint voice emerged, startling everyone. Yang Ming appeared, holding Lin Kuang Can. You believe you can save Lin Kuang Can? A frost ninja sneered upon seeing Yang Ming. He appeared to be merely a 5-year-old child, and his youth led to skepticism about his capabilities. What do you think you're doing? Red Leaf exclaimed in shock, never anticipating that Yang Ming would step forward at such a critical moment, especially in front of everyone. Panic surged within him. Who are you? Frost Shadow regarded Yang Ming with cold indifference, his mood soured. With Lin Kuang Can's demise, the Frost Country faced dire straits this year, making this a matter of utmost importance for Frost Shadow. In his current state of distress, any sound would amplify 100-fold in significance. Initially heartened by the voice, his expression soured upon seeing Yang Ming. The surrounding crowd, taken aback by Yang Ming, soon erupted in laughter. Little brother, whose child are you? Have you just awoken? A Frost Ninja mocked. You're just a child, probably barely out of diapers. You should leave before you embarrass yourself. Several Frost Ninjas moved to shoo Yang Ming away. I am Xiao Ming, a genin of the Grass Country. The Grass and Frost Countries have always maintained a friendly rapport. Is this how you treat your guests? Moreover, I did not come uninvited. It was Red Leaf who extended the invitation. Despite the condescension from the crowd, Yang Ming replied coolly. A genin from the Grass Country? Is there even such a young genin? Is it Hongya who invited you? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, first glancing at the grass ninja headband adorning Yang Ming's forehead, then collectively focusing their gaze on Hongya. Hongya was instantly rendered speechless. At such a tender age, having already ascended to the rank of a genin, he exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, destined for greatness in the future. Hearing this, Master Baichuan turned his attention to Yang Ming, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He then nodded and spoke. The Grass Ninjas and my Frost Ninjas have always maintained a cordial relationship. Since you have achieved the rank of a genin at such a young age, you must possess exceptional abilities and should not be treated like an ordinary person. Pray tell, what methods do you have to revive these Lin Kuang herbs? Master Baichuan. The crowd was puzzled by Master Baichuan's sudden politeness, but as they observed the presence of Kawadama, understanding dawned upon them. The friendship between the Grass and Frost Ninjas necessitated that they extend proper courtesy to their guest, especially in front of Kawadama. Kawadama was no insignificant figure. His master, Chikaz Hiroichi, was a person of renown, comparable to the likes of Mifune and Hanzo. Furthermore, he himself was an unparalleled master. Realizing this, Shuangying quickly responded, Kawadama-kun, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. He was expressing regret for his previous impolite demeanor. Indeed, Master Baichuan is wise. We almost neglected our esteemed guest. The others soon caught on, turning their admiring gazes towards Master Baichuan. Indeed, Master Baichuan is not only second to none in medical ninjutsu within the ninja realm, but his handling of affairs is also remarkably comprehensive. Were it not for his advancing years, he would undoubtedly be more than just a medical ninja. Our Frost Country is indeed fortunate to have Lord Shuangying and Master Baichuan. Yes. Everyone regarded Master Baichuan with reverence, while Yang Ming had already faded into obscurity. However, a few still noticed Yang Ming. What an inconsiderate child. Kawadama Dano represents the land of grass. His every word and action signifies the nation. This situation should not be so awkward, and it is all due to this child, who, in his ignorance, dares to assert that he can revive the Lin Kuang herbs. Even Master Baichuan is at a loss. What can a mere child do? Indeed, just a boastful little brat. That ninja headband of his is probably just a toy. He should consider his age, a 5-year-old genin. Is that even feasible? Of course, it was not. In the entire ninja realm, the youngest known genin was Kakashi of the Leaf. who became a genin at the age of 7 after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Could this child possibly possess greater talent than Kakashi? These frost ninjas scoffed, entirely dismissing young Ming's claims as mere bravado. They refrained from exposing him to save face, knowing it would be inappropriate. Yet, there were those who appeared to believe him. Observing his demeanor, one might ponder if he truly possessed the ability to revive the Linkwang herbs. The saying goes, do not judge a book by its cover. The sea cannot be measured by a single dipper. Perhaps he was indeed a genius surpassing even Kakashi, a round-faced woman in her 20s, who was the Frost Ninja captain responsible for interrogating prisoners. Myo Shin gazed at Yang Ming with a sudden seriousness and spoke. She excels at observing and discerning the thoughts of others. Although she does not comprehend the mysteries of the Linkwang ginseng, she can perceive that Yang Ming is not lying. Rather, he possesses genuine confidence and capability. My Lady Maya, how can this be possible? He is merely 5 years old. Even if he is a prodigy, as he claims to be a grass ninja at the lower tier, he could not possibly have the ability to revive the Linkwang ginseng. Master Baichuan has just stated that only Lord Senju Hashirama and Lady Tsunade can effect such a revival. To which category does he belong? A frost ninja behind Maya shook his head. Indeed, my Lady Maya. Since even Master Baichuan has stated this, it stands to reason that only these two can achieve it. This individual named Yue Xiaoming, even if he is not lying and is indeed a genius, what can he possibly accomplish? How could we, the Frost Ninjas, place our hopes on a mere 5-year-old child? Others in attendance echoed his sentiments. It is quite extraordinary, even if he speaks the truth. He could not possibly possess such extraordinary abilities. After all, Master Baichuan is the second most skilled in medical arts. Upon hearing this, Maya found herself wavering. While she believed Yang Ming was not lying, she could not bring herself to accept that he had the capability to revive the Linkwang ginseng. Lord Yuexia, you claim you can revive this Linkwang ginseng. May I inquire how you intend to do so? At that moment, Baichuan raised a Linkwang ginseng and inquired. Reviving it is simple. Yang Ming replied nonchalantly. I understand the concept of revival. However, the question lies in how to achieve it. To my knowledge, only the legendary would release and Lady Tsunade possess such restorative abilities. Pray tell, what method do you propose? Baichuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You are correct. My method is indeed that. Yang Ming nodded earnestly. Ha, ha, ha. Upon hearing this, Baichuan erupted into laughter, but his expression grew cold. Lord Yuexia, I shall address you as such for the sake of our long-standing friendship between the grass ninjas and my frost ninjas. I extend you this courtesy, even though you are but a child. However, do not presume that I shall continue to squander time on this. Baichuan's voice gradually grew louder. I have stated that in the current ninja world, only these two methods can revive the Linkwang ginseng, and you dare to reiterate what I have said. Very well. Let us assume this is your own method. If you claim you can revive the Linkwang ginseng, then allow me to ask, are you suggesting you can summon the deceased Lord Senju Hashirama, or perhaps persuade Lady Tsunade to come? Do not say that you are related to her, and that she would come out of respect for you. Or, do you possess the same abilities as Lord Senju Hashirama or Lady Tsunade? Baichuan's tone turned sinister, growing colder by the moment, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixed coldly upon Yang Ming, he had lost all patience. I do not possess the ability to resurrect Lord Senju Hashirama, nor do I have any connection to Lady Tsunade. Yang Ming replied calmly, facing the irate Baichuan. With a chuckle, upon hearing Yang Ming's words, the crowd erupted in laughter, casting him looks of utter incredulity. In their eyes, Yang Ming was no different from a fool at that moment. Although he could not resurrect the legendary Senju Hashirama or summon Tsunade, Yang Ming remained unfazed by the scornful gazes around him and calmly remarked, I possess the wood release technique, capable of harnessing my chakra as the source of life, revitalizing the dying rink, sand. Fool. The crowd scoffed, their derision palpable. You claim to wield wood release? What a farce. Even Kawaii, who typically bore a stoic demeanor, was taken aback. He was aware of Yang Ming's immense strength, which had even earned the respect of his own teacher. Yet he had never heard of him mastering wood release. Baichuan, with a disdainful smirk, retorted, You, a mere child, speak with such audacity. Are you perhaps a ninja of the grass village? Your previous claim of being a genin might hold some truth, but do you even comprehend the essence of wood release? It is a Kekii Genkai, formed by the fusion of water and earth natures. Kekii Genkai can be inherited, but in the entire shinobi world, only the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, has ever wielded it. Pray tell, what relation do you have to Lord Hashirama? A grandson? Or perhaps a distant relative? Even Lady Tsunade cannot perform wood release. How could you? Bachwan continued. Or do you fancy yourself a prodigy who has somehow mastered the fusion of earth and water to create wood release? What are the odds of that? Countless powerful shinobi with earth and water affinities have attempted this. Yet who has succeeded? You, a mere genin. Understand what a Kekkei Genkai is? Do you even grasp the concept of elemental natures? How dare you spout such outrageous lies? Someone, take this arrogant child away. With that, he dismissed Yang Ming entirely, believing him unworthy of his attention. As the esteemed second medical ninja in the shinobi world, he felt he had already extended a considerable courtesy by engaging with the 5-year-old. Yang Ming's brazen claims had thoroughly provoked the esteemed Master Bachwan, who could no longer be bothered with him. Bachwan's words resonated with the crowd, who shook their heads in disappointment. Even Kawai felt an urge to whisk Yang Ming away from this untenable situation. How could anyone utter such nonsense in the presence of Master Bachwan? However, no one truly attempted to expel Yang Ming, for he was still a ninja of the Grass Village, and the Grass Country maintained amicable relations with the Frost Country. Is that so? Yang Ming mused, unconcerned by Bachwan's wrath. That is merely your worldview, your assumptions. My abilities are beyond your comprehension. Yet, even in the face of Master Bachwan's fury, Yang Ming remained composed, calmly stating, "Ah, how delightful. In all my years, this is the first time I have been underestimated. And by a mere child no less. You claim I am unaware of your capabilities. Do you, little one, truly know mine?" With that, he began to gather chakra, channeling it into a dying rink, sand. In moments, the fading plant surged with life, not fully revived yet, but unmistakably on the path to recovery. Witnessing this transformation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Master Bachwan truly lives up to his reputation, although it is not a matter of resurrecting the deceased. Saving a dying Lingquang ginseng is a testament to his remarkable medical skills, placing him second in the realm of shinobi. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the shinobi world, only Lady Tsunade of Konohagakure could rival Master Bachwan. Though our Frost Country may be a small nation, many larger nations have extended friendly olive branches, largely due to Master Bachwan's esteemed reputation. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the crowd could not help but express their admiration. You merely wield your expertise in medical ninjutsu to forcibly convert a thread of chakra into the essence of life. Such a flicker of vitality is but a mere whisper. Nothing more. At that moment, Yang Ming observed the unfolding event, shaking his head in disdain. However, his words fell upon the ears of others like a harsh discord. Are you mad? Even now, you choose to feign bravado. Hongye clutched her chest, feeling her heart race tumultuously at Yang Ming's utterance, nearly compelled to leap forth. Chuan Duan Wang felt a trepidation in his heart, yet it was too late to change the course of events. Xiang Lin remained unfazed, for in her heart, Yang Ming was unparalleled. What nonsense is this Master Bachwan? Before Lord Yuexia, he is but a mere dog. Baichuan's brows furrowed in displeasure, ready to respond. At that moment, the nearby Frost shinobi erupted in outrage. Who is this insolent brat, daring to confront Master Baichuan? Those unfamiliar with Yang Ming shouted in indignation. He is a ninja from the land of grass, brought here by Lord Chuan Duan Wang. Those aware of the situation chose to observe with cool detachment. After all, he was merely a child, and Chuan Duan Wang was no ordinary figure, making it unwise for them to intervene excessively. Indeed, he hails from the land of grass, and is brought by Lord Chuan Duan Wang, yet whether he is a ninja remains uncertain. However, his arrogance is undeniable. As a guest, we have already extended our utmost courtesy, yet he remains unsatisfied, repeatedly making audacious claims. It is utterly foolish. Close by. The Frost shinobi glared coldly at Yang Ming, commenting that had it not been for Chuan Duan Wang's presence, they would have likely expelled him already. Indeed, we, the Frost shinobi, have been exceedingly gracious. We ask you to take your leave. One Frost shinobi, a jonin, declared, clearly of high standing. Please, take your leave. As one jonin initiated, a second, a third, and a fourth soon followed, until all the Frost shinobi reached a consensus. Chuan Duan Wang. Ultimately, even Shuanging turned to Chuan Duan Wang, her silence speaking volumes. Baichuan Hui gazed coldly at Yang Ming. He need not utter a word, for countless others would rise to defend his honor. This was the might of Master Baichuan. Sighing at the scene, Chuan Duan Wang offered a courteous gesture to the Frost shinobi and prepared to call out to Yang Ming. Yet, despite the mounting pressure, Yang Ming remained unmoved, his demeanor tranquil. Setting aside all else, this unwavering composure and fortitude alone commanded admiration. Young Ming spoke softly, his words resonating with a quiet strength. Do not rush me. I shall proceed at my own pace. I did not come here of my own volition. It was your esteemed Lord Hongye who insisted on my presence to assist you in your plight. Since you are unwilling to resolve it yourselves, I am indifferent. However, take heed. My departure is not due to incompetence, but rather because you, the Frost Ninjas, are unworthy of my intervention. With that, Yang Ming joined his hands in prayer, forming a seal. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his being, penetrating deep into the frost-laden earth. A mere show of bravado. Observing this, a Frost Ninja scoffed in derision. Yet, his amusement was short-lived, swiftly replaced by sheer astonishment. Not only he, but all the Frost Ninjas stood in shock, witnessing the sudden transformation of the Frost Mountain. The once withered and lifeless Lingquang herbs began to blossom with vitality, vibrant green shoots sprouting forth, flourishing in mere moments. The Lingquang herbs were reborn. The mountainside was now adorned with these revitalized herbs, while Yang Ming and his companions had mysteriously vanished. What an extraordinary source of life. Is this would release? No, it is even more potent, more refined. I once had the fortune of witnessing Lord Hashirama's would release. That magnificent source of life was unparalleled. Yet this essence, though seemingly feeble, possesses a purity surpassing even that of Lord Hashirama. Baichuanhui gazed at this spectacle, lost in a daze, murmuring to himself, completely devoid of his previous bravado. How can this be? Is there truly such a phenomenon in the world? Frost Shadow murmured, her expression a mix of joy and astonishment. Joyful that the Lingquang herbs had finally returned to life, yet astonished by the nature of this method. Master Baichuan. She involuntarily turned her gaze toward Baichuanhui. Not only her. At that moment, nearly everyone was looking at him, their faces etched with shock. Like Frost Shadow, they were both awed and bewildered. This is would release. This is indeed would release. Faced with their inquiries, Baichuanhui muttered in disbelief. Utilizing chakra as a source of life, enveloping Frost Mountain, granting rebirth to all the Lingquang herbs, this power is would release. In today's ninja world, besides the legendary ninja god, Lord Hashirama, no one else can wield would release. This young man has unexpectedly manifested such prowess, and at such a tender age, what does this signify? It foretells achievements on par with that of Hokage. And yet, it is more than that. This individual's would release feels even more formidable than that of Lord Hashirama. Baichuanhui was consumed by a sense of loss, as if he had missed something monumental. What? It is indeed would release? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They may not comprehend the essence of life, but would release is universally recognized among ninjas. No one is oblivious to that legend. It is the secret technique of the ninja god, said to be the closest to the founding ancestor of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths. Would release? Could it be that this young man possesses such power? No wonder he could revive the entire mountainside of Lingquang herbs. Previously, we thought him boastful. Yet it appears we failed to recognize true talent. A wave of astonishment and regret washed over the hearts of the onlookers. A formidable talent has emerged from the grass ninja, and at such a tender age, it seems the grass ninja is destined for greatness. A sense of inexplicable excitement surged among the crowd. What a remarkable mastery of would release. From this moment forth, the grass ninja shall rise. Mayu murmured. How could that child possess such formidable abilities? Hong Yi appeared utterly bewildered, still struggling to comprehend the situation. The boy named Ming. Was he not merely a boastful charlatan? How did he suddenly unveil such terrifying prowess? The stark contrast left him feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Where did he go? It was then that he noticed Yang Ming and his companions had vanished without a trace. Quickly, everyone mobilized to pursue this esteemed individual. We, the Frost Ninja, must extend our utmost hospitality. If we could forge an early acquaintance with such a remarkable figure, our future prospects would be extraordinary. Frost Shadow hastily commanded. Indeed, instantly, all the Frost Ninja took action, striving to retrieve Yang Ming and his party, seeking to rectify their oversight. I may have lost an immense opportunity. After the crowd dispersed, Frost Shadow gazed at the boundless sky, filled with regret. Yuxia Jun, not only do you wield that terrifying power, but you also possess would release? At that moment, Yang Ming and his companions sped onward, swiftly departing the land of frost. Kawabata gazed at Yang Ming in shock. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to believe that Yang Ming could master the would release technique. As a warrior, he was well aware of the legendary Ninja Hashirama and his unparalleled would release abilities that quelled chaos throughout the ninja world. Such power, once considered invincible, was now embodied in a mere youth. How could he not be astonished? When did I ever claim I couldn't? Yang Ming replied nonchalantly, hastening his pace. Holding the rain-crazy ginseng in his hands, he felt a surge of joy. The rain-crazy ginseng was finally in his possession. With the flame-warm grass, crystal phoenix fruit, and rain-crazy ginseng all collected, he was now ready to refine the blood chi pill to enhance his strength. As for the crafting process, he was unconcerned. The system had its own methods. Observing this, Kawabata dared not inquire further. His expression and demeanor toward Yang Ming grew increasingly respectful. It was akin to standing before his master, Senju Hiroichi, and indeed, it felt even more reverent. Xiang Lin appeared perplexed, unable to grasp their conversation or the nature of wood release, but witnessing their profound respect for Yang Ming assured her of his formidable strength, and that sufficed. The trio swiftly crossed the border of the Land of Frost and set foot on the soil of the Land of Waterfall, racing toward the Land of Grass. Just as Yang Ming and his companions departed the Land of Frost, Frost Shadow and the others arrived. Upon learning from the border patrol that Yang Ming and his party had already left, they could only sigh in resignation. Alas, the Land of Frost ultimately lacks such fortune. May that esteemed individual not hold us accountable. A letter of goodwill to the Land of Grass shall be sent. We, the Land of Frost, shall forever remain their staunch ally. The crowd lamented, filled with regret, and Frost Shadow promptly issued orders to establish an eternal alliance with the Land of Grass. Instead, several border patrol ninjas appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Upon returning to the Land of Grass, Yang Ming made his way directly to the Grass Ninja Village. Kawabata Masaru returned to the daimyo's residence, as he was affiliated with the daimyo's office and needed to report on the completion of their mission. In a certain hotel within the Grass Ninja Village, Xiang Lin stood guard outside while Yang Ming arranged the flame-warming grass, crystal phoenix fruit, and linquang ginseng in a line, preparing to enhance his cultivation. Synthesize blood chi pill. Yang Ming commanded the system within his mind. Synthesis in progress. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed. Before him, the flame-warming grass, crystal phoenix fruit, and linquang ginseng appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, which then forcibly merged them together. In the void, a furnace could faintly be seen, its flames soaring. The three herbs were cast into it, and in less than a quarter of an hour, a blood chi pill, radiating a brilliant red light and the size of a thumb, was successfully forged. Truly, the system's alchemical prowess was unparalleled. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. At that moment, the blood chi pill surged into Yang Ming's body, and he instantly felt a tremendous force coursing through him. His sage body was once again enhanced, and the hidden injuries from his childhood were thoroughly healed. His physical constitution was significantly improved, with his skin emanating a silvery sheen, exuding a grayish luster. The chakra within him surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, relentless and boundless. If the chakra of a mid-tier sage body resembled a trickling brook, the high-tier sage body transformed it into a vast river. The enhancement to his chakra was at least tenfold, and his immense strength followed suit. Moreover, the most profound transformation brought about by the high-tier sage body was in his physical form. His sage body, a gift from the system, was not a mere product of generational inheritance. It was far more perfect than that of Hashirama Senju or Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, Yang Ming felt his bodily strength surge dramatically, as if coated in a layer of mercury. Even without employing his superhuman strength or relying on chakra, he could withstand blades and swords with ease. Unless faced with legendary artifacts like the Grass Chi's sword, his sheer physical power was sufficient to sweep aside all challengers, withstanding C-rank ninjutsu effortlessly. Techniques such as fire release, great fireball, and wind release, great breakthrough could be resisted without issue. He had reached a level on par with that of a Kage, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary Kage-level experts. This was merely a testament to his physical form and superhuman strength. Additionally, he had mastered wood release. At this moment, having completed his mission, Yang Ming had acquired 3 new wood release techniques. Wood release, for pillar house technique, wood release, tree binding eternal burial, and wood release, great forest technique. One for constructing houses, another for restraining earth release techniques, and the last a formidable offensive jutsu. Collectively, these 3 techniques were immensely powerful. Alongside his previously learned wood pillar wall, for pillar prison, and insertion technique, Yang Ming now commanded 6 formidable wood release techniques. He was equipped for both offense and defense, ready to contend with any Kage-level opponent. Particularly, with his powerful sage body and chakra, his wood release techniques could rival those of Hashirama Senju. As for Jinjutsu, unless faced with a Mangeki level opponent, he could simply disregard it. Indeed, the vast power I now possess renders me nearly invincible in one-on-one confrontations, even against those formidable like the Jinchuriki. With the exception of the dust release utilized by the Tsuchikage, along with the Manjikyu Sharingan and a few other exceptional abilities, I find myself unperturbed. Relishing the immense strength coursing through my veins, young Ming expressed his joy. Having spent 2 months in the shinobi world, I finally wield the power for self-preservation. I can now stand my ground against the strong without trepidation. No longer must I remain on edge. I can finally relax. As the year draws to a close, I can attend to the personal matters I have long desired to pursue, young Ming mused. Reborn in the world of Naruto and having arrived in the land of grass, I have been perpetually occupied, with no time to rest. Now that I possess sufficient strength, it is time to pause and savor life. Especially with the new year approaching, I must ensure to celebrate it well. The 4th system task requires me to venture into the forest of death in the land of fire to gather 3 items: the morning grass, the death flower, and the bloodthirsty mad bull horn. The rewards for this endeavor are the perfect sage body and perfect great strength. Alongside 2 A-rank would release techniques, would release, tree realm wall and would release, thorn binding technique, as well as an S-rank large scale would release secret technique, tree realm birth. The wood release, tree realm wall is an upgraded version of the wood block wall, while the thorn binding technique serves as a wide-range binding ninjutsu. The tree realm birth technique, on the other hand, is an expansive S-rank ninjutsu that increases in scope with the rise of chakra. With such capabilities, I shall face even the most overwhelming of tactics with confidence, rendering ordinary-tailed beasts insignificant in my eyes. A thought struck young Ming. These abilities were precisely what he yearned for, yet he felt no urgency at this moment. A journey to the land of fire could wait until the coming year. Moreover, the forest of death is a forbidden area, and even reaching the land of fire does not guarantee easy access. However, all of that could be addressed in the future. For now, young Ming intended to relish a leisurely life. After reporting back to the grass shadow, he began to wander about. First, he sought a place to call home. It is somewhat amusing that, until now, he had no residence of his own. The orphanage at the village entrance was no longer his home. Upon hearing Yang Ming's desire to establish a home, the grass shadow promptly inquired personally. However, Yang Ming graciously declined the grass shadow's offer, opting instead to seek a place on his own. The grass shadow, recognizing his intent, refrained from further intervention and allowed Yang Ming the freedom to choose. He could build his house wherever he desired. Even relocating the grass shadow's residence posed no issue. Given Yang Ming's current strength and status, he was deserving of such respect. Upon returning from the daimyo's estate, the grass shadow's high-ranking officials witnessed Yang Ming's terrifying prowess and treated him with utmost reverence. After exploring the grass ninja village, Yang Ming fixed his gaze upon a plot of land in the outskirts, deciding to establish his home there. The grass shadow dared not be negligent. With a flourish of his hand, the land was designated as Yang Ming's private domain. With a glance around, Yang Ming formed hand seals and directly employed wood release ninjutsu. This marked his inaugural use of wood release. Instantly, powerful chakra surged forth, and almost in the blink of an eye, a house spanning over 200 square meters materialized upon the barren earth. Within mere seconds, a dwelling was erected. Moreover, the roots of the trees penetrate deeply into the earth, exhibiting an unparalleled resilience. This ninjutsu can be deemed an unrivaled technique for house construction. Henceforth, I shall reside here. Xianglin, this shall also be your home. Yang Ming spoke to Xianglin. Home. Xianglin's eyes glistened with emotion as she gazed at the newly erected abode. Nodding thoughtfully while looking at Yang Ming. Under the moonlight, I shall diligently protect our home, she declared earnestly. Yang Ming chuckled softly, then began to arrange furniture. In an instant, a home was formed. In the afternoon, feeling idle, Yang Ming made his way to the ninja school. On the surface, he remained a student of the institution, for graduation was unattainable until one reached a certain age. This was a strategy discussed with the grass shadow, aimed at maintaining a low profile. In the classroom, Ryan Lu continued with the lesson, and everyone listened attentively. Particularly, Guewin and his companions, having endured Yang Ming's previous challenges, strove even harder. As Yang Ming entered, he felt no inclination to greet anyone. Under the gaze of his peers, he proceeded directly to his seat and sat down. Ryan Lu regarded Yang Ming with a complex expression as she vaguely comprehended his true identity, a genius favored by the grass shadow, possessing the strength of a lower ninja. Someone she could not afford to provoke. Thus, she paid him no further mind and continued the lesson. Guiwen and his friends cast Yang Ming a few resentful glances before immersing themselves in their studies, unwilling to squander a moment, working even harder. The rest continued on. Indifferent to Yang Ming, he, in turn, remained unconcerned, quietly seated in the last row of the classroom, savoring the ambience. After class, as the others departed, Guanshang, Jin Ku, and Jin Mingzi, 3 orphans from the orphanage, approached Yang Ming. This took him by surprise, as they were typically reticent. Tonight, the orphanage is hosting a feast, Jin Mingzi announced. The director hopes that everyone will attend, especially you. We could not find you earlier. All right, Yang Ming replied, feeling a stir of emotions, and nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to and thought it would be nice to revisit the past. You must come, Yuexia, Jin Mingzi implored. Gazing earnestly at Yang Ming, the 3 then took their leave. Yang Ming nodded once more, acknowledging Jin Mingzi's request. After departing from the ninja school, he meandered for a while and, by evening, made his way to the orphanage. At that moment, the orphanage was adorned with colorful decorations, and all the children were bustling about in preparations. Upon his arrival, everything was just about ready. The gathering commenced, filled with laughter and merriment. Guanshang and his companions had become the center of attention, and nearly all the orphans flocked to them, eager to engage in conversation, displaying a demeanor of admiration. These 3 had already become students of the ninja school, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon ascend to the ranks of ninjas. The profession of a ninja was noble, shrouded in mystery and strength, evoking both reverence and envy. In contrast, Yang Ming sat aside, seemingly isolated and unnoticed. Yet, he paid no mind to it, indulging in the feast before him. Jin Mingzi, however, periodically inquired about Yang Ming, asking about his recent endeavors, to which he responded with casual indifference. At this moment, Gong Lazizi appeared to center her attention around Guanshang and the other 2, seemingly placing all her hopes for the orphanage's future upon them. As for Yang Ming, who had mysteriously vanished for a month only to return, she had long since forgotten him. In her eyes, Yang Ming was utterly disappointing. After finally gaining admission to the Ninja Academy, he squandered the opportunity by neglecting his studies and skipping classes regularly. What prospects could such a person possibly have? Summoning him was merely out of respect for the ninja school. Shang, I heard from the director that among the skilled individuals at the Ninja Academy, you rank within the top 10 of your class. Is that true? At that moment, a 7-year-old child approached, his demeanor unexpectedly worldly, and inquired of Guanshang. The other children, upon hearing this, also turned their attention toward him. Roughly speaking, Guanshang replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his drink. His expression suggested that this was not a matter of great significance. Upon hearing Guanshang's words, the surrounding crowd could not help but cast envious glances in his direction. To be among the top 10 at the Ninja Academy almost guaranteed a bright future. Do not become complacent. It is merely a top 10 ranking. There are still formidable opponents ahead of you whom you must strive to surpass, Gong Lazizi interjected, keen to prevent Guanshang from becoming arrogant. Rest assured, Director, we are well aware that there are always those more skilled than ourselves in this world. We will not let pride take hold. The top 10 is not our ultimate goal. Those from the Guiwen faction rank higher simply because they arrived earlier than us. It won't be long before we surpass them, Jin Zhou stated, a proud glimmer flashing across his face. Indeed, Gong Lazizi replied, her satisfaction evident as she nodded in approval. The admiration from those around them intensified. At this point, some turned their gaze toward Yang Ming. It was said that he too had attended the Ninja Academy and had caught the attention of Lord Kusa, yet his current demeanor was. Upon this reflection, the crowd collectively shook their heads and sighed. Gong Lazizi seemed to glance at Yang Ming as well, her heart heavy with lament. What a pity, Lord Kusa. Your illustrious judgment has faltered this time. Subsequently, the crowd turned their attention back to Guanshang and the others, surrounding them like stars orbiting the moon. As the drinks flowed, spirits soared. Some engaged in lively discussions, others sang songs, and a few performed acts, reveling in merriment. Director, have you heard the name Yujun? Jin Mingzi suddenly asked Gong Lazizi. Yujun? I never expected that name would reach your ears. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of longing appeared on Gong Lazizi's face. Of course, in our Kusa Ninja Village's upper echelons, who does not know that at the Daimyo Conference, Yujun made an impressive debut by defeating the renowned sword master Kawabata Nozomi, who is the esteemed disciple of the sword god Senkaku Hiroichi. This victory has significantly elevated our Kusa Ninja Village's status, garnering greater attention from the daimyo. Jinzo spoke with admiration. revealing that this was a matter known only among the higher echelons, which he had learned by chance. It is said that Yuejun is of a similar age to us. Yet he has already managed to defeat a figure like Master Kawabata. It is truly a mystery how he has cultivated such strength. He must surely be at least a superior ninja, Guanshang murmured, recalling the various rumors surrounding Yuejun, unable to contain his astonishment. A superior ninja of our age. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck dumb, falling into silence. The previously lively atmosphere was suddenly engulfed in a heavy stillness. Indeed, the rumors about Yuejun are shrouded in mystery. Likely due to the principle of confidentiality, even I am only aware of his existence. In our grass ninja village, aside from Lord Kage, this esteemed Yuejun commands respect. And he may even surpass Lord Kage, Gong Lizi murmured, her eyes reflecting shock. After all, Lord Kage may not even be able to best Master Kawabata. If Lord Kage is unable to defeat Master Kawabata, yet has been bested by Yuejun. This realization left everyone once again speechless. The implications are clear, and it is precisely this understanding that deepens the shock. In the realm of ninjas, strength reigns supreme, especially in a small nation like the Land of Grass. The powerful stand above all. Thus, a figure like Yuejun is one that we can only forever admire from afar. Guanshan, Jinku, Jimingzi, do not lose heart. Observing the oppressive atmosphere, Gong Lizi sought to lighten the mood. Guanshang, your talent is exceptional. Do not squander it. Focus on your studies at school. Your future is boundless. She then turned to Jinku. Jinku, your extraordinary talent may even surpass Guanshang's, but you must not become too emotionally attached, otherwise you will be hindered from becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Finally, she addressed Jinmingzi. Jinmingzi, I suggest you pursue the path of a medical ninja in the future, specializing in support and healing. Together with Guanshang and Jinku, you could form a formidable team. I have great faith in you all. After praising the three, they nodded in response, their spirits gradually lifted. The onlookers around them also nodded in agreement. A figure like Yuejun is too distant from them. It is the trio of Gong Lizi who live among them and represent hope. As for Yang Ming, he was entirely overlooked by everyone. He consistently ranked at the bottom of the class and would likely emerge as a weakling upon graduation, unworthy of sympathy. Moreover, it was questionable whether he could even graduate with such poor performance. Eventually, the group resumed their feasting and drinking until the early hours of the second round when they began to disperse. Under the moonlight, can I come over to your house? Yueshia? Jimingzi shyly asked Yang Ming. In the dead of night, a girl proactively uttering such words with a bashful expression spoke volumes. Mingzi. Upon hearing this, Jinku exclaimed, yet his gaze turned coldly towards Yang Ming, radiating a predatory demeanor. Jimingzi is his sister. How dare Yang Ming approach her? She deserves a partner who is strong, certainly not a weakling like Yang Ming. Wait, Yueshia, did you say you bought a house? Where is it? Guanshang, however, heard something else and turned to Yang Ming in surprise. Mingzi, it is getting late. You have school tomorrow. You should rest early, Yang Ming said calmly. Glancing at Jimingzi, which was tantamount to a direct refusal, Jimingzi's expression dimmed. Have you purchased a house in the western part of the village? But that area is forbidden territory of Chaoran village, long designated by Lord Xiaoying. No one can access that region except for Lord Xiaoying. How could there possibly be a house there? Did you build it yourself? Upon hearing this, Gong Lizi and the others looked at Yang Ming with mocking expressions. I have heard about the western outskirts of the village as well. It is said that Lord Xiaoying intends to develop that area, having already marked it as a restricted zone. No one would dare to build there except for Lord Xiaoying, and with your abilities, it is impossible for you to construct a house. Who did you enlist for help? Jutsu Huan. Guanshang sneered, looking disdainfully at Yang Ming. News of the construction site had long since spread, and they were well aware of Yang Ming's actions at that time. Indeed, Lord Yueshia. To enlighten us on how you managed to acquire a house there, Ning Song said with a cold laugh. I suspect it might be a mere figment of your imagination. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a few others were tidying up the scene, and upon hearing this, they burst into laughter. It was a gift from Lord Xiaoying. Yang Ming replied indifferently, preparing to leave. He had enjoyed the evening and did not wish to dampen the mood or create discord in a place filled with memories. A gift from Lord Xiaoying? The moment he said this, everyone looked at Yang Ming with expressions of disbelief, as if seeing a fool. Very well. Since that is the case, Lord Yueshia, why not let us visit the house that Lord Xiaoying gifted you? Guanshang suddenly smiled coldly. Never mind, it is late. Everyone should rest early. Yueshia, you should go. Guanshang, let academics take precedence. Everything else is secondary. Get some rest, Gong Lizzie interjected, frowning slightly to mediate the situation. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast a dismissive glance at Yang Ming and ceased to pay him any further attention. However, Jin Mingzi cast a lingering glance at Yang Ming, her eyes expressing profound sorrow. This scene did not escape Jin Kuzi's notice, and with a cold smile, she looked at Yang Ming and said icily, "Indeed, Lord Yuexia. We too are quite eager to see the house gifted by Lord Chowing. Since it is already so late, we wouldn't mind staying a bit longer. Brother." Upon hearing this, Jin Kuzi's brow furrowed in concern, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. She exclaimed, "All right." However, before Jin Mingzi could continue speaking, Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Then, Yang Ming turned to Gong Lizzie with a serious demeanor. "Director, I have returned this time not only to attend the gathering, but also to formally notify you that I am no longer associated with the orphanage. From this point forward, the orphanage and I shall have no further ties, and our grievances are hereby resolved. Since you wish to see my house, then let us proceed." With that, Yang Ming shrugged and departed. How infuriating. Who does he think he is, daring to act so arrogantly before the esteemed director? Leaving the orphanage, he believes himself to be someone of significance? If he chooses to depart, then he is nothing. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, everyone immediately fumed, casting disdainful glances at his retreating figure, coldly remarking, "Humph, this individual simply cannot bear comparison. Once compared, he cannot maintain his facade and resorts to bizarre behaviors, spinning tall tales that inevitably will be unraveled." Observing this, Guanshang sneered, "I shall see what kind of residence he speaks of. Let us go." Jin Ku followed suit. Striding forward, Jin Mingzi shouted repeatedly, yet her calls fell on deaf ears. "We shall also go." Guanshang then let out a cold laugh and followed. The others, seeing this, shrugged helplessly and followed along. Alas! "Oh, you Xiaoming, you cannot rid yourself of that stubborn pride in the realm of the strong. The weak must maintain their humility. Otherwise, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself." Gong Lizzie sighed, joining the group. To the west of the grass ninja village lies a partially developed forest known as the Wooden Tub, named for its resemblance to a grand circular barrel. It is adjacent to the shadow of grass and backed by a surging white river, teeming with vitality. Although winter has arrived, this place remains remarkably warm, a natural paradise. Yang Ming chose this location not only for its enchanting environment, but primarily for its relevance to his training in wood release techniques. To master the art of wood release, one must seek a tranquil and undisturbed setting. The dense vegetation here renders it an idyllic sanctuary. Unfortunately, this area has already caught the attention of the Grass Shadow, who plans to develop it for the village's revenue. This fact is widely known. Thus, when Jin Ku and the others heard Yang Ming mention constructing a house here, they were utterly incredulous. What a splendid sanctuary, warm in winter and cool in summer, with breathtaking scenery. Truly, if one could build a house in such a place and refine chakra here, it would be extraordinarily efficient. As they entered the wooden tub of the western village, Guanshang could not help but express his delight. Although the hour was late and the night dark, the group, being seasoned ninjas trained in nocturnal operations and equipped with illumination tools, were undeterred. Sensing the beauty of their surroundings, they felt an invigorating sense of peace. Lord Grass Shadow possesses remarkable vision. He will undoubtedly transform this place into something extraordinary. Previously, financial constraints and the Daimy's obstructions hindered progress. But now that Lord Yu has defeated Kawabata, the Daimy dares not show any hesitation. Gong Lizzie nodded in agreement, following along while marveling at the environment and pondering the circumstances. Just then, Yang Ming halted before a wooden cabin. Light streamed from within. Strange. There really is a house here? The others quickly followed, and upon seeing it, they were momentarily taken aback. Wait. I have been here before and did not see a house. Gong Lizzie exclaimed in bewilderment. She recently came at the behest of the Shadow Master, which was approximately 3 days ago. At that time, there were no signs of any houses here. Could it be that what this fellow said is true? Guanshang exchanged glances with the others, and an incredulous thought began to take shape in their minds. This is utterly impossible. The house must have been constructed at the command of the Shadow Master as a preparation for the upcoming project, serving as a resting place for workers. How could it possibly belong to Yue Xiaoming? Jin Ku shook his head, utterly unconvinced. Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. The Lord allocated funds. The village received financial support, and thus the Shadow Master could finally execute his revenge. Guanshang and the others nodded, recognizing that although the situation was bizarre, it was the sole explanation that made sense. As for Yang Ming's house, who would believe that? Hey, do you think that by bringing us here, this truly becomes your house? Even if someone emerges from within, Yueshia, you are being overly naive. Guanchang scoffed at the thought. Yueshia, from a young age, you have been resourceful and cunning. It is not unthinkable that you arranged for someone to collaborate with you, unless the Shadow Master himself declares it. Even if a ninja were to step out, we would never accept it. Jin-Ku nodded in agreement, a sneer on his lips. Humph. The others remained silent. Yet their intentions were clear. Gong Lizi furrowed her brow, but chose not to speak, a flicker of doubt evident in her eyes. At that moment, someone unexpectedly pushed the door open and stepped before Yang Ming, bowing respectfully. Lord Yueshia, you have returned. The Shadow Master wishes to discuss something with you and has sent me to convey this. Shui Dai, upon seeing Yang Ming, bowed deeply, addressing him with the reverence reserved for the Shadow Master. A matter to discuss? Yang Ming inquired, nodding. In that case, let us proceed. Xiang Lin, please entertain our guests. Yang Ming made arrangements and departed with Shui Dai, not even glancing back at the stunned group. Everyone, since you are here, please come in, Xiang Lin said calmly. Observing the crowd, having accompanied Yang Ming for some time, she was well aware of his circumstances and harbored no goodwill towards Guanchang and his companions. Hearing her words, Guanchang gritted his teeth and forced himself to step inside, followed by Jin-Ku and the others. Jin Mingzi, however, stared intently at Xiang Lin, then glanced at herself, ultimately displaying an expression of utter heartbreak before turning to leave. A young girl's heart lay shattered. The group, under Xiang Lin's guidance, toured the premises before departing, their minds in a daze. Guanchang, do you think such a thing is possible? On their way back, silence enveloped them. Jin-Ku, with a bitter expression, directed his question at Guanchang. They had always held themselves in high esteem, looking down upon Yang Ming with disdain. Yet now they realized that the very person they had underestimated was remarkably powerful, akin to a beggar suddenly encountering an emperor. Even Lord Shui Dai had come. Could this still be a fabrication? Guanchang murmured to himself, pondering that if the individual who had previously emerged were not Mizudai Yuki, he would have found it utterly implausible, regardless of who it may have been. Yet, it was indeed Mizudai Yuki, the esteemed personal guard of Lord Grass Shadow. The notion that Yang Ming could conspire with Mizudai Yuki to orchestrate a ruse was simply unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Jin-Ku fell into a profound silence. In the eyes of Gong Lizi, a glimmer of insight sparkled. She possessed knowledge beyond what Guanchang and the others were privy to, particularly regarding Mizudai Yuki's demeanor, attitude, and the substance of their discourse with Yang Ming. Lord Grass Shadow wishes to confer. The Lord Grass Shadow, known for his decisive and unilateral governance, had never consulted others in matters of importance. Not even his advisors could sway his resolutions. The thought of him engaging in dialogue with Moonlit Ming was utterly astonishing. As this realization dawned upon her, Gong Lizi's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief. At that moment, Yang Ming arrived at the Grass Shadow chamber alongside Mizudai Yuki. The Grass Shadow and numerous advisors had been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Yang Ming, they all rose in unison to extend their greetings. This encounter was markedly different from the last. Previously, when Yang Ming had arrived, they had barely cast him a glance. This time, however, every individual, including the Grass Shadow himself, stood with utmost reverence. Yang Ming had triumphed over Chuan Duan Wang, and even the legendary sword master, Qin He Hong Yi, acknowledged his superiority. He had begun to be recognized as the foremost expert in the land of grass. In the presence of such a formidable figure, all were compelled to exhibit respect. Pray, speak plainly, Yang Ming remarked nonchalantly. Your Grace, I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour, but there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your input. You were preoccupied earlier, so we had no choice but to have Mizudai Yuki wait at your residence, the Grass Shadow explained, gazing intently at Yang Ming. The matter at hand is that you have bested Master Chuan Duan. Although the daimyo has mandated strict confidentiality regarding this event, word has inevitably spread. And now it seems that virtually everyone in the land of grass is aware of your existence. Daily, individuals arrive in the village, eager to meet you. And the tasks within the village are multiplying. Therefore, we have convened and decided to exceptionally promote you to the rank of Jonin. A Jonin at the tender age of 5. Even though this had been previously discussed, the Grass Shadow's proclamation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. Gazing at the diminutive form of Yang Ming, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Indeed, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Kakashi, the premier technician of Konoha, had only achieved Jonin status at the age of 13. To witness Yang Ming ascend to such a rank at merely 5 years old was a momentous event that would undoubtedly echo throughout the ninja world. The Land of Grass would soon gain widespread renown, for a talent of such caliber was destined for an illustrious future. In fact, news of this prodigy had already begun to circulate, and the entire ninja realm was abuzz with the revelation that a genius had emerged from the Land of Grass, a child who had vanquished Chuan Duan Wang. While Chuan Duan Wang may not have held significant stature in the ninja community, his master, Qian Hihong Yi, was a legendary figure revered as the sword god. Surely, his disciple was no ordinary foe. Consequently, many now turned their attention to the Land of Grass, given that the truth could no longer be concealed. The Grass Shadow and the high-ranking officials resolved to embrace the current circumstances, recognizing that with Yang Ming's present strength, he was more than capable of asserting himself. Moreover, true strength is forged through the crucible of adversity, and it is through such trials that one genuinely matures. Thus, a significant decision was made. Yang Ming was to be exceptionally promoted to the rank of Jonin, ascending 2 levels in succession. This indeed marks a momentous occasion. Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Such a promotion is a noteworthy event within the entire shinobi realm, and its revelation would undoubtedly reverberate throughout. However, the true merit of this Jonin rank, given the current standing of the Land of Grass, remains uncertain. At the very least, within the confines of the Land of Grass, he had attained renown. Naturally, fame brings with it a myriad of complications. Well, if promotion is the path forward, so be it. Reflecting on this, Yang Ming consented. Given his current prowess, remaining a Chunin felt like an unwarranted limitation, and he was no longer intimidated by any formidable challengers. Furthermore, in order to embark on a mission to Konoha, he needed an appropriate identity. Otherwise, as a mere grass Chunin, he would attract little regard. With this thought, Yang Ming acquiesced. Very well, let us set the date for half a month hence. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Yang Ming's agreement, the Grass Shadow and the others nodded in affirmation, thus finalizing the timing. Excellent. Yang Ming had no objections. Then, in half a month, we shall gather on the rooftop of the Grass Shadow's chamber to crown the Moon Lord and elevate him to the rank of Jonin. Upon hearing this, the others confirmed the arrangement. Yang Ming would not need to concern himself with the subsequent preparations. The Grass Shadow and his associates would handle the details. His sole responsibility would be to make an appearance when the time came. This was a paramount event for the Grass Shinobi. For ninjas, known for their efficiency, a fortnight is a considerable span. Yet, this is no ordinary occasion, nor is it typical for a Chunin to ascend to Jonin through mere assessments. It is the exceptional promotion of the 5-year-old Yang Ming to Jonin. This is a fortuitous moment for the Grass Shinobi. Such an event cannot be treated lightly. Not only must the entire village be notified, but it must also be reported to the feudal lord, who will send representatives to witness the ceremony, thus completing the Jonin promotion ritual. Of course, this pertains to a small nation like the Land of Grass. Were it a larger nation such as Konoha, even a Chunin's promotion would summon the attention of the entire shinobi world, inviting the leaders of the 5 great nations to partake, with lords from various lands in attendance. Such is the protocol of a great nation, demanding utmost respect. As the year-end approached, homes were adorned with lanterns and celebratory decorations, filling the air with joy. However, the activities of the Grass Shadow and his companions were even more awe-inspiring. Surrounding the Hokage's office, preparations were underway, creating quite a commotion. All Grass Shinobi busied themselves with the arrangements. In stark contrast, Yang Ming strolled leisurely, seemingly detached from the proceedings, as if they bore no relevance to him. After all, there remained a fortnight. He had no obligations to fulfill, and he preferred to wander and relish the tranquil moments. Arriving in the world of Hokage, it would be a disservice not to indulge in the exquisite local culture and cuisine of the Land of Grass. Such an experience would be in vain otherwise. Moreover, he was preparing to depart. Meanwhile, K-Rin trailed behind, basking in the glow of his presence, accompanying him wherever he went, resembling a devoted follower. This was perhaps the happiest time she had ever known since her memories began. Moon Lord, may we visit the capital city, Tesh? It is renowned as the city that never sleeps, and I have long heard of it, yet I have never had the opportunity to go. As time passed, Xianglin found herself feeling less estranged and more intimate with Yang Ming. On this day, filled with exuberance, she couldn't help but eagerly inquire, "Shall we go?" Yang Ming nodded in agreement, offering no refusal. The last visit to Special City had been brief, accompanied by Chao Ying and others, but this time, with the intention of truly savoring the experience, They were determined to explore Special City thoroughly. "Thank you, Lord Under the Moon," Xianglin exclaimed, her laughter brightening her countenance. Her eyes resembling crescent moons. Both possessors of formidable strength, they promptly set off. Upon exiting the village, they unexpectedly encountered a group of 7 led by Jin Mingzi, who also appeared to be en route to Special City. This time, they had not informed Yang Ming of their plans. Upon seeing him, their expressions turned noticeably complex. Clearly impacted by a previous encounter, Yang Ming nodded in greeting, acknowledging them before he and Xianglin vanished from sight. Jin Mingzi bore a look of despondency. Guanshang remained expressionless, and Jin Zhou's eyes glimmered with a cold light, dismissing Yang Ming and Xianglin's departure as though it bore no significance. Only Guan Lizi and a few others of notable talent responded with nods. Once Yang Ming's figure was no longer visible, they too set off. The distance from Chaoning village to Special City was not particularly great. The last time Chaoying and the others traveled, it had taken them the better part of a day given their pace. However, with Yang Ming and Xianglin hastening their journey, they arrived at the gates of Special City in approximately 3 hours. Although not classified as a speed-type ninja, Yang Ming's formidable sage body allowed him to utilize the body flicker technique, making him twice as fast as an average upper-class ninja. Consequently, they reached their destination swiftly. Upon entering Special City, Xianglin liberated herself entirely, wandering from east to west in an exaggerated manner. At that moment, Guan Lizi and her group also arrived, fortuitously converging at the same entertainment venue as Yang Ming. Although the Land of Grass was but a small nation, its capital was vibrant and flourishing, reminiscent, albeit faintly, of the bustling streets of the Land of Fire. The city boasted a comprehensive array of entertainment facilities, including casinos, nightclubs, bars, and arcades. While Xianglin was not inclined to visit the casinos, the arcade captivated her deeply. As soon as they arrived at the arcade, she unleashed her enthusiasm, indulging in every game and attraction available. Yang Ming, too, was filled with curiosity, as the realm of entertainment in the world of Hokage had always been a mystery to him. Now, he was finally able to immerse himself in this experience. Just as they were reveling in their enjoyment, Guan Lizi and her companions also made their entrance, evidently having chosen the arcade as their destination. "Lord Under the Moon, I didn't expect to see you here," Jin Mingzi exclaimed, approaching Yang Ming. He replied with a faint nod, his gaze unwavering from the game machine before him. Observing Yang Ming's indifferent response, Jin Mingzi's spirits sank further. Jin Zhou, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Jin Mingzi back, scoffing as he prepared to confront Yang Ming. Just then, a portly middle-aged man emerged, spotting Guan Lizi and bursting into laughter from afar. Recognizing him, Guan Lizi greeted him warmly, as if they were old acquaintances. "Brother and two, long time no see. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, Lizi." The two engaged in cheerful conversation, revealing that they were once classmates. The middle-aged man, named Toru Miyamoto, was in fact a senior to Yang Ming and his companions. He had been part of the same cohort at the Ninja Academy, albeit one that struggled academically, lacking in talent. Nevertheless, his intellect was sharp at the age of 11. He arrived at the Kazakage's office, borrowing 10,000 ryo, and ventured to Special City to carve out a path for himself. Through determination and hard work, he became the proprietor of a game arcade, marking his success. He frequently provided financial support to the village, establishing himself as a notable businessman, even renowned in the Kazakage's circle. It is said that a significant portion of the funding for Yang Ming's Jainin ceremony was sourced from him, earning him a coveted spot to witness the event. "These are your people, aren't they?" Miyamoto observed as he spotted Guanshang and the others, greeting them with a smile. "Greetings, Senior Miyamoto." The group replied respectfully, not daring to be presumptuous. "Indeed, promising talents," he remarked, his gaze lingering on Guanshang and Jinku. With his discerning eye, it was impossible for him not to recognize their potential. However, upon noticing Yang Ming and Xianglin, he chose not to mention Lizi and proceeded inward. Realizing this, Miyamoto gestured for Guanshang and the others to join him inside. Yet, as he cast a fleeting glance back at Yang Ming, an odd sense of familiarity washed over him. Had he seen him somewhere before? Pondering this, he shook his head and decided to focus on welcoming Lizi and the others first. As the group entered, Miyamoto began his introduction. This arcade is divided into 3 distinct areas. The first is the standard zone, which you just passed through. The second is the luxurious area we are now entering, and finally, deeper within lies the VIP section. Each area serves a different clientele. The standard zone caters to the general public with minimal service, offering affordable entertainment. The luxurious area, however, provides a full range of services. Whatever one desires can be fulfilled, albeit at a higher cost. The VIP section is typically not open to the public and is reserved for esteemed guests. This is the VIP area, he explained, gesturing towards the opulent expanse before them. You are all my VIPs, so feel free to play as long as you wish, he concluded, particularly addressing Guanshang and Jinku. Recognizing their exceptional talents, he acknowledged that they were destined to become formidable ninjas, a status that should never be underestimated. Thank you, Senior. The group responded gratefully, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they turned towards Lizzie. With a smile, Lizzie encouraged them, go and enjoy yourselves. The group erupted in cheers, eagerly racing towards the entertainment facilities. Meanwhile, Lizzie and Toru Miyamoto engaged in conversation, reminiscing as old classmates are wont to do. May I inquire, what distinguishes the luxurious area from the standard one? Xiang Lin, after a brief stint of play, asked with keen interest as she glanced at the adjacent lavish section. Go ahead, Lizzie replied. Yang Ming nodded, and Xiang Lin immediately cheered, making her way to the luxurious area. Yang Ming paid the fee to indulge in a lavish experience. After 2 hours, Xiang Lin appeared somewhat dispirited, glancing at the final VIP area before turning her gaze back to Yang Ming with an eager expression. Only when Yang Ming nodded did her spirits lift. However, as they approached, they were stopped and informed that the VIP area was closed to the public that day. Xiang Lin nodded, feeling a sense of resignation, yet her disappointment was unmistakable. Observing her demeanor, Yang Ming calmly commanded, summon your manager. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was taken aback, sensing Yang Ming's commanding presence was unlike that of an ordinary person. Thus, she hurriedly went to report to her superior. Meanwhile, Miyamoto was casually chatting with Miyako, watching the others enjoy themselves while providing introductions. Having made his fortune in the arcade business, he was well versed in the proceedings. How's the enjoyment? Are you having fun? He inquired, his attention primarily focused on Guanshang and Jinku, recognizing that only these two held any value for potential alliances. Thank you, Senior Miyamoto, it's wonderful. The group eagerly nodded in agreement. Miyamoto smiled and, along with Miyako, found a place to sit. Miyamoto, I've noticed you've been frequenting the village lately. Is there something significant happening? We are old classmates. Do share? Miyako asked, looking at Miyamoto. Indeed, there is something major afoot. Lord Kusa has instructed me to keep it confidential, but since I am a businessman and we are old friends, I can divulge it to you, Miyamoto replied, nodding. Suddenly lowering his voice, he spoke in a tone filled with mystery. Recently, an extraordinary event has occurred in the village. They are making an exception to promote that Lord Sasuke to a higher rank. Though his voice was hushed, the VIP room was occupied only by a few, and his words were nearly audible to all. The mention of a promotion to a higher rank. Lord Sasuke? This revelation caused not only Miyako, but also Guanshang and the others to gasp in astonishment. Miyako quickly regained her composure, yet the shock in her eyes was unmistakable. Lord Sasuke, who has defeated Kawakubo and earned the sword goddess recognition, certainly possesses the strength to assume a higher rank. However, it is said that he is quite young. Is that true? Miyako inquired. Indeed, Senior Miyamoto, many are aware of Lord Sasuke. Yet rumors suggest he is of similar age to us. Is that correct? Guanshan also asked. Old classmate, you are well informed and have close ties with Lord Kusa. You must have encountered Lord Sasuke. What is he like? Does he truly resemble the rumors regarding his age? Miyako pressed further, her astonishment palpable. Not just Miyako, but everyone present turned their attention to Miyamoto, eager to uncover the truth behind the enigma of Lord Sasuke, a figure shrouded in legend and mystery. I have indeed had the fortune to see Lord Sasuke, though only in profile. At that time, he seemed to be in a hurry with some urgent matter, Miyamoto acknowledged. Nodding in response. Lord Wejun, is it truly as the rumors suggest that he is of our stature? Jinku could not help but inquire. Not just that. He may be somewhat smaller than you, yet still quite comparable. Miyamoto nodded affirmatively. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply, although whispers of such tales had circulated. The shock of hearing it confirmed was beyond articulation. A shinobi even smaller than us. Guanshang was taken aback, feeling as though he had bitten into a bitter melon. The taste utterly acrid. The legends were indeed true. Such prodigious talent exists in this world. Jinku murmured. The others were equally astounded, struggling to fathom the existence of such a genius. Of similar age to us, oh, how splendid it would be if he had emerged from my orphanage. I would soar to great heights. Gong Lizzie sighed. For some reason, he thought of Yang Ming. Alas, the name Yue Ming also contains the character for moon. Thankfully, he is not Lord Wejun. Otherwise, I would be doomed. Lord Wejun, compared to us, we are scarcely worth a mere speck of dust. Guanshang wore an expression of profound dejection, feeling as though he had sustained a significant blow. While we struggle for the top 10 rankings in the Ninja Academy, he has already ascended to the rank of shinobi. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is insurmountable. Jin Ku lamented, feeling considerably disheartened. Indeed, the comparison between individuals is futile. It stems from innate talent, which cannot be blamed on anyone. However, you need not dwell on this, for noticing the somber mood among the group, Miyamoto hastily offered words of consolation. At that moment, a servant entered and addressed Miyamoto. Mr. Miyamoto, there is someone outside seeking you. Did I not specify that I would not meet anyone today? Who is it? Miyamoto's annoyance flared as he was abruptly interrupted. They did not leave a name, but they appear to be around 5 or 6 years old, the servant promptly replied. Humph, a mere child dares to seek me out? Send them away and inform them that I am unavailable. Miyamoto waved dismissively, turning to Jin Ku and the others with a smile. It is quite common for children to stumble upon this hidden place and wish to enter. Apologies, the boss is not in. Perhaps you can return another day. The servant stated at the door, when suddenly a cold voice cut through the air. Nonsense. I distinctly heard him speaking. Go fetch your boss, else this arcade shall be shut down. The voice was loud enough for everyone in the arcade to hear. Very well, I am keen to see who possesses such audacity. Upon hearing this voice, Miyamoto, who was about to continue comforting the group, felt a surge of anger. Rising to his feet, he strode toward the exit. He had the means to run this arcade and had done so for several years. He was not someone to be trifled with. With a derisive snort, he stood tall and made his way outside, eager to discover who dared to stir trouble in his domain. It was you. As soon as I stepped outside, I was immediately confronted by Yang Ming and Xiang Lin, particularly Yang Ming, who wore an expression of disdain and impatience. He let out a cold laugh, ready to lash out, but upon seeing Yang Ming's countenance, the words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. The voice faltered at the very mention of you, as the esteemed owner of the arcade, a figure capable of direct connections with the shadows, found himself stammering. It is you, the Moonlit Monarch. At that moment, Gong Lizi and the others emerged, stunned at the sight of Yang Ming. Guanshang and his companions also recognized Yang Ming, displaying an air of indifference, as if they were strangers. Yet, Jin Mengzi laughed and said, Moonlit Monarch. It is you. I wish to enter here and request that they all leave. Is that acceptable? Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement of Jin Mengzi, then turned his gaze towards Gong Bintu. What audacity. However, before Gong Bintu could respond, Jin Ku let out a cold laugh, expressing contempt towards Yang Ming. Moonlit, do you think this is still the village? In the village, you could boast freely. But here? This is Tay City. If you cannot discern the situation, you will suffer greatly. Jin Ku spoke earnestly, resembling a mentor educating a junior. Yang Ming appeared to ignore him, merely observing Gong Ben. At your command. Surprisingly, Gong Ben, with a grave demeanor, nodded solemnly, then looked at Gong Lizi and Jin Ku, his previous warmth replaced by an icy detachment. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to leave. Gong Ben you. Upon hearing Gong Ben's words, Gong Lizi and the others were left in shock, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost, scarcely believing their ears. Yet, Gong Ben paid them no mind, transforming as if he were a different person, forcibly escorting Gong Lizi and her companions out. Gong Lizi's face turned pale, and Guanshang's expression darkened as they exited. Once the door closed, Gong Ben suddenly knelt before Yang Ming. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I humbly apologize for my lack of proper greeting. Cold sweat poured from him. Upon recognizing Yang Ming's visage, he felt as though struck by lightning, utterly astounded. He had had the fortune of glimpsing Yang Ming's profile before, though merely a side view. It was etched deeply in his memory, a face he would never forget, coupled with an air of cold pride. Never did he expect the Moonlit Monarch would grace his presence. At that moment, he recalled how, upon first encountering Gong Lizi, Yang Ming's silhouette seemed familiar, a notion that had puzzled him. Now, as the realization dawned, he was drenched in sweat, a chill creeping up his spine. This was the Moonlit Monarch, even more formidable than the shadows. He had garnered the sword god Qian He Hong Yi's personal commendation, vanquished Chuan Duan Wang, and at such a young age possessed the prowess of a superior ninja, a prodigious talent whose future was unfathomable. Yet, Any aspect of this was beyond his capacity to comprehend. He repeatedly offered apologies, dismissing thoughts of Gong Lizi and the others. What did it matter if they were old classmates? Two mere geniuses who had attended a ninja academy, paled in comparison to the moonlit monarch, amounting to no more than specks of dust. Do you know me? Yang Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had initially intended to mention the name of Kawabata Nozomi, believing that due to Kawabata's esteemed status, a mere arcade owner would hardly dare to offend him. To his surprise, the man recognized him instead. In the presence of Lord Moon. I have been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of you. I beseech your forgiveness. Miyamoto Toru quickly interjected. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. Rise. Yang Ming gestured dismissively. Yes, Lord Moon. And to this young lady, please feel free to enjoy whatever you desire. Merely utter a word, and I shall go to great lengths to fulfill your wishes. Miyamoto continued earnestly. That won't be necessary. You may leave. I merely came to wander about, and also allow them to enter. They too are from Grass Ninja Village, and should not be treated differently. Observing Miyamoto's abrupt shift in demeanor, Yang Ming frowned. He had come for leisure, yet Miyamoto's behavior rendered him uncomfortable. Yes, I understand. Miyamoto nodded, demonstrating his keen perception. He quickly excused himself, closing the door while relaying a few instructions to the attendants, and discreetly withdrew to avoid hindering Yang Ming's enjoyment. The group led by Miyako, with the exception of Kin Miko, chose not to enter. They remained seated in the luxurious area, coldly observing Yang Ming in the VIP section. Their expressions were filled with confusion and dissatisfaction, while Kin Miko appeared blissfully engaged, playing alongside Xiang Lin. Witnessing this, Jeans was stubbornly refused to leave. Miyako was first astonished, then perplexed. Suddenly, she grasped something significant, involuntarily shuddering as she gazed incredulously at Yang Ming, akin to discovering a new world. They played until the afternoon, and only when Xiang Lin decided to take her leave did she reluctantly bid farewell to Kin Miko and depart the arcade with Yang Ming. Miyamoto promptly saw them off. As Yang Ming and his companion exited, Guanshang and the others looked at Miyamoto with bewilderment. Senior, why? A simple 5-word query encapsulated their myriad of uncertainties. Why? I believe it is better for you to remain unaware of that. Just know that he is someone beyond your reach, as well as mine. Miyamoto replied, shaking his head, refraining from addressing their query, speaking instead in a tone of detached calm. Miyako, rarely at a loss for words, now felt an unfamiliar distance from her old classmate, akin to two strangers. However, she seemed to suspect something, though she dared not confirm it. After leaving the arcade, she found a hotel to stay in. Although some unpleasantness had occurred, the group evidently reveled in their escapade and promptly fell into slumber. In contrast, Miyako found herself wide awake, gazing at the moon, which resembled a frosty disk in the sky. In a sudden flash, she exited the hotel. Beneath the moonlight, she discerned her direction and leaped towards a certain destination. Her intentions at this late hour unclear. Simultaneously, in the grandest hotel of the city, the Green Hotel, as Xiang Lin settled into slumber, Yang Ming was about to rest when an unexpected impulse surged within him. In a swift motion, he departed the hotel, ascending to the rooftop. There, under the moonlight, stood a woman clad in a black stealth outfit, who, upon Yang Ming's arrival, displayed no surprise, as if she had been waiting specifically for him. It is you. Upon seeing this individual, Yang Ming felt a stirring within him, for he recognized the person before him as the director of the orphanage, Gong Lizi. However, at this moment, Gong Lizi's expression was complex, her gaze seemingly uncovering the truths of the world. You Xiaoming. No, I should address you as Lord Yu, Gong Lizi said, her tone imbued with an inexplicable emotion. I never expected that you were the legendary Lord Yu, Xiaoming. Indeed, that is I. Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. There was nothing to conceal, as in 7 days, his identity would be known to all. Sure enough, Gong Lizi trembled slightly. While speculating the truth was one matter, hearing Yang Ming's confirmation was an entirely different experience. The shock of comprehending the truth of the world was unparalleled. Instantly, she felt as though all her doubts had been resolved. The peculiarities she had previously sensed now became clear. No wonder he had been chosen by Lord Xiaoying and admitted to the Ninja Academy through extraordinary means, and why, shortly after his arrival, he clashed with both classmates and teachers, yet emerged unscathed, while his peers faced misfortune. He subsequently took a month-long leave, supposedly with a note personally written by Lord Mizushidai. Upon his return, he silently attended school and no one dared to question him. Furthermore, He managed to construct a house in a location as remote as the western part of the village, and now arriving in the special city, even Miyamoto turned against him, shattering their years of friendship. Indeed, who besides the legendary lord you could possess such influence to humble someone as proud as Miyamoto? Moreover, the orphanage had recently seen an influx of funds, allowing for numerous benefits to be enjoyed. She had wondered about this, only to realize it was all due to him, Lord Yu, who had always emerged from the orphanage. Gong Lizzie gradually came to this realization. Yet, the more she understood, the more her astonishment intensified, and when she looked towards young Ming again, despite their proximity, it felt as though there lay an insurmountable chasm between them. A chasm she had drawn herself. I never anticipated your growth to such an extent. At such a young age, you have already defeated Kawabata no Zomu. This is indeed the strength of a jonin. I misjudged you. Gong Lizzie sighed, her eyes shimmering with profound regret. Had she shown young Ming more kindness and patience back then, she could now be his mentor. The ascent to greatness and the descent into the abyss. Life had become a stark contrast. You certainly misjudged me. I hope you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. Young Ming replied coolly. Understood. In response, Gong Lizzie deeply bowed, acknowledging the legendary Lord Yu. She felt compelled to maintain her respect. However, when she straightened her posture, she discovered that young Ming had already departed without her notice. Such is the strength of a jonin, she pondered, sighing as she turned to leave. In the following days, Gong Lizzie and her companions vanished from Yang Ming's sight, reportedly returning to their village. Yang Ming paid little heed, instead indulging in merriment with Xiong Lin, exploring every corner of the special city. Until the final day before the village's shinobi ceremony, the two departed from the capital city, thoroughly satisfied, and returned to their village. Yang Ming donned a tailored outfit and adorned himself with a headband, making slight preparations before proceeding to the Kazekage's office. The hidden grass village, at that moment, was a far cry from its former self. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, reminiscent of a festive New Year celebration. However, this was not the pinnacle of the festivities. The true commotion arose from the sudden influx of visitors from various regions of the Land of Grass. Among them were affluent merchants and even neighboring ninjas, particularly a significant number from the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Frost, representing their respective nations to partake in the ceremony. The prosperity of the hidden grass village was unparalleled. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch upon the arrival of the feudal lord of the Land of Grass. This was no ordinary figure. Unlike the 5 great nations where the lords wield nominal authority over the shadows, here the dynamics were different. In the 5 great nations, while the lords managed state affairs, the shadows remained the true apex of the ninja world, revered for their strength. Yet, in the Land of Grass, the feudal lord, Haiga H. Tai, was an extraordinary leader, wielding immense power and control over all matters, including the succession of the Kazekage and the affairs of the hidden grass village. His authority reached unprecedented heights, especially after securing the allegiance of the legendary swordsman, Chizuru Hiroichi. The presence of such a formidable figure underscored the significance of the occasion. Those in the know understood the underlying dynamics. The rise of Tsukikuin had propelled the hidden grass village to new heights, compelling even this astute lord to acknowledge the power of the strong. Whether this respect was genuine or veiled in ulterior motives remained uncertain. But his arrival signified a recognition of the village's strength, a tremendous honor indeed. As the feudal lord graced the vast plaza before the Kazekage's office, the crowd buzzed with excitement. By heavens, it truly is the feudal lord, unmistakable. I once visited the capital and had the fortune of glimpsing him. He has indeed come, exclaimed one. What incredible luck! After all these years, I have never seen what a feudal lord looks like. Now, I can die without regrets. Such exalted figures gracing the hidden grass village instilled a sense of pride among the villagers, who believed that with the strategic prowess of Lord Kazekage, they would surely march towards a glorious future. These were ordinary villagers, well-informed and awestruck by the bustling prosperity of the hidden grass village and the arrival of the feudal lord. For many, the chance to witness a feudal lord in person was a monumental privilege, a moment they would cherish for a lifetime. Meanwhile, some astute merchants, familiar with the intricacies of trade and past collaborations with the village, had gleaned some insider knowledge. Yet, hearsay and the reality of witnessing the event were 2 distinct experiences, and they engaged in fervent discussions about the unfolding spectacle. It is indeed true. I never expected that our Chao ninja village would produce an extraordinary figure like Lord Yuejun. A 5-year-old jonin. In the entire ninja realm, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. With such a talent emerging from our village, even the daimyo despite having the esteemed Chiharu Hiroichi by his side, felt compelled to attend in person to show respect for a formidable warrior. It is essential to acknowledge that Uejun is merely 5 years old, yet destined to become a shadow-level ninja. Given his current talents, one can only wonder how far he might ascend in the future. Indeed, our Chao Ninja Village is blessed with such a genius. The daimyo, renowned for his strategic acumen and as a formidable leader, cannot overlook this occasion, illustrating the might of the strong. Meanwhile, various ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village brimmed with excitement. They were well aware of the significance of this grand ceremony, and witnessing the attendance of so many distinguished figures from across the land of grass heightened their enthusiasm even more. Our village is fortunate to have a prodigy like Lord Uejun, who will undoubtedly soar to great heights, possibly rivaling the 5 great nations. The very presence of the daimyo signifies the limitless potential of our Chao Ninja Village. Lord Uejun! Lord Uejun! They exclaimed in their hearts, their faces alight with excitement. Yet, in such a significant gathering, they understood the need to remain vigilant, ensuring the safety of the event to prevent any disturbances that could turn the Grass Ninja into a laughingstock, especially with the imminent encounter with Lord Uejun. Their excitement surpassed that of anyone else present. As various dignitaries arrived, including the esteemed Gaiwan, Changjie, Fujishima Jun, and others, students from renowned ninja academies, showcasing potential and talent, gathered as well. In such a scene, they held a special place as the future hope of the Grass Ninja, compelled to revere the strong. They gazed in awe. Having never witnessed such grandeur in their memories, there stood the daimyo, the paramount figure controlling everything in our Chao nation, and even he had come. Gao Chi Tai murmured in admiration, watching the daimyo accompanied by senior advisors such as the Kage of Grass. His eyes sparkled with profound respect. Beside the daimyo was the sword god of our Chao nation, Chiharu Hiroichi, a figure said to stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Mifune and Hanzo. He is the foremost expert of our nation. Changjie could not help but marvel at the assembly. All these illustrious figures had gathered for the sake of Uejun, a remarkable individual who, at such a young age, could attract such a gathering of luminaries. Regrettably, he thought, reaching such heights seemed an unattainable dream for him in this lifetime. Guiwen sighed in agreement. As they stood in awe of the magnificent scene, they whispered in wonder, their curiosity about the enigmatic Lord Uejun growing immensely. They were eager to witness firsthand the existence of this fabled figure. Not only they, but everyone awaited the arrival of Lord Uejun with bated breath. At this moment, Yang Ming strolled leisurely to the venue in front of the Hokage's office. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but be taken aback by the sea of people before him. In my previous life, I beheld the world of Naruto, where Jonin represented the pinnacle of a village's combat prowess, and elite Jonin enjoyed unparalleled prestige as the leaders of formidable teams. Even though the later stages were rife with extraordinary enhancements, it was indisputable that Jonin held an exalted status. However, experiencing this firsthand has deepened my understanding of the profound significance encapsulated in the title of Jonin and the immense power it embodies, particularly within a small nation like the Land of Grass. Ordinarily, a mere Jonin would hardly attract such considerable attention, yet the presence of the daimyo, who came in person, underscored the exceptional nature of Yang Ming, who had ascended to the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 5, an unprecedented record within the ninja world that rendered him a legendary figure. Many were eager to witness this phenomenon, although some arrived with skepticism, for the Land of Grass, being a small nation, could not compare in population to the Great 5 countries. The veracity of such an event remained shrouded in mystery. With this mindset, numerous esteemed individuals from the Land of Grass gathered, and even people from neighboring nations came to witness the spectacle. In a world where strength is revered, the significance of a Jonin is already profound. One can only imagine the grandeur of the Kages who stand at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. It appears that my previous understanding was but a fragment of the broader reality. Yang Ming mused as he approached the figures of the Grass Kage and others. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a voice suddenly halted him. It was Miyuki-ko. Do you seek me for something? Yang Ming replied coolly, treating Miyuki-ko as if she were a stranger. From this day forth, you shall be different. I am merely filled with regret. Miyuki-ko sighed skyward, gazing at Yang Ming with eyes reflecting boundless remorse, reminiscent of a devout follower or a reformed ascetic who, having indulged in worldly desires, suddenly realizes their folly and repents. There is nothing to regret. Such is the nature of existence, Yang Ming stated, his words strikingly mature for a 5-year-old, echoing the wisdom of a seasoned elder who has weathered life's storms. Much like Itachi Uchiha, who bore witness to life and death, possessing a profound understanding of existence. Yang Ming exhibited an unusual maturity. Yet, Yang Ming was reborn, his 2 lifetimes of experience compounded, coupled with the creative and destructive powers of would release, bestowing upon him this unique aura. Is this how the world truly operates? Your perception is remarkably astute. It is hard to fathom that at merely 5 years old, you possess the insight of a sage who has unveiled the essence of reality. Miyuki Ko lamented, her gaze fixed intently upon Yang Ming, imbued with sincerity. Humans are not sages. Who among us is without fault? Even if I have erred in the past, I was still a member of the Grass Ninja and the head of an orphanage. If I were to repent anew, would you grant me a chance? Her demeanor was profoundly respectful, a stark contrast to her previous posture, devoid of artifice. Seeing this, Yang Ming nodded and uttered a single word, yes. He then prepared to depart, but at that moment, Guanshang, Gui-Wan, and others approached. Upon spotting Miyuki Ko, Guanshang greeted her, only to be taken aback to find Yang Ming present as well. Yuexiao, I didn't expect you to be here too. He greeted warmly, but after that brief acknowledgement, he turned his attention elsewhere. It was merely a customary greeting. Jean and a few others disregarded Yang Ming entirely. However, Gui-Wan cast a glance at Yang Ming, a fleeting glimmer of combativeness flashing in his eyes before he too turned away. Observing this, Yang Ming smiled, unconcerned, and turned towards Chao Ying, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Ming, where do you intend to go? We are merely students, confined to this space. Over there is where Chao Ying and the prominent figures are gathered. Do not disregard propriety, it would bring ridicule upon our grass shinobi. Chang Jiaya suddenly noticed the direction Yang Ming was heading and hurried to catch up with him, whispering urgently. In this particular setting, she had abandoned her previous arrogance and spoke in hushed tones. Ridicule? Who would dare mock me? They have come for my sake. If I do not attend, they will be left waiting. Yang Ming smiled at the well-meaning Chang Jiaya. Regardless of their usual disagreements, they were, after all, his peers and compatriots from the same village of Grass Shinobi. Perhaps he need not harbor animosity towards them. In this context, Chang Jiaye was indeed well-intentioned, harboring no ulterior motives. Wait for you? Ming, I acknowledge your strength. Even teacher Ri Lu has turned a blind eye to you. However, you must understand the gravity of the situation. Those individuals are here for Lord Yujun. Although Lord Yujun is merely 5 years old, he already possesses the strength of a Jonin. Today, our grass shinobi aim to elevate Lord Yujun to Jonin status in the presence of many witnesses. Do not cause turmoil in such a setting. Otherwise, the entire reputation of our grass shinobi will be tarnished. Upon hearing this, Chang Jiaye's anger was palpable. I am Lord Yujun. Lord Yujun is me. In response to Chang Jiaye's words, Yang Ming chuckled, no longer concealing his identity, for soon everyone would know. There was no point in hiding any longer. After 3 months in the Hokage, he could finally reveal himself and his true abilities to the world of shinobi. As a formidable individual, one ought to stand tall and be renowned. For this day, Yang Ming had prepared for a long time. You are Lord Yujun? Chang Jiaya was momentarily taken aback, then laughed derisively, sizing Yang Ming up with a scornful gaze. A boastful fool. How long do you intend to keep this charade? If you're Lord Yujun, then I am Kakashi of the Leaf. Clearly, she did not believe Yang Ming's claim, and her prior impressions of him led her to scold him without reservation. You are Lord Yujun, Ming. You do possess some strength, perhaps even superior to ours, but no matter how long you trained, be it 100 years or 1,000, you can never be Lord Yujun. Do not assume that just because your name contains the character for moon, you can associate yourself with Lord Yujun. This is the best joke I have ever heard. Ming, you have gone too far with this jest. Not only Chang Jiaya, but also Gui-Wan, Fujishima Jun, Jean, and a few others erupted into laughter. Their expressions filled with disdain as they regarded Yang Ming, utterly disbelieving his words. Jun. Jean Mingzi hesitated, torn between her desire to trust Yang Ming and the impossibility of placing unconditional faith in anyone, even someone she cared for. The Moon Sovereign was simply too extraordinary. Existing on an entirely different plane from Yang Ming, comparing them was like measuring the heavens against the earth. No matter how much she wished to believe, she couldn't reconcile the two. Moon Sovereign, as your class monitor, I must remind you, today is my promotion ceremony. If you continue this reckless behavior, I won't hesitate to remove you by force. Fujishima Jun's voice grew stern as the ceremony intensified. He exchanged glances with the others, hostility thickening the air. They formed a tight circle around Yang Ming, poised to strike if he resisted, determined to prevent further disruption. Enough, Moon Sovereign. Cease this foolishness, or we will act. Okasita added, his expression grave. Yang Ming merely shook his head, unfazed. The fools here are not me, but all of you. To him, their threats were meaningless. Whether they were mere trainees or seasoned warriors, none could hope to restrain him. Nearby, Mayuriko hesitated, her lips parting as if to intervene. But one glance at Yang Ming's detached gaze silenced her. With a bitter smile, she turned and walked away. Moon Sovereign, your arrogance knows no balance. Katsurata's voice was sharp with indignation. Even if you're strong, facing 6 of us with such disregard, do you truly hold us in such contempt? Their pride stung. Their patience fraying, the 6 tightened their encirclement, their eyes hardening with resolve. Katsurata, Okasita, Fujishima, Nagano, Kensho, I advise you not to overestimate yourselves. Spare yourselves the humiliation. Or I won't hesitate to end this farce. Yang Ming's tone was laced with impatience. Okasita scoffed. If you cared at all for camaraderie, you wouldn't disgrace us like this. Katsurata's gaze burned with suppressed rivalry. I've longed for a rematch, Moon Sovereign. Though the timing is poor, if you persist, we'll have no choice but to overwhelm you. Yang Ming laughed derisively. Overwhelm me? You flatter yourselves. Double your numbers, and it still wouldn't be enough. Insolence. Arrogance. Their fury ignited, the tension snapping like a drawn bowstring. Come forth, let us witness the extent of your growth over these past 2 months. The words of Yu Xiaoming seemed to shatter the last remnants of restraint within the hearts of the 6, igniting a tempest of suppressed fury. They could no longer contain themselves, their expressions darkened, chakra swirling, ready to strike. No longer wishing to engage in idle chatter, their intent was clear. Subdue Ming first. At that moment, a resounding cannon blast echoed through the air, soaring into the heavens, unleashing a spectacle of fireworks that dazzled the night sky with its brilliance. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Following the initial cannon blast, the second and third followed suit, heralding the commencement of the elevation ceremony for the upper ninjas hosted by the Moon Lord. On the elevated platform, Advisor Takeuchi Jun presided over the proceedings, with the Hokage and the daimyo positioned nearby, awaiting their moment to bestow honors. The ceremony had begun. Upon witnessing this, Gue-1 and his companions felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. They abandoned their focus on Yu Ming, rushing forward to catch a glimpse of the Moon Lord's grandeur. However, before advancing, they issued stern warnings to Yu Ming. Around them, the crowd buzzed with exhilaration, captivated by the continuous cannon blasts that filled the lively venue. Yu Xiaoming, mind your actions. Gue-1 cast a deep glance at Yu Ming before joining the throng, no longer concerned with him. The others, including Gang Qingtai, scoffed and turned away, eager to witness the Moon Lord, indifferent to Yu Ming's fate. Must you truly carry on in such a manner? In the end, Jin Ming sighed softly, her gaze lingering on Yu Ming, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Though she yearned to trust him, reason triumphed over impulse, leading her to exhale a resigned breath. Haha. Yu Ming chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter as he merged into the crowd. Though Jin Ming harbored doubts, she quickly followed in his wake. Just then, with Takeuchi Jun's declaration marking the initiation of the ceremony, an air of excitement enveloped the assembly. All eyes converged on the center stage, eagerly anticipating the Moon Lord's appearance, poised to witness his unparalleled charisma. Yu Xiaoming had become increasingly audacious, daring to draw comparisons with the Moon Lord himself, should he truly assume such a mantle. I would willingly sever my head to serve as a ball for him to kick. At that moment, having secured a favorable vantage point, Gue-1 and the others exchanged knowing glances, still incredulous at Yu Ming's earlier bravado. What need was there to waste words on someone like him? It was best to disregard him entirely. Fuji Island Jun shook his head, seemingly having cast Yu Ming from his thoughts. Enough of this person. He truly tarnishes my good mood. I wish to behold the Moon Lord. Gue-1 waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the subject any longer. Indeed. We are all eager to see the Moon Lord. It is said he shares our age. I wonder if there is truth to that. To attain the rank of upper ninja at such a young age must signify an extraordinary talent. Jin Ming and her companions nodded, shifting their focus away from Yu Ming, their eyes scanning the venue in search of the fabled Moon Lord. Alas, despite their keen vision, he remained elusive. We are equally curious. Subsequently, the 6 of them pooled their attention at the center of the venue, awaiting the Moon Lord's grand entrance. Not only them, but at this moment, everyone gazed eagerly at the center of the venue, awaiting the arrival of Lord Moon. At this juncture, Takeuchi Jun addressed some ceremonial matters, then nodded respectfully towards Kusakage and the daimyo. With a courteous gesture, he proclaimed, Lord Moon, please make your appearance. As these words left his lips, the hearts of all present quickened, their eyes darting around, uncertain from which direction Lord Moon would emerge. At long last, they were to behold Lord Moon. Would the rumors prove true? Regardless of their veracity, the truth would soon be unveiled. The anticipation was palpable. A 5-year-old Jonin. What unparalleled grace and brilliance must he possess to astonish the ninja world? Tension enveloped the crowd as they pondered the visage of this legendary prodigy, yet in their hearts, only Lord Moon occupied their thoughts. Jean Mingzi clasped her hands together, gazing at Yang Ming, gradually closing her eyes as she silently whispered, "Yes, Lord Moon." However, upon reopening her eyes, she was astonished to see Yang Ming striding towards the center of the assembly. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Hiki." Yang Ming smiled softly and continued his advance. Yang Ming. At that moment, several of Yang Ming's classmates observed his actions with puzzled exclamations. It was not until he reached the 10-foot-wide passage cleared by the crowd, moving towards the center where Takeuchi Jun and others stood, that many began to express their astonishment. This madman is truly a harbinger of trouble. Several prominent figures, including Gue-1 and others, spotted Yang Ming. Fujishima Jun nearly leaped up in alarm, exclaiming, "We cannot allow this. It's too late to intervene now. The gaze of Kusakage and the others has turned upon us." Gue-1's brow furrowed deeply, sensing the impending disaster. "This is a disgrace to our Chao ninjas. This ceremonial occasion is destined to be ruined by this lunatic." Gao Qinghai covered his eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene. Jin Ku and his companions gritted their teeth, yet lacked the courage to intervene, for all eyes were upon them. Alas, Chang Jia sighed, turning away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Just then, a voice rang out, resounding and astonishing, and upon seeing the source of the sound, everyone was taken aback. Kawabata Masashi, spotting Yang Ming's arrival, suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming with utmost reverence, "Lord Moon." Huh! They were momentarily stunned. Not only them, but those familiar with Yang Ming were equally bewildered. What was happening? At this moment, representatives from Frost Ninja, including the esteemed Captain Mai Shin, who oversaw Frost Ninja's legal affairs, and Akane, upon seeing Yang Ming, abruptly bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Lord Moon." Not only did Frost Ninja pay their respects, but 3 Jonin from the reclusive Taka Ninja also appeared, exclaiming, "Lord Moon, Lord Moon." As Yang Ming traversed the venue, all the dignitaries bowed, their faces alight with profound respect. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Gue Wenda and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. It felt as though they were trapped in a dream, unable to believe what lay before them, and even less capable of accepting the reality at hand. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Jin Ku shut his eyes tightly, then reopened them, seemingly attempting to dispel the dream. "I refuse to believe it." Guanshang shook his head with resolute determination. "I also cannot accept it." Gue Wenda and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions equally steadfast. They then turned their gazes towards Chao Ying and the others. At that moment, Yang Ming had approached. Observing Yang Ming, Chao Ying, along with the daimyo and the high-ranking advisors of the Grass Ninja Village, even the esteemed sword master, Qian Hihong Yi, bowed in respect, addressing him reverently as Lord Moon. With a thud, the group sank to the ground, mumbling in a daze, utterly overwhelmed, their previous aura of excellence vanishing as if they had been struck dumb. However, those surrounding them paid no heed. Their attention was entirely focused on Yang Ming. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the gathering. This was the first time they had laid eyes upon the fabled Lord Moon, unlike Chao Ying and his companions, who had been prepared in advance. Is this truly Lord Moon? He appears so youthful. Who would have thought the rumors were genuine? Such a phenomenon exists in this world. The Grass Ninja is destined to rise completely. With such a young Jainin, the future is limitless. They were filled with awe, confusion, disbelief, envy, and shock, an array of emotions that words could scarcely capture. Lord Moon, under the moonlit sky? Jean Mingzi was left speechless, vigorously rubbing her eyes, only to be met with a bitter smile. "I was mistaken. I should have placed my trust in you. Perhaps it was my hesitation that cost me the opportunity to stand by your side." With that, Jean Mingzi turned away from Yang Ming, leaving in sorrow. She could no longer bear to remain in this place. Lord Moon, with such a figure among us in the Grass Ninja, how could we fear decline? How could we dread the 5 great nations? One day, we, the Grass Ninja, shall earn the respect and admiration akin to that of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, our humble country shall, in due time, stand tall in the ninja world, becoming a pillar and perhaps even surpassing them. The grass ninja is destined to rise. Yet, for many grass ninjas, the sobering reality remained. Grass country was a small nation, oppressed by the 5 great nations, particularly during times of war, when they were but cannon fodder. Even now, in the aftermath of conflict, they continued to face disdain, a feeling that was inescapable. However, witnessing Lord Moon before them, hope blossomed in their hearts. With the presence of Lord Moon, the grass ninja harbored aspirations of competing with the 5 great nations. Even if that hope were but a flicker, it was still hope. The ceremony commenced. At this moment, with Yang Ming's arrival, Chowing personally announced the beginning of the Jainin promotion ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yang Ming knelt on one knee at the highest point of the Chao Ying's chamber, from where the entirety of the grass ninja village could be observed. He resembled a resilient blade of grass in a tempest, embodying tenacity and vitality even when caught in the narrowest of crevices. The wildfires may consume all, yet the spring breeze shall breathe life anew. Henceforth, he shall be an esteemed jonin of the grass ninja, safeguarding his clan and protecting the daimyo. From this moment, his duties, identity, and courage shall be transformed. Congratulations, Lord Moon. I hope you will fight for my clan, elevating the essence of our grass ninja to greater heights. It is our honor in the land of grass to have a ninja of your caliber. May you swiftly ascend to the level of a shadow, allowing our nation to stand proudly among the 5 great countries. The coronation ceremony approached swiftly when Yang Ming donned the jonin attire and adorned his forehead protector. He officially became a jonin of the grass ninja. Soon, advisors, the grass shadow, and the daimyo offered their congratulations, praising his diligence. Yang Ming responded graciously to each, then stood before the assembly, calmly meeting their gazes, for he was now the jonin of the grass ninja. Following this was a grand procession. As a small nation, each jonin was an esteemed figure, the future pillar of the village. Every citizen must recognize, acknowledge, and respect his face, a true figure of significance. When he stood before Gue-1 and others, noticing their visibly troubled expressions, Yang Ming remarked coolly, "I am indeed Lord Moon. Do you believe it now?" With that, he turned and departed, leaving the 6 in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. No wonder the esteemed grass shadow has always defended you, no matter what I said. It was futile. Everything was suppressed forcefully. At first, I thought it was due to some special connection, but now I see how gravely mistaken I was. I have missed an immense opportunity. As Yang Ming's gaze did not linger upon them, Ri-Lu could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of regret. The chasm in life is thus: one step can lead to the heavens, while another can plunge one into the abyss. I never imagined that Ming under the moonlight was indeed Lord Moon, emerging from our orphanage. How foolish we were to underestimate him. Such cruel irony of life is almost unbearable. Subsequently, Yang Ming approached the orphanage, glancing at everyone before departing. Many of the children who grew up alongside him murmured among themselves. Though young, they were wise beyond their years, seeing Yang Ming's retreating figure. A flicker of regret passed through their eyes. They had missed an extraordinary fate, an opportunity to ascend to greatness. After the procession concluded, Yang Ming departed with the grass shadow and others. The subsequent matters of transition began. Each jonin was entrusted with distinct responsibilities, and as Yang Ming ascended to jonin, he gained access to the core affairs of the grass ninja village in the land of grass. From this point forward, we shall no longer exist on the same level. Observing Yang Ming gradually departing amidst the crowd of the grass shadow and others, Gue-1 and his companions sighed deeply, their expressions dazed, as if awakening from a dream. Indeed, from this moment on, they were no longer mere passers-by, nor from the same world. Jin Ku and Guanshang exchanged a glance, sighing softly. Jin Ku gazed at the already departed Jin Mingzi, his heart heavy with regret. Perhaps I have jeopardized my sister's lifelong happiness. No matter how hard we strive, we can never surpass him. To him, we are merely a source of amusement, while he is destined to become a legend in our village of grass ninjas. A tale whispered throughout the entire ninja realm. Chang Jia sighed, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. At that moment, within the grass shadow chamber, the daimyo, the grass shadow, and numerous high-ranking officials gathered together. Yang Ming occupied the center, sitting on equal footing with them. As he settled in, Takazumi Jun clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "You Jun, congratulations. From this day forth, we shall work together. As a member of the grass ninjas, you will undoubtedly strive for the prosperity of our village." Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "You Jun, I am quite intrigued by your prowess. To what extent can you unleash your full power?" At this juncture, The sword god, Qian Hihong Yi, unexpectedly interjected. He had remained silent since the ceremony began, only addressing Yang Ming during the coronation by calling him Yujun, and thereafter standing vigil by the daimyo's side. Now, as Yang Ming and the others entered the grass shadow chamber, he suddenly posed his question. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Yang Ming, awaiting his response. Silence enveloped the grass shadow chamber. When I unleash my full strength, even an average shadow-level ninja cannot withstand a single blow. In response, Yang Ming nodded, unreservedly stating his truth. So, they are not a match for you? We should spar sometime. Qian Hihong Yi was instantly invigorated. As the sword god and a peerless master, he had always found himself drawn to formidable opponents. The daimyo's expression darkened at these words, though he quickly regained his composure. The others in the grass shadow chamber exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe yet not doubting the veracity of his claim. They vividly recalled the punch Yang Ming delivered at the daimyo's residence, a display of astonishing power. The notion that he could rival shadow-level experts was indeed unexpected. Very well. Yang Ming decisively accepted Qian Hihong Yi's challenge, disregarding the daimyo's intentions or any underlying motives between the grass shadow and the daimyo. Qian Hihong Yi was a figure renowned alongside Mifyun and Hanzo, a true master standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Since acquiring the advanced sage body, Yang Ming had yearned to test the limits of his true strength. Before him stood Qian Hihong Yi, undoubtedly an ideal opponent. Yang Ming was eager to witness the splendor of this sword master, to glimpse the zenith of the samurai era. Both of you are pillars of our nation. We must not let discord arise. Yujun, let us set this matter aside for now. There is a critically important task that requires our attention, particularly for you. Yujun, this may be your first mission since becoming a ninja, categorized as an A-level task. Observing the two, the grass shadow promptly interjected. An A-level task? Yang Ming inquired, turning his attention to the grass shadow. At that moment, the daimyo spoke up, saying, this task is exceptionally unique, rather than merely a mission. It resembles an examination. As the preeminent nation among the 5 great countries, the Land of Fire has sent word that next spring, a Chunin exam will be held. Your objective is to disguise yourself as a genin to participate in this exam, escort a certain dignitary, and complete the assignment. The notion of escorting a dignitary sparked a sudden realization in Yang Ming, as a pale visage instantly flashed through his mind. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. A Chunin exam. He murmured. Very well. Yang Ming readily agreed. He had intended to journey to the death forest of the Land of Fire to gather medicinal herbs. And undertaking this mission would be fortuitous. Moreover, he was eager to encounter this scientist who has permeated the entire narrative of Naruto. Without hesitation, he consented. Yuejun, you mentioned that typically, even elite shinobi cannot withstand a single blow from you. I am quite curious, Yang Ming remarked. The mission details were rather vague. Merely instructing him to proceed to Konoha in the Land of Fire, participate in the Chunin exam, successfully pass the first phase, and then await further instructions in the Death Forest during the second stage. The task was classified as A rank, with a reward of 100,000 ryo. Such a substantial sum naturally piqued the interest of the Tsuchikage. This mission was indeed peculiar. Most individuals would be utterly bewildered. However, Yang Ming understood that the person he was to escort was undoubtedly Orochimaru or one of his subordinates. At this moment, Senju Hiroichi suddenly spoke. It seemed that Yang Ming's earlier words had ignited his combative spirit. Very well, he acknowledged, nodding without hesitation. He too wished to gauge his current prowess against Senju Hiroichi's formidable strength. Let us settle this with a single exchange, Senju Hiroichi declared, fixing his gaze upon Yang Ming. Agreed. Yang Ming nodded in affirmation. The two then departed from the Tsuchikage chamber, given their immense power. It was likely that the chamber would not withstand their clash. The Tsuchikage and the others hastily followed. The two moved with remarkable speed, nearly indistinguishable from one another, and swiftly arrived at the western forest of the village. The onlookers halted, witnessing the two stand facing each other, their expressions now grave and poised for action. I shall remain here motionless. Strike as you will, and if you can force me back a single step, I shall concede defeat. In the presence of the legendary swordsman Senju Hiroichi, Yang Ming felt no trepidation. Rather, his mind was aflame with wild thoughts as he surveyed the surrounding mountains and forests. And he spoke with calm assurance. Upon hearing this, Senju Hiroichi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yang Ming's sudden audacity after his earlier courteous demeanor. That is somewhat presumptuous. Onlookers exchanged glances, and the esteemed daimyo Hiragakuta appeared somewhat displeased. Though Yang Ming is formidable and a prodigy of youth, to utter such words in the presence of a master like Chi-Hiroichi, a legend of the sword, seems rather presumptuous. Yet, Yang Ming remains indifferent to the opinions of others as he gazes at Chi-Hiroichi and calmly states, "Very well." At that moment, Chi-Hiroichi, dismissing any further contemplation, brandishes a long sword, its shimmering blade appearing in his grasp as if conjured from thin air. The brilliance of the sword coalesces, and in an instant, his spirit harmonizes with the blade, becoming one. This sword, named Qianren, was forged by a master after Chi-Hiroichi's ascent in swordsmanship. Its edge is extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving metal and slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. Now, united with his sword, a fierce aura emanates from him, radiating in all directions. The wind swirls, and several withered leaves descend, yet before they touch the ground, they are shattered by the fierce sword energy that envelopes him. Such formidable sword energy. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, including Chao Ying, are struck with a deep sense of dread as their concern for Yang Ming intensifies. In that instant, as the leaves are obliterated, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy, imbued with the will to sever all, surges towards Yang Ming with ferocity. The sword energy roars, undeniably sharp and powerful, a true testament to the prowess of the sword god. Such an ability transcends the realm of ninjutsu. Although the warrior class may have waned, receding from the annals of time, it does not imply that martial arts are inferior to ninjutsu. Few can cultivate their martial prowess to the extraordinary level of Chi-Hiroichi or wield a blade like Konoha's White Fang, instilling fear throughout the ninja world. Such figures are exceedingly rare within the ninja realm. At this moment, Chi-Hiroichi once again exhibits his terrifying swordsmanship, truly earning the title of a legendary swordsman. This strike is one that could shake the heavens and weep for the spirits. Even a high-ranking shinobi would likely meet their demise. As the sword energy hurtles towards Yang Ming, the hearts of Chao Ying and his companions leap into their throats. Yet, in the face of this strike, Yang Ming remains expressionless, simply unleashing a solitary punch towards the incoming sword energy. In this moment, there are no extravagant techniques nor overwhelming might. All that is present is a plain, unembellished fist. Yet, as this fist is thrust forth, a terrifying force erupts between Yang Ming and Chi-Hiroichi. Boom. The surrounding trees and grasses appear to be severed as they topple, and the very ground beneath them quakes, fissures tearing through the earth, revealing alarming cracks that evoke trepidation. Thud, thud, thud. Chi-Hiroichi stumbles backward, taking 13 distinct steps, each leaving an unmistakable imprint in the ground before he finally halts. In stark contrast, Yang Ming remains unmoved, his feet firmly planted without a hint of displacement. However, this is not the end. Yang Ming erupts into laughter. What a sword god. Truly impressive. I wonder if you can withstand this punch. With that, Yang Ming drives his fist down towards the earth. Oh no. Suddenly, Chao Ying and the others sense impending doom. And without a second thought, they pull the daimyo back, swiftly retreating beyond a 100-meter radius. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounds. It was as if the earth had trembled violently, akin to 1,000 detonating talismans erupting simultaneously. Within a radius of 100 meters, the ground fractured. Debris soared through the air, and in an instant, not a single intact spot remained. The surrounding trees and grasses were utterly submerged beneath the rubble. The force of a single punch was astonishingly fierce. Qianhahangi endured several strikes, shattering fragments of stone, but was unfortunate enough to be struck by a flying boulder, causing him to spew forth blood and retreat in disarray. Defeated? The onlookers were rendered speechless by this scene, disbelief etched upon their faces. Daimyo Hiragakuta wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Ming, who appeared unfazed after executing such a display of power. Before shifting his attention to Qianhahangi, the legendary swordsman, now visibly aged, took a moment to suppress his injuries. After a brief respite, he bowed deeply to Yang Ming, respectfully uttering 4 words, "Lord Moon Monarch." The utterance of these 4 simple words sent a shiver through everyone present, including the daimyo. Their meaning was profound. For someone of Qianhahangi's stature, and standing to address another as Lord implied a level of deference that even the daimyo did not possess. By acknowledging Yang Ming in such a manner, it signified that Yang Ming's prowess had completely surpassed his own, a posture of submission that only the weak exhibit before the strong. Then, Qianhahangi turned to the daimyo, Kusa no Kage, and others, regaining his composure as a sword god. With a nod, he declared before them all, "Lord Moon Monarch." Your strength is unparalleled. I am utterly no match for you. In the land of grass, I willingly acknowledge you as the strongest and hold you in the highest regard. His words were a complete admission of inferiority, not merely a matter of degree, but a profound recognition of an insurmountable gap in power. What this signified was clear to everyone present, and a heavy silence fell upon them. The daimyo's heart plummeted into an abyss. If even the sword god at his side considered himself outmatched, who else in the land of grass could threaten his position? Such a realization was not to be taken lightly. Kusa no Kage and the others were equally astonished. They had anticipated a contest, but the outcome was far beyond their imagination. Gazing at Yang Ming, who had shattered the earth with a mere punch and effortlessly withstood the sword god's energy, they were struck by an unsettling premonition that Yang Ming might one day dominate the shinobi world, evolving beyond their wildest dreams. He was merely 5 years old, soon to be 6, yet he had already bested Qianhe Hongi with apparent ease, as if he had not yet exerted his full strength. If he unleashed his true potential, the terror of it was beyond comprehension. An unusual silence enveloped the crowd. In the realm of shinobi, strength held paramount importance. The previous Yang Ming had been someone they could still envision surpassing. Now, however, they realized that their perceptions were utterly misguided. Titles and statuses, be it Kusa no Kage, daimyo, or jonin, were rendered irrelevant in the face of such overwhelming might. After a moment of contemplation, Kusa no Kage sought to ease the tension. Each person, lost in their thoughts, exchanged a few more words before departing their separate ways. Upon receiving his mission, Yang Ming departed. In the Kusa Shadow Chamber, apart from the renowned Heibei Kotai and Chizuru Hiroichi, the others remained seated, their expressions grave, as if there were matters still to be discussed. Little did we anticipate that we had ultimately underestimated the true prowess of Lord Tsuki. 2 months prior, he had effortlessly sent Kawabata Nozomi flying with a single punch. And now, even Nozomi's master, Chizuru Hiroichi, could not withstand the might of his blow. This is a formidable sword god, celebrated and revered. His defeat underscores the magnitude of Lord Tsuki's strength, revealing perhaps a colossal misjudgment on our part, murmured Takanaka Jun, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. You speak truthfully. Had it not been for Chizuru Hiroichi's momentary whim, we might have remained oblivious to the extent of Lord Tsuki's capabilities, which have evidently ascended to such heights. Although confined to his extraordinary strength in the realm of shinobi, those with such power have undoubtedly stepped into the ranks of the Kage and may even surpass the typical Kage level. Advisor Mikuritaku concurred, his expression still in shock, evidently struggling to comprehend the recent events. A master who transcends the ordinary Kage, murmured Kusa's Hayabusa. Previously, he had merely believed Yang Ming to be slightly stronger than himself, or perhaps even inferior, yet he now realized that was far from the truth. Yang Ming's strength had surpassed them all. In the presence of such might, even the Kusa shadow must show utmost reverence. Yang Ming's status would be irrevocably transformed. The others shared this epiphany. Although Lord Tsuki still bore youth and lacked extensive worldly experience, he remained loyal to the village. Henceforth, we shall engage with him as equals, not as peers but with respect, providing him with all the resources and privileges necessary for his cultivation and support. The future of our Kusa shinobi promises to be exceedingly bright. As the Kusa shadow concluded, it seemed he had reached a significant decision, his eyes gleaming with resolve, and the senior members voiced no dissent, unanimously in agreement. In the realm of shinobi, strength prevails, particularly in smaller nations such as the Land of Grass, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. A single formidable figure can dominate an entire nation. And with Yang Ming's victory over Chizuru Hiroichi, his standing has been entirely elevated, not only in the Kusa Shadow Chamber, but also within the daimyo's estate. Heibei Kotai regarded Chizuru Hiroichi with an expression of grave concern. Was that truly the case? You did not merely feign humility. You could not withstand the might of Lord Tsuki's punch? Indeed, Lord Tsuki is truly terrifying. His strength is akin to a force of nature. Were he a ninja, perhaps he could engage in combat using ninjutsu, but for a samurai, he is a complete nemesis. Nevertheless, such power likely cannot be sustained indefinitely. Yet, even so, it remains exceedingly formidable. Chizuru Hiroichi nodded slightly. His words signified surrender. This world, after all, belongs to the shinobi. The era of the samurai has irrevocably waned. Upon hearing this, Heibei Kotai sighed and nodded, acknowledging this reality. It appears that from this point onward, we must reevaluate our perceptions of the Kusa shinobi. As the Jounin ceremony concluded, the first significant turning point in the shinobi world had arrived. In the vibrant village of Grass Ninja, the streets were adorned with colorful lanterns, bustling with life. Children, elders, and ninjas alike emerged to celebrate the new year. Meanwhile, Yang Ming and Xiang Lin chose to commemorate the occasion at home. After which Yang Ming resumed his guidance of Xiang Lin's training. At this juncture, Xiang Lin had already cultivated his extraordinary strength to a commendable level, capable of shattering stones weighing hundreds of pounds with a single punch. Furthermore, Xiang Lin's perceptive range had significantly expanded, increasing from 30 meters to 50, with the promise of continual growth as he aged. Additionally, Xiang Lin possessed a unique physique that allowed him to heal instantaneously from any injury, a power that transcended conventional medical ninjutsu. Yang Ming advised Xiang Lin to conceal this remarkable ability, emphasizing the importance of not revealing it until he had developed adequate self-defense. Otherwise, he would surely become a target. For 7 consecutive days, Xiang Lin immersed himself in training, while the village of Grass Ninja resonated with laughter and joy. After imparting his final instructions, Yang Ming departed from the village, leaving behind Xiang Lin's reluctant but resolute gaze as he embarked on his solitary journey to the Land of Fire. With the new year behind him, he was now bound to fulfill the task assigned by the system, marking the beginning of his ninja career with his first mission. With 2 months remaining until the Chunin exams, and the proximity of the Land of Grass to the Land of Fire, Yang Ming felt no urgency. He leisurely admired the scenery along the way, absorbing the customs and culture of the Land of Fire as he made his way towards Kanahagakure. As the year drew to a close, the Land of Fire was undeniably more magnificent than the Land of Grass, being the foremost among the 5 great nations with formidable economic strength. The citizens of the Land of Fire enjoyed a life of peace and prosperity, a stark contrast to the chaos of the Land of Grass. It was, indeed, a world apart. Truly, the Land of Fire stood as the most prosperous realm in the ninja world. With a sigh, Yang Ming gradually approached Kanahagakure. On one particular day, he paused to rest on the famous Shortbook Street, renowned in his past life. Although not the capital of the Land of Fire, it was the most bustling area, a veritable paradise for various individuals. Here, wealth could procure anything, epitomizing luxury. In comparison, the special cities of the Land of Grass seemed like mere rural hamlets. It was no wonder that Tsunade chose to indulge herself in such a place. It was indeed worth its value, Yang Ming mused. As the memories of the Hokage merged with the present reality, he subsequently checked into a hotel. That evening, after finishing his meal, he caught sight of several cloud ninjas hastily passing by, seemingly on a mission. The Land of Fire, being the leader among the 5 great nations, did not prohibit the entry of foreign ninjas. Rather, it encouraged communication among them, akin to welcoming foreigners into one's homeland, albeit with stringent regulations and careful oversight. Curious, Yang Ming pondered the purpose of the cloud ninjas' presence during the festive season. His keen senses stirred as he recalled snippets of their conversation. Words such as mission, abduction, raikage, and Byakugan floated through his mind. Byakugan, could it be that the cloud ninjas intended to target the Hyuga clan? A troubling thought crossed Yang Ming's mind. Resolute, he maintained his composure, settled the bill, and discreetly followed their trail. He possessed an extraordinary perception, even from a considerable distance. He could distinctly sense the chakra within their bodies. With a swift movement, he arrived in a dense thicket, concealing himself nearby. Before him gathered a dozen cloud shinobi, engaged in strategic discussions. After listening for a while, Yang Ming couldn't help but smirk coldly. As he had suspected, they were indeed on a mission, arriving in the Land of Fire with a clear purpose. Their objective was none other than Hinata of the Hyuga clan, to seize the Byakugan as part of their plan. The Byakugan, being Konoha's second most formidable bloodline limit, inherently possessed the ability of insight, akin to a telescope, allowing one to perceive objects a kilometer away, foreseeing events and relaying information. This skill was nothing short of divine on the battlefield. Coupled with the unique abilities granted by the Byakugan, its wielders were immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming adversaries of equal rank and even defeating those of higher levels. These individuals were ninjas from the Cloud Village, who had remained hidden in the Land of Fire since their failed attempt to abduct Hinata's brother 3 years prior. Instead of returning to the Land of Lightning, they lingered in the short book street, feigning leisure while covertly gathering intelligence. Over the years, through relentless investigation, they had finally discerned the current state of the Hyuga clan. Consequently, the Raikage issued a direct command: initiate the Byakugan acquisition plan. The assembly of these individuals was for the purpose of consolidating intelligence and formulating a battle strategy. Daring to set their sights on Hinata, it seemed the Raikage was still not resigned to this matter. If that were the case, then they should not blame me. Anyone in the shinobi world who dared to target Hinata deserved to meet their end. Young Ming scoffed inwardly. Were it not for the fear of alerting the snake in the grass, he would have eliminated them all by now. However, to draw out the mastermind behind this plot and completely dismantle the Cloud Shinobi's scheme, a total annihilation was imperative. Thus, Yang Ming discreetly trailed them, awaiting their next move. These individuals were exceedingly cautious and secretive, using their gathered intelligence to approach Konoha with ease. As night descended and the guards relaxed, they infiltrated the village, heading towards the direction of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, Hinata had just concluded her training for the day. She gazed up at the resplendent moon, although fatigued. Her heart was at peace. After taking a bath and changing her attire, she did not retire for the night immediately. Instead, she ventured into the grove where she had encountered Yang Ming, gazing at the moon with a dreamy expression, murmuring softly to herself, "I wonder if I will see you again. Thank you for your encouragement. It has given me the courage to face my father and family's training. Finally, I have the bravery to confront my challenges, and I have achieved some progress." Hinata looked at her hands, feeling the strength gradually building within her. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped her. As she stared at the moon, her mind wandered back to her meeting with Yang Ming. That moment had profoundly impacted her soul. Whenever she felt weary from her training, she would come here, envisioning Yang Ming before her, regaining her confidence. At that moment, two ninjas from the Hyuga clan suddenly appeared. Upon seeing them, Hinata bowed respectfully. "Uncle Hizashi, Uncle Hayashi." These two are jonin of the Hyuga clan, tasked with the covert protection of Hinata Hyuga. As the princess of the esteemed Hyuga clan, it is only natural that she has guardians by her side, especially following the recent incident that heightened the family's vigilance in safeguarding her. It would be a disgrace for a princess of the Hyuga clan to be bullied in public, tarnishing the reputation of one of Konoha's foremost noble families. "Miss, it is quite late. We should be returning," one of them remarked. Hizashi nodded, casting a glance at Hinata. "Indeed," she replied obediently, wishing to avoid causing any trouble for them, and began to make her way back to the Hyuga estate. Observing this, the two men sighed softly and exchanged hushed words. It is a pity that the princess, who should be venerated by all, possesses such a meek disposition. It seems fate has played a cruel joke, Hizashi lamented. While talent is innate, character is cultivated. I believe Lady Hinata's timidity is but a transient phase. She will undoubtedly mature into a leader of our clan, guiding us toward greatness. Hayashi countered, shaking his head, their opinions diverging. "You speak wisely. The young miss is still in her formative years, and as she matures, this will surely cease to be an issue." Hearing this, Hizashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hinata's potential, though he remained unconvinced about her character. Their conversation, though quiet, did not escape Hinata's ears, causing her gaze to dim further. The trio proceeded toward the Hyuga residence. But for reasons unknown, the moon shone exceptionally bright that night, and the path to the clan's home seemed unusually long. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they had yet to glimpse their home. "Not good. It is a genjutsu. We have enemies." Both men swiftly realized the situation, positioning themselves protectively around Hinata, prepared for any confrontation. Hinata felt a surge of anxiety as well. Quite perceptive. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed, and a shuriken suddenly landed at their feet. From the moonlit shadows emerged a middle-aged shinobi from the Cloud Village, his expression one of malevolence. A Cloud Shinobi. Upon recognizing the intruder, their faces paled with concern. This was Konoha territory. The unauthorized presence of a Cloud Ninja could spark a war between the two villages. Hayashi exchanged a glance with Hizashi, who understood and shielded Hinata while Hayashi glared at the Cloud Ninja, his chakra surging ominously, ready to strike at any moment. In such a place, at this hour, the sudden appearance of a Cloud Shinobi was unmistakably hostile. How amusing. The Cloud Ninja sneered at Hayashi's remark, then his gaze settled greedily on Hinata. This is the famed Hyuga clan, unrestrained by the confines of captivity, boasting such pure Byakugan. If we were to acquire one, our prowess on the battlefield would double. Imagine the power we would gain with two. His cold laughter and words sent a chill through the air, leaving the two defenders in shock. The expressions of both Ryu and Hinata turned grim. It became evident that their target was not him. Nevertheless, it made sense. They were merely members of a separated family. Even if captured, they could swiftly unleash their caged bird technique to incapacitate him. Unlike Hinata, who was a princess of the main branch. I am the captain of this operation. My name is Tuabai. Remember it. Tuabai introduced himself, his gaze turning cold. With hands forming seals, he launched an attack. Lightning release, earth walk. A flash of lightning materialized between his hands, surging forth at an astonishing speed toward the two. What a formidable lightning release. Ryu, take the lady and flee. We are not far from the clan. Ensure her safety within the family's protection. These cloud shinobi are nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Hinata activated her Byakugan, chakra coursing through her body spinning rapidly. Reversal heaven. Instantly, a blue chakra vortex formed around him, spiraling and forcefully reflecting Tuabai's lightning back toward him. Such a secret technique, only mastered by the main branch. You too can wield it? It seems you hold significant status within the Hyuga clan. Killing you would surely inflict great losses upon your family. Allowing me to avenge the cloud shinobi of years past. Tuabai, rather than being alarmed, was pleased. His eyes glinting with a cold smile as he observed Hinata's determined escape. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Even if they tried to flee, they would never escape the net he had woven. Meanwhile, Ryu, carrying Hinata, was sprinting fervently, yet somehow, they seemed to be straying further away. What is happening? Why is he not heading toward the Hyuga clan, but rather in the opposite direction? At that moment, young Ming, perched atop a tree, observed the unusual behavior of the two Hyuga shinobi, perplexed. However, seeing Hinata safe in their arms relaxed his mind. Nothing else mattered, as long as Hinata was unharmed. But wait, the two had fallen under a genjutsu. Realizing this, young Ming understood the situation. Genjutsu was a peculiar power, ineffective against warriors but potent against shinobi. Since ninjas possessed chakra, a form of spiritual energy, disrupting its flow could induce illusions, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. This power manifested directly in the mind. Unfathomably intricate, beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Though these two wielded Byakugan, their abilities were evidently lacking. With a J-nin-level presence among the cloud shinobi, they had unwittingly succumbed to the genjutsu. Genjutsu release. With this thought, Yang Ming descended, forming the necessary seals, channeling chakra to dispel the illusion. Is that you? As the genjutsu shattered, the two were taken aback, recognizing Yang Ming immediately. They knew him. They had seen him before. During Hinata's darker days, it was Yang Ming's comforting presence that had helped her become stronger. Such a person could never be forgotten. Though the identity of Yang Ming remains unclear, it is evident that he is an ally rather than an adversary. Otherwise, he could have easily seized Hinata at that moment. Uncertain of whether he is a friend or foe and questioning his sudden appearance, there is no time to ponder such matters. Quickly, return the young lady to her clan. With their protection, these cloud shinobi will not dare to act recklessly. With that, he thrust Hinata into Yang Ming's arms, urging him to depart swiftly. Hinata shyly murmured, too bashful to meet Yang Ming's gaze. Why must we flee? This is Konoha, not the hidden cloud. What is there to fear from the cloud shinobi? Yet, Yang Ming remained immobile, countering her doubt. They are enemies, exceedingly formidable. We must leave at once. Although Hinata felt flustered, she recognized the urgency of the situation and whispered back, rest assured, with me around, no one in this ninja world can harm you. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming smiled and gently patted Hinata's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Hinata obediently nodded, inexplicably trusting him. Oh brother, I have entrusted the young lady to a fool. Had I known, I would have taken her back to the clan long ago. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Hinata's clan member, Hyuga Liu, was instantly distraught. Were it not for the current peril, he would have already snapped the neck of this youth before him. Could the cloud shinobi be treated as mere fodder? How infuriating to encounter such an imbecile. Hyuga Izumi also felt vexed, but it was too late. At that moment, Toba he had already caught up, and dozens of cloud shinobi appeared around them, encircling the four. You cloud shinobi are truly despicable, daring to act within the territory of Konoha. Do you wish to provoke a war between our nations? Hyuga Izumi exclaimed in fury as he regarded them. War? My hidden cloud is powerful and robust. Why should we fear Konoha? Since the demise of the fourth Hokage, there is no one in the current ninja world, aside from the land of Earth, capable of restraining our lightning country. If you desire war, we shall engage. My cloud shinobi will not cower before you. Toba sneered, recounting the recent misfortunes that had befallen Konoha. Over the years, you Leaf have seen the defection of Orochimaru, Tsunade's departure due to heartache, Jiraiya's wandering, and the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Such events have reduced your village to its nadir. With your current state, do you dare to negotiate with my hidden cloud? Any power in its zenith will inevitably face decline, and Konoha stands as a testament to this truth, with skilled shinobi continuously departing, leaving behind only the inept. It is no longer the glorious Konoha of yore. Very well, it seems the cloud shinobi have conspired against Konoha for many years. I have recorded your remarks with ninjutsu. I shall present them to Lord Hokage. I am eager to see how you, the Raikage, will justify this, and whether you two believe we are easily deceived. Preparing for war. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Liu let out a cold laugh, utilizing ninjutsu to inscribe to Obayi's earlier words. Once delivered to the Hokage or laid before the Raikage, it would undoubtedly cause a monumental uproar. He could not fathom that this mere genin could withstand the consequences. It matters not, for Lord Raikage is a figure of great stature, indifferent to your Konoha. Were it not for the Tsuchika's reluctance and the Mist Ninja's indecision, as well as the Wind Ninja's hesitance, the fourth great ninja war would already be centered around my cloud-hidden village. Our esteemed cloud ninja, abundant in strength, would not fear your Konoha. If you possess the courage, go ahead and report this. Let us see if the Hokage dares to confront my army of cloud ninjas. However, his threats elicited no concern from the opposing party, who merely scoffed, appearing to say, "You best report it, lest I look down upon your entire family." Immediately, Hinata's flow of thoughts became awkward, realizing that Konoha was currently in turmoil, a stark contrast to the robust strength of the cloud ninjas. The Hokage may not even possess the resolve to wage war. Oh, are the cloud ninjas truly formidable? At this moment, Yang Ming could no longer contain himself and spoke with a calm demeanor. Who is this child? A grass ninja. Upon hearing Yang Ming's voice, Tuobai was momentarily taken aback. He then scrutinized Yang Ming from head to toe, his gaze landing upon the forehead protector, leading him to exclaim in surprise. When did the grass ninjas have such young ninjas? Not only Tuobai, but the surrounding lightning ninjas also expressed their astonishment. Breakthrough. At this juncture, Hinata Izumi suddenly sprang into action, seizing Hinata and charging towards a cloud ninja in the southwest direction, her Byakugan activated, preparing to launch an attack with her gentle fist, to take advantage of this opportunity for an escape. Moreover, in her Byakugan state, the chakra levels of the cloud ninja were unmistakably clear. This particular cloud ninja possessed the least chakra and was the weakest among them. If she could break through, she would return to the Hyuga clan. Observing this, Tuobai remained unfazed and merely chuckled coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release. Thunder binding. Instantly, 3 walls of lightning surged up before Hinata Izumi, forming a thunderous enclosure around her and her companions, as Tuobai and his allies positioned themselves on the opposite side, creating a lightning prison that ensnared the 4 of them. This is bad. Hinata Izumi, moving with great speed, prepared to break through but was suddenly confronted by the rising lightning walls. There was no time to react. Without a second thought, she propelled Hinata away, only to crash into the lightning wall herself. Zzz. Electricity crackled, and Hinata Izumi was immediately struck, her body convulsing as if electrocuted, before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, struck down in an instant. How infuriating. Now there is no escape. Witnessing Yang Ming catch Hinata, Hinata Izumi surveyed the surrounding lightning walls with a grim expression. What to do? Though Yang Ming had caught her, the dire situation made Hinata uneasy. Enough with the idle chatter, let us swiftly conclude this battle. Though Konoha may be in decline, it should not be underestimated. Attack. At this moment, Tuobai issued his command. Understood. Instantly, the surrounding cloud ninjas prepared to take decisive action, ready to bring this scene to a close. I advise you to leave my sight at once. I am in a good mood today and do not wish to kill. However, at that moment, Yang Ming's voice rang out, calm and collected. His words resonated in the ears of everyone present. As soon as those words were spoken, all eyes turned once more to Yang Ming. Especially Tuobai scrutinized Yang Ming with keen interest, as if searching through his memories to ascertain whether such a figure existed among the renowned warriors he recalled. The Moonlit Lord. Upon hearing this, Hinata was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom Yang Ming's audacity to utter such words at this moment. You are from the Grass Shinobi, are you? Originally, this matter had nothing to do with your insignificant nation, but since you wish to involve yourself and dare to speak so brazenly, then prepare to meet your demise. Tuobai sneered at Yang Ming, regarding the Grass Shinobi as a trivial entity. Were it not for Yang Ming's shocking assertions, he would have long forgotten the lad's existence. To wish for my death, one might fear you lack the requisite strength, especially here in the land of the leaves. Do you truly think you can embody the will of the Reikage and act with impunity upon this sacred ground? I presume the Reikage is unaware of these events. And even if you were, what of the Tsukage, and Fkage? It seems the Cloud Shinobi are intent on igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yang Ming replied coolly, unperturbed. He perceived clearly that although Konoha had recently faced decline, it was far from being a target for reckless aggression. Furthermore, instigating the Fourth Great Ninja War was not a matter to be taken lightly. At present, the water, earth, and wind nations had all suffered grievous losses in battle and were in a period of recuperation. It was utterly implausible to provoke conflict at such a time. Although the Cloud Shinobi retained formidable combat prowess, any notion of waging war would surely be met with vehement opposition from the other three nations, who would swiftly unite their forces against the Cloud. Even if the Reikage harbored intentions for war, the higher-ups in Kumogakure would undoubtedly disapprove. These few Cloud Shinobi might intimidate the 2ch Nin of the Hyuga clan, but to threaten Yang Ming was nothing short of absurd. He was acutely aware of the current situation in the shinobi world. At most, the Cloud Shinobi sought to exploit the remnants of the past incident involving Hinata Hayashi, taking advantage of Konoha's current weakened state to gain some benefits. Given the Cloud's current strength, it was likely that Konoha would struggle to withstand such pressure. You, a mere child, possess such insight, yet it is a pity that your life shall be cut short, to Oba-e remarked, regarding Yang Ming with newfound respect. He was indeed attempting to intimidate him, but he had not anticipated being seen through by such a youth. Regardless, they had already seized control of the situation. The outcome was predetermined. To claim my life? It appears you harbor intentions of murder. Are you not concerned about antagonizing both Konoha and the Grass Shinobi? Do you not realize how many enemies you are making in the Land of Lightning? Yang Ming furrowed his brow, gazing at the Cloud Shinobi. Haha, Grass Shinobi? What a triviality. Yang Ming's words elicited scornful laughter from the surrounding Cloud Shinobi, who regarded the Grass Shinobi as if discussing refuse. Fool. Hinata Izumi and Hinata Ryu could not help but mutter in disdain. The Cloud Shinobi were a proud member of the Five Great Nations, while the Grass Shinobi were but a diminutive local power, akin to the disparity between an elephant and an ant. What comparison could be made? A mere Grass Shinobi dared to speak so boldly here. It was incomprehensible who had emboldened him. Even the shadow of the grass would show respect in our presence. Yet you, a lowly Grass Shinobi, presume to speak such grandiloquent words. If that is the case, then prepare to pay the price. A Cloud Ninja let out a sinister laugh, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra coalesced within him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, lightning release, false darkness. In an instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from his lips, darting like an arrow towards Yang Ming. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon Yang Ming. The lightning illuminated the surroundings, casting a bright light akin to daylight. Formidable strength. Yang Ming scoffed coldly, channeling his chakra throughout his body. A deep purple radiance enveloped him, resembling ethereal mist. As he stepped forward with force, the chakra surged dramatically. Crack! The earth trembled violently, fissures spreading as an overwhelming aura surged forth. The lightning spewed by the Cloud Ninja was scattered before it could even approach. What? Yang Ming's explosive display shattered the lightning release solely through the flowing chakra surrounding him, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Such terrifying chakra, who are you? The surrounding Cloud Ninjas grew wary, with Toba-e feeling an acute sense of danger as he gazed at Yang Ming. Just this sheer chakra was enough to instill fear in them. How powerful it is, and this strength is truly frightening, reminiscent of that esteemed individual. Hinata Izumi and Hinata Ryu exchanged glances, their hearts racing as they beheld the cracked ground beneath Yang Ming, suddenly reminded of someone. That person possessed similar might. I am Yukishita Akira, a Nin of the Grass Village, Yang Ming declared with a cold laugh. At this moment, empowered by his advanced sage body and extraordinary strength, the chakra erupting around him mirrored the force that Hashirama Senju had wielded to thwart Tobarama Senju during his resurrection. Such a terrifying presence would make even someone as proud as Sasuke break into a cold sweat, let alone these individuals. Yukishita Akira, Nin of the Grass Village? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall the name, but finding no recognition in their memories. Wait a moment, a Nin of the Grass Village. Yukishita Akira, could you be that 5-year-old prodigy, the Moon Lord? At that moment, Hinata Ryu suddenly recalled something, staring at Yang Ming in shock. He scrutinized Yang Ming closely, then nodded vigorously, his conviction unwavering. Indeed, a Nin of the Grass Village at such a young age with such power. You must be the recently famed Moon Lord of the Land of Grass. The news had traveled to the land of fire, given its proximity to the land of grass, though many dismissed it as mere gossip, considering the backwardness of the grass village. After all, even if someone were to rise to the rank of Jainin, few would acknowledge it externally. Much like someone proclaiming themselves the strongest in the world without any recognition. A Jainin of the grass village? What moon lord? The cloud ninjas remained perplexed. The land of lightning lay far to the north, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and they had not heard of such matters. If you wish to avoid calamity, I suggest you leave swiftly. This moon lord is not to be trifled with. It is said that none of his subordinates have ever returned alive. Hinata Izumi let out a cold chuckle upon seeing young Ming standing by their side. Her heart instantly steadied. She cast a glance at the Yunin crowd and remarked, Yueshia, we are of similar age, and yet you have already attained the rank of Jounin. Hearing this, Hinata gazed at Yang Ming in astonishment. She understood the significance of being a Jounin, and this realization only deepened her shock. A mere Jounin, nothing remarkable. Hinata, your talent is exceptional. It's a pity you lack guidance. Otherwise, you would be 10 times stronger than I am now, Yang Ming said, noticing the glum expression on Hinata's face. Am I really that impressive? Hinata shyly murmured. Indeed, you are the hope of the Hyuga clan, Yang Ming affirmed, fully aware of the purity of Hinata Byakugan. Lamenting the clan's inability to unlock her potential. You are rather presumptuous, aren't you? Even if you are some grass village Jounin or a great lord, my Yunin are not afraid of you. A mere Jounin is hardly impressive. We have plenty in Kumogakure. One of the Yunin scoffed. Don't think being a Jounin makes you significant. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of the Yunin. Lightning release, Black Panther. At that moment, Tuoba-e recognized Yang Ming's identity, but he merely sneered, forming hand seals as immense chakra coalesced in his hands. Lightning surged and twisted, gradually manifesting into a thunderous panther before him. The panther roared and charged ferociously toward Yang Ming, its speed astonishing and power overwhelming, carving deep gorges into the earth as it passed. Humph! Regardless of your status as a grass village Jounin or your prodigious talent. Daring to obstruct my Yunin is tantamount to courting death. Let us strike together and end this swiftly. Seeing this, the other Yunin also smirked, forming hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, false darkness. Lightning release, electric surge. A symphony of lightning techniques erupted simultaneously, due to the unique geographical conditions of Kumogakure. Most ninjas there were adept in lightning techniques. The Yunin had refined lightning release to its utmost, becoming its very embodiment. At that moment, over a dozen powerful lightning techniques surged toward Yang Ming, centered around a colossal lightning panther, with currents crackling, some spitting lightning, while others struck the ground, lighting up the surroundings with a dazzling display of electricity. This was ultimately the land of the leaves. They aimed for a swift resolution to avoid drawing the attention of the leaf ninjas. Crack, crack. The violent electricity illuminated a radius of 10 zhong in blinding white, akin to daylight, utterly dazzling. As the lightning swept through, the earth was left pockmarked and the nearby trees obliterated, leaving devastation in its wake. Be careful, Hinata exclaimed, her heart racing with concern. This is dire. Although Yuejun is a Jounin, among these Yunin are 2 Jounin and 8 Chunin. Their combined lightning release, with overlapping attributes, would even cause the Hokage to tread carefully. Yuejun is in grave danger. Hinata Izumi and Hinata Ryu exchanged worried glances, their concern directed towards Yang Ming, who stood at the center of the thunderstorm. The speed at which the lightning release technique was executed was astonishing. For an ordinary person, evasion was utterly futile. Just as their anxiety heightened, and the cloud shinobi wore expressions of assured victory, Yang Ming let out a cold laugh. In the face of the impending bolts, his chakra surged around him, ultimately coalescing into his right hand. With a sudden, forceful punch directed at the earth, he unleashed his secret technique, unmatched strength. With a scornful chuckle, Yang Ming concentrated his chakra in his hand, and the monstrous power erupted forth. Boom! The ground trembled, and in an instant, all the incoming lightning techniques were rendered null. One strike shattered the techniques. All the lightning unleashed by the cloud shinobi was dispersed by this overwhelming force. How could this be possible? At this sight, Hinata Ryu and Hinata Izumi exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished. What? However, the most shocking reaction came from the cloud shinobi. They could hardly fathom that someone could withstand their lightning techniques through sheer strength. Wait, could you be the disciple of that esteemed individual? At this moment, Tuoba-e appeared to have a realization, looking at Yang Ming with profound disbelief. Boom. Yet, A second wave of monstrous strength was unleashed. After withstanding the initial onslaught of lightning, the ground beneath Yang Ming erupted violently, and within a radius of 100 meters, the earth shattered around him. Debris flew. The terrain cracked, and several Chunin were crushed beneath the falling stones, entombed within the rubble. Utilizing his Jonin prowess and lightning-enhanced agility, Tuoba barely managed to evade the devastation, yet the earth around him sank under the sheer force. As this formidable power unleashed, shards of stone scattered in all directions. And he was struck by one, sent flying to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly injured. In the end, only Tuoba remained among the cloud shinobi. The others had perished beneath the shockwave. This exemplified the might of advanced monstrous strength. Tsunade may lack ninjutsu, yet she is revered as one of the legendary Sannin. Precisely for this reason, unmatched strength. Once unleashed, its devastation knows no bounds. Furthermore, this strength is devoid of elemental attributes, impervious to elemental weaknesses. I previously stated that you are unworthy of my intervention. After the explosive display, Yang Ming regarded the now breathless Tuoba with a cold smirk. Such formidable power. It rivals even that esteemed individual. Even if not a disciple, there must be some connection. Witnessing the swift decimation of their comrades, only leaving Tuoba standing. Hinata Izumi and Hinata Ryu were left in awe, still grappling with the immense power Yang Ming had unleashed through his chakra. Remarkable, Lord Moonlight. Hinata was utterly mesmerized. After all, it was a dozen cloud shinobi, including 2 Jonin, effortlessly dispatched by Yang Ming in an instant. This is the monstrous strength of Lady Tsunade. And you undoubtedly surpass her. In terms of power, only the Reikage could contend with you. We are not unjustly fated to perish. At this moment, Tuoba fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the shattered ground within 100 meters around him, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He had failed his mission. A talent had unexpectedly emerged among the grass ninjas, appearing to be no more than 5 years old, soon to be 6. Yet possessing such formidable strength. Was the grass ninja about to rise to prominence? Tuoba sighed. But soon, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The mission had been compromised, and while he faced punishment for his failure, the one who disrupted the task would not escape unscathed. He let out a chilling laugh. Although he was astonished by Yang Ming's immense power, it was not invincible. Xiajun, you have interfered with my Yun ninja. This matter is far from over. Your strength is formidable, and I acknowledge that I am not your match today, but do not let that fill you with pride. Our esteemed figure from Yun Ninja will arrive shortly, and when that time comes, you shall find yourself utterly outmatched. Oh, is that so? A prominent figure from Yun Ninja? Let him come forth. I shall spare you for now. Go summon him, and I will wait nearby. If I do not resolve this matter with both of you, I will be quite uneasy. Hearing this, Yang Ming scoffed. Such audacity. Xiajun, that you may be impressive at such a tender age. Do you truly believe that this alone can thwart my Yun Ninja's operations? In the presence of our esteemed figure, even if you were tenfold stronger, you would still be no match. Tuoba also laughed coldly, evidently confident in the prowess of the esteemed figure he mentioned. Esteemed figure? Are you referring to the prodigy from Yun Ninja, Lord Guei? Has he also come to my Konoha? Upon hearing this name, Hinata Izumi and her companion's expressions changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. Is this Lord Guei truly formidable? Seeing their reaction, Yang Ming furrowed his brow. Indeed, he is exceedingly capable. He has received the true teachings of the Reikage and is a renowned master from Yun Hidden, who shone brilliantly during the Third Great Ninja War as an elite Jonin. Hinata Ryu couldn't help but smile wryly, deeply shaken by the mention of Guei. Is that so? Having received the Reikage true teachings? Yang Ming's heart stirred. The Reikage of each generation had mastered the ability of lightning release body strengthening, forming a lightning release armor around their body and stimulating their physical reactions, which is why the Reikage were famed for their speed, erupting like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, their destructive power was astonishing. If Lord Guei had indeed inherited the Reikage teachings, he must have perfected the lightning release armor. No wonder the 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan spoke of him with trepidation. Is that so? Then let him come. I am in need of a powerful adversary to enhance my reputation. Yang Ming waved his hand, utterly unconcerned. Unless the Reikage himself appeared, he would not regard anyone else with any significance. What a young hero. I hope that when our esteemed figure arrives, you will still possess such bravado. Hearing this, Tuoba let out a cold laugh before vanishing from sight. You too, take Hinata and leave this place swiftly. The battles to come will not be simple. Moreover, keep today's events to yourselves. Do not report anything to the clan. After watching Tuoba-e depart, Yang Ming turned to address the two ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Especially gazing at Hinata, his eyes brimmed with infinite tenderness. Thank you, Moon-kun, for your timely rescue. I never anticipated that you would surpass the rumors. Truly, your reputation is well-deserved. The two exchanged respectful gestures, refraining from further inquiries, and swiftly departed with Hinata. Once the illusion was dispelled, they hastened toward the Hyuga clan, given their speed. It wouldn't take long to arrive. After watching them depart, Yang Ming sat quietly, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed elder. The enmity between the Cloud Ninjas and the Hyuga clan was not a matter of mere days. It was imperative to deliver a profound lesson. Lest Hinata encounter such troubles again in the future, he sought a decisive resolution, intending to instill fear in the hearts of the Cloud Hidden. At that moment, after Tuoba-e had left, he sped toward a certain direction. Though injured, his mastery of lightning release had fortified his body, allowing him to endure for some time. Approximately 15 minutes later, he arrived in a dense forest. Upon his arrival, a towering figure emerged in surprise, gazing at him incredulously. Tuoba, you are injured? Where are the others? Esteemed elder, we were ambushed by Moon-kun on our way. Aside from my return to deliver the message, everyone else has perished. Kneeling on one knee, Tuoba-e recounted the events in detail. Moon-kun? That 6-year-old prodigy from the grass village whose reputation is resounding? It appears he possesses considerable strength. Upon hearing Yang Ming's name, Guei-e, surprisingly, was not unfamiliar with it. On the contrary, he was astounded. You say his power resembles that of Tsunade among the legendary Sannin? If that is the case, this individual may prove quite formidable, not easily dealt with. Tsunade's strength has even caused Hanzo considerable distress. Esteemed elder, what shall we do now? This person is so powerful. Should we abandon our vendetta? Guei-e's words caused Tuoba-e's heart to sink. Clearly, he had not anticipated such high regard from the elder for Moon-kun. No, although Moon-kun is formidable, he has not yet reached a level where mere reputation could compel me to yield without a fight. I simply cannot comprehend why a grass ninja would disrupt our mission against the Hyuga clan. Let us confront this individual. Guei-e shook his head, then transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward Yang Ming's direction. Indeed, esteemed elder, having been taught by the Raikage himself, such speed. Tuoba-e was momentarily startled by Guei-e's swiftness, but soon followed suit. The two soared through the air, and before long, they arrived at their previous location, where Yang Ming awaited them in serene anticipation. Upon their arrival, he displayed no surprise. Is it you, the renowned Moon-kun from the grass village? At such a young age, achieving such success, truly a hero of youth. Guei-e descended, observing Yang Ming without haste, his demeanor one of admiration. However, he soon shifted his tone, adopting a chilling and foreboding demeanor. However, Your Excellency, you may have inadvertently provoked great trouble for yourselves. I am from the Hidden Cloud Village and have no connection with the Grass Ninjas. Even on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, I have not slain a single one of your kind. Yet, you dare to disrupt our operations in the Hidden Cloud. I can only interpret this as a declaration of war against us. Moon Lord, do you wish to engage in battle with the Hidden Cloud? With that, he dramatically tilted his hat, exuding an air of certainty as he crossed his arms, confident that he had Yang Ming cornered. Truly, he is a formidable individual, capable of subduing this young man with mere words. I wonder how he will respond now. Nearby, Tuoba-e, upon hearing these words, let out a cold chuckle. Content to rest and recuperate, unconcerned about the outcome for Guei-e. Engage in battle? Your Hidden Cloud dares not, nor are you deserving. However, Yang Ming merely scoffed at the remark, unfazed by the intimidation. What nonsense! What does the Hidden Cloud have to fear? Believe it or not, I could promptly send a letter, and as soon as Lord Raikage receives it, he will direct his forces against your grass country. We may not currently be able to contend with the Leaf Village, but your grass country is undeniably weak. As soon as Yang Ming uttered these words, before Guei-e could respond, Tuoba-e smirked ominously, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he gazed at Yang Ming. It seemed that one misstep could lead to immediate conflict. Moon Lord, you underestimate the Hidden Cloud far too much. In this ninja world, there is nothing we dare not undertake. Very well, I shall not waste further words with you. Watch as I capture you and take you to the grass country. I am eager to see how your nation explains itself. With a chilling laugh, Guei-e unleashed a surge of electricity, his chakra erupting as he donned a suit of lightning release armor. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Yang Ming with astonishing speed. Lightning release, thunderstorm strike. He roared, enveloped in a tempest of electricity as he crashed toward Yang Ming, his body vibrating with energy, preparing to collide. This was a lightning release taijutsu, relying on immense speed and physical prowess to overwhelm the enemy. This technique, developed by the elite Jonin of the Hidden Cloud, Omui, was exceptionally powerful, rivaling the advanced taijutsu of the Leaf Village, the Thousand Lotus. Guei had perfected this technique to its utmost, rendering even masters of advanced taijutsu no match for him. Ordinary ninjas would struggle to react in time. Witnessing this attack, Tooba could not help but express admiration. Boom. Guei transformed into a streak of lightning, charged forth, producing a thunderous explosion. The ground where Yang Ming stood was instantly ravaged as if struck by hundreds of explosive tags, causing the earth to cave in around him. Debris flew, and dust billowed into the air. After Guei's strike landed, he retreated, observing from a distance. As the dust settled and the scene became clearer, he was taken aback. What was that? A row of wooden pillars had emerged from the ground, arching to form a protective barrier around Yang Ming, withstanding the full force of Guei's thunderstorm strike. As the wooden wall emerged, Yang Ming remained unscathed. Wood release, wooden barrier, he declared calmly. The speed and strength of Guei were remarkable, reminiscent of the flying thunder god technique employed by the legendary Minato Namikaze. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, relying solely on brute strength was proving increasingly challenging. Although monstrous strength could shatter stone and disrupt the earth, its limitations became apparent when faced with true masters. Guei had already exhibited the prowess of an elite Jonin, a rank above the average Jonin, possessing the stability akin to that of a shadow. He stood on the precipice of reaching the level of a Kage. Such expertise could not be subdued by mere physical might. Thus, without hesitation, Yang Ming unleashed the wood release. This marked his inaugural use of wood release in combat. The wooden barrier was immensely robust, with Guei's lightning release taijutsu failing to breach the wooden wall. Guei trembled at the sight of the wooden walls materializing before him. As a seasoned ninja and an elite Jonin, he was well versed in the history of the ninja world, and it was this knowledge that instilled a sense of dread within him. Before him, Yang Ming was wielding the exceedingly rare wood release, a secret technique of the first Hokage, who had once quelled chaos across the land. This bloodline limit was exceedingly scarce, and it was almost unheard of to encounter it within the ninja realm. Yet here it was, capable of withstanding Guei's formidable lightning release. While Tooba was astonished that Yang Ming could repel Guei's lightning release taijutsu, he remained oblivious to the nature of wood release. Guei, however, did not respond to Tooba. Upon witnessing the wood release, he became entirely serious, as if facing an imminent threat. With a swift motion, dual blades appeared in his hands. Lightning release, lightning fang, he proclaimed, enveloped in a protective layer of lightning. The twin blades crossed before him, radiating an intense surge of lightning that pulsated and coalesced, unleashing a tempest of violent energy. The blades seemed to harbor a terrifying chakra within them. Then, with a sudden flourish, the blades were unleashed, sending forth a barrage of sharp electric currents that tore through the air with astonishing speed. The crackling electricity rendered the surrounding space numb, as if a storm of lightning had descended. The formidable bolts coalesced into piercing streaks of light, darting forth like the twin blades themselves. The velocity was breathtaking, a ferocious onslaught, with the lightning fang unleashed. It was evident that Guei regarded the moonlit Yang Ming with utmost seriousness. However, the appearance of the lightning fang signified certain doom for Yang Ming, for none had ever escaped the lethal grasp of Guei's lightning fang. Witnessing this scene, Tooba retreated a few steps, wary of the overwhelming power of the lightning fang, fearing collateral damage. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning surged downwards, swiftly reaching Yang Ming. In response, Yang Ming formed hand seals, summoning another row of arched wooden walls to collide with the lightning. The air was filled with the cacophony of violent clashes as the potent lightning release struck against the wooden barrier, producing a tremendous noise. Yet, despite the ferocity of the lightning, the wooden wall stood unwavering, absorbing the onslaught with remarkable resilience. As the cacophony subsided, Yang Ming reappeared before the two, unscathed. Wood release versus lightning release. Wood release prevailed. Indeed, it was authentic wood release. Otherwise, it could not have thwarted Raiga's assault. Witnessing this spectacle, Guei was astonished yet not surprised. After all, it It was would release. How feeble. Is this truly the strength of a cloud ninja elite jonin? Casting a disdainful glance at Gue, Yang Ming smirked coldly. Would release is undeniably formidable, yet its efficacy hinges on the wielder. Today, I shall defy fate and shatter your would release barrier. Upon hearing this, Gue responded with icy composure. As an experienced elite jonin, he quickly recalibrated his mindset after the initial shock. The dual blades crossed once more, and a surge of electrifying chakra surged anew. However, this time, one could sense a far more potent chakra emanating from his being, coalescing within the blades. What technique is this? Takban Yi's pupils constricted as he observed Gue Yi's movements, realization dawning upon him in horror. Such formidable chakra, this must be your final strike. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, though he lacked the Sharingan and Byakugan to perceive the chakra flow within Gue Yi's body. His sage-enhanced senses detected the current chakra movement. After this blow, Gue Yi's chakra would be utterly depleted. Indeed, this is the secret art of the Cloud Ninja, the lightning blade technique. You may have mastered would release, but you are not that esteemed individual. I refuse to believe you can withstand my onslaught. Gue Yi sneered. As ever-increasing chakra surged within him, converging into his dual blades. The chakra between the blades grew increasingly terrifying and unbeknownst to them. Dark clouds began to gather in the night sky. The clouds thickened, and suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled. Crack! A flash of violet lightning erupted in the heavens, astonishingly stirring the very elements. The might of this technique resembled that of a Qilin, albeit on a lesser scale. Yang Ming's brow furrowed as he gazed skyward. He could distinctly sense a massive storm brewing above, resonating with Gue Yi's lightning blade technique. Once unleashed, this strike would possess cataclysmic power. No wonder warriors have fallen. Against a ninja of this caliber, even someone like Senju Hiroichi would perish within the maelstrom of thunder if he could not swiftly interrupt the technique. Lightning blade technique, Thunder Gate. Just then, Gue Yi completed his technique, raising his dual blades and addressing Yang Ming with a measured tone. Crack! In an instant, the lightning from the heavens descended with a thunderous roar, harmonizing with the radiant energy between his blades. The lightning surged, scattering violently, striking the surrounding trees. Instantly, trees toppled, and the acrid scent of charred foliage filled the air. Even the residual force was terrifyingly potent. Such overwhelming power. Indeed, this man is exceedingly strong. Who could stand against this level of lightning release? Takban, witnessing this scene, could not help but tremble in fear. He is a jonin, while Keiichi is an elite jonin. The gap between them is but a single step, yet their strengths are worlds apart. Such formidable ninjutsu is beyond his reach, even if he exerted every ounce of his power. In his eyes, Yang Ming was as good as dead. At this moment, the three who had just escaped to the entrance of the Hyuga clan were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding in the distant woods. A massive surge of lightning erupted violently in the distance, dazzling against the backdrop of endless darkness. It was not only they who witnessed this. The vigilant ninjas of Konohagakure quickly became aware of the spectacle. Such potent lightning chakra, an indication that a lightning-style ninja was unleashing an extensive lightning attack. Alert! Alert! Instantly, the entire village of Konohagakure sprang into action, with a dozen ninjas swiftly heading towards the source of the electrifying light. This is bad, Lord Moonlight. Hinata gasped in shock at the sight, her body instinctively moving to rush forward. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, sensed the powerful chakra disturbance and stepped out. Faced with the authoritative figure of her father, Hinata halted in her tracks. While all of Konohagakure was set into motion, Keiichi cast a cold smile towards Yang Ming. I wonder if your wood style can withstand my strike? Why not? Yang Ming replied with a calm smile, forming hand seals. Suddenly, a colossal cage rose from the ground, ensnaring him within. Wood style, for Pillar's prison technique. This cage could either trap enemies or serve as a defensive barrier. Boom. At that moment, Keiichi violently thrust his twin swords into the ground, and the lightning between them surged violently, resonating with the lightning above, creating a vast circle of explosive thunder within a 10-meter radius. The lightning crackled across the expanse, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. In that instant, the terrifying lightning descended, intent on obliterating Yang Ming within the tempest of thunder. As the ferocious lightning crashed down upon the Four Pillars prison, the overwhelming energy poured forth relentlessly, as if the prison were a fragile boat tossed about in a tumultuous sea, trembling violently. It seemed on the verge of shattering. Boom, boom, boom. The violent thunder continued its assault, causing Yang Ming's enclosure to quake and ultimately fracture. Unable to withstand such a horrific barrage, it was shattered. Yang Ming was subsequently exposed to the raging storm of thunder. Boom! The furious lightning struck Yang Ming, enveloping him in a blinding radiance. In the midst of the ceaseless tempest, his form was instantaneously disintegrated into ash. Good, he's dead, he's dead. Observing this scene, Keiichi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Takuba laughed gleefully, reveling in the demise of the arrogant youth. However, just as he reveled in the moment, a sudden thud echoed. A wooden stake pierced through his body. As it penetrated, it rapidly spread outward, manifesting more with style. In an instant, his entire being was ruptured by the expanding wooden spike. Blood, organs, and flesh splattered across the ground. He turned back with great difficulty, but at that moment, it was already beyond his capacity. All his vitality had been extinguished, and death loomed imminent. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his ear, would release. Insertion technique. How is this possible? I understand now. It is a would release clone. Upon hearing this voice, he trembled, initially bewildered as to why Yang Ming had survived, given that he had clearly struck him moments ago. However, upon noticing the wooden spear embedded in his body, realization struck him. He had been deceived. The Yang Ming in the cage was merely a would release clone. Regrettably, the illusion had been so lifelike that he failed to discern the truth. While he had unleashed all his might with lightning release, invoking the wrath of the heavens, the real Yang Ming had circled behind him and struck him down with would release at the very moment his lightning release was executed. I do not die in vain. The would release ninjutsu is indeed formidable, a true testament to that master's prowess. Guei managed a bitter smile before his head drooped, succumbing to death. His body was pierced. Even divine intervention would struggle to save him. You actually killed Lord Guei. How could this be? How did you evade the earlier lightning release? It makes no sense. Takuba stood beside him, utterly astonished, unable to fathom how Yang Ming, who should have been doomed, had emerged unscathed and vanquished Guei instead. Now it is your turn. After dispatching Guei, Yang Ming turned his gaze toward Takuba. Indeed, Guei's strike had been formidable, influencing the very heavens, and Yang Ming could not withstand it head-on, unless he mastered the wood release defamation technique. Certain death awaited him. However, he was not solely a defender. The wood release clone was a technique capable of deceiving even the Uchiha Madara with his Sharingan, let alone Guei. While forming the four-pillar prison seal, he simultaneously cast the wood release clone. As Guei focused intently on gathering chakra, the clone melded into the forest, only to re-emerge unnoticed once Guei's technique was complete, striking him down with the insertion technique. It was a flawless strategy. Lord Moon, please hear my words. As Yang Ming's gaze fell upon him, Takuba hastily spoke. Oh, what more do you have to say? Yang Ming retorted with a cold smile, momentarily halting his advance. Seeing this, Takuba continued. This time, I, the Cloud Ninja, admit defeat. I should not have provoked you. Lord Moon, the Cloud and Grass Ninja have always had no enmity. Spare my life, and I shall declare that it was the Hyuga clan who orchestrated the events here, having nothing to do with the Grass Ninja. After all, the Hyuga clan is powerful, and our attempt to seize the Byakugan from them was a mission destined for failure. Now, by placing the blame on them, it shall not implicate the Grass Ninja. Otherwise, I too shall perish, and the Raikage will surely pursue and investigate, which would inevitably drag the Grass Ninja into this predicament. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's heart stirred, seemingly swayed by his words. Indeed, he represented the entire Grass Ninja. And who would wish to provoke such a formidable adversary as the Cloud Ninja? The earlier encounter with Guei offered but a glimpse into the Cloud Ninja's overall strength. Noticing Yang Ming's apparent intrigue, Takuba pressed on. Lord Moon, my performance in the Third War as a Yunin has been commendable. Unlike other nations that have suffered tremendous losses and weakened, we Yunin retain formidable strength. While we may not contend with the might of the 5 great nations, the Land of Grass is merely a speck on the map. Should we decide to deploy troops to the Land of Grass, I believe even your ally, Konoha, would refrain from aiding you. Do not bring calamity upon your own nation. He half threatened, half compromised with Yang Ming, suggesting that Yunin could be a formidable support. He aimed to instill caution in Yang Ming. Oh, are you threatening me? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming chuckled. Indeed, even the smallest creature fights for survival. I do fear death, but should I perish, your Land of Grass shall not fare well either. Whether one life or an entire nation, ponder it yourself. Toba nodded, realizing it was time to be direct. Intimidation. Enticement. He was certain that Yang Ming was a wise individual capable of making prudent choices. Very well, since you have said this, I shall spare your life. After much hesitation, Yang Ming seemed to relent and nodded. Observing this, Toba couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He nodded proudly. Your choice is indeed the right one. Then, turning away, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Let you revel for now. Once I return, I shall immediately report to Lord Rakage and swiftly obliterate your insignificant land of grass. Toba sneered inwardly and prepared to depart. Hold on. Did I say you could leave? At that moment, Yang Ming's cold voice suddenly resonated. What do you mean? Toba replied with a sneer. However, Yang Ming did not respond. Instead, a wooden fork plunged into Toba's body, vanishing without a trace. What have you done to me? Toba gasped in shock. Hastily inspecting his body, the fork seemed to have melded into him, leaving no mark whatsoever. Yet, the more he contemplated this, the greater his dread became. For he had witnessed Yang Ming drive the fork into him. Where could it have gone now? Nothing much. But you would do well to return to the Land of Thunder swiftly and seek a medical ninja from Rakage. It may save your life, Yang Ming said indifferently, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Very well, very well. Upon hearing this, Toba dared not linger and hurriedly departed. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with a cold smile, and he too left. Not wishing to attract trouble with the approaching Konoha ninjas. Not long after Yang Ming's departure, Asuma arrived with a dozen Konoha ninjas. Observing the scene around him, his expression changed dramatically. Such astonishing lightning release, such incredible destructive power. The only one capable of such lightning release in the ninja world is Yunin's Guei. Could it be him? Asuma exclaimed in astonishment. My esteemed companions, amidst a heap of rubble nearby, we have discovered a dozen corpses of the Cloud Shinobi. Their bodies battered beyond recognition, necessitating the medical team's intervention for identification. At this moment, a Chunin from Konoha stepped forward to report. The sheer magnitude of destruction bears a striking resemblance to the style of that esteemed individual. Upon witnessing the scene, Asuma was taken aback and nodded in acknowledgement. Remove these bodies and return to report to the Hokage. With the recent cessation of warfare among the nations, the death of Cloud Shinobi within our borders could provoke a conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning if not handled with care, Asuma said gravely. Very well. Several Konoha ninjas promptly lifted the Cloud Shinobi corpses and made their way back to the village. A perplexing thought crossed Asuma's mind. What could have prompted the Cloud Shinobi to infiltrate Konoha? It appeared to be a covert mission, and who possessed the extraordinary power to annihilate these elite cloud warriors? Judging by the scene, this individual's strength was formidable indeed. Subsequently, Asuma departed, scanning his surroundings and noting some unusual elements. Though he understood that such questions would remain unanswered, he suppressed his curiosity and proceeded to inform the Hokage. Simultaneously, as Asuma and his companions transported the Cloud Shinobi bodies back, Toba had already crossed the border of the Land of Fire, redirecting his path towards the Land of Lightning. Despite his injuries, he pressed on with unwavering determination, particularly uncertain of the sinister elements that Yang Ming had implanted within him. Thus, he hastened his journey, traversing the northern border of the Land of Fire and reaching the border of the Land of Lightning in a mere half-day. The proximity to the Land of Lightning was now palpable, and from a distance, he could discern Cloud Shinobi. A spark of hope ignited within him as he approached them. I have sustained injuries. Please escort me to Lord Rakage, for I bear urgent news. Toba declared upon reaching a Cloud Shinobi, only to succumb to unconsciousness moments later. In the Land of Lightning, within the Rakage's office, discussions regarding various matters of the nation were underway when a J-Nin entered, bearing news. The Rakage nodded, signaling the J-Nin to announce the information publicly. The J-Nin, not daring to delay, conveyed the news brought back by Toba in its entirety. What audacity from Konoha to inflict such harm upon our Cloud Shinobi. Well then, the Hyuga clan. It seems that the death of a single Hyuga Hizashi has not imparted sufficient pain upon you. Therefore, Rakage, exert pressure on Konoha to deliver the perpetrator. Failure to comply will result in immediate war. Upon hearing this, a senior advisor stood up in fury. Indeed, I second that. Another senior member concurred, nodding in agreement. We too shall support this motion. We shall rally behind this. All high-ranking Cloud Shinobi unanimously endorsed the proposal to mobilize against Konoha upon receiving the news. Guei An elite Jonin of the Hidden Cloud, akin to Kakashi in caliber, led a formidable team of 12, comprising 2 Jonin and 10 Nin, all of whom represented a powerful faction within the Hidden Cloud village. The loss of such a team at the hands of Konoha was a burden that the Hidden Cloud could not bear. A resolution was imperative to demand accountability from Konoha. Upon hearing this, the notoriously temperamental fourth Raikage, unexpectedly refrained from voicing his agreement. Instead, he displayed remarkable composure in that moment. In response to the unanimous support from the higher-ups, he commanded his subordinates, "Summon Takuba Itami. I wish to know every detail of the incident." "Yes, Lord Raikage. Takuba is currently undergoing some basic healing and will arrive shortly," replied one of the Cloud Shinobi, nodding before departing. Before long, Takuba arrived. After receiving rudimentary treatment from the medical team, he had regained some strength, though the long journey had taken its toll, and full recovery would require time. Upon his arrival, Takuba, unwilling to conceal the truth, candidly recounted the entire sequence of events before all the high-ranking Cloud Shinobi. "I need more details," they urged. In addition to the Leaf Village ninjas, he disclosed information about Yang Ming. He vividly described how Yang Ming had decimated the Cloud Shinobi and expressed his disdain for the Land of Grass. His previous promises to Yang Ming had merely been a ruse. Now back in his own village, he spoke with venom. "The Land of Grass has produced a genius named Yu Xiaoming, also known as the Moon Lord. Initially, I dismissed this as mere rumor. After all, what could a talent from such a diminutive land amount to in the eyes of the 5 great nations? Nothing but trash. However, it is evident that we underestimated him. This individual possesses extraordinary talent. At merely 6 years of age, he has mastered incredible strength capable of shattering the earth. Many of our Nin met their demise at the hands of his formidable power. But that is not the crux of the matter. When Lord Keiichi arrived, this individual unleashed would release ninjutsu, and Keiichi was no match for him, deceived by his would clone, and subsequently killed. I was spared to return and warn you all. If the Cloud Village wishes to avoid annihilation, we must remain vigilant. What audacity from the Land of Grass! Who dares to strike at us, the Cloud Shinobi? Do they wish for death? A mere speck of land presumes to act so brazenly. Raikage, mobilize our forces and eradicate the Land of Grass from the map of the Shinobi world." The high-ranking officials were incensed, vowing to dispatch troops to the Land of Grass. Would release? Who would have thought that besides Hashirama Senju, there would be another who wielded such power? "Raikage, let us march forth. Not for any other reason, but to extinguish the Land of Grass for the sake of Wood Release." Moreover, many high-ranking officials were deeply wary of Wood Release. The situation was suspicious. Wood Release had been a unique technique mastered by the first Hokage of the Leaf Village. Since his death, no one in the Shinobi world had been able to use it. I knew that Danzo had been secretly researching something known as Senju cells for years, but he had never succeeded. Now, at this juncture, its emergence was anything but simple. The fourth Raikage waved his hand, dismissing the overwhelming opinions of the crowd. He held a unique perspective. While the Land of Grass could be easily vanquished, if Danzo was indeed orchestrating a scheme, caution was imperative. This could be a trap. Though he was known for his fiery temperament, his ability to inherit the title of Raikage was no small feat at this moment. He resolutely voiced his unique perspective amidst the dissent. "You make a valid point. A mere nation of grass is indeed negligible. However, if it pertains to Danzo's schemes, then we must proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, the senior advisors around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, it could very well be a maneuver orchestrated by Danzo. Otherwise, what audacity would a mere grass ninja possess to utter threats against our Yunin? This must be an indication from Danzo. One of the senior advisors seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "To obey I, is there any possibility that your account or your words contain inaccuracies?" This remark appeared to unveil a significant lead, causing the other advisors to brighten with realization. AI turned to Gi and inquired, "Lord Raikage, I." Just as Tuobei was about to speak, he suddenly felt as if something sharp had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him mute. He then noticed the expressions of terror on the faces of Raikage and the others. Looking down, he saw that wooden spikes were extending from his body, branching out from his heart, and in an instant, he was riddled with wounds. Was this not how the captain had perished? His consciousness began to fade, leaving behind only a singular thought. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Thus, without any warning, Tuobei met his untimely demise. A profound silence enveloped the room. The expressions of all the senior members darkened, and no one uttered a word. They gazed at the wooden spikes protruding from Tuobei's body, fear flickering across their faces. The secret of Danzo's Hashirama Cell project had always been shrouded in mystery, known to very few. Yet the higher-ups in Yunin were aware, albeit only in fragments. When the news had initially surfaced, the Yunin spy had been discovered and killed, leaving them with mere scraps of information. However, any connection to Hashirama immediately conjured images of the legendary ninja who quelled chaos in the world, especially with the wooden spikes now serving as irrefutable evidence. Would release. In a scene reminiscent of a film, an eerie silence persisted, and after an extended pause, no one dared to speak. Finally, it was Reikage who declared, "This matter requires careful deliberation." The senior members nodded in unison, offering no objections. Simultaneously, within a hotel on Shortbook Street, young Ming sensed a disturbance. An icy smile crept across his face. Surely, the Yunin would behave more cautiously now. He doubted they would dare to mobilize against Konoha. As for the grass country, even if they sought to blame them, witnessing the wood release embedded within Giyi's body would make Reikage tread carefully. After all, it was wood release. Yang Ming felt a profound confidence in this regard. After resting for the night, he continued his journey the next day. By noon, he finally arrived at Konoha. Upon entering the village, Yang Ming couldn't help but take in his surroundings with keen interest. Konoha was indeed as he remembered from the anime. Moreover, it truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost of the 5 great nations, with its defenses formidable. In nearly every unseen corner, ninjas remained ever vigilant. At this moment, the Nin exams were nearing commencement, bustling with ninjas from various nations. Yang Ming encountered formidable figures from the sand, mist, and rock villages, each showcasing their honed skills and battle experience. In stark contrast, he represented the grass village, standing alone and appearing quite out of place. Yet, Yang Ming paid little mind to this. He was confident in his own abilities, especially knowing that reinforcements from the sound village would soon arrive. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Suddenly, an anxious voice echoed from an alleyway. Yang Ming's attention was drawn to a child being hoisted by a man adorned with ominous face paint. The child struggled desperately, but alas, he lacked the strength to escape the man's grip. "It's them." Yang Ming realized that the individuals before him were none other than the trio from the Sand Village participating in the Nin exams, the puppet master Kankor, the wind-style ninja Temari, and the formidable Gaara. The child in distress was none other than Konohamaru, accompanied by Udon and Moegi. It was evident that Konohamaru had bumped into Kankor, and given Kankor's temperament, he was unlikely to respond kindly. Yet, he would not truly unleash his wrath. For they were within the borders of Konoha, a friendly nation to the sand. "Let go of you? Is this Konoha brat truly so lacking in manners? Colliding with someone and yet demanding to be excused without an apology?" Kankor growled, his face adorned with menacing symbols, presenting a fearsome visage. Konohamaru, though filled with trepidation, refused to yield. His father was an elite Nin, and his grandfather was the revered third Hokage. He had grown accustomed to a life without fear. He boldly declared, "Let me go, or you shall regret it. Release Konohamaru, you scoundrels." Udon and Moegi echoed his sentiments, eager to rescue their companion. But their abilities were insufficient to reach the man's waist. They could only shout in vain. "Humph, I was initially inclined to let you off lightly. But it appears that a stern lesson is in order for this little brat," Kankor retorted with a cold snort. Never had he been subjected to such threats. And given his naturally irritable disposition, he was even less inclined to heed them. He tightened his grip, causing Konohamaru to struggle for breath, yet he remained steadfast, defiantly asserting, "My brother is Naruto. You had best release me, or he will come for you." "Naruto? Who is that?" Kankor queried, momentarily loosening his hold. Seizing the opportunity, Konohamaru gasped for air, emboldened by the thought that Kankor might be intimidated. "Naruto is my brother, a genin," he boasted. "Haha, merely a genin. I thought he might possess some significant prowess. Let him come. I shall gladly teach him a lesson on humility." Kankor laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. A mere genin posed no threat to him. Armed with his unique puppet techniques, he could contend with even Nin-level opponents without a second thought. "Do not insult my brother," Konohamaru exclaimed, incensed by Kankor's derision. In Naruto's heart, he is a figure of divine stature, and he would never allow anyone to insult him. However, Kanjuro remained unfazed, tightening his grip even further. Suddenly, Konohamaru's complexion began to turn a shade of purple. This is bad. Konohamaru is in danger. Witnessing this scene, Udon and Moegi could not help but exclaim in alarm, rushing forward with determination to rescue Konohamaru. Shadow Clone Jutsu. At that moment, a streak of yellow dashed before them. Moving with astonishing speed. Leaping into the air, he formed seals with his hands and unleashed the advanced Shadow Clone technique. Instantly, 5 yellow figures surged toward Kanjuro. Ninja? Observing the unfolding situation, Kanjuro's pupils constricted. His right hand flickered, as if plucking a string, and azure threads of chakra silently materialized in his palm. Following this, a sharp long blade sliced through the air, striking fiercely at the 5 clones soaring above. Bang, 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 bang. In rapid succession, 4 clones were obliterated, leaving only the original, who brandished a kunai to block the incoming strike of the long blade. With a swift leap, the yellow figure landed gracefully on the ground, revealing a boy of 8 or 9 years old, not tall in stature, with 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks. Big brother. Upon seeing the boy, Konohamaru couldn't help but shout, but was immediately silenced as Kanjuro tightened his grip around his neck. This boy was none other than Naruto. He had finally made his entrance. You are his older brother? The one known as Uzumaki Naruto? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. Although his clones were executed with finesse, they are regrettably weak. Kanjuro stood with his sword sheathed, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as he scrutinized the brother Konohamaru spoke of, dismissing Naruto with a mere glance. In his eyes, Naruto possessed some strength, but nothing more. Big brother, please save Konohamaru. He's about to be killed. Udon and Moegi, upon seeing Naruto, spoke urgently, their concern evident. Don't worry. Leave it to me. In response, Naruto gave a reassuring thumbs up, then narrowed his eyes at Kanjuro, suddenly shouting, that person with the demonic markings on his face. Release Konohamaru at once, or I will make you understand true power. If you wish to demonstrate your power, then allow me to experience the skills of a Leaf Village genin. Kanjuro paid no heed to Naruto's threat, while Hanabi yawned in boredom beside him, and Gaara remained indifferent, viewing everything as insignificant. Very well, since you refuse to repent, do not blame me for being impolite. Enraged, Naruto formed hand seals and summoned forth numerous clones, this time producing over 20 at once. This was the advanced Shadow Clone technique, with each clone possessing its own consciousness. The sheer number of clones astonished Kanjuro and his companions. After all, with such a multitude of clones, the chakra of this individual must be extraordinarily formidable. It is known that even a J-nin can typically summon only 5 at a time. Moreover, this manifestation of a tangible advanced clone technique is at least an A-class ninjutsu, and could even be classified as an S-class forbidden technique. The seemingly unimpressive youth before them has, astonishingly, mastered an S-class forbidden technique? At this thought, the 3 were instantly taken aback. Meanwhile, Naruto had already employed a tactic of overwhelming numbers, charging toward Kankuro. More than 20 Narutos surged forth, illustrating the adage that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands indeed. This was a prime example. Your true power is lackluster. What does it matter if you have numerous clones? Furthermore, in my eyes, sheer numbers do not confer an advantage. Observing this, Kankuro let out a cold smirk, his fingers deftly moving as he prepared to unleash his puppet technique. He began to take the situation seriously. For a puppeteer, the most trivial concern is an assault by sheer numbers. Enough of this, Kankuro. Just as the 2 were ready to engage, Gaara's voice cut through the air, frigid as the winter's snow, instilling a sense of dread that sent chills down their spines. Upon hearing this voice, Kankuro, who was poised to strike, immediately hesitated, while Naruto, witnessing this, forced his 20-plus clones to alter their course, merely to rescue Konohamaru from Kankuro's grip. He then stared in astonishment at the speaker, Gaara, wondering who this person was that could so effortlessly command the once arrogant Kankuro to yield. At that moment, a swift blue figure descended gracefully from the branches. It was Sasuke. He had arrived long before, concealing himself in the shadows. It seemed that Gaara had sensed Sasuke's presence, prompting him to halt his actions. Sasuke. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Sasuke, however, paid no heed, his gaze fixed coldly upon Gaara, instinctively sensing the immense power emanating from him. Sakura. After 3 breaths following Sasuke's arrival, Sakura made her entrance, prompting an immediate wave of joy from Naruto. Yet, Sakura appeared oblivious to Naruto's presence, instead gravitating towards Sasuke with an expression of admiration. The entire Team 7 had gathered. Gaara. Observing this, Temari and Kankuro turned their attention to Gaara, hoping he would make a decision in this critical moment. Yet, Gaara seemed to disregard both of them, his eyes penetrating through the trio toward the corner of the alley, where an ominous presence lurked, instilling dread even in the Shikaku within him. "Who is it? Who is it?" Gaara murmured, paying no mind to anyone else, clearly indicating that what truly unnerved him was not Naruto, with his multitude of clones, nor Sasuke, agile and wielding the Sharingan, but rather the mysterious figure that had appeared at the alley's entrance. The terrifying aura emanating from this enigmatic individual jolted Shikaku awake. And for the first time since becoming a Jinchuriki, Gaara sensed the beast's fear. Previously, he had been arrogantly dismissive of all others. At this moment, Temari and the others also noticed Gaara's unusual behavior, promptly following his gaze. Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were filled with curiosity, looking in the direction Gaara was staring. At that moment, a child approximately 5 or 6 years old emerged from around the corner, clad in the attire of a grass ninja, complete with a protective forehead band. He was unmistakably a member of the Grass Ninja clan. He approached with an unhurried demeanor, seemingly oblivious to their presence as he walked past them. As he passed by Gaara, his gaze briefly flickered over him, and Shikamaru perceptively noted that Gaara's body trembled ever so slightly at that instant. The very air seemed to thicken with an oppressive pressure upon the child's arrival, causing those present to feel as though a mountain bore down upon them, their hearts heavy, nearly breathless. Furthermore, Shikamaru observed that the sounds of barking dogs had vanished, and the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified into an impenetrable barrier. Only after the child departed did the alleyway return to its usual state. This was a manifestation of true strength. Shikamaru was astounded. Who was he to elicit such a reaction? Temari was engulfed in profound curiosity. This was fear. Gaara felt a twinge of disbelief. For when the child had glanced at him, even Shikaku within him had experienced a surge of fear. This sensation, Naruto stood rigidly, trembling slightly as he gazed at young Ming, acutely aware of the overwhelming power emanating from this seemingly young figure. Despite being only 5 or 6 years old, even younger than him, the aura he exuded was reminiscent of facing the formidable Zabuza. This presence was that of a true warrior. Sasuke's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the child's silhouette. Could this individual also be a participant in the Nin exams? Sakura's heart raced, recalling the tense encounter with Zabuza. It was not until the figure vanished at the alley's end that the oppressive weight lifted, allowing everyone to exhale deeply. Shikamaru and Temari were startled to find their backs damp with perspiration. Gaara's expression was one of unprecedented solemnity. "Let us go," he commanded. Shikamaru cast a cold glance at Naruto and the others before departing. What was that? Sakura sighed in relief as Gaara and his companions left. However, Sasuke ignored her entirely, clenching his fists in frustration, seemingly wounded, and walked away in silence. Naruto attempted to console Konohamaru and the others, flashing a playful grin. But Sakura's thoughts had already drifted away with Sasuke, leaving her disinterested in Naruto's antics. Was that power? Shikaku? Meanwhile, young Ming passed by the gathering and finally encountered Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Shikamaru, and Temari. This was a fateful encounter. Unfortunately, Naruto remained brimming with untamed enthusiasm, while Sasuke's vision was clouded by hatred and Sakura's attention was solely fixated on Sasuke. In contrast, Gaara and his companions were left in a state of disbelief. Given their current chakra levels, Gaara has undoubtedly attained the prowess of an elite Jonin, truly embodying the spirit of a Jinchuriki, while Kankuro and Temari have likewise achieved the capabilities of elite Chunin. The strength of the Land of Wind is indeed formidable. However, what struck him most profoundly was the Shikaku within Gaara and the Nine Tails residing within Naruto. Driven by curiosity and a desire to test, he discreetly released a fragment of his chakra. The Nine Tails posed no significant concern, as the fourth Hokage's perfect seal obscured its presence. Yang Ming could sense the chakra of the Nine Tails, yet the beast remained blissfully unaware of Yang Ming's existence. In stark contrast, Shikaku's seal was severely compromised. Its chakra and frigid intellect permeated Gaara's being, influencing his thoughts. Although Gaara exerted considerable effort to suppress it, how could one truly contain such power? Moreover, through the seal, Shikaku had already discerned Yang Ming's presence. The essence of life formed by chakra was a force they were all too familiar with, an indelible mark upon their lives. The chakra of the tailed beast was indeed terrifying. Even the weakest of them, the One Tail, possessed chakra levels soaring far beyond that of a mere shadow, and their regenerative capabilities surpassed human comprehension. In the face of a tailed beast, even shadow-level warriors found themselves outmatched, yet combat was not solely a contest of chakra. Secret techniques played a pivotal role as well. Ming mused that with his current strength, should he encounter a tailed beast, victory would likely elude him. Of course, would release could certainly suppress them, but merely suppressing was not enough. The destructive power of the tailed beast was a formidable reality. And with the would release techniques he currently mastered, landing a fatal blow would prove difficult. Only by mastering the would release sealing technique, or employing large-scale would release techniques like the wood golem technique, could he compel a tailed beast to yield. It was clear he must hasten the completion of his tasks to acquire greater strength. Ming murmured to himself, preparing to expedite his efforts in gathering the medicinal herbs required by the system. The fourth system task involved venturing into the Forest of Death to collect 3 rare herbs: morning grass, death flower, and bloodthirsty windhorn. These precious materials were exclusive to the Forest of Death and were not available in the marketplace. He had inquired about them upon his arrival in Konoha. Now, the only path forward was to participate in the Chunin exams and venture into the Forest of Death to gather these items. Once collected, he would attain the perfect sage body and immense strength, gaining mastery over the upgraded would release defensive technique, would release, tree world wall, as well as powerful offensive techniques like would release, thorn killing technique, and expansive secret techniques such as would release, birth of the tree world. Notably, the latter technique could subdue any tailed beast below the 5 tails. Moreover, the perfect sage body would amplify his chakra to rival that of the tailed beasts. At that moment, his power would be just a step away from Uchiha Madara in his complete Susanoo form, akin to the strength possessed by Hashirama Senju when he first defeated Uchiha Madara, who had just acquired the Manjiki Sharingan. With these thoughts in mind, Ming found himself eagerly anticipating the approaching Chunin exams. For 3 consecutive days, Ming scoured for the whereabouts of those 3 herbs. Although he found nothing, he was nonetheless captivated by the splendor of Konoha, especially at Yao Ramen and the barbecue restaurant. He indulged himself for 3 consecutive days, and indeed, the flavors were exquisite. On this day, the Chunin exams commenced, and ninjas from various nations including Sunagakure, Himogakure, Iwagakure, and Odogakure gathered at the examination venue, eagerly awaiting the trials ahead. When Ming arrived, a considerable crowd had already assembled. He was neither the last to arrive nor among the first. Ignoring the illusions before him, he was about to step into the exam hall when Naruto and his friends appeared. Upon seeing the classroom, Sasuke cast a disdainful glance, his Sharingan having already discerned the truth, while Sakura sneered, having unraveled the secrets as well, leaving Naruto blissfully rushing forward. At that moment, Lee and his companions showed up. Upon spotting Sakura, Lee immediately fell head over heels, launching a fervent pursuit. Tintin beside him feigned ignorance, while Niji maintained a demeanor of indifference, seemingly unimpressed. Ultimately, Lee challenged Sasuke. Naturally, Sasuke accepted the duel, and the two engaged in combat until Might Guy intervened, halting their skirmish and reprimanding Lee. Soon after, Choji, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata arrived in succession. The Konoha 12 had gathered. Truly, Konoha was formidable. Just these 12 individuals were comparable to any major nation. With the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Sharingan, Byakugan, and the future 8 gates, Konoha as the leading village among the 5 great nations proved to be well-deserved. Ming observed this scene, feeling a certain aspiration fulfilled, and couldn't help but marvel at Konoha's might. Such strength was unparalleled by any nation. At this moment, the Konoha 12 were in awe, witnessing such grandeur for the first time. While Niji and the others remained composed, Naruto was utterly astonished, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, so many people. Are these all ninjas from other nations? I've never seen so many ninjas before. The world is so vast, we were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Today, I've finally broadened my horizons. Idiot Naruto, can you not embarrass us?" Sakura muttered under her breath, turning her face away to feign ignorance of him. Sasuke, though silent, radiated an aura of cold detachment, the polar opposite of Naruto. Even if he did not distance himself, none would mistake them for companions. Shikamaru and the others exchanged speechless glances, opting to steer clear. They were all too familiar with Naruto, the perennial underachiever in ninja school, always pulling pranks to assert his presence. His current antics were hardly surprising. However, Naruto remained oblivious to their reactions, continuing to chatter away. The originally solemn atmosphere of the examination hall became somewhat raucous. Many ninjas seeking a moment of respite cast hostile glares in his direction. Among them were 3 sound ninjas, seemingly ready to take action. Yet, Naruto persisted in his incessant rambling, as if words would never cease. Finally, someone could no longer endure it. a bespectacled man approached, regarding Naruto with a friendly demeanor. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto-kun, could you refrain from speaking further? His demeanor was courteous and amiable, with an air of congeniality that instantly endeared him to Naruto. Ah, are you also a ninja participating in the Chunin exams? Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Indeed, my name is Kabuto. I have taken part in numerous examinations, though regrettably, the Chunin exams are not easily passed. However, I firmly believe that with relentless effort, success is within reach, Kabuto replied. I share your conviction. As long as one perseveres and never surrenders, ultimate success is inevitable. This is my Nindo. Regardless of the challenges I face, it remains unchanged. My dream is to become Hokage, Naruto declared earnestly, devoid of any ulterior motives. Witnessing this exchange, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Kabuto's eyes, not disdain, but rather a notable impression of Naruto. He then chuckled softly. You are absolutely correct, Naruto-kun. Progress is achieved step by step. Not only I, but everyone here shares the same aspiration. However, with the exam approaching, it would be wise for you to temper your enthusiasm and refrain from causing a ruckus, as it may disturb many, including formidable ninjas who are far from friendly. Huh? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, glancing around to find numerous unfriendly gazes directed at him, some even seeming ready to engage. This is troublesome. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Naruto instinctively toned down his demeanor. Thank you for the warning. I nearly caused a significant issue. He expressed his gratitude, his voice considerably subdued. You mentioned you have participated many times. You must be quite familiar with the Chunin exams and these individuals, Sakura remarked, scrutinizing Kabuto with a sense of curiosity. Her intuition suggested that he was not to be underestimated. Familiarity would be an exaggeration, but I do possess the information on every ninja present here, Kabuto replied with a gentle smile, exuding a humble charm that was quite appealing. Every ninja's data? Wow, that's impressive. Do you have information on him? Naruto pointed casually at Kankuro. Indeed, Kabuto responded with confidence, producing a card from his hand. Kankuro, a Sand Ninja Chunin, proficient in puppet techniques. To date, he has completed tasks individually, 13 D-rank missions, 7 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission. Kabuto recited Kankuro's details with precision. Kankuro glanced over, taken aback by Kabuto's extensive knowledge of him. He's completed B-rank missions? Just how formidable is this guy? Naruto exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. Having barely managed C-rank tasks, he was astonished at Kankuro's prowess. And what about him? Sasuke interjected darkly, feeling threatened by the notion that someone might surpass him. As a seeker of vengeance, he could not allow such a situation to exist. Iguro, a Sand Ninja Chunin, skill level unknown. Task completion, 9 C-rank missions, 8 B-rank missions, and 14 A-rank missions. Kabuto stated, his expression one of awe. Although he was already aware of Gaara's true nature, he was still profoundly shocked upon seeing this information. What? Sasuke clenched his teeth tightly, feeling as though his so-called Uchiha pride had been utterly shattered. This Dark Eye Circle is astonishingly formidable. Naruto was also taken aback, his voice dry and strained. Incredible! Sakura murmured, recalling the earlier moment when they had intended to confront such a person, a chill running down her spine. The surrounding crowd was similarly astonished. Clearly, such achievements were far beyond the capabilities of a mere CH Nin. Even for AJ Nin, it would be exceedingly challenging. Is this fellow truly just a CH Nin? A question arose in everyone's minds in an instant. What about him? Sasuke suddenly remembered someone and pointed. There stood Ming, nonchalantly behind them, exuding an unremarkable demeanor. Had he not pointed him out, it was likely no one would have paid him any mind. You see Ming. Upon seeing Ming, Kabuto subtly furrowed his brow, retrieving a card from his hand. Grass Shinobi, ability, unknown. Mission count, unknown. Achievements, unknown. Stating 3 consecutive unknowns left even Kabuto astounded. The absence of information on this individual could only suggest 2 possibilities. Either this person was deceased, or he belonged to a clandestine level within various villages and nations. He chose to believe the latter, for although the card lacked detailed information on Ming, he was aware of Ming's identity. What does it mean? Everything is unknown. Don't you have any information on this person? Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction. You're too verbose, brat. At that moment, 3 sound shinobi approached with grim expressions, their demeanor ominous. They were Saku, TOS, and Chinin. TOS appeared icy, as if harboring murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Naruto exclaimed in alarm, never having anticipated that someone would resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Especially with the cold demeanor of these three, it was evident they were not to be trifled with. Die, brat. I'm thoroughly annoyed by your voice. TOS suddenly struck, swinging the steel pipe in his right hand. Without warning, he acted recklessly. Wait, Kabuto shouted, rushing to shield Naruto. But it was already too late. Buzz. A peculiar sound wave erupted violently from the steel pipe between his arms, causing Kabuto to tremble uncontrollably, as if ensnared in chaos. He let out a wretched scream. His body flying backward. He crashed to the ground, evidently devoid of combat capability. Has my year already ended before it even began? Kabuto lamented, his expression one of utter despair. Yet, he subtly signaled TOS with his eyes. TOS understood. This is a part of their plan. Damn it. Naruto seethed with rage. Although fear gripped him, he felt an overwhelming guilt for inadvertently causing Do to lose his qualification for the exam, which only fueled his boundless anger. He was ready to strike. Kid, do you want to die? Tors sneered coldly, regarding Naruto with disdain, emanating an icy murderous intent. They were ninjas who had crawled from the grave, far beyond the reach of a sheltered flower like Naruto, who had just emerged from the academy. Observing Naruto's distress, Sasuke felt a surge of satisfaction, yet his body instinctively moved forward. Tors scoffed derisively. Beside him, Chinchin and Sake barely glanced their way, seemingly unimpressed. You all. Sakura stamped her foot and approached as well. The seventh squad gathered, ready to stand together. Tors, finish them quickly, the exam is about to begin. Upon seeing this, Sake and Chinchin seemed to take notice, yet Sake merely chuckled disdainfully. This is the exam site, and we are on Konoha's territory. How can you just attack without provocation? Naruto's fury boiled over. Kid, in the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. What of Konoha? If you can't match my skill, you ought to be more humble. If I were to kill you, who would dare to say a word? Now, you three bothersome flies, perish. Tor smirked indifferently, preparing to make his move. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps resonated through the air. There was an odd rhythm to it that stirred a peculiar feeling within. Tor's intended action halted involuntarily, his pupils dilating at the sight of the newcomer. Not just him, Sake and Chinchin also raised their heads, their bodies taut with tension. As Yakushi Kabuto stood up, sighing with relief and preparing to signal the completion of his task, he too was struck by the presence of this individual, his heart racing. Ming approached with firm strides, his footsteps echoing clearly on the ground. Without even glancing at the others, he walked straight past them. The trio could only watch in stunned silence as Ming passed by, too intimidated to move. Naruto, bewildered, wondered who this person was. Sasuke's heart raced, his Sharingan activated, revealing something extraordinary. The sheer power was overwhelming. Niji's Byakugan flared wide, shock evident on his face. Through his vision, he perceived a dense chakra radiating from Ming. The entire examination venue seemed ensnared in an eerie silence, as though caught in a genjutsu. When Ming departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as if a heavy burden had finally lifted from their hearts. Tors and his companions forcibly withdrew, paralyzed by fear. Just then, a towering figure descended from above, bringing with it a palpable aura of death and a scent of blood that shattered the classroom's stillness. Mori no Ibiki dropped from the sky, surveying the crowd with a chilling smile. Welcome to the first stage of the Chunin exam. I hereby declare the examination to commence. As the words echoed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, awakening them from their stupor. Sasuke cast a piercing glance at Ming before entering the classroom, followed by the others taking their seats. The Chunin exam had officially begun. Soon after, several Leaf Village ninjas descended upon the examination venue, standing vigilantly as the proctor distributed the test papers. The first examination was to assess ninja knowledge. What a farce. Is this the level of knowledge expected from Chunin? Surely, I must be mistaken. These questions seem more suited for Jounin. Upon receiving the papers, dissatisfaction erupted among the participants. Some voiced their grievances openly, declaring it unfair and calling for disqualification. In response to the outcry, Marino Ibiki announced decisively, "By what right do you claim to disqualify me?" The individual who spoke up bristled with indignation, ready to resort to violence. Each ninja present was formidable in their own right, and the proctor was no exception. Out with him, Ibiki declared coldly. Instantly, a Leaf Village ninja seized the troublemaker and ejected him from the venue, despite his evident strength and attempts to resist. He was no match for the proctor's authority and was swiftly thrown out, disqualified. Moreover, his entire team faced the same fate. The crowd fell into stunned silence, gazing at Ibiki with a mix of awe and trepidation. In this examination hall, I am the law. My word is absolute. Anyone who dares to dissent will face elimination. Ibiki's voice was devoid of warmth, his gaze as frigid as ice, radiating an aura of menace that left everyone speechless, compelling them to refocus on their test papers. Though the questions posed were exceedingly challenging, a few skilled individuals began to write with remarkable speed. How could it be? Someone is actually capable of answering such questions? Naruto stared in disbelief at the test before him, feeling utterly lost. He doubted he could even tackle the questions aimed at Jinin, let alone those meant for Chunin. His frustration mounted. In contrast, Sakura, after a brief moment of contemplation, realized she could indeed answer the questions and promptly began to write. Ah, so that's how it is. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke appeared to grasp the concept, a smirk gracing his lips as he activated his Sharingan, mimicking the actions of those seated in front of him. Too. Caught on, employing a jutsu to swap souls with Sakura, allowing her to commence writing. After the initial shock of the examination, the participants gradually devised their own strategies. As ninjas, this adaptability was their fundamental skill. Naturally, some strategies proved ingenious, while others were rudimentary and swiftly exposed, resulting in immediate disqualification. The examination was merciless, leading to a steady reduction in the number of participants, until only 40 or 50 remained. Ming merely smiled, not having written a single word. The true objective of the first examination was to evaluate the basic ability of the ninjas to gather intelligence. Why waste effort on convoluted tactics when he could simply approach and acquire the information directly? As it would release ninja, that was his innate superiority. At this moment, his gaze was predominantly fixated on Hinata. After several months apart, her aura had intensified significantly. Although this presence seemed feeble in comparison to his comrades, it was nonetheless commendable. Hinata possessed the sage body. Was there a way to awaken her sage powers? A thought flickered in Ming's mind, prompting him to inquire. If Hinata could activate her sage body, combined with sage mode and her remarkably pure Byakugan lineage, she might very well transform into a being akin to a sage. The power of the Rinnegan was not inferior to the Sharingan, but activating it was exceedingly challenging. Yes, it can only be awakened on the moon. At the holy site left by Yumura, the system's response rendered him momentarily speechless. The moon was far beyond his current capabilities. It appeared to be a distant prospect. Ming shook his head in resignation. As time passed, only 15 minutes remained in the examination. Naruto's face fell into despair. It was over. They were doomed. Sakura, Sasuke. I have dragged you down. How infuriating. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's predicament, felt powerless. Sakura grew anxious as well. If Naruto were eliminated, they would all face repercussions. With just 15 minutes left, I have decided to add an additional question. At that moment, Marino Ibiki's voice resounded once again. He surveyed the crowd with a cold smile. The main event was about to commence. Upon hearing this, Ming's heart raced. What? Naruto was taken aback. An additional question? He already found the original questions challenging. And now they were to face yet another? Damn it, this was truly an ordeal. Sasuke inwardly cursed. He was not worried for himself, but for Naruto. Was this the level of difficulty for the first stage? Sakura was left speechless. Not only the three of them, but upon hearing Ibiki's voice, the other participants also paused, glancing at him with palpable discontent. However, recalling previous experiences, no one dared to speak out. This question will be a multiple-choice one. I shall provide you with two options. Ibiki continued indifferently, unfazed by the gazes directed at him. As everyone participated in the exam as teams, for the final question, I will randomly select an individual. Those who answer correctly will see their entire team pass, while those who answer incorrectly will face complete disqualification, losing their chance to advance to Chunin status. Relegated to mere Genin. Of course, you may also choose to forego this opportunity and retake the exam next year. After delivering his cruel smile, Ibiki scrutinized the crowd. Now, whom shall I select first? The moment his voice echoed, the examination hall felt as though it were shrouded in a disquieting magic, plunging all present into a profound sense of unease. One person's elimination would mean the downfall of the entire team. What kind of absurd rule was this? A ninja murmured, instantly engulfed in endless turmoil. Damn it, it's just an exam. Why make it so severe? Another ninja felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Not only they, but Naruto and his companions were also filled with anxiety. Hinata and the others were faring well, working in perfect harmony, yet Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were immediately concerned. This underdog, let us hope he. At that moment, Naruto was caught in a fierce internal struggle. If I give up, there will be another chance to take the exam next year. But if I persist and fail to answer, not only will I be affected, but Sakura and Sasuke will also suffer because of me. Naruto wrestled with his thoughts, ensnared in an endless torrent. I give up. Just then, a ninja, unable to bear the weight of such a complex decision, raised his hand to surrender. I too surrender. With the first, the second followed. And in the blink of an eye, over 50 ninjas had eliminated 4 squads. Only 30 remained. The others wore expressions of deep conflict. Yet none chose to abandon their efforts. At that moment, Gaara and his companions appeared the most relaxed, showing complete indifference to the examination. As if the examiners were no match for them. The strong possess a commanding presence. At this moment, Naruto raised his hand. Sasuke and Sakura felt a tightening in their hearts. They saw Naruto with his eyes closed, drenched in sweat, suddenly thrust his hand upward, and in the next instant, he slammed it down on the table. His eyes flew open. The sound echoed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. They turned their gazes toward him, witnessing Naruto standing. Hand on the table, eyes wide open, brimming with determination. My dream is to become Hokage. No matter how arduous the effort, I harbor no grievances. Even if I remain a mere genin forever, I will not forsake my dream. Bring it on, Naruto declared resolutely, his voice resonating with conviction. Each word delivered with unwavering certainty. Naruto. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she recognized a different side of him. The underdog. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Yet a glimmer of acknowledgement flickered in his eyes. If he had never recognized this underdog before, in this moment, he did so based on those words. Good. The others, too, turned their gaze toward him. Their expressions varied. Though some had previously criticized him for being overly verbose, they now had to admit his unique charm. At this moment, Ibiki nodded, observing Naruto. Very well, I respect your choice. Since that is the case, Ibiki spoke slowly, his demeanor exuding authority. Congratulations to everyone present. You have passed the exam. Upon finishing, he cast a look at the crowd, a smirk dancing on his lips. Huh? This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. This was a divine twist. What we passed. Sakura and Sasuke had prepared for elimination, but upon hearing this, they were left bewildered. What is happening? Kiba and the others were equally surprised, astonished by this reversal. TCH. Shikamaru scoffed, having predicted this outcome long ago. Boring. Temari rolled her eyes, clearly having seen this coming with her intelligence. A narrow escape. As the other ninjas exhaled in unison, recognizing the surprising twist of fate, they ultimately found solace in a favorable conclusion. Was this truly the end? The most unexpected among them was Naruto, who gazed in disbelief at Ibiki. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Ibiki, he turned to look at Sasuke and Sakura. I was merely speaking casually. Naruto stammered, rendered momentarily speechless. Idiot. Sasuke retorted sharply. Complete fool. Sakura echoed simultaneously. Yet, a shared smile emerged within their hearts, an unspoken understanding blossoming among the trio. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. Witnessing this scene, young Ming chuckled softly. Suddenly, a striking figure burst through the window, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. A voluptuous and alluring female ninja materialized before the astonished crowd, including Ibiki, who was momentarily captivated by her sultry smile. However, her words sent chills down their spines. Why are there still so many of you? Ibiki, it seems you were too lenient. Allow me to eliminate every last one of them. Greetings, everyone. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second phase of this examination. Anko smiled at the assembly. Ibiki felt a surge of frustration, yet was rendered powerless against Anko's exuberance. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were taken aback, never anticipating such a formidable instructor. The second phase of the Chunin exam. Excellent. My mission has arrived. At this revelation, Yang Ming's mind sparked with realization. The grass shadow had summoned him to participate in the second phase, where he would be met by Sound Ninja awaiting his arrival. In essence, he would be entrusted with a specific task. Only by completing this mission could he earn his reward. And the 3 medicinal herbs he sought could only be found within the Forest of Death. The second phase would indeed take place within the Forest of Death, with the examination requiring each team to acquire a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls and traverse the forest to reach their destination within 5 days to succeed. A total of 26 scrolls would be randomly distributed at the onset, meaning some teams could potentially gather both scrolls while others might only receive one type. As for how to collect them, that was left to their ingenuity. I wish you all good fortune, Anko declared with a grin. Subsequently, the Forest of Death was unveiled, and the participants entered in an orderly fashion. Upon grasping the rules, many chose to conceal themselves the moment they stepped inside. You are the rumored genius of the Grass Ninja, who defeated the illustrious Hiroichi Chizuru, are you not? At that moment, as Yang Ming arrived, two Grass Ninjas suddenly appeared beside him, one pale and bloodless, the other exuding an air of indifference. Upon noticing Yang Ming, the latter approached him without hesitation. Yang Ming paid them little mind. As they ventured into the Forest of Death, the two swiftly departed, with Yang Ming following closely behind. One of them appeared well acquainted with the terrain, leading Yang Ming to a small stream that lay some distance from the examination area, ensuring they would not be disturbed. As he came to a halt, the pale-faced Sound Ninja gazed at Yang Ming, rasping, "You are the leader of the Sound Ninja, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru?" Yang Ming replied coolly, recognizing the man before him by his visage and tone. This individual was indeed the fabled Orochimaru, the leader of the Sound Ninja in the Land of Rice. He, Moon Lord, is truly a remarkable person. When I first heard the rumors, I was skeptical. Yet now I am convinced of your audacity, Orochimaru remarked. Let us not waste time. What is the mission? Yang Ming responded nonchalantly, displaying indifference to the presence of one of the Sannin. While others might have been intimidated by Orochimaru's imposing aura, Yang Ming remained unfazed, even feeling a surge of impulsive eagerness to engage. Had he not been concerned about making too much noise and disrupting his subsequent search for the morning grass, he would have acted immediately. This is the mission, Orochimaru declared, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, for at his current level, he felt no need to regard anyone with trepidation. However, the Sound Ninja beside him appeared enraged, seemingly ready to discipline Yang Ming and teach him how to properly address a superior. At that moment, Orochimaru opened his mouth and a scroll, glistening with viscous fluid, was extruded from his tongue, extending towards Yang Ming. Humph! Observing this, Yang Ming furrowed his brow. Extending his wooden arm, he retrieved the scroll amidst Orochimaru's astonishment, examined its contents, and promptly returned it. He then turned away and departed. Orochimaru-sama, the Sound Ninja exclaimed, witnessing Yang Ming's nonchalant exit. Would release indeed. This prodigy from the Sound Ninja possesses considerable skill, perhaps even I may not be his equal. Orochimaru, however, shook his head, contemplating Yang Ming's retreating figure. The previous calmness on his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a keen interest akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. This expression was a rare occurrence for him. What? Even Orochimaru-sama acknowledges this. This Sound Ninja youth truly possesses such strength? The nearby Sound Ninja was taken aback by this revelation. This was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction from Orochimaru, and while he might have doubted such words had they come from another, spoken by Orochimaru, they could potentially send tremors throughout the entire ninja world if disseminated. These are indeed the words of Orochimaru. Is that boy truly so formidable that he cannot perceive it? Very well, let us commence our actions. Orochimaru offered no explanations, nor did he seem inclined to provide any. With a sudden leap, he vanished into the depths of the forest. Orochimaru is undeniably powerful, living up to his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. His current strength is comparable to that of a Kage-level expert, yet he is not my adversary. After departing, Yang Ming reflected on his encounter with Orochimaru. The latter's prowess was indeed impressive, but in comparison to himself, he fell considerably short. However, despite his desire to eliminate him, Yang Ming was not yet capable of doing so. The mission required me to restrain the ninjas from Konoha and lead them westward, right? Thus, it seems his target is likely Sasuke, Yang Ming murmured, having deciphered Orochimaru's intentions. Confronting the ninjas of Konoha, even the legendary Sannin finds it challenging to act freely. Therefore, someone is needed to divert their attention, providing an opportunity to move. No matter, I shall seek out the morning grass, the death flower, and the bloodthirsty mad cow grass. As for the mission scroll, I have long since prepared it. Yang Ming glanced at the scroll of heaven and earth he possessed. He considered himself fortunate, having acquired it right from the start, sparing him the need to search. Now, armed with the information he had obtained, he raced toward the depths of the death forest. The morning grass and the death flower are rare plants that thrive deep within the death forest, fiercely guarded by powerful beasts. These creatures are exceedingly formidable, and only those of the elite rank can approach them. Moreover, they are social beings. Should one be attacked, others are sure to come to its aid. Should that occur, even a jonin could find themselves in peril. Direction set, 12 o'clock. Yang Ming locked onto his course and sped forth, distancing himself further from the examination area. Just as he departed, battles erupted among the various teams within the Death Forest, the air filled with unending cries of anguish. Has it begun so soon? Damn it. Shikamaru glanced up toward the source of the sounds, exchanging a grave look with Choji and Ino. We must exercise caution. With Shikamaru at the center, the trio began to remain vigilant while advancing forward. Everyone, stay close to me. With Akamaru's keen sense of smell, we can evade the various ninjas and seize the scrolls at the opportune moment, Kiba instructed, addressing Hinata and Shino. Hinata nodded trustingly, while Shino remained stoic, his body hosting insects that burrowed into the ground. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed nearby. Instantly, Akamaru collapsed, as if confronted by some terrifying presence. Trembling in fear, the insects within Shino's body retreated sharply, transmitting some urgent information. What is happening? Hinata inquired anxiously. The expression on Akamaru's face signifies that we are in grave trouble. Kiba cradled Akamaru in his arms, soothing the quivering creature, his expression serious. Indeed. There is a powerful enemy nearby, in that direction. Shino nodded, though astonished, he managed to maintain his composure, pointing towards the 3 o'clock direction. The individual capable of frightening Akamaru in such a manner, I wish to investigate. What say you? Kiba, upon observing the direction indicated by Shino, felt an inexplicable surge of rage within him. To instill such fear into Akamaru is unforgivable. Let us proceed. Shino nodded again, his insects also shaken. He was determined to see for himself. Hinata, with no other choice, followed the two, activating her Byakugan, which allowed her to glimpse a distant scene at the 3 o'clock direction. What she saw left her aghast. The trio soon arrived at the location, where a vast expanse appeared to be engulfed in swirling sands, resembling a desert. Several ninjas were ensnared beneath the yellow sand, struggling futilely to break free before a boy carrying a gourd, who manipulated the sand with a menacing demeanor. The sand, infused with potent chakra, seemed to possess a will of its own, executing binding techniques. The grains flowed invisibly, bearing a weight greater than water, enveloping them as though they wore a suit of sand armor. The yellow sand erupted from the gourd behind the boy, who commanded it with a sinister expression, his dark-ringed eyes radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. It was Gaara. At that moment, Gaara was consumed by rage, while Temari and Kankuro trembled in fear nearby. Temari wished to intervene but felt utterly powerless, watching Gaara with a mix of dread and sympathy. Sand binding coffin. Gaara's cruel laughter echoed, his voice resonating like that of a malevolent entity from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who heard it. Instantly, the 3 ninjas ensnared by the sand began to contort grotesquely under its force. The chilling sound of bones grinding echoed as the sand twisted their bodies into horrific shapes, evoking sheer horror. The trio emitted blood-curdling screams. Even the surrounding hidden leaf ninjas couldn't help but furrow their brows in distress. Desert funeral. In stark contrast, Gaara reveled in the chaos. His palm clenched as chakra erupted forth. Boom. In an instant, the 3, along with the sand, were sent soaring into the air. With the swift demise of the 3, the murderous intent swirling in Gaara's mind began to subside. His expression gradually returned to normal, casting no glance back at the fallen, he simply walked away. Temari and Kankuro, witnessing this, could only follow suit. The forest fell into an oppressive silence. Encountering them, we too would face death, wouldn't we? After a considerable time, Kiba, still in shock, remarked, "My insects have foretold of certain death." Shino spoke gravely, his sunglasses concealing his expression. Indeed. Hinata nodded fervently. Let us wait until they have departed before we rise, Kiba ultimately decided. Neither of the others objected. Meanwhile, many others had witnessed this scene, equally struck by the gravity of the situation. Attention, attention. Outside the Death Forest examination grounds, at the 12 o'clock direction, an individual has exited the venue, exhibiting peculiar behavior. Immediate pursuit is imperative. At that moment, a clandestine signal resonated from the depths of the forest's darkness. Acknowledged. Suddenly, a secretive voice echoed within the shadows. Almost instantaneously, several dark figures darted past, heading towards the 12 o'clock position. Have they arrived? Yet, it seems these individuals are insufficient. Meanwhile, sensing the ninjas trailing behind him, Yang Ming furrowed his brow. How could the concealed leaf ninjas elude his perception? Thus, he feigned bizarre movements to draw them out, but unexpectedly, only a few emerged. If this is the case, then it must be approached differently. With this thought, Yang Ming abruptly halted, his eyes glimmering with intensity as he unleashed a surge of chakra, striking the ground with immense force. Secret technique, unmatched strength. Boom. The earth cracked, a terrifying force radiating from Yang Ming's center, fissures forming alarmingly. The ground rising dramatically within a 100-meter radius. The fractures revealed themselves, shattering into numerous fragments, as colossal power swept outward, sending debris flying amidst a violent tempest. The land, within 100 meters, appeared as though it had been subjected to 1,000 explosive tags detonating simultaneously, leaving chaos in its wake. This should suffice. Observing the scene, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, continuing deeper into the death forest. Meanwhile, the tremendous commotion captured the attention of everyone within the forest. What is happening? Shikamaru and his companions cautiously advanced, remaining vigilant in all directions, when suddenly, an immense explosion resonated, revealing a cataclysmic event occurring deep within the forest at the 12 o'clock mark. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, glancing towards the source. Could this commotion be a battle between Jonin? Choji, munching on chips relentlessly, expressed his confusion. No, I fear the Jonin's conflict is not so simple. Ino shook her head gravely, her gaze fixed on that direction. Let us investigate. Without hesitation, Shikamaru rushed forward. Agreed. The two nodded, closely following behind. What is occurring? Kiba and his companions advanced with utmost caution, Shino directing his insects to avoid Gaara and his group. As they progressed slowly, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru emitted a terrified howl, tenfold more intense than before, cowering on the ground, refusing to rise. Akamaru, Kiba exclaimed in shock. Even after witnessing Gaara's gruesome scene previously, Akamaru merely trembled in fear. But now it lay motionless, unresponsive to any urging. Such a reaction has never occurred. My insects are also instinctively leading me away from that location. The insects on Shino's body formed a square formation and uncontrollably flew out, dragging Shino away from that direction. Hinata, can you see? Upon witnessing this, I couldn't help but exclaim, Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan, instantly spotting Yang Ming. It's him. Hinata gasped in surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson. But soon she was met with a horrifying scene. Within 100 meters, the ground was shattered to pieces, a tremendous force erupting and forming a violent whirlwind. Such power resembled that of an A-rank ninjutsu. Hinata fainted. No, don't faint now. Kiba sighed in frustration, hurriedly dragging Hinata away. At that moment, the commotion captured the attention of all the teams. Some reacted strongly, rushing towards the source to uncover the truth, while others chose to avoid it, prioritizing the completion of their missions. Truly, it was Moonkuin. The disturbance was immense. In a certain location, Orochimaru observed the colossal upheaval at the 12 o'clock direction, a playful smile gracing his face. Now, all the Konoha ninjas were drawn to it. Beside him, an Odo ninja looked on in shock. He had previously underestimated Yang Ming, but it was clear he had misjudged. Quick, to the 12 o'clock direction. Meanwhile, all the hidden Konoha ninjas rushed towards the source of the sound. By the time they arrived, the instigator, Yang Ming, had long since departed. However, he left behind clues. Several Jonin conducted investigations and made arrangements, leading the main force to pursue the trail. Thus, the mission was deemed complete. Sensing the pursuing ninjas behind him, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, then took out a map, heading towards the morning grass. He moved with incredible speed, leaving the pursuing ninjas far behind, while simultaneously splitting off a wood clone to divert in another direction. The Konoha ninjas fell for the ruse. Approximately an hour later, Yang Ming arrived in a desolate wilderness. The surroundings were chillingly bleak, strewn with the remnants of skeletal remains. Clearly, explorers had perished here. Morning grass. Yet, Yang Ming paid no heed. As his gaze fell upon a small patch of dark red grass in the center of the field, appearing as though stained with blood. As the wind blew, the grass swayed, emitting mournful sounds, thus earning its name. Excellent, the morning grass is in hand. Next up is the death flower. Yang Ming successfully acquired the morning grass, then consulted his map and set off towards the next destination. 2 hours later, he successfully obtained the death flower. Following that, he sought the crazy rhinoceros horn, the most challenging of the 3 items, requiring one to cut it from a living rhinoceros. The trihorn rhinoceros. Yang Ming, reviewing the information, resolutely headed towards his target. At this moment, the majority of Konoha ninjas were lured away by his clone. At the edge of a cliff, Yang Ming transformed into another individual, watching as numerous Konoha ninjas gathered around. At the forefront stood Akamichi, Beside him stood Ibiki, Moonlight Gale, and others, their gazes sharp and predatory. Surrounding them were at least 12 ninjas, 5 elite jonin and 12 specially designated jonin, totaling 17, with not a single chunin in sight. The strength of Konoha was evident. Who might you be, infiltrating among the examinees? What purpose brings you here? Hongdo inquired coolly, confident in their imminent victory and unconcerned about Yang Ming's potential escape. Without uttering a word, Yang Ming formed hand seals. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Instantly, 4 gigantic wooden pillars surged from the ground. Their emergence a forceful display of nature's might, creating a square cage that ensnared all Konoha ninjas within. This is impossible. Wood release? Upon witnessing the towering prison, Hongdo and the 5 elite jonin were taken aback, not by the technique's power, but by the profound implications of wood release. Expressions of disbelief rose upon their faces. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Water release, water wave. Meanwhile, observing the towering wooden prison, the other ninjas unleashed their own jutsu. Fireballs, raging winds, and surging water waves pounded against the colossal cage. Though the prison was sturdy, it shook under the relentless assault, creaking ominously as if it might shatter under the strain. Wood release, for pillar family technique. Noticing the situation, Yang Ming formed seals once more, infusing immense chakra into the technique. A massive structure erupted from the earth, enveloping the prison and enhancing its strength. The potency of wood release grows with the increase of chakra, embodying limitless potential. Although Yang Ming was merely a clone, he possessed 1/10 of his original's chakra and sage body, unleashing his full power to counter the combined assaults of the specially designated jonin. This prison is too formidable. Lord Hongdo, let us strike together. Seeing the dire situation, several ninjas called out to Hongdo and his companions. Despite their shock, they had no other recourse but to unite their strength, aiming to break the prison first and then capture this individual for interrogation. Upon hearing this, Hongdo nodded and turned to Ibiki, Moonlight Gale, Noera Kurama, and Shien. All right. The 4 nodded in agreement, gazing at the colossal prison before them, and unleashed their attacks. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Hongdo was the first to act, swiftly forming seals as a fierce flame erupted from his mouth, racing forward in a straight line, striking the immense wooden structure and igniting the surrounding prison. Summoning technique, dark morning hall. Mori no Ibiki bellowed, slamming his right hand onto the ground. A summoning technique materializing before him. Subsequently, an enormous lucky cat was summoned, which sat atop one of the massive wooden pillars, its body entwined in chains, forcibly dragging the pillar into the earth. At this moment, the colossal figure vanished, revealing an expansive chamber beyond. The Moonlight Gale dashed forward like a tempest, drawing forth his longsword with a swift motion. Leaf flow sword technique, dance of the crescent moon. As he coughed violently, he unleashed a fierce battle cry. Suddenly, his form fragmented into 3, each wielding a longsword, charging forth with unrestrained ferocity. The 3 silhouettes spiraled through the air, tracing an extraordinary arc, and then struck down upon the outer structure with tremendous force. Crack! Instantly, the edifice crumbled, allowing a shaft of sunlight to pierce through. Yueying. Upon witnessing this, Moonlight Gale called out, "All right." In that instant, Yueying Mitsuki burst forth, also brandishing a longsword, racing ahead. Her silhouette split into 3, embodying the moonlight. As she launched a fierce assault, Dance of the Crescent Moon, utilizing the same leaf flow sword technique, her might was unparalleled. Boom. The chamber was shattered entirely, revealing a vast passageway. Jinkan, cover us. Red Bean shouted towards Noera Jinkan. They refrained from rushing out immediately, wary of potential ambushes from adversaries lurking nearby. Understood. Noera Jinkan responded succinctly, then unleashed a torrent of shuriken from his mouth. With swift hand seals, he performed the ninjutsu, 1,000 shuriken technique. Countless shuriken materialized, cascading outward like a torrential downpour. Charge. Observing this, the 4 exchanged glances, calling out to one another, and then surged forward behind the shuriken, racing toward the exit. Halt. Just as they were about to break free, a faint voice echoed. Suddenly, trees erupted from the ground, forcefully sealing the exit, and the surrounding trees entwined to form a cage once more. The quintet's assault returned in vain. This is dire. The opponent's wood release is exceedingly potent. With our strength, we cannot break through. The 5 exchanged grim expressions, their countenances reflecting their dismay. What now? Should we call for help? Muttered several elite jonin. Though ensnared, no one panicked, displaying remarkable composure. This is the only course left. Red Bean nodded, summoning a serpent to carry information, which it then buried underground to relay their message. Subsequently, they shifted from offense to defense, preparing for a stalemate. Capturing them should grant Orochimaru ample time. Yang Ming observed the leaf ninjas trapped within the four pillars and the entwined family, merely reinforcing his technique without further aggression. Although he could easily eliminate them now, he saw no need to provoke such formidable foes. He bore no animosity toward the leaf. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Orochimaru received the message conveyed by the summoned beast. Nodding in satisfaction, as expected of Lord Moon, Red Bean and his companions are now ensnared. No one shall impede me any longer. What? In such a brief span, they've been dealt with? Upon hearing this, the sound ninjas beside Orochimaru were left in astonishment. It is only natural that I gathered his information and discovered that he recently triumphed over the legendary swordsman, Chizuru Hiroichi. Initially, I believed this to be mere hype orchestrated by Kusa, but upon reflection, it seems rather credible, for who would dare fabricate a reputation for Chizuru Hiroichi? At that moment, Kabuto emerged from the shadows, adjusting his glasses with an air of sagacity. You have arrived at an opportune time. Stay here and assist me in capturing Sasuke. Upon seeing Kabuto, Orochimaru's usually chilling demeanor momentarily softened, revealing a flicker of humanity as he regarded him and issued instructions. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto nodded and exchanged a glance with the nearby sound ninja, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. Orochimaru then fixed his gaze on a specific direction, activating his body flicker technique to vanish from sight. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi received a message from Akamichi, indicating that a few of their comrades had been ensnared by a mysterious foe and were requesting assistance. According to the intelligence, the adversary possessed would release. Kakashi, along with Kurenai and Asuma, promptly convened in the Hokage's office to report the situation. Upon delivering the news, Kakashi himself was taken aback. Would release. A power long thought to be the exclusive secret art of the legendary ninja of Konoha had seemingly resurfaced after many years. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face reflected a moment of nostalgia, quickly overshadowed by shock, which ultimately transformed into grave concern. He immediately issued commands. Indeed, the intel obtained by the Umbu was not without merit. The enemy had made their appearance. Kakashi, you and Guy must proceed to the Forest of Death to assist Akamichi and the others. Kurenai and Asuma, you are tasked with ensuring the safety of the village perimeter. The Umbu would now take charge of the Forest of Death, overseeing this Chunin exam. He remained composed and remarkably steady, embodying the essence of a Hokage. Yes, Kakashi and Guy promptly acknowledged the orders, and Kakashi took the lead as they raced towards the Forest of Death. Being elite Jonin, they were the backbone of Konoha and moved with remarkable speed. Would release. Who would have thought that beyond my mentor, there existed another in the ninja world who wielded such a secret art? If this individual were an enemy, Konoha might be in dire peril. Once the group departed, the third Hokage fell into a brief silence, his gaze drifting as if lost in memories. He sighed softly before rising, his expression solemn, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Subsequently, he exited the Hokage's office to personally survey the village. He sensed an impending storm. This Chunin exam would likely be fraught with turmoil. Deep within the Forest of Death, Yang Ming successfully obtained the bloodthirsty frenzy bullhorn, fulfilling the mission's requirement for 3 types of medicinal herbs. So, this is the bloodthirsty frenzy bullhorn? Gazing at the bloodied horn in his hand, merely touching it evoked a primal urge for bloodlust. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming impulse to succumb to madness. Fortunately, the would release within him repressed this impulse. Otherwise, even he might have fallen prey to its allure if he had let his guard down. Truly, these materials sought by the system are anything but ordinary. Thankfully, he was sufficiently strong. Despite the fact that the Triceratops were social creatures, upon his arrival, he was simultaneously assailed by over 30 Triceratops, each towering over him. With an extraordinary display of strength, he sent all the rhinoceroses flying, seizing the opportunity to swiftly sever a horn before making his escape. By the time the Triceratops regained its composure, he had long since vanished. Excellent. The mission materials were collected in full. Was it time to proceed with the breakthrough? Yang Ming handed over the mission items, and instantly, the system acknowledged completion, just as he was about to initiate the breakthrough. Eager to witness the marvels of his perfected celestial body and immense strength, he hesitated. Shaking his head, he dismissed the immediate urge to break through. Ascending to a new realm requires a transitional period. Otherwise, suddenly acquiring such formidable power may overwhelm the body. Moreover, with only 5 days until the exam's conclusion. He needed to reach the destination without delay. He was already quite far from the examination site, and avoiding the hidden sentries of Konoha would take time. It was uncertain whether Orochimaru had succeeded in his endeavors. Regardless, he planned to confine these individuals for 3 days and return on the 4th day. Breaking through one's current state is not an instantaneous affair. It requires time for acclimatization. The timing was evidently unsuitable, prompting young Ming to forego that notion and resolve to complete his immediate tasks first. After all, following the second round of the exam, there would be a month-long respite, so there was no need for haste. Suddenly, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated their arrival. At that moment, his clone conveyed unexpected news, stirring intrigue within him. 2 individuals approached, neither of whom were insignificant figures. One was Kakashi, and the other, the esteemed guy. Kakashi, the foremost technician of Konoha. Known in a previous life as evenly matched, possessed an astonishing array of jutsu, embodying thousands of techniques. Unfortunately, he had yet to master their synthesis. Yet he remained immensely powerful and not to be underestimated. As for Guy, it was prudent to refrain from provoking him, should he unleash the 8 gates. Even the 7th would pose a danger, let alone the 8th. Yang Ming was astonished but felt a surge of excitement rather than retreat. He was curious about how he would fare against Kakashi, and he yearned to witness the prowess of the Sharingan. How would it measure against his own would release? With a swift motion, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. Kakashi, your arrival is rather tardy. At that moment, following a message from Akane, the 5 were quietly waiting. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, accompanied by the chorus of 1,000 birds, resonating through the sky. The surrounding trees were cleaved apart, revealing an expanse of radiant light. The 5 emerged, basking once more in the sunlight. They cast dissatisfied glances at Kakashi and Guy, who had arrived late. No time for complaints. The entire village is on high alert. You must return swiftly. We will handle things here. Kakashi said nothing further but turned his attention to Yang Ming, his demeanor fully alert. Is this the enemy? Guy scrutinized Yang Ming, his expression revealing an unusual curiosity. Isn't this age too young? Kai, do not underestimate the enemy. He is a man who has mastered wood release. With just this technique, he has managed to confine us here for an extended period. Setting aside other matters, his chakra alone is quite astonishing, Noira Hanjian stated gravely. He then exchanged glances with Akatsuki and the others, cautioning them to remain vigilant before the group swiftly departed. Given the emergence of such an adversary, it is likely that the village is in peril. They must unite with the other members. However, the group had scarcely begun their flight when the ground erupted violently around them, and colossal trees surged from the earth, instantaneously forming an immense cage once more. This new enclosure was tenfold stronger than the previous one. What is happening? Is there more than one enemy? The group found themselves ensnared, and Akatsuki gasped in shock. At that moment, Yang Ming appeared just in time, using wood release to obstruct the fleeing individuals. Without acknowledging them, he leaped and stood before Kakashi and Kai. As his shadow clone dissipated with a soft sound, he returned to his original form. It was merely a clone. Witnessing this, the expressions on Kakashi and Kai's faces turned exceedingly grim. If such power is possessed by a mere clone, how formidable must the original be? Kakashi. The opponent is unexpectedly strong. I must employ that technique, Kai declared gravely, casting a glance at Yang Ming as he prepared to invoke the secret technique, 8 gates. Not just yet. Although your body can withstand it, that power is ultimately a forbidden technique. Using it even once will inflict further damage upon your body. Given the ambiguity of the enemy's intentions, allow me to test the waters first. Kai, you shall guard the perimeter and ensure the safety of Akatsuki and the others. Kakashi commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Very well. Kai relented, feeling powerless against Kakashi's serious demeanor. He immediately leaped closer to the trapped individuals, assuming a defensive stance. At that moment, Kakashi turned his gaze to Yang Ming, removing his forehead protector to reveal his crimson Sharingan, emanating a unique aura. Who are you? And what brings you to Konoha? Why do you attack our shinobi, merely confining them without resorting to lethal measures? Such a simple strategy to lure the tiger away from its den underestimates as Konoha shinobi. Your companions are already under our watch. If you have anything to say, it is best to confess. Kakashi addressed Yang Ming, his expression grave, as he concentrated his chakra. Konoha's Kakashi, reputed to be the foremost technician in the village, said to possess mastery over 1,000 techniques. Such a ninja is indeed rare. However, now that I have encountered you, it is only natural that I put my skills to the test. As for my purpose in Konoha and why I can find them, you lack the qualifications to know. Defeat me first, and then we shall see. Yang Ming replied nonchalantly as Kakashi's Sharingan radiated a bewitching power, seemingly capable of drawing one into an endless illusion with a mere gaze. However, Yang Ming possessed a formidable chakra that became the very essence of life, connecting him to the earth. To ensnare him within an environment would require an illusion of the caliber of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, it was utterly inconceivable. Confronted with the Sharingan, Yang Ming finally comprehended why Hashirama Senju had never fallen prey to the Jinjutsu cast by Madara Uchiha's Sharingan. Not even for an instant had he succumbed. This was due to the wood release, a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of earth and water attributes, further augmented by the power of the sage body. His overwhelming chakra transformed into a vast source of life, intertwined with the earth, rendering him nearly invincible in such a state. The casting of Jinjutsu equated to facing the entirety of the earth's creatures, aside from the infinite Tsukuyomi, which plunged the entire world into despair. What other illusion could possibly affect him? At that moment, he truly experienced this state of being. Moreover, the adversary he faced was merely Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan. Since you refuse to speak plainly, I shall treat you as an enemy. Therefore, prepare yourself to experience my wood release techniques. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye began to rotate, chakra coalescing and gathering strength. Kakashi, you would do well to unleash your full power from the outset. Otherwise, you may suffer a devastating defeat, unable to withstand even a single attack. Your chakra is rather weak. Observing Kakashi, Yang Ming focused intently, but could not help shaking his head upon sensing his chakra. It was far too feeble, not even reaching 1/10 of his own. As you wish. Kakashi retorted with a cold smile, swiftly forming hand seals and instantly completing them. Lightning release, Chidori. In that moment, the sound of 1,000 birds echoed as Kakashi grasped his left hand, where a brilliant lightning bolt coalesced, its sharp cries resonating through the air, startling many hidden creatures in the vicinity. Kakashi then surged forward with incredible speed, his left hand trailing along the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled him like a flash of lightning. The speed was astonishing, carving a long trench in the earth as he charged ahead. An unstoppable force of nature. He appeared like a raging thunderclap, leaving devastation in his wake. This strength and speed rivaled that of Guii, who had previously mastered the lightning release for protection. Furthermore, Chidori was a technique Kakashi had conceived himself, imbued with a fluidity and mastery that far surpassed that of Guii. Hearing the sound, it was undoubtedly Kakashi's Chidori, a technique that had shone brilliantly during the Third Great Ninja War, earning him renown. It was surprising to see it employed once more. This adversary was indeed formidable. The cries of Chidori pierced the heavens, and even those ensnared within its grasp, such as Akane and her companions, could clearly hear it. Nara Shikaku could not help but exclaim, recognizing that this technique was anything but trivial. To unleash such a move right from the beginning indicated that Kakashi had indeed encountered a worthy opponent. Kai's expression was grave, the usual playful demeanor vanishing entirely, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He observed Kakashi, who was unleashing his Chidori, charging fiercely towards Yang Ming. Would release, would pillar wall. As the words echoed, Kakashi had already arrived. His speed was astonishing, covering several dozen meters in an instant, the air around him trembling with a terrifying force as he surged forth like a bolt of lightning. By the time Yang Ming reacted, Kakashi was upon him. Quickly forming hand seals, an array of arched wooden walls emerged around him, instantaneously erecting to block Kakashi's Chidori. Blocked. Kai was momentarily taken aback. Yet his heart remained largely unperturbed. This outcome was not unexpected. Indeed, my Chidori proved ineffective. So be it. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Witnessing his ferocious Chidori halted by the wooden barrier, he felt no surprise. Failing to land a hit, he swiftly retreated, completing his seals mid-air, and as he descended, a colossal fireball was hurled forth. Boom. The fireball collided with the wooden wall, igniting it in a roaring blaze. Using wood to counter fire was indeed a commendable strategy, one that could only be executed in this fleeting moment. Yet, how effective could your level of fire release truly be against me? Observing this, Yang Ming remained unfazed, standing amidst the flames with unyielding composure, forming hand seals once more. Would release. Great forest technique. Instantly, a massive wooden arm extended from his hands, breaking through the inferno, reaching towards Kakashi with tremendous speed and force. Earth release. Earth flow wall. In response, Kakashi's left Sharingan spun wildly, The moment Yang Ming executed his jutsu, Kakashi had already completed his seals, striking the ground to concentrate his chakra. Immediately, a series of earthen walls sprang forth, erecting a barrier before him to counter the giant wooden arm. Earth release, decapitation technique. Simultaneously, Kakashi reacted with remarkable swiftness, forming seals yet again. From beneath Yang Ming's feet, a hand suddenly emerged, grasping him and pulling him down, intent on delivering a decapitating strike. Truly, Kakashi was exceptional, seamlessly employing three elemental natures, earth, fire, and lightning, alongside his Sharingan, executing with such rapidity that it was overwhelming, a feat that would leave any ordinary Jonin utterly defenseless, on the brink of demise. Witnessing this scene, Kai could not help but marvel. Although his taijutsu was formidable, confronting Kakashi's seemingly endless array of techniques left him exhausted, unless he opened the 8 gates. But with Kakashi's genjutsu, the situation became incredibly precarious. Indeed, truly worthy of being a Leaf Village technician, the copy ninja Kakashi. The assault he unleashed in this fleeting moment was undeniably effective, no matter how powerful one may be. Encountering a foe who can instantaneously wield 3 elemental transformations is a rarity. Within the confines of the wooden prison, the group of red beans, led by Senju Ibiki, summoned a fortune cat, which, through its keen sight, relayed the unfolding events outside, expressing awe as it narrated. Naturally, this is Kakashi, the renowned copy ninja. His reputation is not without merit. The others nodded in agreement, as if sensing a glimmer of hope for victory. Truly, Kakashi is remarkable. His diverse ninjutsu, coupled with the perceptive prowess of his Sharingan, creates an unstoppable synergy. These ordinary techniques, when wielded by him, possess an ever-changing potency. However, your chakra is too limited. If you could employ a few more techniques, perhaps I would regard you with greater caution. But alas, witnessing Kakashi's abilities, Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration indeed. A worthy contender. With a myriad of ninjutsu at his disposal, Kakashi has elevated his vision, knowledge, cultivation, and wisdom to an unprecedented level. Although constrained by his own chakra reserves, which prevent him from executing every idea, his insight is formidable. He undoubtedly lives up to the name of 50-50, a title well-earned. Yet, it is unfortunate that he now faces Yang Ming. Secret technique, unmatched strength. Yang Ming shouted as his chakra surged explosively from beneath the ground. Boom. The earth trembled and shattered, erupting violently as it rose in a dome around him, encircling a 100-meter radius. Boom. Instantly, the area seemed to endure the onslaught of 1,000 explosive tags, as the ground was forcefully heaved upwards. Debris flew in all directions, and the immense power stirred the turbulent air around them. A tempest arose, prompting Kakashi to swiftly retreat. Confronted with such a terrifying assault, he found it impossible to advance and had to evade. Fortunately, the mysteries of the Sharingan allowed him to deftly avoid the barrage of flying stones and the raging storm. Kakashi. Seeing this, Guy rushed forward, wielding his nunchaku, shattering a flying stone that threatened to strike Kakashi. Although Kakashi had evaded the immediate danger, he was left breathless, clearly at the limits of his chakra. What terrifying strength! It may rival that of Lady Tsunade. This individual possesses overwhelming power. Guy, you must be cautious. Kakashi gasped, addressing Guy. At that moment, Guy had already charged towards Yang Ming. With the 8th gate of opening activated, he burst forth at the 6th gate, the gate of joy. Surrounding him was a vibrant green flame as he soared through the air, hurtling toward Yang Ming with astonishing speed, truly terrifying. The 8th gate, indeed, has compelled him to unleash such power. However, even with the 8th gate, what of it? If battle is to be joined, then let it be so. Yang Ming felt a surge of confidence as he faced the impending onslaught from Guy. His chakra coalesced violently around him, a manifestation of raw strength. Unmatched strength. He roared, unleashing his power to collide head-on with Guy. Boom. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sweeping across a 10-meter radius around the two. Trees, birds, and beasts in the vicinity were all sent flying by the force of the blast. What immense power! I find myself in awe. Guy, feeling the impact, immediately retreated, gazing in astonishment at his shattered nunchaku. In their earlier encounter, even with the Gate of Joy unleashed, he had found himself at a disadvantage. It seems close-quarters combat is not the answer. Perhaps it is time to try something different. At this thought, Kai erupted with chakra midair, his muscles bulging and hair standing on end like an enraged lion. Morning Peacock. His body momentarily hovered as he unleashed a furious barrage of hundreds of punches towards Ming Yang. The sheer force of his strikes filled the surrounding air, igniting flames from the friction between his fists and the atmosphere. Under such tremendous power, clusters of flames exploded simultaneously, blanketing the sky as they surged towards Ming Yang. From afar, it resembled the majestic spread of a peacock's tail feathers. So this is the strongest taijutsu of the Gate of Wonder, Morning Peacock? Ming Yang nodded inwardly. The attack's power was formidable, its density reaching an extreme where evasion was impossible. One could only withstand it head-on. Would release, 4-pillar prison jutsu, with swift hand seals. For colossal wooden pillars emerged around Ming Yang, forming an immense cage to shield him from Kai's assault. Yet Kai's current strength was overwhelming. His strikes as relentless as a torrential downpour. Before long, the wooden prison was shattered to splinters. Unfazed, Ming Yang formed another sequence of seals. Would release, tree binding, eternal burial. Boom. Beneath Kai's feet, a massive tree erupted from the earth, rapidly ascending to a towering height of 10 meters. Its gnarled roots writhed wildly through the air, grasping at the momentarily suspended Kai. If the attack cannot be dodged, then disrupt the source. Such terrifying would release. This is bad. Kai. Witnessing this, Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm as he extended his left hand. Chidori. The resonant chirping of 1,000 birds filled the air once more as Kakashi locked on to Ming Yang and charged forth. His strategy mirrored Ming Yang's own logic. With Kai airborne and unable to maneuver, he would be utterly defenseless against the binding technique. Thus, Kakashi aimed to strike Ming Yang directly, preventing further action. How amusing. You believe this can counter me? Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Calmly forming the serpent seal. Ming Yang roared as his chakra surged violently around him. Crack. Crack. The ground beneath him fractured as the tree binding eternal burial accelerated its growth exponentially. Simultaneously, for additional massive wooden pillars rose around Ming Yang, creating an impenetrable fortress. Kakashi's Chidori pierced through the first barrier effortlessly, only for the shattered defense to regenerate instantly. The regrowth outpaced his assault completely. With a final thunderous impact, Kakashi was repelled forcefully, his strength spent. A shadow clone intercepted his falling form, unceremoniously depositing him into the wooden prison alongside Anko and the others. Kakashi. Anko and the group had been observing through their summoned feline when they witnessed this development. Catching the exhausted Kakashi, they noted his chakra was completely drained. Even Kakashi stands no chance. The enemy's strength defies comprehension. Ibiki Marino's expression darkened with unprecedented gravity. Not only he, but several others bore similar expressions. They were well aware of Kakashi's prowess, one of Konoha's elite, yet witnessing his defeat was astounding. They could only hope that guy would turn the tide. Moonlight Gale coughed a few times, casting a glance toward Guy outside. The others nodded in agreement. Their only hope rested upon him. Kakashi. At this moment, upon seeing Kakashi vanquished and confronted by the towering, terrifying tree, Guy's gaze sharpened with determination. He then erupted with vigor. The seventh gate, the Gate of Shock, was opened. Boom. An overwhelmingly fierce shockwave erupted from Guy's center, ravaging the air around him, sending violent currents scattering. The ominous tree was forcefully repelled by this tremendous wave. Had the seventh gate truly been opened? Witnessing this scene, Yang's pupils constricted. The 8 gates technique, starting from the 6th gate, multiplies its power exponentially with each successive gate. If all 8 gates were opened, one could shred half of the 6 paths of Edo, even seize the opportunity to eliminate him. As the 7th gate swung open, the green steam enveloping Guy transformed into a brilliant blue as he levitated in the air, resembling a divine warrior. Boom. In that moment, Guy struck, not at Yang, but towards Kakashi and the others trapped within the 4 pillars prison. A blue shockwave surged forth, akin to a celestial meteor, crashing against the prison. The cage shattered, and those within, including Moonlight Gale, swiftly escaped. Guy, is this the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, renowned for its overwhelming power yet arduous to master? Caution. Do not approach their vicinity at this moment. It would not only be futile but could also ensnare you in peril. As the few emerged, they were astonished to behold Guy soaring in the sky. The 8 gates technique is exceedingly dangerous and challenging to cultivate. Within the entire village, only Guy has succeeded. Thus, his mastery of taijutsu has elevated him to the rank of special jonin, a perplexity to many, yet those like Moonlight Gale, who belong to the upper echelons of Konoha, are well aware of this. However, having never witnessed this forbidden technique before, they were left in awe at this rare sight. Guy, Kakashi, now regaining some strength, gazed at Guy in his elevated state and spoke. Meanwhile, Guy simply flashed a thumbs up to them, his pearly whites gleaming radiantly under the sun. He then turned his attention to Yang, his expression becoming grave. The blue steam around him pulsated violently, suddenly erupting with ferocity. Guy fixed his body midair, hands clasped together, thumbs raised, striking a distinctive pose. Then, the power surged forth. Day Tiger. Instantly, within 100 meters of Guy, the air became tumultuous, akin to a tempestuous sea. As a violent vortex began to form, the vortex roared, and an immense force surged through the air, transforming the atmosphere into a pristine white hue in an instant. Simultaneously, a magnificent and colossal white tiger burst forth from this pure whiteness, charging fiercely towards Ming. With a thunderous crash, the violent air currents cascaded down alongside the white tiger, sweeping away everything within a 100-meter radius. Trees, boulders, blades of grass, and creatures alike were all engulfed by the tempest. It was as if a storm had descended, throwing the very fabric of the world into chaos within that expanse. Despite being 100 meters away, Hongdo and the others felt the terrifying winds of this storm, causing their figures to sway violently. Had they not possessed formidable strength and been situated at such a distance, they would have surely been swept away by the ferocious gales. Yet, this sheer power left them in awe. This was merely outside the technique's range. One could only imagine the scene within it. The Day Tiger? The strength it wielded was indeed formidable. At that moment, Ming, entrenched in the heart of the tempest, fully grasped the terrifying might of the Day Tiger. Truly, the seventh gate unleashed such horror. A technique capable of obliterating the likes of Kasame was no trifling matter. Would release, for Pillar's prison technique. Ming formed hand seals, and 4 massive wooden pillars erupted from the ground, creating a colossal cage to shield himself and withstand the Day Tiger's assault. However, the overwhelming force shattered the pillars upon their emergence. With a fierce shout, Ming clasped his hands together in a seal, chakra surging wildly throughout his body, all directed into the 4 pillars. The moment the pillars began to fracture, they miraculously restored themselves, resisting the relentless onslaught of external forces as Ming concentrated his chakra to continuously rejuvenate and grow. The power of Wood Release's growth clashed against the destructive might of the 8 gates. For a full minute, the tempest conjured by the Day Tiger raged before abruptly dissipating, revealing Ming amidst the fallen pillars. A standoff. What? He actually withstood the Day Tiger's might head-on. Kakashi was instantly taken aback. Impossible. How could this be? Hongdo and the others were equally astonished, scarcely believing their eyes. What manner of creature was this, who could withstand my Day Tiger unscathed? At that moment, Guy descended from the sky, and upon witnessing the scene, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. He was well aware of the Day Tiger's power, especially at full force, and that realization filled him with dread. Should I open the 8th gate? A thought echoed in his mind. The 8 gates truly lived up to their reputation. This strike had consumed half of my chakra just to withstand. Should there be a few more? I would have no choice but to flee. Today shall be my last stand. Leave village comrades, until we meet again. Meanwhile, Ming sighed inwardly. Indeed, the 7th gate of the 8 gates held an unfathomable might, as his advanced sage chakra had dwindled to half in an instant. Although he had withstood the Day Tiger's onslaught, the toll was immense. He shook his head, resolving not to squander any more time in this place. At present, these individuals had been delayed by him for 3 hours, with only 1 hour remaining before the examination. Should they continue to squander time here, he would be unable to pass the 2nd exam and proceed with the subsequent tasks. Contemplating this, Ming uttered a word, leaped into action, and swiftly turned to depart, vanishing into the depths of the forest in a few agile bounds. Witnessing this, the others dared not pursue him. After all, who would challenge a formidable opponent capable of withstanding the 7th gate? Are you all right, Kai? Upon seeing Ming's departure, Kai hastily withdrew from the 7th gate, drenched in perspiration. Observing this scene, Kakashi felt a surge of concern, particularly as his Sharingan focused on Kai's right leg. He could distinctly see that it had been shattered. I'm fine. I can endure. I simply didn't anticipate that someone could withstand my Day Tiger. This is truly astonishing. Kai shook his head. Accustomed to the pain from training in the 8 gates, this level of discomfort was insignificant to him. Rather, it was the previous moment that he found hard to accept. Must one resort to opening the death gate to confront such an adversary? Seeing Kai remain so composed despite his broken leg, especially after that powerful strike, Moonlight Gale and the others nodded in respect. Previously, they had admired his mastery of the 8 gates, but now their admiration was heartfelt. Naturally, after all, it is Wood Release. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head. Indeed, the power of Wood Release is truly terrifying. With this thought, Kai's expression initially darkened, only to brighten almost instantly, brimming with vitality. However, youth must be filled with passion, he exclaimed, flashing a brilliant smile that dazzled those around him in the sunlight. The crowd collectively thought. Thankfully, we made it. With only 5 minutes remaining, Ming finally emerged from the death forest. Naruto and others were already waiting there. Ming cast a glance and noticed that Naruto and Sakura were covered in wounds and fatigue, while Sasuke was absent, instantly realizing that Orochimaru had succeeded. All right, the second exam has concluded. Those who have passed will now proceed to the final competition. At this moment, the examiner began announcing that time was up, prompting other ninjas to enter the death forest in search of those who had yet to emerge, while the successful participants were led to a bridge above. Below the bridge lay a duel arena spanning hundreds of square meters, where the participants would engage in one-on-one combat, with victors advancing and losers eliminated. The selection of opponents would be determined randomly through an electronic screen mounted on the wall. Is it about to begin? Ming stood quietly to one side, awaiting the proceedings. Just then, Sasuke and Moonlight Gale arrived. Sasuke appeared relatively unscathed, yet Ming sensed a peculiar energy emanating from him, an incomplete form of natural energy. The essence of sage techniques. It seemed that Orochimaru had begun his studies on sage techniques. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale continued to cough persistently. This is quite normal. Before long, they found themselves ensnared by Ming, unable to escape, thus incurring no significant expenditure of energy. At this moment, Moonlight Gale, as the examiner, presided over the ensuing examination. After announcing the rules, the duel officially commenced. Suddenly, names began to flicker on the electronic screen. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Toss. As fate would have it, Sasuke was next to take the stage, instantly causing concern for Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke, however, remained unfazed, leaping decisively into the arena. Toss also descended, and the two faced each other. With Moonlight Gale declaring the start, they launched into a frenzied assault. Although Toss possessed sound-based attacks, Sasuke's Sharingan was formidable. Every movement of his opponent was effortlessly discerned. 10 minutes later, Sasuke emerged victorious, while Toss faced defeat. Compared to before, Sasuke's strength had increased slightly. Observing this, Ming nodded in approval. The prowess of the Uchiha clan was indeed formidable, particularly with the enhancement brought by the Sharingan, which significantly amplified their capabilities. Ordinary ninjas and basic ninjutsu stood no chance in the face of such skill, as their movements were instantly read and anticipated. Was there any hope of countering that? The second match featured Sak versus Shino. The roster and participants mirrored his recollections perfectly. Moreover, the eventual results aligned without deviation. At this juncture, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha showcased their unique abilities, particularly the clash between Naruto and Kiba, which was utterly humorous. Kiba astonishingly fell in his strongest domain. Naruto truly lived up to his title as the #1 ninja. Ming's opponent was a rock ninja, whom he easily defeated, advancing smoothly. The battle between Rock Lee and Gaara was a classic display of fervor, though regrettably, Gaara, as the Jinchuriki, proved too formidable for Lee unless he could unlock the 6th gate. Otherwise, he was no match. Ultimately, he faced a crushing defeat. When it came to Neji and Hinata, Hinata exhibited remarkable improvement. Although she still could not overcome Neji, he could no longer underestimate her. Despite his victory, he was profoundly astonished. Thus, the second round of the Chunin exams drew to a close. Following the announcement of the results, there would be a month's respite before the third examination commenced. During the time, daimyos from various nations would gather, and even the Kazekage from the nearby Sand Country would attend in person. It promised to be a grand event. In comparison, the advancement of the Grass Country seemed utterly trivial. As Ming departed, he could distinctly sense the village's heightened vigilance, which came as no surprise to him. After all, following such an uproar, though the damage was minimal, the alarm had been sounded. If Konoha failed to respond, it would no longer deserve its title as the foremost of the 5 great nations. Upon returning to the hotel and resting for a night, Ming set out early the next morning towards the outskirts. He sought to achieve a breakthrough, and naturally, he could not do so within the confines of the hotel. He needed to select a remote location, free from disturbances. Fortunately, a place fitting this description resided within his memories. He dashed forth, evading the Konoha ninjas along the way. And after 10 minutes, he arrived atop a cliff. This cliff is the very place where Jiraiya taught Naruto to harness the Nine-Tails chakra and summon the Toad Wentai. The cliff face gleams like a mirror, its depths unfathomable. At that moment, when Naruto faced death, he summoned Wentai, thus escaping his fate. However, Yang Ming had long been curious about the situation at the bottom of the cliff. Now, he was determined to descend and investigate. There could be no safer place for a breakthrough than here. With this thought in mind, Yang Ming leaped off the edge. Instantly, the wind whistled past him as he plummeted, his speed increasing dramatically. He maintained his posture, focusing intently on the ground below. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a faint light emerged beneath him. Upon closer inspection, Yang Ming discovered it was a lake. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. At once, great trees burst forth from the surrounding rock walls, quickly filling the chasm. Yang Ming's descent slowed significantly, and he landed atop one of the trees, then leaped down towards the lake. Standing upon its surface, he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a scene bathed in sunlight, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, shaded by lush trees, amidst verdant mountains and clear waters. To his astonishment, this cliff concealed a hidden paradise. While it may not be a treasure trove, it certainly resembled a utopia. As he reached the shore, Yang Ming gazed around, marveling in silence. Through his heightened senses, he discerned no imminent danger. No formidable beasts lurked nearby, only harmless creatures like small birds and rabbits. This was perfect. A breakthrough in such a tranquil setting would ensure he remained undisturbed. After confirming his surroundings, Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction and settled at the lake's edge, preparing for his breakthrough. Mission accomplished. Shall I proceed with the breakthrough? At that moment, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Breakthrough. Yang Ming did not hesitate. Boom. A surge of violent energy suddenly erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being. This force seamlessly integrated into his physique, and Yang Ming felt a gradual transformation. His advanced sage body was evolving towards perfection. Furthermore, his secret art of monstrous strength was also undergoing a metamorphosis. The previous method of concentrating chakra into a single point to unleash power was now dispersing evenly throughout his body, saturating him with advanced monstrous strength. Once fully assimilated, he would no longer need to deliberately gather chakra to create an explosion. The terrifying force would be at his fingertips with every movement. Was this the realm that Senja Hashirama once attained? As he sensed the changes within, Yang Ming felt a surge of joy. The continuous enhancement of his abilities was profoundly enigmatic. He focused his mind, beginning to adapt to this newfound power. Thus, Yang Ming remained by the lakeside, quietly acclimating to his body's strength. 1 day, 2 days, 15 days. For a full half-month, Yang Ming sat motionless by the lake, oblivious even to the small birds that alighted upon him. On the 15th day, completely enveloped by the passing birds, Yang Ming suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. As the birds around him were startled, ready to take flight, they bizarrely discovered that no matter how they flapped their wings, they could not escape the 3-foot radius surrounding Yang Ming. It was as if a peculiar magnetic field enveloped him. Instantly, a magnificent spectacle unfolded. Was this the essence of the perfect celestial body and extraordinary strength? Yang Ming, feeling the power coursing through him, retracted his energy, causing the birds to scatter in all directions. However, he paid them no heed, instead reveling in the marvel of his newfound strength. In the span of half a month, his body had transformed into a flawless celestial form, and his extraordinary strength had made significant strides. At this moment, his cellular vitality surged with vigor. He felt an incredible restoration ability, even without the use of chakra. Yang Ming attempted to slice a deep gash into his skin without exerting any force. And to his astonishment, the wound began to heal on its own, returning to normal in less than 10 breaths. Should he summon his chakra, the recovery would be even swifter. Now, his physique, without the aid of chakra, resembled that of a half-empowered Tsunade utilizing the mitotic regeneration technique. If he were to harness chakra, he would surpass even Tsunade's capabilities. Should he encounter Guy's daytime tiger again, he would not need to employ wood release for defense, as he could withstand it entirely. Furthermore, his extraordinary strength had only intensified. Yang Ming murmured to himself. Besides achieving the perfect state of the celestial body, his extraordinary strength had also reached an impeccable level. What once required a full-out effort to unleash a devastating blow was now easily achievable with a mere release of chakra. If he concentrated all his power, a single strike could amplify its force tenfold or more. Although he had not tested the limits of his strength, he felt confident in confronting even a fully open Guy in close combat. Moreover, while Guy could not maintain his explosive power indefinitely, he could. This was the terrifying aspect of his extraordinary strength. At this juncture, in comparison to Hashirama Senju, he found himself not lacking significantly in physical prowess. Apart from the large-scale wood-release ninjutsu associated with Sage Mode, the differences were minimal. With the 3 new wood-release techniques he had mastered: wood-release, Tree World Barrier; wood-release, Thorn Murder Technique; and wood-release, Birth of the Tree World, he felt prepared to face strategies involving vast numbers or even elite shadow-level opponents. They posed no threat to him. Even-tailed beasts below the 5 tails he could easily suppress, while those above 5 tails he could defeat, albeit with difficulty. Sensing the strength within him, Ming sighed. To reach a level where he could effortlessly suppress the 9 tails like Hashirama, he still had several steps to take. Was the ultimate celestial body and extraordinary strength the key to mastering all wood-release techniques beneath the Sage of 6 Paths? Ming turned his gaze to the next system task. The task's content surprisingly required him to possess 1 billion Ryo. Only upon completion would he attain power akin to Hashirama Senju. Mastering all large-scale wood-release techniques excluding those under the Sage of 6 Paths. 1 billion Ryo. It seemed he would have to embark on a frenzied quest for tasks ahead. Ming murmured. The initial 3 tasks, regardless of the difficulty in sourcing the materials, provided at least some semblance of direction. However, the prospect of accumulating 10 billion Ryo appears deceptively simple, yet executing such a feat is far from ordinary. A standard A-rank task offers a maximum reward of 200,000 Ryo, while S-rank missions yield higher returns, typically exceeding 1 million Ryo. Yet, the challenges and dangers associated with these tasks are equally formidable, with few in the ninja world capable of completing them, regardless of the time required. I must amass 10 billion Ryo. Only then can I truly possess the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with Senju Hashirama. At that point, I shall roam unrestrained, facing even Madara in his complete Susanoo form without trepidation. In the entire ninja realm, unless the Sage of 6 Paths Madara were to re-emerge, no one could pose a threat to me. Ming murmured to himself. Although gathering 10 billion Ryo is exceedingly challenging, this endeavor is undoubtedly worthwhile. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the valley. The sound was astonishingly abrupt, immediately capturing Ming's attention. His gaze sharpened, and he noticed a dark figure plummeting from the cliff's edge. In the next moment, a colossal beast materialized in midair, halting its descent against the cliff face. This is... Ming's heart raced. With his enhanced vision, he could discern with clarity the distinctive coloration, the formidable silhouette, and the billowing smoke emanating from the enormous pipe. There was no mistaking it. Frosmato Wantai. So Jiraiya is here as well. With this revelation, a spark of excitement ignited in Ming's eyes. He held high expectations for this unique character emerging from the ranks of Hokage, and without hesitation, he leapt, scaling the cliff face with swift determination. Meanwhile, atop the cliff, Naruto gazed in astonishment at the immense creature beneath him. However, joy swiftly surged within him. I did it. I did it. He was elated. Jiraiya had taught him the summoning technique, yet he had been sealed by Orochimaru, his chakra flowing intermittently, akin to a gravely ill individual, unable to maintain continuity. Upon Jiraiya's unsealing, his chakra surged forth with newfound vigor, only to learn that he harbored another source of chakra within him. This chakra belonged to the monstrous entity he had dreamt of since childhood. It was said to be a demon fox. A wave of resentment washed over him. It's all your fault, you beast, for being labeled a monster, a foul fox. I demand your chakra, Naruto declared fiercely. Through Jiraiya's guidance, on the brink of life and death, he finally succeeded in awakening the chakra of the 9 tails. Although the beast, as the Jinchuriki, had no desire for his demise, it reluctantly released a fraction of chakra. Yet, even that minuscule amount, when considering the 9 tails total chakra reserve, was terrifying. Even elite shinobi would be hard-pressed to match such a quantity. Feeling the chakra coursing through him, Naruto was overjoyed, his mind sharpening as he plummeted. Following Jiraiya's instructed summoning seals, he began to form the hand signs: boar, dog, bird, monkey, and snake. Blood seeped from his fingers as he began to weave the seals. Summoning technique. Bang! Suddenly, a colossal toad appeared, blocking his descent between the cliff walls. He was overjoyed. I did it. I succeeded. I actually summoned him. However, Jiraiya, who was hiding nearby, felt a chill of anxiety wash over him. Observing the summoned Wenta, he wished he could sprout 2 more legs and flee as far away as possible. Who summoned me to this place? Where's Jiraiya? Show yourself. Once Wenta emerged, he first surveyed his surroundings, particularly the unfathomable abyss beneath him. He immediately sent a barrage of curses towards the family of the one who had summoned him, and then leaped into the air, vaulting into the jungle. A plume of smoke erupted from his mouth as he bellowed, "This is it. I think I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a wave of trepidation. He was well aware of Wenta's temperament. If he angered him, he would be in deep trouble. It was I who summoned you." However, Naruto, brimming with excitement, shouted loudly, clapping his hands on Wenta's back. "Get off my back, you little brat." Wenta roared in fury. His thunderous roar reverberated for miles, causing the surrounding jungle to sway under the force. Naruto, caught off guard, stumbled and nearly fell from Wenta's back. Regaining his balance, he was incensed. "I summoned you. I am your master. How dare you disobey my command?" "Fool," Jiraiya thought to himself, troubled. The natural order of the world follows the principle of survival of the fittest. A summoned creature would not simply obey due to the act of summoning. Even a summoning beast respects strength. If you are powerful, they will heed your commands. If you are weak, they will ignore you entirely. The summoning technique does not grant one the ability to command a summoning beast indiscriminately. It merely establishes a blood contract. To compel a summoning beast to obey, one must cultivate their strength. Indeed, Wenta was enraged. He took a deep draw of smoke, the mist swirling around him like a dense fog, obscuring 10 meters of space. As he exhaled, he glared at the boy on his back, poised to swallow him whole, when he suddenly caught sight of Naruto's golden hair and the 6 whisker-like markings on his face. A flicker of recognition passed through his eyes as if he had recalled something. Wenta, possessing great wisdom and having participated in the battle against the Nine Tails, was aware of Minato's ultimate fate. Seeing Naruto's visage, a realization dawned upon him, and his anger subsided considerably, although he was still not placated. Even Jiraiya and Minato treated him with respect. What could this mere child expect? He retorted with indignation. "Desiring to become my master, you are hardly worthy. Even Jiraiya was merely a junior disciple of mine in years gone by. Little brat, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can endure upon my back for an hour, I might consider accepting you as my little brother." "To be accepted as your little brother? Very well. It is a promise." Without hesitation, Naruto nodded at this proclamation. Though the prospect of being the master of such a colossal toad intimidated him, he trusted Jiraiya's words implicitly. At that moment, Wenta unexpectedly relented, prompting Naruto to promptly agree. "Very well, little brat, brace yourself." With that, the toad Wenta inhaled deeply, releasing a thick plume of smoke that enveloped the surroundings in a dense mist. Once Naruto was securely seated, Wenta leaped into action. He showed no mercy. Regardless of your identity, if you lacked the requisite strength, his endorsement was unattainable. Boom. Instantly, the earth trembled within a radius of several hundred meters, the forests quaked, and dust billowed into the air. Phew, that was close. Witnessing this, Jiraiya exhaled in relief, having felt a tinge of anxiety for Naruto, fearing that Wenta might simply swallow him whole. Yet, it appeared that Wenta recognized Naruto as true identity. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly relented and adopted this method. An hour later, the jungle within 100 meters had been flattened to the ground, pockmarked with craters from the toad's leaps. At last, Naruto had endured for the full hour, achieving success. Wenta also came to a halt, acknowledging Naruto as perseverance. In matters of oaths, the summoning beasts are exceedingly honorable. At that moment, Naruto's body relaxed, and he collapsed onto Wenta's back, succumbing to sleep. Engaging in such a contest had drained all his mental and physical energy. He could no longer hold on, and was on the verge of sliding off. Wenta extended his tongue to catch him gently, placing him softly on the ground. Simultaneously, Jiraiya emerged, gazing at the slumbering Naruto with a sigh. "Jiraiya, you are indeed bold, without my consent. You have the audacity to forge a blood contract with my Toad clan." Upon seeing Jiraiya, Wenta's demeanor shifted, and he exhaled smoke in irritation, glaring angrily. "Wenta, it's not what it seems, haha. Naruto is hardly a stranger. I trust you recognize him." Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled in response to Wenta's ire. The sight of Wenta brought back memories of an awkward incident from years past. Fortunately, he had managed to escape with his life. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. The resemblance between father and son was striking, though Naruto's temperament fell short of his father's. Wenta exhaled a puff of smoke, then gazed at Naruto's sleeping face, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes, seemingly reminiscent of Minato. Suddenly, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's body, encasing him in a shimmering aura. "This is the chakra of the Nine Tails. Both Winta and Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. Indeed, when Naruto's chakra was depleted, the Nine Tails would emerge, seizing control of his body. This is dire. We must seal it once more. Jiraiya's expression grew grave as Naruto lifted the fabric of his garment. Preparing to seal the burgeoning chakra of the Nine Tails with a series of hand seals, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The chakra emanating from Naruto suddenly receded, as if it had encountered an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, compelling it to retreat. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Jiraiya was perplexed, and one eye felt a surge of curiosity. At that moment, a terrifying aura began to rise from the depths of the cliff, startling them into turning their bodies, only to behold a dark-clad youth ascending directly from the abyss. Approaching them with measured steps, the identity of this individual remained shrouded in mystery. Both men were taken aback, instinctively preparing for confrontation, yet they found their bodies momentarily stiffened. Jiraiya managed to maintain some composure, but Wintai was rendered utterly immobile, paralyzed by fear, even as the smoke from his pipe stung his eyes without him daring to exhale. Just as Jiraiya began to process the situation, the cloaked youth had reached their immediate vicinity. This dark-clad figure was none other than Ming. Having traversed the treacherous cliff for a full hour, he emerged at last. Ming cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, then at the two men, before continuing on his path. However, that mere glance struck them like a thunderbolt. Jiraiya felt a cold sweat break out across his body, while Wintai felt as though he were being steamed alive, drenched in perspiration. It was only after Ming's silhouette faded from view that they released a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in utter disarray. Exchanging glances, both drenched in sweat, they felt as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death itself. Who was this individual? The sensation he exuded felt akin to standing before the legendary sage of the toads, leaving them devoid of any courage to resist. Wintai, feeling utterly drained, voiced his bewilderment. Despite not recognizing the figure, he understood that had they acted against him, or if he had held any malice towards them, they would likely have met their demise. However, since he refrained from aggression, it suggested he was not their enemy. Jiraiya's expression turned solemn. It was his first encounter with such a formidable being. The mere presence of this individual, without any need for combat, had instilled a sense of dread even within him, one of the legendary Sannin. Yet if he was not an enemy, then who could he possibly be? What prompted his emergence from the depths of the cliff? Or had he been lurking there all along? Judging by his age, he appeared to be no more than 6 years old. A 6-year-old youth in dark attire, could this be? Jiraiya murmured, his mind racing through a myriad of possibilities. Suddenly, a realization struck him, his pupils widening in shock. Could it be him? A sense of familiarity washed over him, accompanied by an undeniable vitality. This feeling was unmistakable. It had to be him. Was he truly still alive? Meanwhile, within the confines of a dim and cramped prison inside Naruto, the Nine Tails opened its crimson eyes. Uncertainty etched across its visage as it lifted its gaze. Just moments prior, it had been poised to seize control of Naruto's body when it suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of power. This force is no less formidable than his own. And what fills him with even greater trepidation is its uncanny familiarity. Throughout his vast existence, only 7 individuals have etched profound memories into his mind. Kaguya Otsutsuki, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Hamura, Indra, Ashura, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama. The first 5 are impossible, as even with extended lifespans, they have long since passed. Furthermore, in his youth, his recollections of these 5 were but a blur, with only Hagoromo providing a semblance of warmth. Thus, only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama remain as possibilities. Uchiha Madara manipulated him with his ocular prowess, subjugating his will, a sensation that left him quite displeased. In contrast, Senju Hashirama directly overpowered him, compelling his admiration. Could it be Hashirama? The Nine Tails, filled with doubt, recalled the sensation of being dominated by these two, causing it to instinctively retract its chakra. Jiraiya, Winta, the Nine Tails, perhaps? At that moment, Ming cast a glance at the 3 before departing. His understanding of them was limited to the narratives of his past life in the world of Naruto, and now, having witnessed them firsthand, he felt a sense of resolution. However, he found Jiraiya's strength somewhat disappointing. He was far too weak. Even in Sage mode, he was remarkably feeble, which explained why he lacked the qualifications to escape from Pain's grasp. Otherwise, if there had been a chance to flee, how could Jiraiya have chosen death? As for the Nine Tails chakra, it is indeed powerful, yet half of it is sealed away, significantly diminishing its strength. With his current abilities, even if all 9 tails were unleashed, he could easily overpower it. Perhaps upon achieving the fusion of yin and yang, it might pose a challenge, but it would merely be a stalemate. As for Wanta, he was simply disregarded. It seems that my current strength is indeed sufficient to dominate the ninja world, allowing me to act according to my own will. No longer fearing anyone, even Uchiha Madara at this moment would be a worthy opponent. Reflecting on the reactions of Jiraiya, the Nine Tails, and Wanta when he unleashed his chakra, Yang Ming gained a precise understanding of his power. With his current strength, he is capable of reigning supreme in the ninja world. 1 billion Ryo, it seems that only by passing the Chunin exam in the Land of Fire will my rank be acknowledged. The higher the rank, the more missions I can undertake. Yang Ming murmured. The next step is to consider how to acquire that billion Ryo. Although he is currently a Jonin from the Land of Grass, it is a minor nation with limited missions, and the status of Jonin from the Land of Grass holds little weight in the ninja world, as many regions do not recognize it. After all, small nations lack the authority to speak. However, if he could gain recognition from the Jonin exam in the Land of Fire, he would be acknowledged throughout the ninja world. This is akin to holding a bachelor's degree. One may graduate from a prestigious university, while another may come from a private institution, one recognized globally, the other virtually non-existent, with scant information even available from their own alma mater. The annual tax revenue of the Land of Fire amounts to 50 million Ryo. Do not underestimate this sum, as it converts to 5 billion in yuan. The population of the Land of Fire is merely tens of millions, yet its tax revenue is remarkable, primarily due to its central position on the ninja world's map, rich in resources among the 5 great nations. In contrast, the Land of Water, the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rock possess harsh natural environments, where an annual tax revenue of 10 million Ryo is considered commendable. Thus, when the Great Ninja War commenced, the primary objective for nearly everyone became Konoha, driven by the allure of its environment and resources. To amass a staggering 1 billion Ryo, one would need to accumulate the total tax revenue of all 5 great nations for an entire year, a feat that seems almost insurmountable. Nevertheless, as it is a mission, it must be accomplished. The most viable approach at present is undoubtedly to undertake some high-difficulty tasks. After concluding matters here, a visit to the underground world of the Land of Rain awaits, where tasks and rewards will be considerably more plentiful. Yang Ming murmured, formulating a plan in his mind. Upon returning to the hotel and resting briefly, he contemplated ways to generate income while awaiting the final battle of the Chunin exams. At this juncture, his task of assisting Orochimaru in diverting the Konoha ninjas was complete, and a reward of 100,000 Ryo had been credited to his account. Coupled with the previous gift from Chongchuani, his account now boasted a substantial sum of 180,000 Ryo. However, this amount pales in comparison to the 1 billion Ryo he seeks. Orochimaru is preparing to invade Konoha, isn't he? Given his strength, success seems a daunting challenge. But what if I were to assist him? Alternatively, aiding Konoha might just present an opportunity for profit. The thought of Orochimaru ignited a spark in Yang Ming's eyes, as he appeared to conceive a brilliant strategy. However, this tactic must be employed at a crucial moment to ensure maximum gain. Resolute in his decision, Yang Ming strolled about, patiently awaiting the final confrontation of the Chunin exams. As time passed, Konoha village grew increasingly bustling, with throngs of visitors arriving daily. In the final 3 days, the daimyo of the Land of Fire personally visited, accompanied by his elite guard and numerous high-ranking officials, all welcomed by the 3rd Hokage. Subsequently, the daimyos from the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and other nations arrived, causing Konoha village to reach a pinnacle of prosperity. The 3rd Hokage, aware of the importance of the occasion, promptly attended to the guests while intensifying security measures. On the final day, nearly all prominent figures had gathered, and the competition commenced. Early in the morning, all participating ninjas were present except for Sasuke. The venue was teeming with spectators, and on the elevated platform, the daimyos and dignitaries from various nations took their seats together. At the center, the Hokage and the Wind Shadow occupied the highest positions, surveying the arena below. After brief exchanges, the participating ninjas readied themselves, and with the arrival of Noera Genin, the grand tournament officially began. The first match featured the underdog Naruto against the prodigious Neji. Upon witnessing these two, particularly the talented Neji, the crowd erupted in cheers. Clearly, as a genius from the Hyuga clan, Neji's performance during the examination had been exceptional, with some claiming he had already reached the elite Chunin level, if not the special Jonin tier. Such talent and prowess surpass even that of Kakashi in his prime, thus placing him on the radar of Konoha's higher-ups as a contender of utmost significance. As for Naruto, the so-called dead last, who would pay him any heed? Though his performance in exams had its moments, how could he possibly compare to Neji? Instead, what defined him were the countless unexpected incidents that seemed to follow him, earning him the title of the most unpredictable ninja. Yet from the very start, their battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. After a month of rigorous training, Naruto had made astonishing progress, his chakra control sharper, his movement swifter. Most impressively, he mastered the advanced shadow clone technique, an S-rank forbidden jutsu, summoning 5 clones in one breath. With 6 versions of himself now charging toward Neji, the principle of many hands make light work was in full effect. 6 kunai, each tagged with explosive notes, hurtled toward Neji simultaneously. Rotation. But Neji, his Byakugan activated, had already foreseen Naruto's every move. No matter how many clones Naruto summoned, none could evade the all-seeing eyes of the High-GA clan. A powerful circular force erupted from Neji's body, repelling the charging Naruto before he could even close the distance. 5 clones vanished instantly, leaving only the original barely standing. 8 trigrams palms. Seizing the moment, Neji struck like lightning, delivering 64 precise strikes in the blink of an eye. Every chakra point on Naruto's body was sealed, rendering him powerless, no different from an ordinary person. With a dismissive smirk, Neji turned away, confident in his victory. Yet Naruto, though immobilized, refused to yield. His dreams burned too fiercely within him. In that desperate moment, he recalled Jiraiya's teachings, how to harness the Nine-Tails chakra. Gritting his teeth, he focused his will and roared inwardly, "Damn fox, give me your chakra." As if answering his call, the Nine-Tails obliged. A surge of sinister, crimson energy, tainted with malice and icy wrath, erupted from within him. This chakra was tenfold more potent than his own. Impossible. Neji, already stepping away, whirled around in shock. The sheer magnitude of Naruto's chakra eclipsed even his own. Before he could react, Naruto, now empowered, summoned 10 clones. 11 figures lunged at him in unison. Damn it, rotation. No, too late. Caught off guard, Neji barely had time to brace himself. His Byakugan could track every movement, but his body couldn't keep up. Against 11 opponents, even the High-GA's famed gentle fist was overwhelmed. The tide had turned. At this moment, Naruto perfectly exemplified the essence of strength in numbers, demonstrating to all present through his actions. Although Neji was formidable, he fell into a trap. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of successive explosions erupted, and ultimately, Neji was knocked unconscious on the ground. Though panting, Naruto emerged victorious. "Naruto wins," announced Orochimaru, utterly astonished. It was truly unbelievable. Naruto had triumphed. Could it be that this perpetual underdog had defeated our strongest competitor, Neji? This was inconceivable. As Naruto claimed victory, the crowd erupted into cheers. It was an extraordinarily thrilling battle. Both Naruto's advanced shadow clone technique and Neji's gentle fist and Byakugan were formidable powers. The audience generously expressed their admiration through applause and screams. Yet, those aware of Naruto's true capabilities, such as Sakura, looked on in disbelief. The perennial underachiever of the Ninja Academy had bested the #1 prodigy, Neji. It was noteworthy that even Sasuke was no match for Neji. However, Naruto was filled with joy. He had finally overcome his rival and proclaimed to the world that he was not a weakling. He had proven himself. For this moment, only he understood the arduous effort he had invested, yet he had never relinquished hope. His resolve to follow through was his ninja way. As the second round commenced, Orochimaru announced the next match. The Chunin exams continued with Konoha's Tsukiyakari versus Tsunagekire's Temari. As the battles progressed, it soon became Yang Ming's turn. To his surprise, his opponent was Temari. Yang Ming offered a faint smile as he stepped into the arena. Temari approached with a serious expression. As Orochimaru declared the start of the match, Temari, sensing a formidable opponent, immediately created distance. Her fan opened to the third star, clearly indicating her trepidation towards Yang Ming. Without delay, she unleashed her most powerful jutsu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. With no warning, her chakra surged, coalescing into a powerful gust aimed directly at Yang Ming. Humph. Noticing this, Yang Ming snorted coldly, unleashing his chakra with a fierce intensity, his gaze fixed upon her. In an instant, Temari felt as if struck by lightning. Her iron fan, poised to unleash its force, faltered under the weight of Yang Ming's gaze. Moreover, she sensed her very soul suffocating at that moment. All she could perceive was Yang Ming's penetrating stare. She was utterly dominated by his eyes, completely immobilized. Not only her, but Orochimaru, standing nearby, felt the air pressure surge dramatically with Yang Ming's chakra explosion, startling him to the core, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Temari, what is happening? The sudden anomaly in Temari's demeanor caught the attention of Kankuro and Matsuri, both of whom were taken aback. Temari's strength was considerable. How could she falter so easily, surrendering without even engaging in battle? Gaara, observing from the sidelines, remained indifferent, his expression cold and detached. What is going on? Not only were they astonished, but Naruto and the others also found themselves taken aback. After all, Temari's formidable victory over Tintin had left an indelible impression. But what was this situation? The battle had concluded before it even commenced. The issue likely lay with that grass ninja. He must have employed some arcane ability. Shikamaru's mind raced as he scrutinized Yang Ming, pondering, that grass ninja? He appears younger than us, yet he surpasses that fan-wielding lady in prowess? Naruto stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Not just Naruto, but the others too wore expressions of disbelief. At that moment, this seemed the only plausible explanation. Although one could not completely dismiss the possibility that the fan-wielding lady had faltered herself. Shikamaru shook his head. This was the only conclusion he could draw. It is he, Yukishita-kun. Hinata blushed upon seeing Yang Ming, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet her heart swelled with joy at witnessing his triumph over his adversary. Hee. How formidable is Yukishita's strength? I wouldn't dare claim to be his equal. A mere glance is sufficient to vanquish a lowly genin girl. In the arena, Orochimaru, disguised as the Wind Shadow, smirked internally. He was not particularly curious about this outcome. Even he dared not consider himself Yang Ming's equal, let alone that of a mere Temari. Victorious, Yukishita Ming. At that moment, Nara Shikaku forcibly steadied his mind and announced. Thus, with a mere glance, Yang Ming had effortlessly concluded the skirmish. The audience erupted in astonishment. Being outsiders, few could truly comprehend the intricacies of this encounter. This battle would be lauded as one of the most extraordinary and enigmatic. Although it merely involved genin, its significance was far from trivial. The subsequent matches continued, culminating in the final confrontation between Gaara and Sasuke. One was the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, while the other was the son of the Wind Shadow. Their clash promised to be a legendary contest. Even before the match commenced, the audience was already abuzz with excitement. Many had gathered solely upon hearing the names of these two, and at last, they were on the brink of witnessing this moment, their anticipation mounting. Even the feudal lords and high-ranking officials from various nations awaited this battle with bated breath. Hokage, who do you believe will emerge victorious? At that moment, the Wind Shadow inquired directly of the Hokage. Sasuke, the descendant of the Uchiha clan, was reputed to have awakened his Sharingan, his strength beyond question. However, Gaara of your nation was no ordinary foe. His chakra was immensely potent, and he remained composed under pressure. In a contest between them, the outcome was uncertain. The Hokage shook his head, gazing at the two contenders in the arena with grave concern, especially when he looked at Gaara. Even his keen insight struggled to penetrate his depths, which was indeed alarming. Hee. The Wind Shadow merely smiled, his gaze fixed upon Sasuke. Sasuke, let us see you fully unleash the might of the Uchiha. Only then will my anticipation be justified. Orochimaru mused inwardly. At this juncture, Sasuke arrived punctually, his demeanor shifting to one of serious contemplation as he beheld his opponent. He had witnessed the fierce battle between Xiao Li and this individual, which led him to possess an acute awareness of the latter's capabilities. However, the thought of the newly acquired technique he had just learned instilled a newfound confidence within him. The match commenced. As the enigmatic Hinata announced the start, Sasuke sprang into action without hesitation. He dashed forward with remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance to Gaara. His physical prowess was displayed with such precision and velocity that it mirrored that of the weighted-down Xiao Li. It was evident that his month of rigorous training had yielded significant advancements in his strength. Truly, he was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Living up to his illustrious reputation, Gaara soon found himself at a disadvantage, as he was sent flying by a kick from Sasuke. However, this level of assault was hardly a concern for Gaara. He deftly manipulated the sand to launch a counterattack. Gaara's sandy onslaught had an extensive range and unparalleled agility, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to evade his strikes. Particularly in areas abundant with sand, It was as if one had entered his domain. Nevertheless, Sasuke, endowed with the Sharingan, possessed lightning-fast reflexes. Although Gaara's sand was formidable, landing a hit on Sasuke proved to be an arduous task. From the very beginning, their confrontation escalated into an intense clash, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Indeed, witnessing such a spectacular duel between these two was a privilege. It was astonishing that mere genin could reach such heights of skill. The onlookers were entranced, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Naruto and his companions were no exception, their attention unwavering as they silently rooted for Sasuke, acutely aware that his opponent was far from ordinary. Let the strike concluded. At this juncture, Sasuke had already expended a considerable amount of chakra, and his adversary had done likewise. As they created distance between them, Sasuke swiftly began to weave hand signs. Gaara's sand armor was exceedingly formidable, with formidable defenses, and the only way to breach this barrier was through this technique. Rat, horse, monkey, horse, rabbit, lightning release, Chidori, Sasuke exclaimed, and instantly, the sound of 1,000 birds resonated throughout the arena. With his hand enveloped in a sphere of lightning, he appeared akin to a thunder god, the brilliance of the lightning dazzling. What is this? What a piercing sound. When did Sasuke acquire such a technique? Naruto and the others were left in awe, especially Naruto, who was witnessing Sasuke execute this move for the first time. Those in the know immediately recognized the technique. Its characteristics were unmistakable. In the entire shinobi world, only one person wielded it. Chidori. It was unexpected that Kakashi had imparted this technique to Sasuke. The Hokage sighed softly. Hehe. Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, gazed at Sasuke with increasing admiration. Gaara. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, pondering how Gaara would counter such an onslaught. What if the monster that lay dormant within him were to awaken? Chidori. At that moment, Sasuke charged forward. Empowered by lightning release, his speed became blindingly swift. He surged forth like a bolt of thunder, fierce and unyielding, leaving the ground scarred with a long trench in his wake. Sasuke, with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly approached Gaara and launched a fierce thrust. With a piercing sound, Gaara, having entered his strongest defensive mode, transformed into a formidable earthen shield. Although Sasuke unleashed his Chidori with relentless force, Gaara's defense proved too robust. He sustained only a trivial injury despite Sasuke's efforts. At that moment, Sasuke's chakra was entirely depleted. Blood. I crave blood. Concurrently, Gaara began his counterattack. His murderous intent ignited. Alarmed by this, Sasuke was taken aback and hastily retreated. However, it was already too late. Panic ensued among Naruto and the others, exclaiming the dire situation Sasuke found himself in. Suddenly, a flurry of feathers descended from the azure sky. Confused, the onlookers wondered from whence the feathers came, gazing upward to witness a veritable rain of white feathers cascading down. At the same time, a deep voice resonated, illusion, technique of the abyss. The moment had arrived. Observing the ethereal shower of feathers, young Ming felt a stirring within. This was the illusion technique wielded by Kabuto, and soon everyone around fell into a deep slumber, particularly the ordinary citizens who were utterly defenseless against the power of the illusion. However, the ninjas of Konoha swiftly broke free, bracing themselves for the impending threat. At that juncture, the battlefield underwent a drastic transformation. First, Temari and Kankuro sprang into action, swiftly evacuating the injured Gaara to safety. Following suit, Maki initiated a plan to mobilize the hidden sound ninjas and sand ninjas lurking in the vicinity. Outside the village, a thunderous explosion echoed as a massive serpent, measuring 30 meters in length, emerged abruptly, launching a ferocious assault on Konoha. The village was instantly engulfed in chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the Wind Shadow suddenly launched an attack against the third Hokage. What is the meaning of this, Wind Shadow? The third Hokage inquired, his expression darkening as he defended against the onslaught. Both combatants engaged in a tactical retreat, ultimately taking their battle to the rooftop. Hokage-sama. The surrounding Umbu swiftly mobilized, rushing to protect the third Hokage's safety. For purple flames formation. At that moment, sound ninjas materialized around them, performing hand seals to establish a barrier. A pillar of purple light emanated from all directions, forming a square cage of energy. The advancing Umbu collided with the pillar, vaporizing upon impact. Do not move. This sealing technique is impenetrable except by those of shadow level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, one Umbu discerned the method and hurriedly halted the others. stepping outside the formation to observe the third Hokage and the revealed visage of Orochimaru. It's him. Several Umbu gasped in astonishment, well aware of the legendary Sandine Orochimaru's dark renown. "You beast!" Sarutobi exclaimed in fury, recognizing Orochimaru, his former pupil. "Ha ha ha! Esteemed teacher, do you relish this scene? For this day, I have meticulously plotted for many years, and at last, I behold the fruition of my endeavors." Orochimaru chuckled coldly, surveying the inferno engulfing Konoha, reveling in the success of his creation. "Beast, it is all my fault for showing mercy back then, allowing you to escape, which has led to today's calamity. Thus, let me personally conclude this enmity." Sarutobi's eyes reflected an unfathomable sorrow, yet they soon sparkled with unwavering resolve. He was determined to resolve his grievances with Orochimaru here and now. "Teacher, you were unable to accomplish this in the past, and you are even less capable now." Ha ha ha. Orochimaru laughed heartily, his visage transforming to an astonishing youthfulness. This, you beast, you have indeed mastered this technique." Witnessing Orochimaru before him, Sarutobi felt as though struck by lightning. He seemed to grasp something profound yet was further astonished. How could this be? One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, appeared so youthful. Such a phenomenon existed in this world? The surrounding Umbu were equally dumbfounded. One Umbu murmured softly. The legendary Sannin were renowned figures from the Fourth Great Ninja War, which concluded at least 11 years ago. At that time, Orochimaru was approximately 25 years old. He should now be nearing 40. Yet, before me, he appears as he did in his youth, as if time has left no trace upon him. Such an occurrence is inconceivable. Who can withstand the ravages of time? The forbidden technique of immortality and rebirth. At that moment, an Umbu suddenly recalled something, his eyes gleaming as he spoke deliberately. What is the technique of immortality and rebirth? The others were filled with curiosity. This is an incomplete forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals. Strictly speaking, it is merely a theory. The practitioner can attach their soul to another's body, achieving immortality through continuous possession and rebirth. It is a lethal art, rivaling the legendary soul transformation technique, renowned for its terrifying destructive power, said the Umbu. Orochimaru must have practiced the technique of immortality and rebirth, which is why he now possesses eternal life. Eternal life. At the utterance of these words, all fell silent, enveloped in an extraordinarily bizarre atmosphere. Eternal life. These words, imbued with an unsettling allure, were enough to astound everyone. Could someone truly attain immortality? Even Sarutobi was profoundly shaken. Having aged, he felt the weight of time more acutely than ever. Yet, he quickly steeled himself, preparing to act. For the sake of Konoha, he must eliminate this treacherous disciple once and for all. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, the colossal eight-headed serpent, summoned through a summoning technique, advanced toward Konoha under the command of several sound ninja. Its immense form crashed through the village as structures, and it opened its maw wide, prepared to devour any who crossed its path. Today, it would feast to its heart's content. Just then, a massive figure descended from the heavens, akin to a cannonball. Crashing onto its back, a thunderous explosion erupted, leaving the formidable Yamada no Orochi momentarily dazed. "Vile serpent, behold my blade." Suddenly, the toad warrior, Fukasaku, appeared, drawing his weapon against the monstrous serpent. "Wretched toad, you seek your demise." Yamada no Orochi swiftly regained its composure, enraged by Fukasaku's presence, and lunged forward to strike. Their enmity was legendary, a rivalry forged in childhood, each viewing the other as a mortal enemy. Instantly, a fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, the shinobi of Konohagakure stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden emergence of the colossal serpent and the toad. "It is the esteemed lord." One of the shinobi, familiar with Fukasaku, exclaimed joyfully. "Which esteemed lord?" The others inquired, perplexed. "It is I." At that moment, Jiraiya made his entrance, striking what he believed to be an exceptionally heroic pose and delivering a grandiose opening line. The crowd fell silent. Even those who had recognized Jiraiya were taken aback by his dramatic arrival. Is this truly the esteemed lord? They pondered, feeling that he did not match the rumors they had heard. "Ahem. I shall handle this. You all assist elsewhere." Observing the scene, Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly and issued his command. "Understood." The shinobi, without a hint of doubt, promptly dispersed. Jiraiya then cast a glance toward the third Hokage and Orochimaru, shaking his head, and murmured in a tone only he could hear, "I knew this day would eventually come. Old man, take care of yourself." With that, he busied himself. The village lay in ruins, chaos wrought by the sound ninja. His foremost duty was to protect the innocent from harm. As for the battle involving the third Hokage, it was a conflict of such magnitude that he deemed it unnecessary to intervene, for it was a personal vendetta between two individuals. Rather than focus on that, he resolved to address the current peril plaguing the village of Konohagakure. Damn it, Gaara. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Gaara had fled, Naruto and the others quickly reacted and pursued him, especially Sasuke, for Gaara was his rival, and the outcome of their clash remained undecided. Once his chakra had recovered sufficiently, he wasted no time in giving chase. The other members of Team 7 followed suit, determined to confront any who dared to disrupt their village. At this juncture, the Sand Shinobi commenced their assault. Orochimaru had meticulously orchestrated this plan, having even eliminated the Kazekage to issue the command to attack Konohagakure. With his profound understanding of the village, he had prepared for this moment, especially after the Uchiha massacre. The current Konohagakure was utterly vulnerable. The shinobi of Konohagakure hurriedly launched rescue efforts, and soon the village was engulfed in flames of war, a scene rarely witnessed since the Fourth Great Ninja War. Allow me to show you something, Sensei. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at Sarutobi with a cold smirk, his hands forming a complex seal. Suddenly, two coffins emerged, each inscribed with a numeral, 1 and 2. This was. As the two coffins materialized, Sarutobi was once again struck with shock. How could he be unfamiliar with these two coffins? Not yet finished, teacher. Observing the shock etched on Sarutobi's face, Orochimaru reveled in his triumph, seemingly eager to prolong Sarutobi's astonishment, relishing the moment. But it was not over yet. He smirked once more, as a coffin marked with the number 4 gradually emerged. This is bad. I must not allow it to materialize. Realizing this, Sarutobi quickly suppressed his astonishment and took action. With agility and speed, he reached the 4th coffin just as it appeared, forcefully pressing it down to prevent the emergence of the 3rd coffin. Even so, this is sufficient. Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, the coffin lid opened, revealing 2 corpses before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. This. Sarutobi was stunned. Upon seeing the familiar visage from the coffin, he momentarily forgot his actions, a torrent of emotions surging within him. Have you tasted this feeling, teacher? It must be rather pleasant to witness the return of a once familiar and respected mentor as an adversary, is it not? Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Could these two possibly be the first and second Hokage of Konoha? The surrounding Umbu were equally taken aback by this spectacle, though they lived in modern times. They had heard of the legendary names of the 2 Hokage from Konoha's history. These 2 established the village, rising proudly among the 5 great nations, placing Konoha at the pinnacle, their remarkable achievements echoing throughout the ninja world. The appearance of these legendary figures left them astounded. What kind of technique is this? So defiant against the heavens? First, there is the forbidden technique of the reanimation jutsu, and now this, summoning the deceased first and second Hokage. Orochimaru truly lives up to the reputation of the legendary 3 ninjas. This is utterly terrifying. The Umbu were filled with shock. Gazing upon Orochimaru, they felt an overwhelming dread, as if he were an unfathomable abyss. With such ninjutsu, could he not be invincible? The reanimation jutsu. An Umbu who recognized Orochimaru's forbidden technique spoke, enunciating each word with gravity. Reanimation? The other Umbu ninjas were momentarily taken aback, clearly hearing the name of this technique for the first time. The reanimation jutsu uses the body of a living person as a vessel for the soul of the deceased, summoning the spirit from the realm of the dead, a forbidden summoning technique. The knowledgeable Umbu spoke with utmost seriousness. Such a defiant technique exists in this world. All the Umbu ninjas were instantly taken aback, marveling at the revelation. Hokage-sama, they are not truly the first and second Hokage. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, seeing familiar faces of the deceased standing before him once more, felt a profound emotional impact. Observing this, one Umbu shouted urgently, "Indeed, they are not real. That vile Orochimaru has desecrated the souls of the dead. I will slay you today." Sarutobi was momentarily startled, awakening from his emotional stupor, gazing at Orochimaru with a murderous intent that was boundless. Attack! Orochimaru let out a cold laugh as 2 cursed kunai pierced the skulls of the 2 figures, allowing him to manipulate their souls and bodies to issue commands. Instantly, the first and second Hokage sprang into motion. Initially, their movements were unsteady, as if they were unaccustomed to their new forms, but after the 10th step, they moved with mastery, their speed surging dramatically, advancing towards Sarutobi. Realizing the imminent danger, Sarutobi remained vigilant, fully aware of the threat. At that moment, Senju Tobarama charged forward with remarkable speed, leaping over Senju Hashirama. With a resounding kick, he aimed at Sarutobi, who swiftly defended himself. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, their strikes colliding with intensity dozens of times. Sarutobi caught a glimpse of Senju Hashirama closing in, and a shiver of dread coursed through him as he recalled Hashirama's terrifying strength. He quickly retreated to create distance, his hands forming seals. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. A massive fireball erupted from Sarutobi's mouth, engulfing the area in flames and momentarily encircling the two adversaries. As expected of a Hokage, he wielded this level of fire release with exceptional prowess. The surrounding Umbu couldn't help but marvel at this display. The same ninjutsu wielded by different levels of strength yielded vastly different results, a reflection of both chakra potency and comprehension of the technique. The third Hokage, renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, showcased his profound mastery and understanding of such techniques. In an instant, the fire dragon bullet sealed the movements of the two. Senju Hashirama raised his arm to block the attack, withstanding the flames unharmed, a testament to his formidable physical prowess. This incredible strength was the source of Tsunade's own power. Aware of this, Sarutobi infused the fire dragon with continuous chakra, aiming to restrain Senju Hashirama while he dealt with Tobarama first. Water release, water formation wall. In response, Senju Hashirama formed hand seals, summoning a torrent of water that coalesced around him. The vapor rose, and a massive wall of water appeared, effortlessly neutralizing Sarutobi's fire technique. Sarutobi halted, taken aback. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama formed seals once more, the vast waves of water gathering around him, surging forth towards Sarutobi. Water release, water surge wave. An overwhelming tide erupted, swiftly engulfing the surroundings and crashing towards Sarutobi with great ferocity. Incredibly, Tobarama unleashed such astonishing water techniques even in a dry environment. The Umbu observers were left in awe once again. Earth release, earth flow wall. Faced with the impending deluge, Sarutobi did not falter. He formed hand seals and expelled earth from his mouth, creating a small mountain before him to block the oncoming waves. The roaring waters surged around the small hill, splitting and flowing in two directions. Observing this, Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief, albeit with a slight panting. He was, after all, advancing in years. His physical strength, chakra, and vitality were far from their prime. Although still formidable, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed by such fierce assaults. At that moment, water began to creep towards his feet, and suddenly, the surface beneath him began to ripple. Startled, Sarutobi prepared to move, but in that instant, a pair of hands pulled him beneath the water. It was Senju Tobarama, merging with the currents, intent on drowning him instantly. This is bad, Sarutobi thought, astonished yet composed. He commenced to struggle. Senju Tobarama, being a reanimated body, was inherently somewhat stiff in his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi burst forth from the water, gasping for air. However, before he could catch his breath, Senju Hashirama charged at him with tremendous force. Sarutobi hastily engaged in combat, but his stamina was rapidly depleting. And having lingered underwater for a while, his body felt heavier. Within mere moments, he was sent flying by a single kick from Hashirama. Sarutobi cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. That kick had rendered his body numb. The sheer strength of it robbed him of his combat capabilities. His mind grew foggy, as he lamented the nostalgia of old times. Lord Hokage, please rise. Lord Hokage, hold on. Lord Hokage, the enemy is approaching. The surrounding Umbu shouted frantically upon witnessing the third Hokage incapacitated and seemingly devoid of strength. Teacher, how does it feel? At that moment, Orochimaru approached with a cold, mocking smile, looking down upon him. Die, Orochimaru. Upon hearing the cries of the Umbu and seeing that familiar face, Sarutobi's consciousness surged back to life. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes, and he kicked towards Orochimaru. Taken by surprise, Orochimaru was unexpectedly knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Sarutobi was about to capitalize on the moment when Senju Hashirama charged at him once more. This time, Sarutobi dared not meet him head-on and swiftly leaped up the small hill, moving with the agility of a monkey, reaching a higher vantage point in an instant. He began to gasp for air vigorously. Water release, water break wave. In response, Senju Tobarama formed hand seals once more, causing the surrounding waters to coalesce rapidly, generating shockwaves that surged towards Sarutobi. Sarutobi quickly evaded, yet the small hill before him was instantly perforated by the rapid shockwaves, resembling a beehive. Boom. Ultimately, the entire hill shattered into pieces. Sarutobi descended, panting heavily on the ground. Just as he regained a modicum of strength, it was swiftly depleted again. Sweat drenched his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Crack! Suddenly, the structure before him shattered, and a green sprout emerged, standing tall and proud. This is not good. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, and then seemed to recall something terrifying, his countenance turning pale with shock. Before him, Senju Hashirama formed hand seals, unleashing his ninja techniques. The first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, ceased his physical assaults and began to wield his unparalleled wood release. With a resounding crash, a green sprout emerged, followed by towering trees bursting forth from the ground, shattering rooftops, and in the blink of an eye, an expansive forest materialized. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. Senju Hashirama spoke calmly, and before Sarutobi lay a vast sea of trees extending 10 meters in every direction. He was propelled high into the air by the treetops, hastily leaping from branch to branch, seeking to escape this arboreal expanse. However, Hashirama bellowed, and the forest surged like waves, within 10 meters. It seemed as though hundreds of vines lashed out. Sarutobi defended himself repeatedly, yet ultimately was ensnared by the branches, tightly bound to a colossal tree, rendered devoid of all strength. What a remarkable feat! Transforming chakra into the essence of life and summoning such a vast forest. Was this the wood release that enabled the first Hokage to quell chaos and dominate the world? The surrounding Umbu, already astounded, stood in stunned silence. This scene before them was nothing short of miraculous. Anyone witnessing it would be awestruck. "Teacher, what say you now?" At that moment, Orochimaru ceased his assault, gazing at Sarutobi bound to the tree, a faint smile gracing his lips. Conversely, Sarutobi appeared to have his eyes half opened, seemingly drained of energy, devoid of any will to resist. Observing this, a hint of sorrow flickered across Orochimaru's countenance. Is this truly the once-renowned hero of the ninja world? It is indeed tragic to witness such a figure, now aged, reduced to this state. Orochimaru lamented. Just then, Sarutobi suddenly opened his eyes wide. A fierce light flashing forth, and in the pool of blood before him, a jutsu materialized. This is... Orochimaru gasped in astonishment, realizing he had underestimated his former mentor. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful Saru demon manifested, exuding immense might. Upon its appearance, it instinctively coordinated with Sarutobi, seizing Orochimaru by the neck and lifting him forcefully. It then broke free from the restraints of wood release, descending with vigor. With the caster's control lost, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama merely stared in a daze, failing to take any action. The situation had dramatically reversed. "Orochimaru, you have grown too complacent," Sarutobi scoffed. Though he was breathless, the emergence of the Sara demon began to restore his vitality. "Senju Hashirama is my teacher. My understanding of his prowess far surpasses yours. You have underestimated him." With that, Sarutobi wasted no time in attempting to snap Orochimaru's neck. However, Orochimaru suddenly froze, his body beginning to transform. First taking on a brownish hue, then shifting to pure white, until ultimately, he was reduced to nothing but a hollow white shell. Sarutobi was taken aback, only to witness Orochimaru re-emerging from his own form, but this time revealing his true visage. The previous body had been utterly expended. The white serpent shedding technique? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, for he was among the few who knew that Orochimaru had acquired the scales of the white serpent. Had he been too careless? "Attack!" he commanded. After managing to escape, Orochimaru was drenched in a cold sweat, and without hesitation, he issued orders. Instantly, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama charged once more. Although Sarutobi had summoned the Monkey King and fused with him, wielding the indestructible golden staff, he found himself ensnared in a pincer attack, forced to fight fiercely once again. This was dire. Even with the Monkey King summoned, it was evident that the Hokage had reached his limits. Danger loomed. "We must find a way to break through this barrier and rescue the Hokage." The Umbu operatives surrounding them grew increasingly anxious. The Monkey King was the trump card of the third Hokage, and its summoning signified that he had exhausted all options. If captured again, his fate would be sealed. Yet, faced with the formidable barrier of the Four Purple Flames formation, they found themselves utterly powerless. The barrier loomed before them like a celestial divide, obstructing their path to the Hokage. Futile, the quartet of Sound Ninja sneered, having honed this barrier over many years. With their formidable Jonin strength, They knew that only shadow-level warriors could hope to breach it. Anyone else would merely be walking to their doom. As Sarutobi fought and retreated, the presence of the Monkey King became increasingly inadequate. His stamina waned, and his consciousness began to blur. He was nearing his breaking point. Was it time to invoke the fourth S technique? With that thought, Sarutobi steeled his resolve. Master, you have truly reached your limit. Observing this scene, Orochimaru chuckled mockingly, clearly sensing that the third Hokage was on the brink of collapse. Yet, the more he observed, the deeper his sorrow grew. No matter how powerful one might be, time would eventually erode all. His master had succumbed, as had his master's master. Who in this vast world could withstand the ravages of time? Suddenly, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Was this truly how it would end for the Hokage? Were they to be mere spectators, helpless to intervene? What to do? Who can devise a plan to save the Hokage? Outside, the Umbu operatives were thrown into disarray. Mission accomplished. The quartet of sound ninjas sneered, sensing victory was within their grasp. Kill. Despite a growing sense of ennui, Orochimaru's resolve to slay the third Hokage remained unwavering. He issued his commands without hesitation, and the first and second Hokages intensified their assault, intent on bringing Sarutobi to his demise. Enough. Even if it means death, I shall die for the Hokage. The Umbu operatives, united in purpose, cast determined glances at one another, resolute in their decision to confront the four purple flames formation. Fully aware that they might be walking to their deaths, yet willing to fight with everything they had. A display of sheer arrogance, leading to one's own demise. Do not speak of yourselves. Even if all the ninjas of Konoha were to arrive, they would still meet their end. Let us annihilate the ninjas of Konoha. Observing the movements of the Umbu surrounding them, the Soundfor could not help but scoff. Charge. Meanwhile, the Umbu had completed their final preparations and were poised to launch their assault. Third Hokage, if you were to offer me 100 million Ryo, I could spare your life and assist you in repelling the enemy. Just then, a cold voice resonated through the air. Who? What person dares to speak so boldly? The Umbu were taken aback, quickly focusing their attention. How audacious! The Soundfor exchanged disdainful glances, eager to discover the identity of this brash individual. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who? The third Hokage, breathless, also turned to look. In the center of everyone's gaze, a youth clad in black attire approached, none other than Ming. You, the grass ninja known as Ming, should depart swiftly. This battle is not one you can partake in. Thank you for your concern, but I must insist you leave at once. Upon Ming's arrival, the Umbu were initially startled, then urged him to retreat. The grass ninja and Konoha share a friendly alliance, prompting their instinctive caution for Ming's safety. What an arrogant boy! How dare you speak so presumptuously? The Soundfor chuckled derisively, their eyes filled with contempt as they regarded Ming. They had expected a formidable opponent, only to find a mere 6-year-old child. Xia, do you wish to wade into these murky waters? However, Orochimaru frowned, scrutinizing Ming. They were unaware of his identity and abilities, yet he was fully aware of their potential. A grass ninja, indeed? Sarutobi remained silent, breathless, his stamina at its limit. It seems you do not believe in my strength. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Ming smiled calmly, stepping forward towards the formation of the four purple flames. Channeling his chakra, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Instantly, an earth-shattering force erupted, shattering the ground within a 500-meter radius, obliterating buildings and trees in an instant. The four purple flames formation was violently torn apart, and the sound ninjas caught within were struck by the force, coughing up blood and sustaining grave injuries. Within the barrier, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were violently propelled by the overwhelming power, their bodies shattering like fragile glass. Orochimaru hastily retreated while the Monkey King shielded Sarutobi, unyielding. The Umbu had long since vacated the area. The devastation was akin to a cataclysm. Everything within 500 meters lay in ruins, as if ravaged by an earthquake. Even the wood release techniques employed by Hashirama caused trees to splinter and break. The might of a single strike, so terrifying. Secret technique, unmatched super strength. Ming declared softly, retracting his fist. Hiss. The surrounding shadows involuntarily gasped in astonishment as they glanced at Ming, then at the scene before them. How terrifying. What kind of power could not only shatter our four purple flames formation but also inflict such grievous injuries upon us? The members of the Sound Ninja were utterly stunned. Such monstrous strength. Brother, his might nearly rivals yours at your peak. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, being the reincarnated bodies of the impure world reincarnation, were undying. Their shattered forms had already begun to mend, and with it, a fragment of their consciousness returned. Upon witnessing this scene, Senju Tobarama could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, he is even stronger than I am. At his age, I did not possess such power. When did such a master emerge in the shinobi world?" However, it seemed that Sarutobi might be saved after all. Senju Hashirama nodded, casting a glance at young Ming, a glimmer of relief flickering in his eyes. Rather than being shocked, he fervently hoped that Sarutobi would survive. Meanwhile, Sarutobi and the Monkey King were equally astonished, particularly the Monkey King, whose indestructible body was rarely harmed. Yet, the previous strike had left him feeling as if his body were being crushed. If he were to truly endure a punch, even his formidable form would surely meet its end. "How about this, Third Hokage? Grant me 1,000,000 ryo, and I shall assist you in repelling your formidable foes." At that moment, young Ming approached the Third Hokage, donning the guise of a mercenary with a keen eye for profit. "What? 1,000,000 ryo?" Sarutobi was stunned, unable to fathom that such a master would audaciously demand money. Shouldn't a master regard wealth as mere refuse? "Brother, this man is just like you. He values money above all." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama cast a peculiar glance at Senju Hashirama. Haha. Senju Hashirama chuckled awkwardly. The members of the Sound Ninja were rendered speechless. They had suffered such grievous injuries merely to showcase their strength and negotiate with the Hokage over money. Their injuries seemed utterly pointless. "Lord Hokage, please agree to his terms. 1,000,000 ryo is a price we can afford." The Umbu of Konoha were also taken aback, clearly not expecting young Ming to utter such demands. However, they quickly responded. If 1,000,000 ryo could resolve their current predicament, it was a worthy price indeed. "What say you, Third Hokage? Will you proceed with this transaction? If not, I shall take my leave." Young Ming regarded the Third Hokage, his brow furrowing. His patience was limited. 1,000,000 ryo was a fair offer, not a case of opportunism. He had calculated that demanding more might be beyond Konoha's capabilities, especially after the destruction they had endured, which required considerable time for restoration. In his world, 1,000,000 ryo equated to 10 million. Thus, it was quite a substantial sum, and Konoha's economy could indeed bear it. "Very well, I accept your terms." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi gazed at Yang Ming with a complex expression, nodding in agreement. Thus, Yang Ming's first transaction was successfully concluded. "Excellent. A deal has been struck. Now, let us hasten to resolve this situation swiftly." The transaction was concluded, and 1,000,000 ryo was soon to be deposited. Yang Ming could not help but smile, observing the three individuals across from him. They appeared eager to swiftly deal with him. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were at a loss for words, yet the more Tobarama gazed at young Ming, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yang Ming was an unforeseen variable, and with his prowess, he might very well disrupt Orochimaru's plans. However, upon seeing the two before him, he felt a sense of relief. To think we would become adversaries over this. It would not be an easy task to claim that 1,000,000 ryo. Contemplating this, Orochimaru smirked coldly. "Is that so, Orochimaru? Then observe closely as I swiftly eliminate these two." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming chuckled icily and formed hand seals. With the completion of his seals, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama were taken aback, especially Hashirama, who recognized the seal all too well. It was the very one used for the birth of the world of trees. At that moment, Yang Ming executed his technique, would release, birth of the world of trees. Instantly, the earth shattered, and a forest tenfold greater than the one previously conjured by Hashirama erupted from the ground, forming abruptly, within a 100-meter radius. A colossal expanse of trees surged forth, branches flailing wildly, roots rising up, rushing towards Hashirama, Tobarama, and Orochimaru with fervor. "What? Another wood release? A grass ninja has appeared with such remarkable abilities. This wood release seems to surpass even that of the first Hokage." The surrounding Umbu were left dumbfounded by the emergence of this forest. How is it possible that at such a young age, he can wield wood release on such a grand scale? His power is astonishing. Orochimaru was equally stunned. He had experienced young Ming's wood release firsthand. It was immensely powerful, something he could hardly contend with. Yet, witnessing young Ming unleash it in its full glory was utterly terrifying. This is the wood release technique of my mentor. Since his passing, no one in the ninja world has mastered this secret art. Even the experiments conducted by Danzo with Hashirama's cells were fruitless. How could this grass ninja have acquired the wood release? Sarutobi was also in shock. The wood-release technique is the most unique and difficult to master among all bloodline limits. In the entire ninja world, only Shinja Hashirama had ever wielded it. Brother, his wood-release is vastly superior to yours now, Tobirama murmured. As the forest came into existence, they found themselves unable to evade its grasp. Instantly ensnared and bound to the trees, rendered immobile. Now, no matter how much Orochimaru urged, they could not act. However, Tobirama seemed unfazed and instead jested with Hashirama. He is indeed stronger than I, and I can sense that his wood-release is different from mine. His abilities surpass my own. The ninja world is truly brimming with talent. At least our village should be safe for now. Hashirama, relieved, paid little mind to the situation. At this moment, Orochimaru found himself ensnared by the forest, yet, even while restrained, he adeptly employed his shedding technique to burrow into the earth, escaping the confines of the treacherous wood with astonishing swiftness. Ming, feeling a sense of resignation, urged, "Let us depart." No longer willing to engage in combat, Orochimaru summoned the Sound Ninja Quartet, and they retreated hastily. This operation in Konoha, following Ming's appearance, had culminated in failure. As Orochimaru departed, both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju vanished as the technique was dispelled. Lord Hokage, observing Orochimaru's retreat, the surrounding Umbu members exhaled in relief, then approached to assess Saratobi's injuries. "I am unharmed. You should proceed to assist the village in other areas." Saratobi waved his hand, having regained some vitality. His expression turned serious as he regarded Ming. "I never anticipated such a prodigy to arise among the grass ninja. It is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you. Were it not for your intervention, Konoha would surely have been thrown into chaos by that traitor, Orochimaru." The third Hokage expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Had it not been for Ming's timely intervention, he might have been compelled to resort to his final technique, risking mutual destruction with Orochimaru, which would have left Konoha leaderless and engulfed in turmoil, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. "No need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my duty," Ming replied, adopting a professional demeanor. "Rest assured, as long as you assist Konoha through this crisis, the village can certainly offer 1,000,000 ryo." Saratobi nodded, exuding the grandeur befitting a Hokage. "Very well, you shall manage the ensuing matters. I must now attend to the distant battlefield," Ming acknowledged, orienting himself before hastening towards the village's outskirts. If his sensing was accurate, Hinata's team had just followed Naruto in pursuit of the Sand Ninja. Simultaneously, Sasuke pursued Gaara, his Sharingan ensuring that Gaara could not escape. In no time, he caught up, only to be obstructed by Temari. Kankuro continued to aid Gaara in his flight. Sasuke, dismissing Temari as a threat, thought, how formidable could someone who was frightened by a mere glance truly be? Yet, he was mistaken. While it was true that Temari had been momentarily intimidated by Ming's gaze, that was contingent on the identity of the opponent. As Temari unleashed her wind-release technique, Sasuke instantly regretted his underestimation. He hastily sought refuge behind a tree, witnessing the surrounding winds spiraling into a tremendous storm, his heart seized with awe. This woman commands such formidable wind release? Despite having regained much of her chakra after her battle with Gaara, she was not at her peak. Damn it. This is my only option. Seeing Gaara slip further away, Sasuke's anxiety surged. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Activating his Sharingan, he scrutinized Temari's movements, propelling himself past her. Temari trembled, momentarily entranced by Sasuke's Sharingan. However, she soon regained her composure. Am I caught in a genjutsu? She thought in alarm, realizing that her previous actions had been discerned. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fall victim to an illusion at such a critical moment. What a terrifying Sharingan. At this moment, Sasuke had already distanced himself, and she realized she could not catch up. Concurrently, Shino appeared before Kankuro. Kankuro had no choice but to conceal Gaara and engage in combat with Shino of the Aburame clan. Shino's insects were exceedingly stealthy, rendering evasion impossible, fortunately. The puppets were not afraid of such creatures, and the two clashed. Just then, Sasuke arrived, spotting Gaara immediately, and struck with lethal intent. At this point, Gaara began to regain consciousness, albeit in a semi-dazed state. Unprepared for the attack, he was suddenly pierced by Sasuke's Chidori. However, he did not perish. Instead, as the Chidori penetrated his body, no blood emerged, only streams of sand. Simultaneously, Gaara's form began to transform, his expression contorting into a grimace, while the sand flowed around him, gradually assembling into a sand figure. At that moment, a raccoon-esque arm extended forth. The Shikaka began to manifest. Was this a person or a monster? Witnessing this, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such a transformation in Gaara. In that instant, Gaara let out a pained howl, seemingly unable to withstand the piercing scream of Shikaku's emergence and the chaotic terror flooding his mind. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from Gaara, catching Sasuke off guard, sending him hurtling against a tree, rendering him incapacitated. Death! Gaara had succumbed to madness, the form of Shikaku becoming increasingly pronounced as he launched a fierce assault on Sasuke. This was dreadful. Sasuke was alarmed, yet his body had stiffened, and he found himself unable to evade Gaara's advance, left to await his doom. Sasuke, I will save you. Just then, Naruto arrived in the nick of time. A flash of yellow descending from the heavens, colliding with Sasuke and taking his place, absorbing Gaara's powerful punch. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted. However, it was merely a shadow clone. Naruto's true self reached Sasuke's side, aiding him to safety. Sakura took charge of tending to him, while Naruto faced Gaara with unwavering determination. Do not harm Sasuke. With that, he formed hand seals, instantly creating numerous shadow clones that surged forth to attack Gaara. In no time, Gaara found himself surrounded. His fists were no match for the multitude of Naruto's clones. Ultimately, after enduring pain, Gaara unleashed the sand coffin technique, liberating Shikaku entirely from his body. Upon emerging, Shikaku erupted into raucous laughter, shrieking with glee. Haha, I am finally free. I no longer have to linger in that dark, confined space. Shikaku reveled in his newfound freedom, an exhilarating sensation coursing through him. What an abominable creature. Seeing Shikaku's manifestation, Naruto was taken aback. Not only him, but Kankuro, the arriving Temari, Sasuke, and Sakura were all equally astonished. As Kankuro and Temari succumbed to terror, they were acutely aware of Shikaku's existence, which only heightened their fear. Sasuke was profoundly shaken. His own meager strength paled in comparison to such formidable power, rendering him insignificant as an ant. How could he possibly seek vengeance in such a state? Sakura was equally frightened. She had never encountered such a scene before. Having just graduated from the ninja academy, she was merely a low-ranking ninja. Meanwhile, Kiba and Hinata rushed to find Shino, who had been poisoned, and hurriedly carried him back. However, halfway through their journey, they sensed the ominous disturbance. Hinata activated her Byakugan and was immediately taken aback by the sight of Shikaku. Akamaru warned me that there is something incredibly terrifying there. We must not approach, Kiba remarked gravely. Akamaru's fear resonated within him, amplifying his own trepidation. Very well, let us take a detour, Hinata nodded, glancing at Shino. Their priority was to save Shino first. At that moment, Naruto summoned Gamabunta, who, upon witnessing the One-Tail, was struck with gravity. As a spiritual beast, he understood the significance of the One-Tail. From the One-Tail to the Nine Tails, they were the most potent among all spiritual beasts, each a terrifying embodiment of destruction, classified as cataclysmic weapons of war. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and engaged in combat with Shikaku alongside Naruto. Yet, despite Gamabunta's strength, resisting the One-Tail was a formidable challenge. Shikaku unleashed a barrage of wind release, air bullets with reckless abandon. Although its chakra was not infinite like the Nine Tails, it far surpassed that of a human. In an instant, a flurry of air bullets rained down. Gamabunta, caught off guard, was struck directly, letting out a painful grunt. It was evident that the blow was severe. That hurts, Naruto. We need to retreat. I am no match for him, Gamabunta urged. If even Gamabunta was not a match, then it was clear. All right, Sasuke, Sakura. We must flee. Naruto nodded. He was not foolish. He quickly created shadow clones to assist Sasuke and Sakura in their frenzied escape. Thinking of fleeing? It's not that simple. You foul toad. For daring to strike at me, I shall ensure your demise. Shikaka shrieked coldly. With a menacing roar, it gathered immense energy within its body. A massive, dark sphere, nearly the size of a mountain, formed in Shikaku's mouth, radiating overwhelming power, targeting the direction of Naruto's escape. It unleashed a deafening roar before releasing the tailed beast bomb. In an instant, a colossal tailed beast bomb was propelled forward, clearing a long path through the dense forest in its wake. The speed of the tailed beast bomb was astonishing, quickly closing in on Naruto's frantic flight. Moreover, Hinata, who was on her way back, found herself in its trajectory. This is bad. We're finished, Gamabunta exclaimed as he transformed into a cloud of smoke. Retreating back to Mount Myaboku. Although it forged a contract with Naruto, it does not imply a willingness to accompany him to death. Faced with a formidable attack, it chose to retreat. Frog Elder, how could you abandon me and flee? Without the assistance of Gamabunta, Naruto and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Confronting the tailed beast bomb, realizing escape was futile. Damn it, are we doomed? Sasuke thought, his face a mask of frustration. Yet, against such overwhelming power, he feared that even the swiftest flight would be in vain. We're finished. Sakura succumbed once more to the shadows of fear. This is bad. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was assisting throughout Konoha, suddenly sensed the disturbance and exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards the scene. However, it was already too late. No way. Could it be this unfortunate? Yagura muttered in disbelief, finding himself caught in the crossfire. Mitsuki, Hinata gasped, staring at the enormous-tailed beast bomb with a look of despair. In that instant, she could not help but call out Yang Ming's name. I'm here. Just then, as if descending from the heavens, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Startled, Hinata turned to see Yang Ming, his face adorned with a gentle smile, standing beside her. Ah, Hinata, as if caught in a dream, could hardly believe her eyes, and then, she fainted elegantly. Hey, Hinata, don't faint now, Yagura exclaimed helplessly. Quickly take Hinata away. He is coming. At this moment, Yang Ming had no time to converse as the tailed beast bomb hurtled towards them. Yagura, glancing at Yang Ming and then at Shino and Hinata, instructed Akamaru to carry Hinata while he took Shino and hastily retreated. The tailed beast bomb, a force of nature, was indeed earth-shattering. Yet what of it? As he beheld the approaching bomb, Yang Ming swiftly formed hand seals. Would release. Birth of the world of trees. Instantly, the earth within 100 meters cracked open, and colossal trees erupted from the ground, towering majestically. Within this radius, a terrifying vitality surged forth. And in the blink of an eye, a vast forest emerged. The tailed beast bomb collided with the treetops, ensnared by branches, ultimately bound like a rope. Would release. Would clone technique. Would release. Tree wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Ming did not dare to be complacent. He quickly created 4 clones, each positioning themselves around Naruto, Hinata, and the others, erecting towering walls of trees as a precaution. Meanwhile, his true self formed the hand seal, channeling even more potent chakra into the birth of the world of trees, tightly enveloping the tailed beast bomb, preparing for an explosion. He sought to test whether his current abilities could withstand the might of the tailed beast bomb. What is this? Naruto and his companions gazed in bewilderment at Yang Ming, who had suddenly appeared before them, along with the towering tree wall.